Kyoto Penitentiary. Hundreds of S-class heavy inmates knelt in front of the gate. Send Big Brother off. In an instant, a sea of black-clad backs could be seen, each one resembling a ferocious beast. It was hard to imagine what kind of person could make these kings of the night, who ruled outside the prison, show such reverence. But in the eyes of the young man in his simple clothes with a sallow complexion, this scene was nothing more than fleeting clouds. Get up. While I'm gone, all of you behave yourselves. Remember, after you get out, serve your country and stop doing bad things. Yes, we will follow Big Brother's orders. A few minutes later, led by the prison staff, the young man arrived at the main gate. On the side of the road, 5 military jeeps were parked in front of Fonyu. A middle-aged man, with 2 stars and 3 bars on his shoulder, stepped out of the car. His expression was stern as he approached, then gave a standard military salute. Yufeng immediately stood at attention, his whole body stiffening. Congratulations on your release. It's been 5 years already. Wolfang has finally waited for its Wolf King to be released from prison. How about it? Will you return to the team and lead those brats again? The middle-aged man extended the invitation first. Yufeng said gravely, "No, someone like me who has been to prison should not tarnish the reputation of Wolfang." Tarnish? The middle-aged man's eyes widened. What nonsense are you talking about? Wolfang is proud of you, and so am I. So what if you've been to prison? You went to jail for avenging your brothers, not for doing something sneaky. Boss. Before the middle-aged man finished speaking, Yufeng interrupted him. Thank you, boss. Wolfang is my home. Even if I leave, they'll always remember it. Over the years, I've been grateful for your help and care in prison, but my mind is made up. Please let me live my own life. Yufeng's tone was extremely sincere. The middle-aged man frowned. But what about the 2 saints? One is a martial arts master, the other a grandmaster. Of medical Tao. They're both in seclusion now. If they find out you've left the military after coming out, how will I explain it to them? I'll explain myself to Master when the time comes. Yufeng didn't want to bother anyone and took the initiative to speak. All right, since you put it that way, I'll let you have your way. By the way, you're planning to go to Jiang City, right? I have a few old friends there. You can visit them for me. Here are a few letters, take them with you. With that, the middle-aged man took out some prepared envelopes from his pocket and directly stuffed them into Yufeng's luggage bag. Yufeng's heart trembled slightly. He understood that these letters were not just for visiting purposes. His boss was using his private connections to introduce him to influential people in Jiang City, giving him several good options. Thank you, boss. Get going. Don't mention thanks or anything. If it weren't for you taking the legal consequences and crossing borders to kill those bastards, Wolfang's reputation would have been ruined long ago. I should be the one thanking you. The middle-aged man sighed, turned around, and got back into the car. Time flies, and everyone has their own path ahead. Yufeng lingered for a long while, then headed to the train station, preparing to return to his hometown, Jiang City. 3 hours later, on the central street in downtown Jiang City, a white BMW 5 Series sped along. Inside the car came the enthusiastic voice of a man in his 30s. Little brother, you've finally been released from prison. Don't feel burdened. When you get to my place, treat it like your own home. Although you were adopted from an orphanage by mom and dad, I've watched you grow up like a real little brother. No need to be formal. Sitting in the driver's seat was Yushan, Yufeng's older brother. From a young age, Yufeng had been an orphan. He was adopted by the Yu family from the countryside when he was 6. Both his parents and his older brother treated him like family. For this reason, Yufeng also regarded them as his own family. Unfortunately, before he joined the army, his adoptive parents passed away. Only an older brother was left. Thank you, big brother. What's there to thank for? We're brothers. When we get home, I'll introduce you to your niece. She's such a cute little elf. Yushan said affectionately. Niece? So, big brother has gotten married and had children already? Why didn't you tell me earlier? I didn't prepare any gifts. No need to prepare anything. We're almost home. As they spoke, they entered a luxury residential area. Not long after, the car stopped in front of a luxurious villa that looked elegant and fashionable on the outside. Come on, come in. I prepared dinner before leaving. Yushan couldn't wait to get out of the car, helped Yufeng with his luggage, and led him into the house. He took out the keys and opened the door. Click. As the door gently opened, a pair of willowy eyebrows paired with sharp, phoenix-like eyes immediately caught Yufeng's attention. At the dining table sat a woman with her arms crossed, beautiful in appearance, tall in stature, clad in a professional suit, sitting with one leg crossed over the other, exuding authority. Huh. Yushan's expression froze, not expecting his wife to be home at this time. Rain. Yushuang, why are you? Is this sister-in-law? Yufeng immediately recognized the woman as his sister-in-law and quickly bowed to greet her. Hello, sister-in-law. I'm Yufeng. I know who you are, a criminal who has done time in jail. I've known about your family's issues for a long time, Gao Yushuang said coldly. Yushuang, what do you mean by this? If my younger brother's first time coming home, isn't this too inconsiderate? Yushan glared, reprimanding her. Bang! Unexpectedly, the next second, Gao Yushuang exploded, slamming the table and standing up abruptly, scaring the little girl dressed in a princess dress on the sofa, making her tense up. How dare you talk about being inconsiderate? Yushan, don't act like you're so important. Don't forget you, Regis Gao family son-in-law. Your ability to drive luxury cars, live in a villa, and work as a manager in a big company, all of it, is because of the Gao family. This house isn't even in your name. Without my permission, do you have the right to bring someone home? Would you have hidden your ex-convict brother here if I hadn't come back for lunch today? What? Son-in-law? Yufeng was stunned inside. Yushan's face turned red instantly. Not only did she strip him of all dignity in front of his younger brother, but she even called Yufeng a criminal. Gao Yushuang, you've gone too far. He's my younger brother. You can disrespect me however you want, but you must respect my younger brother. Yushan's arms trembled with anger. Go away. He's your brother. A brother picked up from somewhere. Do you think I don't know? My house doesn't welcome criminals who've served time. Either he leaves, or you both go. Gao Yushuang showed no mercy, pointing to the door and started to kick them out. This angered Yushan. So what if he was a son-in-law? Did being a son-in-law mean he didn't even have the right to host his younger brother for a night in his own home? Gao Yushuang ill. But just as Yushan was about to rush in and stand up like a real man, a bloody smell suddenly hit him. 5-year-old Gao Yurua spat out a mouthful of black blood. Mommy, mommy. Gao Yushuang turned her head and her face changed drastically. Ruo. Next, Gao Yuruo's eyes rolled back as she fainted on the sofa. Not good. Yufeng frowned and rushed in immediately. In a matter of moments, Yufeng arrived at the sofa ahead of Gao Yushuang. He gently lifted the eyelids of the little girl, only to find her eyes filled with blood vessels. This was a sign of poisoning. What are you doing? Get away, scum. Gao Yushuang, unaware that Yufeng was attending to his daughter, was enraged by his actions. In a fit of fury, she delivered a sharp slap to the back of Yufeng's head. Smack. Subsequently, Yufeng was pushed to the ground. Brother. Yushan rushed over, his face taut with anger. Gao Yushuang, you are going too far. On what grounds do you strike him? What's wrong with hitting him? Can't you see what your scoundrel of a brother is doing to Ruorio? She is unconscious, and instead of calling an ambulance, you come to blame me? Yushan, have you lost your mind? Gao Yushuang, now fully transformed into a shrew, turned with hands on her hips, berating Yushan. Her tone suggested that such confrontations were commonplace. Yushan clenched his fists, teetering on the edge of explosion, yet Yufeng waved his hand dismissively, rubbing the back of his head with a smile. It's all right, brother. He then addressed Gao Yushuang, sister-in-law. I am attempting to treat my niece. Ruorio is exhibiting signs of poisoning and requires immediate medical attention. I can administer acupuncture to expel the toxins. Could you provide me with a quiet space? You? Gao Yushuang scrutinized Yufeng from her elevated position, given his tattered attire. She scoffed. You can't be serious. A freshly released convict claiming to have medical skills? Don't let him ruin my daughter's health. Yushan, why are you just standing there? Hurry and call an ambulance. No, calling now would be too late. By the time the ambulance arrives, my niece may be beyond help. Yufeng urgently interjected while retrieving silver needles from his backpack. As the sole disciple of a distinguished master in the esteemed medical arts of Hua country, Yufeng could ascertain the severity of the situation merely by observing her condition. Time was of the essence. Are you a harbinger of doom? One more word from you, and I swear I'll silence you. Gao Yushuang threatened, but just as she was about to usher Yufeng out, Yushan, as if seeing a ghost, pointed at Gao Yuro's small face. Following his finger, they beheld Ruoro's countenance on the sofa, taking on a peculiar purplish hue. As if suffocating, extending from her neck to her forehead, an alarming sight. This is bad. We are in serious trouble. Yufeng could not afford to linger on familial grievances. After all, the child was innocent. Upholding the legacy of healing and benevolence, he knelt before the sofa, carefully laying Gao Yuro flat, unfastening the buttons of her blouse. Ruorio, you scoundrel Yufeng, what are you doing? Get away from her. Gao Yushuang reached out to strike again, but in the next moment, Yufeng turned his head sharply, urgently shouting, "Silence! If you don't want Ruoro to suffocate, then be quiet." His voice rang out, resonant and commanding. In that instant, Gao Yushuang trembled, as if faced with a lone wolf, and stood frozen in place. Rain and frost, let my younger brother give it a try. Since he has made such a statement, he must possess considerable skill. If we were to call for an ambulance now, it would be too late. Yushan quickly interjected, aware that Yufeng would not undertake something without confidence. You. Faced with the two imposing men, Gao Yushuang was rendered speechless by her anger. She declared vehemently, "Yushan, you truly are something else. I warn you, if anything happens to Ruorua, I will ensure that you and your brother spend your lives in prison. No need for that. Should anything happen to my niece, I shall pay with my life." Yufeng responded resolutely. He then swiftly grasped a silver needle, as delicate as a strand of hair, and waved it over the flame of an alcohol lamp before inserting it into Ruorua's chest at a specific acupuncture point. 7 needles to expel the poison. Yufeng held his breath and, following the steps of the acupuncture technique, filled the remaining 6 points. He then concentrated his energy in his dantian, channeling a surge of strength through his fingers and into Ruorua's body. For Yufeng, who had long since entered the advanced stage of internal strength, this was but a minor task. He could only hope that Ruorua would withstand this force. Is it working? Are you capable? If not, do not waste time. I will immediately call for an ambulance, Gao Yushuang urged. No sooner had she spoken than Gao Yurua suddenly opened her eyes. She is awake. She's awake, Yushan exclaimed in delight. Quick, bring a basin, Yufeng commanded. I'll get it. Yushan dashed to the kitchen to retrieve a basin. Upon returning to the sofa, Yufeng cradled Ruorua in his lap. Ruorua, dear, when uncle removes the silver needles, you must vomit as much as you can. Do you understand? Ruorua nodded in response. With that, Yufeng placed the basin in front of her and, with the speed of lightning, swiftly removed the 7 silver needles. Just as the needles were extracted, a wave of nausea surged through Ruorua, and she expelled a torrent of dark blood, accompanied by partially digested food that emitted a foul odor, presenting a horrifying purplish-black hue. This continued for approximately 3 minutes before Ruorua's complexion finally returned to normal. He truly has some skill. Gao Yushuang, momentarily taken aback, shifted her gaze toward Yufeng with newfound respect. Mom, Ruorua cried out, yearning for a hug. It's all right, Mommy's here, Gao Yushuang replied, taking her child from Yufeng and quickly offering comfort. Upon seeing her child safe, much of Gao Yushuang's anger dissipated. See, Yushuang, my brother is quite capable. Yushan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, eagerly inquiring. Gao Yushuang, proud and unyielding by nature, found it difficult to concede. Yet, she could not deny that Yufeng had saved her daughter's life, leaving her feeling somewhat embarrassed to express gratitude. What does it matter how capable he is? His character is flawed, and he still cannot stay in our home. Yufeng had anticipated this reaction, responding with a smile. It's fine, brother. Since my sister-in-law does not welcome me, I shall find another place. I have friends nearby where I can seek refuge. Younger brother. Yushan felt a pang of sorrow within. Yufeng said little, turning to collect his luggage. Just as he was about to leave the villa, he heard Gao Yushuang's voice behind him. Wait, I only mentioned that you can't stay at home. I never said I was sending you away. After all, your brother is a son-in-law of the Gao family. If outsiders learn that we are expelling even the brother of a son-in-law, it would tarnish our reputation. By the way, Yushan, I recall that the logistics department of the group is in need of a cleaner. Why don't you take him to the group to complete the onboarding procedures? There are employee dormitories available. He can stay there. Gao Yushuang commanded imperiously. Yushan's expression brightened. Great. The employee dormitories are quite well decorated. Yufeng, come with me to the group. Yufeng had not thought much about it, since his sister-in-law could temporarily provide him with a place to stay. He saw no reason to refuse. As for what work he would do, it was of little consequence. Ever since he had crossed the border 5 years ago to avenge his comrades from the Wolfang Brotherhood, only to end up in court and imprisoned for 5 years, he had long since come to terms with life. Furthermore, his arrival in Jiacheng was not solely to reunite with his elder brother, but also to convey the news of the fallen Wolfang brothers to their families residing in the city. He wanted to ensure that Wang San's wife understood that her husband was a hero, a man who sacrificed himself for his brothers, proudly part of the Wolfang mercenary group. About half an hour later, Yushan drove him to the foot of a luxurious building. This was the renowned Gao family jewelry group. How impressive, indeed, Yushan declared with pride. Yufeng looked up slightly astonished. This is sister-in-law's family company? Indeed, a well-known jewelry conglomerate. I did not deceive you. As long as I am here, you will have a foothold in Jiacheng. Yufeng smiled faintly. Thank you, brother. Oh, there's no need for thanks. If you say it again, I might just get angry. Yushan feigned annoyance, furrowing his brow. Very well, then I shall not thank you. That is more like it. Come on, let me take you inside. With that, Yushan briskly led him into the building, arriving at the Human Resources Department on the 4th floor. As soon as they entered, a refreshing blast of cool air from the air conditioning greeted them, an undeniable relief in the sweltering summer heat, invigorating their spirits. Isn't that the useless husband of President Gao? What is he doing here? Who knows? Look. He even brought along a poor boy. Could he be a bumpkin from the countryside? It's quite possible. Just look at his naive demeanor. What an eyesore. A cacophony of unpleasant remarks immediately ensued around them. While Yushan focused on finding an office to handle his brother's onboarding paperwork, Yufeng paid heed to their words. Son-in-law. Useless. He clenched his fists, sighing inwardly. Although the Yu family hailed from humble beginnings, their parents had imparted a crucial lesson before their passing. One must possess dignity. Brother, why did you choose to be a son-in-law? Never mind. Yufeng preferred to remain silent. Perhaps his brother truly loved his sister-in-law? They had a daughter together, and it would be inappropriate for him to meddle. Hey, come in. That would be Yufeng within the office. A woman in a sleek black dress emerged with a cold demeanor. Yufeng nodded and stepped into the office. Come. Little brother, let me introduce you. This is one of the top 10 beauties in our group, the general manager of human resources. No need for introductions. I have no interest in meeting your brother. You're here for the janitorial position, correct? Here is a contract. Fill it out. And you can pick up your keys for the staff dormitory. You start next Monday. Lu Xinghan's expression was icy, her tone dripping with disdain. The atmosphere grew awkward. Yushan scratched the back of his head. Manager Lu, please, for my sake, this is my brother you? Do you even have any standing? Were it not for the chairman's invitation for you to become a son-in-law, do you truly believe you could have attained the position of manager in the logistics department, while also placing your relatives within? I have already shown considerable grace by providing you with a contract. Whether you choose to complete it is entirely up to you. With that, Lu Xinghan tossed a pen onto Yufeng's table. This was exceedingly disrespectful. Yushan's countenance turned a deep shade of anger. To harbor indignation, yet remain silent, is the lament of the son-in-law. Observing his elder brother's plight, Yufeng felt a pang of discomfort and spoke. It's all right, brother. Mr. Lu holds a prestigious position. As an ordinary person, it matters little if we are unfamiliar. I shall fill out the contract, and thereafter, we can live together as brothers. That is good to hear. A country bumpkin should recognize his own worth. Not everyone can be aspired to, Lu Xinghan commented coldly. Yufeng chose to ignore him, thinking how contemptuous this man was. Were it not for the fear of embarrassing his elder brother, he would have flung the contract back at him. He silently resolved to help his brother establish his reputation within the group moving forward. Constantly labeled as the son-in-law is indeed unappealing. He picked up a black pen, completed the contract, and then departed promptly. Yushan followed closely behind, stepping into the hallway. Little brother, Mr. Lu is rather forthright. Do not take his words to heart. I understand, brother. Thank you for your concern. It does not trouble me. As a disciple of a grand martial artist and a saint of medicine, Yufeng would never stoop to quarreling with an ordinary individual. Very well, work begins next Monday. There are a few days left. This evening, I shall take you out for a meal, and in the following days, we can enjoy some leisure. No need, brother. I must visit some old friends. I will contact you if necessary. Yufeng declined. Is that so? Very well then, brother. I shall not intrude on your rest any longer. The employee dormitory is just behind. Sleep well, and if you feel hungry, do call me, understand? Yushan's smile appeared somewhat strained. Understood. After relaying his instructions, Yushan turned to leave, his back inexplicably bearing a hint of melancholy. As an elder brother, he had wished to introduce Yufeng to the world and connect him with influential figures, yet due to the stigma of being a son-in-law, his brother faced disdain. He felt helpless and guilty, but could do little to alter the situation. Perhaps this is the pain of adults in their 30s who have yet to achieve success. Yufeng, however, did not dwell on such thoughts. Recalling the letters of introduction his elder brother had given him, he planned to visit a retired individual that afternoon, while also seeking information regarding Wang San's wife. With these thoughts, he departed. Just as he left, the Human Resources Department welcomed a dapper and strikingly handsome young man in a suit. Lung Chun passed by Yufeng, casting a curious glance at him. perplexed by the fact that the HR department had begun hiring such individuals. Frowning, he entered Lu Xinghan's office. "Mr. Lang, welcome. Are you here to see General Gao? I can assist you with an appointment." "No need. I just visited Yu Shuang, but she is not here. Instead, I came to arrange a time for tomorrow as I wish to visit an elderly acquaintance this afternoon." Lu Xinghan nodded. "Very well, Mr. Lang. I shall make the appointment for you." "It is done. Thank you. By the way, who was that person who just walked out?" Leng Chen inquired. "Oh, that person, a rural youth, is the brother of our esteemed General Gao's worthless son-in-law, Yu Feng. He managed to gain entry into the corporation as a janitor through backdoor means. Lacking in experience. Has he offended you?" Ro Xinghan inquired cautiously. Longchen, however, belonged to a second-tier family in Jiacheng, a young master engaged in the jade business, holding a prestigious status. Recently, he had been closely associated with Gao Yushuang, and the company buzzed with rumors that he was one of her suitors. "No. So he's merely a janitor. I understand now. I shall take my leave. Goodbye." "All right, young Masterling, take care." At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, after hastily consuming a meal, Yu Feng arrived at the entrance of an upscale villa district in the city center, where soldiers had taken direct control. As he arrived, a green Lamborghini pulled up in front. Upon spotting Yu Feng, the driver's expression shifted dramatically. "Isn't this the brother of that son-in-law from the countryside? What is he doing here?" This villa area spanned approximately 30,000 square kilometers, appearing vast at first glance. Yet each villa occupied a staggering 1,000 square meters, not including its own garden and private garage. For the elite of Jiangcheng, this neighborhood held special significance, as only two categories of individuals were permitted to reside within. First, the financial titans with fortunes exceeding billions, who play a leading role in the local economy. Second, the venerable figures who control immense resources across various circles, capable of making the city tremble with a mere stomp of their feet. Beyond these two categories, there existed a rare third, retired heroes from the mercenary realm, seeking a place for rest and recuperation. Some young scions, despite their privileged backgrounds, lacked the qualifications to reside here. This was precisely why the security personnel at the villa's entrance stood tall and imposing, as if rigorously trained. Leng Chun was thoroughly taken aback. How could a mere rural lad dare to venture into such a place without fear of being apprehended as a threat? After parking, he strode arrogantly toward Yu Feng. Having invested considerable effort and time over the past few months to win Gao Yushuang's affection. However, that shameless son-in-law had been shadowing her even at work, depriving him of any opportunity. Now that the so-called worthless son-in-law had brought along this fellow, perhaps this could be the perfect opportunity for him to win Gao Yushuang's heart. With this thought, Lang Chen approached Yu Feng, lifting his chin and declaring, "You must be the brother of that worthless son-in-law, Yu Feng." Yu Feng was about to step forward to introduce himself when he heard the voice behind him. Turning around, his eyes narrowed. "Worthless?" He squinted. "I advise you to clean up your language. If I hear you insult my brother again, the consequences will be dire." Yu Feng paid no mind to the man's background. The Yu family had shown him kindness, and his elder brother had treated him like a true sibling since childhood. He would not allow anyone to demean Yu Shan behind his back. Despite his youth, he speaks with great audacity. Is he not merely a poor lad from the countryside? Leng Chun, with a disdainful curl of his lip, held no belief that Yu Feng would dare to confront him. This place is not one where one can act on impulse. Should he provoke Yu Feng, the country boy's temper would surely lead to a fierce quarrel with the Gao family upon his return. After all, such individuals are notoriously proud and cannot bear the disgrace of being called a son-in-law. In a fit of rage, Gao Yushuang might just cast aside the useless Yu Shan, thereby granting Leng Chen an opportunity. Unlike those naive young ladies fresh out of university, Lang Chen preferred the allure of mature married women, particularly exquisite ones like Gao Yushuang. Noticing that his words had struck a chord, Leng Chun continued his derision. "I'm not trying to insult you, but your elder brother has become a son-in-law, and yet you still have the audacity to leverage his connections to enter the Gao family enterprise. Truly, like brothers. Both you and your elder brother are mere dependents. I happen to know several affluent women. If you wish, I could introduce you to them, lest you find yourself being presented as some son-in-law, with offspring bearing a surname not your own. What a disgrace to your ancestors." He erupted into boisterous laughter. However, the next moment, a resounding slap echoed through the air. Yu Feng, undeterred, swiftly left a crimson handprint on Leng Chun's face. Once the sole wolf king of the Wolf Fang, he had never endured such humiliation. A man may be slain, but he must not be insulted. You dare strike me?" Lang Chen exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief as he clutched his face, pointing incredulously at Yufeng. Yufeng remained calm and composed. If you do not cease that foul mouth of yours, I will not hesitate to toss you into the river. Lang Chen's complexion paled drastically. He had not anticipated that this fellow would truly dare to lay hands on him. How utterly foolish. A cold smirk crept across his face as he swiftly turned to the soldiers at the villa's entrance, barking, "What are you standing there for? This miscreant has violated the villa's security protocols by engaging in a brawl at the entrance. He is a dangerous individual. Arrest him at once." The villa district was unique in that its security regulations differed greatly from elsewhere. Anyone engaging in a brawl within a street's distance of the villa would be deemed a threat and arrested without cause, potentially even detained. Yufeng's act of violence had undoubtedly placed him at a disadvantage. The guards stationed at the entrance, clad in full military gear, immediately adopted serious expressions, their steely gazes fixed upon Yufeng, astonished by the formidable pressure he exuded. These were elite mercenaries, remarkable fighters who could instantly discern that Yufeng was not to be trifled with. The deep calluses on his right thumb were a distinctive mark, a testament to years of gun handling. Very dangerous. In unison, all the soldiers drew their weapons, aiming directly at Yufeng's head. Lang Chen, witnessing this, was momentarily taken aback, then fanned the flames, declaring, "Bind him up and take him to the station. This fellow is undoubtedly a dangerous element. I suggest you detain his family members as well." In contrast, Yufeng maintained a demeanor of calmness, slowly reaching into his pocket. "Don't move," came a resounding warning. Yet Yufeng did not cease his actions. His gaze remained fixed upon their firearms. Subsequently, under their watchful eyes, he produced a letter of introduction from his breast. A collective sigh of relief escaped a few soldiers as they felt an inexplicable fear towards such a seemingly mundane act. "I have come to visit old Liu. This is a letter of introduction," Yufeng stated, extending the letter towards the soldier standing 5 meters away. The soldier, still somewhat tense, rigidly accepted the letter, glanced at it, and then scrutinized Yufeng for a prolonged moment. A cold, mocking voice echoed in his ear, "Country bumpkin, what are you pretending for? Old Liu? He is a figure of great significance in this villa area, controlling vast mineral resources. You cannot simply request an audience with him. Do not trust him. He is merely stalling for time." A slight smirk played on Yufeng's lips as he turned his head, his icy gaze piercing through the air like silver needles, striking Cold Chen with palpable intensity. A shiver coursed through Cold Chen's body, sweat breaking out uncontrollably on his back. The soldier nodded, "Please wait a moment. I will call old Liu's secretary." "All right, thank you," Yufeng replied graciously. The soldier hurriedly dashed into the security room, retrieving a phone and dialing a number. "Just wait. You country boy. Soon you will be exposed for the fraud you are, daring to flaunt yourself in this place. Your end is near." Cold Chen still regarded Yufeng with contempt. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the soldier sprinted out of the security room, the tension on his face dissipating completely, replaced with utmost respect. "I apologize, sir. You may enter now. Unit 502 in Building 4 is old Liu's residence. Secretary Wang is waiting for you at the entrance." Cold Chen stood aghast, shock evident on his face. How is this possible? This fellow actually, before he could fully process the situation, he heard Yufeng say, "Thank you, but before I enter, I have something to attend to." With that, Yufeng turned and approached Cold Chen. What are you going to do?" Cold Chen's expression shifted dramatically, panic rising within him. He instinctively attempted to distance himself, but before he could move, Yufeng swiftly advanced, seizing his neck with astonishing speed, lifting him off the ground as if he were a mere chick. "You dare lay a hand on me? Do you wish to die? Let me go?" Cold Chen's face flushed crimson. "I warned you. If you dare to insult my elder brother again, you shall bear the consequences," Yufeng declared, dragging Cold Chen to the riverbank in front of the villa, and then, with a forceful toss, hurled him into the water. Bang! Splash! The soldier's honor is unassailable, and indignities cannot be tolerated. Having completed this matter, Yufeng dusted off his hands and turned to stride into the villa district. A few minutes later, following the address on the plaque at the entrance, Yufeng arrived before a villa adorned in a traditional Chinese style, elegant yet unpretentious, exuding an air of understated opulence. At the villa's entrance stood a poised woman in her 30s, clad in a tailored suit, wearing black-rimmed glasses, and cradling a Siamese cat in her arms, awaiting his arrival. "Greetings, I am Yufeng, entrusted by others to pay a visit to Elder Liu." Upon meeting her, Yufeng surmised that this was the Secretary Wang mentioned by the warrior. Secretary Wang appraised Yufeng with a slight smile and said, "Come with me." As he followed her into the villa, an aromatic scent of rosewood wafted through the air, enveloping Yufeng as he entered. In the grand hall, a silver-haired elder sat on the sofa, engrossed in his newspaper. Approaching him, Secretary Wang leaned in and whispered, "Elder Lu, the guest has arrived." "Ah, he has come." Elder Lu sighed softly. "It's rare to have a younger generation willing to spend time with this old man. Alas, age has rendered me weary. Even reading the newspaper strains my eyes. It's just as well. We can have a chat." Elder Lu chuckled. "You've only just retired a few years ago. You're in great shape. The young folks abroad are eager for you to return, donning your military garb to guide them." Secretary Wang jested. "Me? No. I think it best to enjoy my retirement in this picturesque Jiangnan water town, without adding to their burdens." Though Elder Lu feigned reluctance, a glimmer of longing for the battlefield shone in his eyes. Time, however, had dashed those hopes. He removed his reading glasses, placed the newspaper on the table, and turned slowly. "Come, let me see which brave soul stands before me." "Why, you are." In an instant, Yufeng murmured, immediately adjusting his posture to stand at attention, swiftly performing a standard military salute. "General Lu." His voice resonated with respect and admiration. The elder before him was no ordinary man. He was a legendary figure in the realm of foreign mercenaries, renowned for his unmatched prowess and unwavering patriotism. For decades, he had dominated the mercenary world, instilling fear in countless assassins who dared not cross the borders. Moreover, he was one of the last surviving legends of that era. 5 years prior, it was rumored that Lu Maxing had expressed grave dissatisfaction regarding an operation, confronting the leader and causing such a stir that he ended up hospitalized. This incident marked the beginning of the whispers surrounding his retirement, much to the delight of mercenaries and assassins alike. Once a celebrated hero, he had now reached the twilight of his years. Yet, no one had anticipated that this once audacious figure, capable of confronting authority, was now living a life of leisure in Jiang City. Yufeng was taken aback. The distinguished individual he had come to visit was none other than General Lu. "Ah, it seems that even after 5 years of tranquility, I am still remembered." Lu Maxing chuckled heartily, patting Yufeng on the shoulder. "Good, very good. Your shoulders are quite sturdy. You must be an exceptional sniper. Now, let me see which rascal introduced you to me." "Yes, General Lu." Yufeng presented the letter of introduction with both hands, scarcely daring to breathe. Lu Maxing took the letter and, upon opening it, his expression tightened at the sight of the title. His brow furrowed into a straight line. After reading the entire letter, he raised his head, his demeanor serious, and his gaze towards Yufeng now held a hint of pride. The nation's sharp blade, the one and only Wolf King. With that, Lu Maxing, at the age of 90 and after 5 years of retirement, lifted his hand for the first time to return a standard military salute to Yufeng. "General Lu." Yufeng was taken aback. The illustrious General Lu was saluting him. This was not the norm. "Do not mind it. I, Lu Maxing, am merely a retired elder now. This is my respect for the Wolf King. You are worthy of my salute. Wolfang is the sharp blade of our nation. 5 years ago, had it not been for your solitary crossing of the border to execute the final assassination mission, the reputation of Wolfang would have halted with my generation, which would have been a disgrace to countless predecessors. Yufeng, you have done well." Upon finishing, Lu Maxing gave Yufeng a thumbs up. Once upon a time, countless young talents had put forth immense effort just to earn the praise of this old hero. And now, this old hero was voluntarily honoring the retired Yufeng with a thumbs up. This was a validation from the predecessor to the successor, a legacy passed from one generation to another. At that moment, the fervor in Yufeng's heart surged anew, and he saluted again. "Thank you for the compliment, General Lu." Good, good, good. Come, sit down, don't stand there." Lu Maxing pulled Yufeng to the sofa and poured him tea. "General Lu, I can do it myself." "No need, it's just tea. An old man like me can manage." "You are the hero." Lu Maxing, being elderly, possessed a characteristic stubbornness. "Very well." Yufeng scratched the back of his head awkwardly. "Shaochen informed me of your family situation in the letter. After your retirement, you should settle well in Jiacheng. Tomorrow, I will have Secretary Wang transfer 50 million to you and appoint you as the chairman of a security group composed of top-tier foreign mercenaries. Take my letter and assume your position without worry." Lu Maxing spoke with a refreshing candor. This was his first time utilizing personal connections to pave a path for a young man. Yufeng immediately stood up from the sofa. "General Lu, I did not come here seeking a bright future. You misunderstand." This perplexed Lu Maxing. "If you do not heed my arrangements, what will you do instead? Do not forget, your records in Wolfang will be classified as top secret, leaving you nowhere to go but the security group. To be honest, This morning, I filled out an application for a janitor position at Gao's Jewelry Group. My elder brother and sister-in-law found me a good job. I can be self-sufficient. Yufeng explained, not wishing to tarnish the lifelong brilliance of the old hero Lu Moshing due to his own circumstances. Furthermore, he simply wished to live a quiet, ordinary life. A janitor? Lu Moshing slammed the table, exclaiming, "What is this? The dignified king of Wolf Fong, reduced to a janitor? General, this is my own wish." Lu Moshing stuttered, suddenly at a loss for words. He stared at Yufeng for an extended period, confirming that the young man was not jesting. With a deep sigh, he conceded, "Very well. Since you have resolved your future path, I shall refrain from further comment. Should you encounter any difficulties that do not contravene the law, feel free to seek me out. Understood?" "Yes, Chief Lu. I can certainly comply with that request." Yufeng continued, "However, Chief Lu, I came to visit you today with a specific request. I wish to ask for your assistance in investigating the whereabouts of my late comrade Wang San's wife and child." Wang San? This name had previously appeared on Lu Moshing's desk alongside a task report. He recognized the individual as a sniper observer in the Wolf Fong Special Forces, who, alongside Yufeng, formed the most formidable sniper duo in history, a combination that became a hallmark of Wolf Fong's renown. During a mission, when they were besieged by multiple foreign mercenary groups, Wang San sacrificed himself on the battlefield to shield Yufeng from gunfire. Following this, Yufeng sought vengeance for his fallen comrade, leading to subsequent events. Lu Moshing's stance on the matter was to ensure that the mercenaries paid a price for their actions, while others believed Yufeng should bear the responsibility. After all, they were mercenaries, and there was no need to deploy forces for a minor figure. This incident caused Lu Moshing to slam the table in anger, leading to his withdrawal from active duty. Due to the sensitive nature of Wolf Fong, even after Wang San's noble sacrifice, the news of his death was classified, along with his records, accessible only to a select few. When Yufeng made his request, Lu Moshing surmised his intentions. "You wish to inform Wang San's wife and child of his death?" Lu Moshing inquired. Yufeng nodded solemnly, "Indeed. But do you realize this contravenes regulations? Do you comprehend the implications should this information be leaked?" Lu Moshing asked earnestly. "I understand. But heroes must not be forgotten. I would stand before a court once more if necessary. My brother's family has the right to know that their husband and father was a hero." Yufeng declared with unwavering conviction. This struck a chord with Lu Moshing. Such loyalty and righteousness, unafraid of societal norms. If one had a brother like this in life, there would be no regrets in death. "Very well," Lu Moshing instructed without hesitation, turning to Secretary Wang. "Mobilize the Overseas Intelligence Organization in my name to access Wang San's records, investigate his family's address and background information, and send a copy to Yufeng's phone." "Yufeng, this will be your final mission." "Yes, I assure you it will be completed." Yufeng stood at attention, bowing a third time. This gesture was given willingly. As a member of Wolf Fong, he understood that Lu Moshing's leadership of the mercenary forces abroad was not merely to safeguard national borders and suppress countless foreign assassins, but also to execute a special mission. As the chief would put it, Lu Moshing was the true hero, concealed in darkness, who had protected the nation's borders for decades. Afterward, Lu Moshing and Yufeng engaged in a lengthy conversation, reminiscing about numerous tales from the past. Unbeknownst to them, 2 hours slipped by as the evening approached, and the streetlights along the roadside flickered to life. "Yufeng, why not stay for a meal this evening?" Lu Moshing invited. "Thank you, Lu, but I must decline. My elder brother may come to take me home for dinner." Yufeng adeptly refused. It was not that he was disinterested in dining with a legendary hero, but rather that he was anxious to locate Wang San's wife and child. Just an hour after Lu's command was issued, news from Kyoto arrived. "I see. Very well." Lu Moshing rose from his seat to escort Yufeng from the villa. As night fell, the stars twinkled like pearls, high above, watching over the people venturing into the evening. Jiangqing, as the second-largest economic center in the country, has always been a city of allure for the youth. Especially as darkness envelopes the city, the towering buildings by the riverside illuminate with vibrant, colorful lights, creating a mesmerizing spectacle that leaves a lasting impression. Within the city, numerous entertainment venues attract throngs of elite offspring, who thrive in their domains, indulging in pleasures and releasing their emotions under the glow of their family's legacies. This night, Longchen was seething with anger. He had reserved an exceptionally luxurious private room at the Pear Blossom Entertainment Club, inviting Lu Xinghan, the HR manager of the Gao Jewelry Group. The thought of being fished out of the river, drenched and resembling a drowned rat, made him tremble with rage. How dare a country bumpkin lay hands on him? Did he truly believe he was something special? Having been sheltered by his family throughout his life, Longchen had never endured such humiliation. The more he pondered, the more furious he became. Coincidentally, Lu Xinghan was finishing her shift, and he intended to extract information about Yufeng from her to settle the score. As he was lost in thought, the door to the private room was gently pushed open by a staff member. "Good evening, ma'am," the attendant politely announced, stepping aside. "Thank you, Lu Xinghan." Having just finished work and still in her black professional attire, perfectly accentuated her S-shaped figure, resembling floating duckweed on the water's surface, evoking a desire to embrace her. Had it not been for Gao Yushuang's extraordinary beauty, Lu Xinghan might have been among Leng Chen's preferred targets. "Xinghan, you have arrived," Lang Chen said with a warm smile, gallantly rising to pull out a chair for her. "Thank you, Long Xiao. You seem eager to treat me to dinner. Is there something amiss?" Lu Xinghan asked with a subtle smile, her eyes glinting with meaning. "Please, have a seat," he urged. "Very well." Lu Xinghan accepted without hesitation, as this was not the first time Lang Chen had invited her to dinner. Typically, his motives revolved around inquiring about the schedule of President Gao Yushuang, hoping to pursue her, and this occasion was likely no different. To be honest, Lu Xinghan envied Gao Yushuang, being vain. She too wished to find someone with a prestigious background, but alas, Lang Chen's heart was already claimed. After settling down, Lang Chen poured a glass of red wine for Lu Xinghan. "Xinghan, I have summoned you today for a particular matter. It concerns Yufeng, the younger brother of that son-in-law who has just been recruited by your group. I intend to deal with him." "Yufeng?" Lu Xinghan furrowed her brow. "Has that boy offended you?" With a sharp tone, Lang Chen replied, "You need not delve into the specifics. All I require is his information and address. Can I count on your assistance?" Lu Xinghan hesitated, taken aback by Yufeng's apparent lack of wisdom in provoking someone like Leng Chen. Did he not realize that the Long family's jade and stone conglomerate was on the verge of a significant collaboration with the Gao family? What a fool. "Long Xiao, what exactly has he done? Please enlighten me, and I shall report to the president upon my return, ensuring this country bumpkin is sent back to the countryside." Lu Xinghan spoke with venom. From the moment she laid eyes on Yufeng, she had found him distasteful, a man who had entered through the back door, akin to Yushan, both living off the fruits of others' labor. "No need. I shall manage my own affairs. You need not worry. This matter will remain confidential. Here, I present to you a necklace valued at 300,000. I hope you find it to your liking." With that, Lang Chen produced an exquisitely packaged gift box, placing it before Lu Xinghan. 300,000. Lu Xinghan gasped, her eyes instantly sparkling. Coming from an ordinary family, she had never adorned herself with such an expensive piece of jewelry. Her earnings at the Gao Group over the years had never amounted to that sum. "What do you say, Xinghan? Consider it a favor for me, and I shall remember your kindness." Without a moment's thought, Lu Xinghan tucked the necklace into her bosom. "Rest assured, Leng Xiao, I will assist you. That scoundrel is equally displeasing to me. Out of sight, out of mind. He resides in our company's staff dormitory, so you can confront him at your convenience." "Excellent." Upon acquiring Yufeng's address, Lang Chen's demeanor turned icy. "Boy, dare to toss me into the river, and you will regret it." After their meal, Lang Chen arranged for Lu Xinghan to be escorted home, while he returned to his private box at the club. As a scion of the Leng family, he was not foolish. The fact that Yufeng could enter the villa area with a mere letter of introduction from the illustrious Mr. Lu indicated there was more to the story. Now, his objective was to ascertain Yufeng's true identity. Having secured the address, the timing of his actions was inconsequential. Would that fool truly flee? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Lang Chen retrieved his mobile phone and dialed a number. After a few rings, a deep voice resonated from the other end. "Ah, it's Xiaolong. Why didn't you come this afternoon?" The caller was a retired elder in his 60s, residing in the same exclusive villa area. Once a prominent figure in Jiangqing's economic landscape, Wang Guiping. With an apologetic tone, Lang Chen responded, "I am sorry, Grandpa Wang. I was held up by other matters this afternoon. I sincerely apologize." "Oh, I see you have matters to attend to. I was under the impression something unfortunate had occurred." "No worries, esteemed Wang. You are always available. Whenever you have the time, feel free to come and collect your grandfather's possessions." "Very well, esteemed Wang. I shall carve out some time to bring you that antique my grandfather bestowed upon me. By the way, esteemed Wang, are you acquainted with Elder Lu?" "Elder Lu?" Wang Guiping's brow furrowed slightly. A name immediately sprang to his mind. Lu Haixing, a distinguished elder of considerable repute, residing in the same villa district, even of higher standing than himself. "Are you referring to Lu Haixing?" Wang Guiping inquired for confirmation. Indeed. Lang Chen nodded without further contemplation, aware only that there was a highly esteemed elder Lu in the villa district, but lacking knowledge of his true identity. Yes, I know him. We shared tea just a few days ago. Is there something you need? Excellent. Knowing him simplifies matters. Lung Chun promptly replied, Esteemed Wang, it is not a pressing issue. Merely that today a certain Yufeng entered the villa district seeking elder Lu. I am eager to discern the background of this Yufeng. Could you assist me in investigating? Yufeng? Wang Guiping appeared perplexed. Among the notable youth in Jiang City, he had yet to hear of anyone named Yufeng. Indeed. After a brief pause, Lang Chen continued, Esteemed Wang, my elderly father has recently acquired numerous antiques and has been mentioning you, expressing a desire to select a few as your birthday gifts. Oh, how considerate of old Lang. Please convey my gratitude to him. Additionally, I shall have someone inquire into this matter and provide you with a response by tomorrow. Upon hearing about antiques, Wang Guiping's eyes lit up, and without a moment's hesitation, he agreed. Lung Chun smiled subtly. In his view, there was scarcely any problem that money could not resolve. I appreciate it, esteemed Wang. I shall await your news. With that, Lung Chun hung up the phone, his eyes revealing a glint of coldness. Unbeknownst to him, the elder Lu he had heard of was not the one Yufeng intended to visit. Given Wang Guiping's status, he lacked the qualifications to engage in tea with that particular elder Lu within the expansive villa district. Soon, Lang Chen would come to regret the decision he made today. Paying a steep price. The employee dormitory of Gao's Jewelry Group had been newly renovated in recent years, with no distinction between genders, offering each individual a lavish room. Upon returning to the dormitory, Yufeng first visited the office on the ground floor to submit his employment information, receiving his key before proceeding to his designated room 501. He spent 3 minutes freshening up and 2 minutes dining. Having completed these tasks, it was only 8 o'clock in the evening. Lying on the empty bed, he reminisced about his time in the military, pondering how his brothers from Wolfang had fared during the 5 years he spent in prison. This thought brought to mind the scene from earlier that day at his elder brother Yushan's home. An unusual poison, the poison planted by my niece, Gao Yurua, is no mere food poisoning. It is a rare chronic toxin produced in the Central Plains, colorless and tasteless, capable of being mixed with food and drink, and introduced into the human body. Once the dosage reaches a certain threshold, it will trigger lethal consequences. Had I not arrived in time this morning, the outcome could have been dire. Who wishes for my brother's child to meet such a fate? Yufeng gazed at the ceiling, his eyes icy cold. With a military background, he has always been protective of his kin, and this morning's agreement to remain at the Gao Jewelry Group was partly motivated by this instinct. He is determined to unearth the perpetrator responsible for poisoning his niece and discern their true identity. Just as Yufeng was deep in thought, a piercing scream erupted from the adjacent room. He swiftly leapt from his bed, opened the door, and upon stepping into the corridor, he noticed a pool of water seeping from the gap beneath the neighboring room's door. What could this be? Yufeng's expression turned perplexed as he raised his hand to knock, only for the door to swing open unexpectedly. A slender figure, shrouded in a delicate garment, emerged from within. It was a young girl. Uncle, the pipe in my room has burst. Can you help me? Young Liru, hiding behind Yufeng, appeared flustered. Her long hair cascading over her shoulders. Her exquisite features, paired with a long-sleeved white shirt, rendered her exceptionally enchanting in the moonlight. All right, just a moment. Yufeng took a quick glance and dashed into the room, locating the pipe's position. He first shut off the water valve, then wrapped the ruptured section of the pipe with bandages multiple times until it was nearly fixed. This was a trivial matter for him. It's done. Tomorrow, I'll have someone from the logistics department come to replace the pipe. For now, this will suffice. Yufeng stepped out, his clothes dampened by water. However, his thin garment clung to him, revealing the defined contours of his abdomen under the corridor's bright light. Young Liru's cheeks flushed. Uncle, thank you. You're welcome. It's no trouble at all. Yufeng waved his hand dismissively. No trouble? Uncle, you're quite impressive. I wouldn't have known how to shut off the valve. If it weren't for you, I would likely have faced a scolding from the logistics team tomorrow. Young Liru did not regard this as a trivial matter. Having grown up in a privileged environment, this was her first encounter with such mundane challenges. Her comment left Yufeng momentarily speechless. She didn't even know how to turn off the valve? He chuckled softly and refrained from commenting further. Young Liru then inquired, Uncle, you seem unfamiliar. Did you just arrive today? Yes, I'm a new janitor. Yufeng briefly clarified his role. A janitor? Young Liru's eyes widened in disbelief. Can a janitor have such a physique? Oh dear, what am I thinking? She playfully tapped her head and then beamed at him. Uncle, don't misunderstand. I don't look down on you. I just find it a bit odd. However, to express my gratitude for your help, I'll treat you to breakfast tomorrow. It's getting late. You should head to bed. Yufeng was at a loss for words and turned to enter his room. Observing his retreating figure, Yang Liru couldn't help but chuckle softly. Who would have thought this uncle was rather shy? The following morning, Yufeng awoke from his slumber. Adhering to his routine of rising promptly at 7 o'clock, he began his day with a set of military-style exercises downstairs. Invigorating his muscles and maintaining a vibrant flow of energy, always prepared for battle. Today was no exception. After freshening up, he donned a simple yet sharp outfit and commenced his training in the employee dormitory. Since it was the weekend, very few residents were stirring at such an early hour. With a rare day of rest, who would wish to rise at dawn? Unbeknownst to him, while he was fully engrossed in his practice, Yang Liru had awakened. Just as she descended the stairs, eager to fulfill her promise of buying breakfast for Yufeng, she caught sight of him training. Each punch he delivered resonated with power. Even from several meters away, one could feel the force of his movements like a gust of wind. How impressive! Yang Liru's heart raced, and her cheeks flushed. What is happening to me? A peculiar emotion blossomed within her. Oh no! She stomped her foot, feeling flustered, and hurriedly slipped out to the food street to purchase breakfast. At 24, this was her first encounter with such feelings for a man, an indescribable and subtle affection that transformed her into a more feminine version of herself. No, no. How can I be like this? Yang Liru shook her head vigorously when suddenly her phone in her pocket buzzed. Holding her breakfast, she answered, Hello? Liru, where are you? The voice on the other end conveyed a hint of urgency. Yang Liru froze, a chill running down her spine. Dad, at last, you remember I'm your father. It's been 2 years since you ran away from home without a single call. Do you realize how worried your grandfather has been? Tell me where you are, and I will send someone to fetch you immediately. Yang Liru's expression shifted. 2 years prior, upon graduating from Kyoto University, she had returned home only to be coerced by her grandfather into an arranged marriage with a prominent family. Defiant and steadfast, she clung to her principles. If she could not marry for love, she would rather perish. Thus, she endured great hardships to escape her family, secretly relocating to Jiang City and joining the Gao Jewelry Group to live independently. She never anticipated that her phone records would eventually be traced. I don't want to go back, Yang Liru pouted defiantly. Dad, I refuse to marry that spoiled heir. You know my temperament. I do not love him. Forcing me to marry him is tantamount to sentencing me to death. Her tone was resolute. Yang Liru's father replied sternly, This isn't merely about marriage. It's about your safety. You must tell me where you are. I'm not telling you. If I do, my safety will be compromised. Humph. Yang Liru stubbornly hung up the phone and promptly blocked her father's number, refusing to hear another word. In short, she would never return home, not even in death. Simultaneously, she did not truly regard the phrase concerning life safety. Under the bright daylight and expansive sky, who would dare to lay a hand on her? She quickened her pace, clutching her breakfast as she hurried back to the staff dormitory. Reflecting on how Yufeng had unhesitatingly rushed into her bedroom last night to assist her, she found it utterly charming. Furthermore, he had risen early to exercise. Such character and lifestyle habits surpassed those of over 90% of the younger generation. After completing an entire set of military boxing, Yufeng distinctly felt his latent strength at the 7th tier beginning to waver. It seemed he was in need of a battle to shatter his bottleneck. He mused silently. Uncle, are you finished? Yufeng snapped out of his reverie and turned around. What are you doing here? He inquired. Yang Liru cheerfully handed him the breakfast she had purchased. Here you go. This is to thank you for your help yesterday. You cannot refuse. We are both employees of the same group. If you decline, it would be as if you are disregarding my goodwill. Her words effectively left Yufeng with no option but to accept. This young lady, Yufeng glanced at himself and then remarked, I am merely a janitor and part of the logistics department. It is my duty to assist. Moreover, if someone from the group sees you buying breakfast for a janitor, they might gossip about you. So before he could finish, Yang Liru interjected, What do you mean so? What is wrong with being a janitor? If anyone in the group looks down on that, it's their issue. I, Yang Liru, never judge people by their status. You are a good person, uncle, and I want to allow you to refuse. Hurry and eat. Otherwise, it would be a waste of food. With that, she unceremoniously stuffed the bag of dumplings, along with a large pancake, fried dough sticks, and soy milk into Yufeng's arms. This Yufeng had assumed that every woman in this group, like Lu Xinghan, would be a snobbish person who looked down on others. However, it appeared that this girl living next door was quite admirable. Thank you. I will finish it. Yufeng accepted, and in the next moment, he began to devour the dumplings with gusto. Uncle, eating too quickly is bad for your stomach, Yang Liru cautioned with concern. I'm used to it, and I happen to be quite hungry. There's a small table by the roadside outside the group where we can eat, he suggested. All right. Yang Liru nodded, realizing that it would not be appropriate to eat standing up, nor to return to her dormitory. Eating at the roadside table seemed quite suitable. As they conversed, they made their way outside. Yufeng continued to eat as they walked, and by the time they reached outside the group, the bag of dumplings was nearly empty. He picked up the soy milk and was about to take a sip when he suddenly noticed a blinding glare piercing his eyes. That was the intense reflection from a sniper rifle's scope glinting in the sunlight. Instantly, Yufeng's body tensed, his instincts as a sniper directing his gaze towards the towering buildings ahead. There's a sniper. Yufeng squinted, whispering to himself. Who is it? He approached the trash bin, paused, pretended to finish his soy milk, and tossed the bottle inside, all the while discreetly surveying his surroundings. Soon, he sensed something amiss. Several black vans were parked on the street near the group, their fronts facing the entrance and their backs turned away from the surveillance cameras. At the same time, among the crowds on nearby streets, numerous pairs of watchful eyes occasionally cast glances in his direction. Are they searching for me? Yufeng pondered, yet found it strange that if they were targeting him, the sniper would have taken him out the moment he was spotted. Moreover, the sniper was remarkably amateurish, having chosen such a conspicuous position at dawn, an invitation for disaster. Could it be? Yufeng turned his head, his gaze gravely fixed on Yang Liru. Indeed, those tasked with surveillance were focused on her. This girl is extraordinary. They are after her. Fate seems to be compelling me to assist her. What is wrong, uncle? Is it not to your liking? Yang Liru asked with genuine concern, completely oblivious to the looming danger. No, it's quite delicious. Yufeng replied calmly, fully aware of the peril surrounding them. He was now certain these individuals were indeed targeting Yang Liru. Although their demeanor lacked refinement, they had evidently received some training. If she were left alone today, trouble would surely ensue. Well then, uncle, if you enjoy it, I'll buy it for you every day from now on. How about that? You just need to help me fix the plumbing, huh? Yang Liru, with her innocent nature, believed Yufeng was speaking from the heart. Yufeng refrained from giving a direct response, instead shifting the conversation. Are you free today? Huh? Me? Are you inviting me out so soon? Should I accept? I must maintain some modesty. After all, I am a girl. Yang Liru thought Yufeng was inviting her for a shopping trip, dining, or a movie, and her mind was flooded with countless speculations. Please don't misunderstand. I need to go to a place, but I'm unfamiliar with the route. Could you guide me? Yufeng clarified. He had learned from Lu Shui the residence of Wang San's wife and children was in Jiang City, where they operated a publicly listed group with their own independent building. Last night, Yufeng had looked up the building's address before sleeping. It was well connected with many nearby establishments. His claim of needing directions was merely an excuse to have Yang Liru by his side. Should those lurking in the shadows dare to make a move, he would not hesitate to intervene. Yang Liru, however, did not think too deeply about it and readily agreed. Sure, I don't have anything planned today anyway. Let us go out and have some fun. By the way, where are we headed? To the Huame group. What? You mean the renowned pharmaceutical group? Boss, there's an ordinary person next to the target. We can't take action. What should we do? The surveillance personnel, upon witnessing Yang Liru leaving with Yufeng, quickly relayed the information over the radio. The bald man referred to as Boss was currently seated in an upscale club in Ning City, coldly scrutinizing the footage sent back by the sniper, his expression as dark as a frozen landscape. An ordinary person? It is likely that he is that young lady's boyfriend. The bald man smirked insidiously. You old fool. You have encroached upon my territory, severed my resources, and destroyed my avenues of income. Do you truly believe I would hesitate to take action against you? Wait and see. For today, I shall make you understand the meaning of inviting suffering upon oneself. I will seize your daughter and treat her as a mere dog. I am eager to witness your reaction. Holding a glass of red wine, the bald man spoke harshly. No matter where he goes, seize any opportunity to capture Yang Liru when she is alone. Remember, act swiftly and do not dawdle. Indeed, the bald man is one of the most formidable figures in the shadows of Ning City, commanding 30% of the illicit trade. His influence and methods are enough to instill fear in the hearts of many. However, to everyone's astonishment, just a week ago, as he sought to encroach upon a significant silk business, An unexpected challenger emerged, none other than the illustrious second-rate family, the Yangs. The head of the Yang family, with an audacious stroke, monopolized the silk trade by securing an international deal worth $500 million, leaving him with the entire fortune and not even a drop for others. Logically, one would assume that the bald man and the Yang family would maintain a respectful distance. However, this act of interference has undoubtedly sowed the seeds of animosity. Initially, the bald man wished to keep matters discreet and approached the Yang family with intentions of collaboration to seize the lucrative contract. To his surprise, the Yangs regarded him with disdain, refusing him entry and even disrespecting him publicly. This affront ignited his fury, prompting him to fixate on the Yang family's elusive heiress, whom he had been searching for over the past 2 years. Though the night is dark, it is in such shadows that those accustomed to the underworld excel in their pursuits. The bald man has found Yang Liru. He intends to use Yang Liru to avenge the humiliation he endured at the hands of the Yang family. On the other side, Lung Chun had just awakened from his slumber, embracing the golden-haired woman beside him. The fragrance wafting from her hair was nothing short of the yearning of countless otaku. Yet for Lang Chen, she was merely a means to satisfy his quotidian desires. What he truly longed for was Gao Yushuang. Before that, he must first deal with the younger brother of the son-in-law beside Gao Yushuang, a wild brat from the countryside. Once I, the young master, uncover your identity, it will herald your demise. As I gazed at the clock's hands aligning at 9 o'clock, it occurred to me that Grandfather Wang had likely awakened. He rose and donned a silk nightgown, then poured himself a glass of red wine in the kitchen before settling onto a leather sofa. Crossing his legs in a relaxed manner, he dialed Wang Guiping's number. Beep, beep, beep. Hello, Wang Guiping here. I just finished breakfast and had a sip of water. He answered the call. Grandfather Wang, it's me. What news do you have regarding you phone? Xiao Lang. Wang Guiping replied slowly. Are you sure you've got the right name? No one by the name of Yufeng came to see old Lu yesterday. Perhaps you've made a mistake? Upon hearing these words, Lang Chen was taken aback, sitting upright in astonishment. It was inconceivable. He could not have been mistaken. He had witnessed Yufeng entering the villa area with his own eyes, and had heard the guard at the entrance mention the name Lu Lao with his own ears. Impossible, Your Highness. I would never make a mistake, Cold Chin asserted resolutely. Wang Guiping, equally steadfast, replied, It is indeed you who are mistaken. Just last night, I specifically sought out that old coot Lu Haixing for tea and chess, inquiring about this matter on your behalf. Guess what he said? He claimed that no one visited him yesterday, that old warrior, with his upright character, would not lie. Either you misremembered the name, or you have been deceived. Take care. Cold. With that, Wang Guiping hung up the phone. Listening to the beeping sound emanating from his device, Cold Chin's expression darkened. Deceived? No, that couldn't be. Lu Xinghan had taken her necklace worth 300,000. She wouldn't dare provide me with a false name. If Grandfather Wang said there was no visitor, then there certainly wasn't. This only reinforced Cold Chin's original suspicion. How could a country bumpkin possibly have the privilege to meet old Lu? He must have forged a letter of introduction, impersonating someone else to gain entry, only to snap some exclusive photos within the villa district to flaunt outside. Damn it. Deceived by this little brat. Cold Chin cursed under his breath, his fingers clenched tightly, producing a creaking sound akin to crackling matches. He immediately picked up the phone and dialed a number. 3 seconds later, the call was quickly connected. Hello, young Master Cold. What can I do for you? Brother Hua. I need you to take care of someone, the young man you were monitoring for me yesterday. Offer him 200,000 and bring him to my villa. I want to deal with him personally. Understood, young Master Cold. See you this afternoon. The Huamei Group is a well-known publicly listed corporation in Jiangqing's pharmaceutical sector, ranking among the top 3 with abundant resources and an excellent reputation. The group's president, Linya, is a renowned beauty in high society. Regrettably, however, she has a son, and the identity of her husband remains a mystery. Recently, numerous successful individuals from various fields have sought to court Linya, but the outcome has invariably been the same. They are promptly shown the door. From their words, it became clear to outsiders that Linya's stance was unwavering. As long as her husband remained absent, she would steadfastly guard the Huamei Group. If he were gone for a year, she would remain loyal for a year. When Yufeng conveyed the address to Yang Liru, her initial reaction was one of shock. She had not anticipated that Yufeng intended to visit the Huamei Group. What could he possibly want there? The Huamei Group's reputation is illustrious. It was uncertain how he planned to approach this. Yang Liru felt a mix of curiosity and concern regarding Yufeng's purpose for going there, and thus refrained from asking further. Half an hour later, They arrived at the Huame Group. The imposing edifice, standing at over 100 stories, was undeniably awe-inspiring. Even the Gao Jewelry Group could hardly overshadow its grandeur. Yufeng, what brings you here? Upon reaching the entrance, Yang Liru could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired. Yufeng gazed up at the towering edifice, pondering that, given his sister-in-law's character, she was likely still toiling away at the company. In the days when Wang San was alive, he had often heard tales of his sister-in-law's workaholic tendencies. With a calm demeanor, he replied, I am here to see the president of Huame Group. What? Yang Li exclaimed, her breath hitching in astonishment. The president of Huame Group? You must be jesting. That is a publicly listed corporation, helmed by a formidable woman renowned in the industry. So many business magnates yearn for just a glimpse of Linya. And you, a mere janitor, how could you possibly? It was not that Yang Li looked down upon Yufeng's occupation. Rather, she found it hard to fathom. If Yufeng truly knew Linya of Huame Group, even as a mere acquaintance, it would be effortless for him to secure a managerial position with a salary exceeding 10,000 a month. Why would he endure the arduous and unclean work of a janitor? What's wrong? Yufeng inquired, sensing her disbelief. Yang Li, suspecting he was jesting, laughed lightly. Yufeng, are you serious? Do you have an appointment? Appointment? Yufeng shook his head. What is that? I'll just make a call, and she will come down to greet me. Yang Li was left utterly speechless. What stature Linya held? Coming from a prestigious family, she was acutely aware of the personalities of these powerful women in high society. Unless it was an official visit from some dignitary, she would invariably refuse all others. Yang Li was convinced Yufeng was merely joking. In an effort to spare him embarrassment, she urged, perhaps we should leave. Don't jest with me, or the security will come and escort you away. Yufeng looked perplexed. You don't believe me? Just as he was about to speak further, a red BMW pulled up slowly to the entrance of the group. From the vehicle emerged a middle-aged man, clad in a suit, portly in stature, yet exuding an air of arrogance as he lifted his chin high. Carrying a briefcase, he noticed the young man and woman standing at the entrance and frowned. The woman was quite attractive with an appealing figure, but this man? Every piece of his attire screamed bargain bin. What a pitiful fellow, lingering at the entrance. Undoubtedly another suitor drawn by the allure of the president. Just look at him, aspiring to court the unattainable. I, Huang Han, am the ideal candidate for her affections. He strode towards the entrance, lowering his gaze to scrutinize Yufeng. What business do you have here, kid? Yufeng glanced back at him, then turned away. Let us go inside. Air. Ignored. A blatant disregard. Suddenly, Huang Han's countenance darkened. As the director of human resources at Huame Group, he was not accustomed to being so brazenly overlooked. Stop. I demand to know what you are doing here. Huang Han blocked Yufeng's path. Yufeng raised his chin defiantly. Do we need to report to you? Of course. Are you not aware? If you are an employee of the group, I, as the director of human resources, have the authority to manage you. If you are not, then, outsiders are not permitted to set foot in the group. It's the rule. Huang Han puffed out his chest, his tone dripping with superiority, as if he had Yufeng all figured out. Yufeng calmly stated, I am seeking the president of the group. This seems irrelevant to you. Moreover, I am not affiliated with your organization, so regardless of the circumstances, you have no authority over me. You are looking for the president? Huang Han was taken aback, realizing that this was merely a lowly individual aspiring for something far beyond his reach. Yang Li, feeling a sense of urgency, tugged at Yufeng's arm, urging, let's go. We should leave. Yufeng gently shrugged off her grasp. She had come to seek Linyu for a matter of great importance concerning his brother, and he was reluctant to waste time. Besides, the watchful eyes around might act at any moment, and he needed to seize the time. Huang Han stepped back, his expression dripping with disdain. Kid, I know exactly what you are. You merely wish to sneak into the group, find President Lin, and declare your affections. Hoping to win her favor, right? Yufeng thought to himself, is this guy utterly foolish? Step aside. I want to move. What are you going to do about it? You want to fight? Huang Han narrowed his eyes and promptly dialed the security department. Hello? Director Huang? Send 10 men to the entrance immediately. There's a nobody trying to force his way into the group. Yes. After hanging up, Huang Han's demeanor grew more brazen, seeing the situation escalating. Yang Li stomped her feet in frustration. She should have anticipated that Yufeng would stir trouble. How could a mere janitor possibly know Linya? What should she do? The more frantic she became, the more helpless she felt. Meanwhile, Yufeng remained composed, retrieving his phone to dial the personal number for Linya that Lu Shuai had sent him the previous day. Beep, beep. Hello? A voice on the other end, cool and mature, exuded charm. "This is Wang San's brother. I am currently downstairs at your group, and someone is preventing us from entering." Yufeng succinctly conveyed his message. Yet, those few words stirred the tranquil depths of Linya's heart. Wang San. Her eyes immediately welled with tears. "I'll be right there." With a soft utterance, Linya exited her office. After ending the call, Yufeng felt reassured. But Huang Han maintained an air of indifference. "Wang San's brother? Come on, call your people. I want to see what connections this toad has in the group. I will expel anyone I catch associated with you. I will not rest until I rid this place of your kind." Who is Wang San? Huang Han was unaware, dismissing the name as utterly contemptible. Minutes later, urgent footsteps echoed within the group as 10 uniformed security personnel rushed in. Huang, who was trying to force their way in? The head of security inquired, brimming with authority. Huang Han pointed at Yufeng, exclaiming, "That's the one. Get him out of here. Where is Wang San's brother? You said you had someone. Hurry and bring him here. I'll have him expelled in no time." At that moment, a cold voice echoed through the group. "Huang Han, have you grown too bold?" It was Linya. Upon hearing her voice, Huang Han's entire body quivered in trepidation. Originally brimming with confidence and determined to expel Yufeng, the expression of the security team leader froze in place. The president has arrived." Upon seeing Linya stride down the staircase in a sleek black business suit, the team leader promptly stepped aside. Yang Liru's expression shifted slightly. Could it be that the person Yufeng had called for was indeed Linya? Did he truly know the president of Huame Group? Surely, this was not a mere figment of imagination. Of course not. Huang Han, since when did you, the director of human resources, possess the authority to dismiss the president? How was I unaware of this? Linya approached the group, immediately addressing Huang Han's comment. Huang Han hastily slapped himself across the face, apologizing fervently. "I'm sorry, President. I didn't know he was referring to you, so I thought he was just an outsider trying to stir up trouble at the company." "Is that your justification?" Linya narrowed her eyes, her gaze fixated on Yufeng, scrutinizing the man intently. 5 years. She had waited a full 5 years for news of her husband, and yet this Huang Han almost succeeded in driving Yufeng away. How could she not be furious? "President, I acknowledge my mistake. I assure you it will not happen again." Huang Han was drenched in cold sweat, his face paling under Linya's formidable presence. He had never anticipated that this seemingly ordinary man, dressed in a humble manner, was indeed acquainted with the president. What was the nature of their relationship that warranted the president's personal appearance to greet him? The same question lingered in Yang Liru's mind, intensifying her curiosity about the valiant man from the previous night. "If there is a next time, you may as well resign. Remember, he is our esteemed guest at Huame Group." After speaking, Linya paused, then turned her attention to the security team leader, continuing, "As for the 10 of you, each will receive a reprimand. Do not forget the company's regulations. The security department operates independently, and no one is authorized to mobilize you. Should there be a next time, you will all be dismissed." "Yes." The 10 security personnel responded in unison before hurriedly returning to their posts within the company. Once she had dealt with them, Linya turned to Yufeng. "Shall we head to the office? Or, let us go to the office. There are matters that are not suitable for discussion here." Yufeng's response was somewhat ambiguous, causing Linya's heart to tremble with a sudden unease. "Oh, by the way, you are Huang Han, correct? Please attend to my friend here. I will return shortly." With that, Yufeng addressed Huang Han once more. "Where are you going?" Yang Liru inquired. "I'll be back soon. Please wait for me down here." With that, Yufeng entered the company, walking alongside Linya towards the office. Yang Liru remained rooted in place, gazing blankly at Yufeng's retreating figure, her eyes lingering for an extended moment. This man had, unbeknownst to her, acquired an additional layer of enigma. Courageous, kind-hearted, and possessing admirable habits. Along with connections to the illustrious chairman of Huame Group, why would such a person choose to work as a janitor? Yang Li secretly resolved to discreetly investigate the Human Resources Department upon returning to work the next day. Unbeknownst to him, with Yufeng's departure, the lurking dangers in the shadows drew perilously closer. Upon entering Linya's office, he was struck by the refreshing simplicity of its decor, devoid of the antiquated yellow wooden benches and traditional furnishings. Each wall was adorned with exquisite landscape ink paintings, and at the heart of the room stood a solitary desk, cluttered with documents requiring the group's attention. As soon as he entered, Linya closed the door behind him. "You are Wang San's comrade, Yufeng, am I right?" she inquired, not allowing him a moment to respond. This caught Yufeng off guard. "I deduced it was you." Wang San once mentioned that if a stranger claiming to be his brother came to see me, it would surely be you. To him, you were the finest of brothers. A comrade worthy of his life. At this juncture, Linya's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she sensed the gravity of the situation. Yufeng lowered his head. Fists clenched. I am sorry, sister-in-law. I failed to protect Wang San. The weight of those words hung heavily in the air, signifying death. Despite having braced herself for 5 years, when the news struck, her heart was still battered by tumultuous waves, a dizzying sensation enveloping her. She closed her eyes, and tears cascaded down her cheeks like fallen blossoms. This sorrowful emotion lingered for about 10 minutes, casting a somber pall over the empty room. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, she quietly asked, "How did he pass away?" As soon as she uttered the question, a thought struck her, and she quickly apologized. "I forgot the protocol. This is confidential, and I should not have asked. If it burdens you, I will not hold it against you." Yufeng replied resolutely, "Sister-in-law, Wang San heroically sacrificed himself on the battlefield. During a mission, our sniper team was surrounded by the enemy. To protect me, Wang San drew the enemy away, willingly giving up his life to shield me. His sacrifice saved my own. In pursuit of vengeance, I breached regulations by crossing borders to eliminate the enemy completely. Later, I faced trial and served 5 years in prison, unable to inform you sooner. Sister-in-law, I am truly sorry." Revealing the truth lifted a great weight from Yufeng's heart. This matter had haunted him throughout his incarceration, and now, disclosing the truth to Linya brought him a sense of relief, believing that Wang San would find peace in the afterlife. "Third brother," a soft murmur echoed, and Linya's sobs surged like a spring in the office. She crouched down, covering her face as she wept bitterly, unleashing 5 years' worth of longing and sorrow. Witnessing this, Yufeng bowed his head and silently exited the office, his silhouette profoundly solitary. He paused at the door for a few seconds, murmuring, "Sister-in-law, take care." With the message delivered, Yufeng fulfilled his mission, placing the card containing the death benefit on the desk. He stepped out of the office and made his way to an unoccupied corner, gazing through the transparent glass of the building toward the towering structure next door. In the southwest direction, a sniper lay in wait. 1, 2, 9, 10, 5 vehicles in total, and a considerable number of people. Such a grand display indicates that Yang Liru's identity is anything but ordinary. Assessing the surroundings, Yufeng concluded that this situation did not instill any sense of pressure or retreat within him. Rather, it ignited a fierce determination. 5 years had passed. Once a formidable figure whose reputation echoed across the land, did anyone still remember the Wolf King? Fixated on the environment surrounding the buildings, Yufeng devised a tentative battle plan. There were 11 individuals in total, with the sniper posing the greatest threat. He needed to exit through the back door and circumvent to the opposite building to neutralize the sniper first, regardless of the motives behind the assault on Yang Liru. It was unacceptable for Yufeng to remain idle upon encountering such a scenario. Emerging from the military domain, he prioritized his duty to uphold national integrity and societal security. After lingering in place for a moment, he began to take action. However, just as he was about to descend, 5 vans surged aggressively onto the road of Huamei Group, encircling the entrance. What? Yufeng's expression shifted. Were they already making their move? Had these individuals lost their senses? What advantage was there in acting so brazenly? No. Something felt amiss. They did not appear to be from the same faction. Yufeng detected a discrepancy. The vehicles these individuals drove were markedly different from those concealing themselves in the shadows. If they were not of the same ilk, then who were they targeting? No time to ponder. He had to descend immediately. Yufeng pivoted and entered the elevator, altering his initial battle strategy. Meanwhile, on the first floor, the vans had effectively sealed off the entrance, drawing the attention of the security team. Almost immediately, the doors swung open, and a throng of burly men, bare-chested and exuding menace, poured out. Above, the sniper, keenly observing the situation at Huamei Group, suddenly paled and shouted into his radio. "Who the hell are these people? Haven't they heard of stirring the grass and startling the snake? Have they lost their minds? I don't know. It seems they're not with us." Came the reply over the radio. "Not with us?" The sniper was bewildered. Was there a second wave aiming to capture Yang Liru? But that didn't make sense. There had been no reports of the Yang family in Ning City having any feuds lately. Aside from them, no one else possessed the capability to track down Yang Liru's whereabouts. The sniper's thoughts swirled uneasily as he urgently sought guidance from his superior. "Boss, we have a problem. A group has beaten us to it and blocked the entrance of Huamei Group. What should we do now?" "What?" The bald man in the surveillance room turned pale. Suddenly, a realization struck him. It must be that old Yang family sending someone to protect his daughter. Quick, act immediately. We must capture Yang Liru before they do. Even if it means exposing ourselves, we must proceed without delay. The bald man, without a moment's hesitation, issued the command to act. After all, it was a rare opportunity to apprehend Yang Liru, and he could not afford to let this girl slip away. She was his bargaining chip in negotiations with the Yang family. We cannot let her escape. As soon as the command was given, the 10 men in suits hiding in the black van ceased their concealment, flinging open the doors and making their way towards the Huame group. Meanwhile, the gang of bar brawlers led by Brother Hu disembarked from their vehicle, scanning the interior in search of Yufeng. Following the instructions from Cold Xiao, Tiger hastily directed his men toward Gao's jewelry group, only to learn that Yufeng had left with a girl and headed for the Huame group. After a series of back-and-forth movements, he finally pinpointed their location. A single individual was worth 200,000. For this band of petty criminals engaged in underhanded dealings, it was a significant sum. Abducting someone would be a mere trifling task. However, where had Yufeng vanished to? Standing at the forefront, with stubble on his chin and a fierce countenance, Brother Hu scanned the surroundings, unable to catch a glimpse of Yufeng. Instead, he spotted the girl who had exited with Yufeng, seated on a sofa in the center of the lobby, accompanied by a rotund man. Brother Hu, what should we do? One of the henchmen inquired. Let us go in and seize that woman. Tiger contemplated for a moment before replying. But this is the Huame group. One team making a move attract. What are you afraid of? Tiger dismissed the concern. With that, he pushed the door open. However, just as he swung the door wide, a loud crash echoed from behind them. Who? He turned his head. Eyes widening in shock to find 10 suited thugs wielding iron rods and wearing sunglasses, their expressions sternly fixed upon them. How dare you lay hands on my people? You must be tired of living. Tiger's brow furrowed, rage surging through him, making his hair stand on end. The lead thug remained impassive. Attack. Attack? Tiger, refusing to back down, rallied his brothers. Charge. In an instant, even before they could step into the Huame group, the two factions clashed in a chaotic melee. The brawl erupted, fists and clubs flying indiscriminately, and soon several individuals were left bloodied and battered. Startled, Huang Han, who had been comfortably seated on the lobby sofa, leapt to his feet. Security! Security! There's a fight at the entrance. This time, he shouted without a hint of restraint. Yang Liru felt a wave of panic wash over her as she recalled the phone call from her father earlier in the morning. Could it be? Before she could fully grasp the situation, the elevator on the first floor chimed, and Yufeng stepped out briskly. Upon witnessing the brawl at the entrance, his confusion deepened. As he had anticipated, the two groups were not from the same faction. There were too many people if a fight broke out. He might lose track of Yang Liru and needed to leave. Uncle. Yang Liru spotted Yufeng and was about to inquire. But he grasped her hand and hurried towards the back door. Don't speak. Just follow me. We must leave this place immediately. Huh? Yang Liru was taken aback. The moment she touched Yufeng, her cheeks flushed anew. What on earth was happening? At that moment, the brawlers outside also noticed their presence. Not good, boss. Yufeng is trying to escape. Boss, Yang Liru is making a run for it. At nearly the same moment, two voices erupted from the crowd. Upon hearing these words, the throng engaged in a scuffle immediately turned their attention inward. The target is paramount. Charge, do not let them escape. Over 20 individuals swiftly redirected their focus and surged into the interior of the Huame group. Huang Han was instantly taken aback, hastily seeking a place to hide. Run quickly. Some of them are coming for you, Yufeng urged. Huh? Uncle, are you certain they are targeting me? As she spoke, the distance between her and the 20-odd men diminished. No way, we can't escape. Yufeng released her hand, pointing towards the large door behind them. You go first. Turn left upon exiting. There's a small park path, and 30 meters away is a police station. Seek assistance there. What about you, uncle? Yufeng did not respond. Instead, he turned back, resembling an immovable mountain, standing protectively behind Yang Liru before charging towards the group of men. What the hell? Is this guy insane? Huang Han rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Not only was this man not fleeing, but he was also charging towards them for a confrontation? Am I dreaming? Or is he simply overestimating his own abilities? No. In the next moment, Huang Han realized he had been woefully short-sighted. As Yufeng charged into the crowd, he did not retreat when faced with the first suited thug. Instead, he advanced. With a graceful leap, he executed a flawless kick, toppling the first assailant. He is trained. With his first strike, Yufeng controlled his strength, not breaking the man's neck, but instead rendering him unconscious with just enough force. Turning swiftly, he unleashed a flurry of strikes, appearing as a myriad of afterimages weaving through the throng. Bang! The thug named Tiger drew a metal rod from his waist, aiming for Yufeng's head, but his arm was met with Yufeng's punch, which struck with such force that it enveloped Tiger's fist in agonizing pain, akin to the weight of a mountain. In the next instant, Tiger was sent flying, crashing to the floor, spewing a mouthful of blood. The fluidity of the combat scene was something even the most renowned martial arts teams in the country could not replicate. He was extraordinarily skilled. Huang Han was profoundly shaken by Yufeng's prowess. Had he allowed the security personnel to act against Yufeng earlier, he might have met a similar fate as those thugs. The very thought made him breathe a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Linya had arrived just in time. Otherwise, with his frail physique, he would have been bedridden in a hospital for a month. Meanwhile, as Huang Han marveled, young Liru, standing at the back door, was equally astonished by Yufeng's abilities. Coming from a prestigious family, she had always been surrounded by personal bodyguards. She once secretly witnessed her father's bodyguard effortlessly cleave a tree in half and believed that was the pinnacle of human combat capability. Yet, in comparison to Yufeng, there was no contest. Over 20 men, each wielding sharp weapons, could not even approach Yufeng. They fell to the ground before they could strike. Who on earth is he? Why are you dawdling? Hurry and run. Yufeng shouted over his shoulder during a brief moment when one assailant collapsed. Hold on, uncle. I'm calling for help right away, Yang Liru exclaimed, her voice tinged with urgency as she hurriedly opened the back door and rushed outside. As she ran swiftly, a nagging suspicion crept into her mind. Was uncle sending her to Huame Group not only to assist, but also to protect her? Had he already foreseen that someone intended to harm her? If that were the case, she would owe him a debt of gratitude. No, she couldn't abandon him like that. Clenching her fists, she soon caught sight of the agency's silhouette and smiled. However, just as she was about to step through the entrance, a sleek black Ferrari roared up like a panther, halting directly in front of the gates. A masked man emerged from the driver's seat, vaulting over the car's hood. Before young Liru could enter, he swiftly covered her mouth and restrained her limbs. You, she stammered, only to find that no sound escaped her lips, panic gripping her. The masked man glanced around the imposing structure, ensuring that no one was watching, and effortlessly lifted young Liru, tossing her into the car. With a definitive thud, the door slammed shut, sealing them off from the outside world. Who are you? Let me go? My father is the head of the Yang family in Ningqing. If you dare to harm me, I swear. The masked man returned to the vehicle, locked the doors, and lowered his mask. A strikingly handsome face emerged, instantly captivating young Liru's gaze. Her voice faltered, leaving her speechless. Brother, you still recognize me? He replied, a hint of relief in his tone. Fortunately, I've discreetly kept tabs on you over the years. Otherwise, you would have truly fallen into the hands of a villain today. The speaker was none other than Yang Liru's elder brother, Yang Jian, the third young master of the Yang family, who embodied their hopes. Yang Liru's fear dissipated, and she quickly urged, You must let me go. Uncle is surrounded by danger at Huame Group. I need to find someone to rescue him. Uncle? Yang Jian paused, taken aback. Hurry, no more talking. Yang Liru insisted. Yang Jian shook his head. I cannot allow you to go alone. Those individuals have intricate backgrounds, with many being retired mercenaries from abroad. If provoked, even the agency would be of no use. I cannot place you in such peril. Have you lost your conscience, Yang Jian? If it weren't for Uncle, I would have been captured this morning. Are you asking me to betray him just to save myself? Yang Liru, inherently kind-hearted, could never stoop to such treachery. She pounded on the window, but her feeble fists only brought her pain. Yang Jian felt helpless at her words, but just as he hesitated, a dozen uniformed personnel burst from the agency, sprinting at full speed towards Huame Group. This scene left both Yang Liru and Yang Jian wide-eyed in astonishment. What is happening? Has someone informed the agency? Let us go. It seems someone is coming to aid your uncle. Don't worry. I would never return you to that hell in Ningqing. Once this incident escalates, those in Ningqing will think twice before laying a hand on you. And then I will escort you back. What do you say? Yang Jian inquired. As long as the uncle is safe, that is enough for Yang Liru. Throughout her life, countless individuals have protected her, yet only Yu Feng has provided her with the unwavering reliability akin to a towering mountain. His peculiar routine diverges from that of most young people, and his agile skills coupled with his calm composure in critical moments seem to exude an alluring, intangible fragrance that captivates Yang Liru. She fervently wishes for Yu Feng to remain unharmed because of her. Meanwhile, The altercation on the first floor of the Huame group has escalated to an irreconcilable state. The security personnel stand aside, uncertain of which side to assist. Suddenly, reinforcements arrive from outside the group. A cadre of staff clad in blue uniforms swiftly seals off the area. Boss, it's bad news. The police have arrived. Tiger, what should we do? Upon seeing this group, the initially aggressive 20 or so individuals cower like mice before a cat, halting their actions and freezing in place. On the other end of the radio, a bald man speaks in a tense tone. Do not let Jiang City know what we are planning. With that, he cuts off the radio to avoid exposure. Tiger's expression turns complex. Damn it, this time we VE really messed up. Didn't T. Cold Shao say this guy was just a poor country bumpkin? How can he be so skilled? Silence. Everyone, put your heads down and come with us for questioning. A male officer brandishes handcuffs, stepping into the fray to restrain each combatant, eventually approaching Yufeng. He sizes Yufeng up and inquires, did you do this to them? Yufeng glances towards the back door, then at the entrance, noticing young Liru is absent. I'm asking you a question. Yufeng turns back, replying, yes, I did. Well, you've got quite the attitude. With so many people involved, you'll need to accompany us. With a sharp clap, the young officer cuffs Yufeng's hands and leads him outside. Upon arrival at the station, the more than 20 individuals, representing various factions, are ushered into a designated interrogation room, while Yufeng is taken into a solitary chamber, seated in a distinct iron chair. He recalls the interrogation training from his time in the Wolf Tooth unit. Once captured, any member of the Wolf Tooth Special Forces harbors two convictions. First, to survive standing, seizing the opportunity to break through the enemy's encirclement and counterattack. Second, even in death, not to kneel, but to face it like a man. How familiar this feeling is. Unfortunately, this is not Wolf Tooth. Knock, knock. A cold rap echoes from outside the room. A woman, dressed in a sleek black uniform and sporting a commanding presence, enters, clutching a stack of documents. With a resounding thud, she announces her arrival. Lin, Sister Lin. The intern responsible for recording the conversation pales, rising from his seat. This woman is infamous within the bureau as a female tiger, holding a deputy position. Just months into her tenure, she dismantled 5 money laundering syndicates, earning her formidable acclaim and the respect of her superiors. Here, no one dares to provoke her. Sit down. It's none of your business. Yes, Sister Lin. The intern sighed with relief, fearing he had made a mistake. Subsequently, Lin Yunan took a seat. Her eyes filled with palpable disdain as she fixed her gaze upon Yufeng. Your name, is it not written on the document before you? Yufeng, maintaining a stoic expression, pointed at a piece of paper containing his personal information, which was rather rudimentary. I asked you to respond. Have you gone deaf? Lin Yunan barked. Yufeng rolled his eyes and replied with a hint of sarcasm. Is this how you conduct your investigations? Today, over 20 individuals at Huame Group nearly cost me my life, and my colleague remains missing. Instead of seeking the truth, you come here to interrogate me? Yufeng had been striving to suppress his frustration. Since arriving, he had seen no trace of Yang Liru, intensifying his unease. Lin Yunan clenched her black pen tightly, snapping it with a crack. In the next moment, her eyes darkened. If it weren't for the purpose of finding someone, would I be conversing with you? Boy, do not think I am unaware of your capabilities. To take on 20 individuals unscathed requires skills akin to those of covertly trained assassins abroad. Do you still deny it? Lin Yunan was indeed aware of the missing person. She had gleaned information from the surveillance footage on the first floor of Huame Group. However, when she approached the president, Linya, to inquire about Yufeng's identity, she received only a warning. I advise you not to seek him out. With a lineage of military heritage, Lin Yunan, possessing a resolute spirit, became even more determined to uncover Yufeng's true identity. Was it not astonishing that Huame Group would personally greet a mere janitor? Furthermore, the scant details in Yufeng's personal profile were so meager that even a primary school student's resume would outshine it, fueling Lin Yunan's curiosity further. As she delved into Yang Liru's background, Lin Yunan was taken aback by her findings. The unassuming clerk at Gaojia Jewelry Group turned out to be the runaway daughter of the second-rate Yang family of Ning City. Moreover, Yang Liru had only known Yufeng for a few hours. With her vivid imagination, Lin Yunan hastily designated Yufeng as the prime suspect. Yufeng, feeling exasperated, muttered, "What a brainless fool! What did you say?" Lin Yunan exclaimed, rising in indignation. Yufeng, maintaining his composure, replied, "You ought to expedite your search for the missing person rather than waste time shouting at me." Moreover, it is irresponsible to label anyone as a suspect without solid evidence. To be frank, I am beginning to question your investigative skills. Which imbecile granted you this position? At this, the intern took offense. Hey, you janitor. What gives you the right to speak like that? Our sister Lynn is a graduate of the prestigious Kodo Aviation University. Who do you think you are? Enough. Engaging with someone blind to the truth insults our intelligence. Remember, Xiao Lu, the more innocent someone appears, the more suspicious they may be. Lin Yunan spoke with a sarcastic tone, firmly believing that this was a meticulously premeditated kidnapping. Yufeng merely played the role of a hero and a good Samaritan in this scheme, while the thugs were merely pawns arranged to ensnare young Li Ru in the final trap. She could not fathom that a man, having known a woman for merely a few hours, would be willing to risk his life against 20 others. Either he was mentally unbalanced, or he harbored ulterior motives. As for love, she held no belief in the concept of love at first sight. Yufeng, with an air of disdain, curled his lip and boldly replied, "If you suspect me, feel free to investigate. Regardless, once the 24 hours are up, you must release me. According to the footage, I was compelled to defend myself. And legally, you have no right to detain me." Yufeng was already convinced that young Li Ru had most likely been abducted. Relying on the presence of this beautiful yet dim-witted individual would yield no results in locating her. He would have to wait until he was free to search for young Li Ru. Who says it's only 24 hours? Without my consent. No one has the authority to release you. I am quite curious to see where you find the audacity to make such claims. Is that so? Yufeng crossed his legs nonchalantly. Then let us wait and see. Very well, Lin Yunan replied, brimming with confidence. Today, I am in a good mood. So I shall indulge you. I am eager to see how long you can maintain this charade. Just as she was about to resume her interrogation, a sudden knock echoed from outside the door. Furrowing her brows, she opened it to find an older officer, beaming with a smile. Lin, Captain Lin, Mr. Zhang sent me to convey a command. Mr. Zhang? Lin Yunan's expression shifted. The only individual worthy of being called Mr. by this officer was Zhang, the uncle who had introduced her to this position. What command? She held a deep respect for Mr. Zhang. The officer replied, Mr. Zhang instructed that you release Yufeng immediately. What? Why? I haven't even begun my questioning. Lin Yunan countered vehemently. The officer stepped into the room, retrieved a set of keys, and, with a resigned demeanor, approached Yufeng to unlock his cuffs. This is beyond my jurisdiction. Mr. Zhang's orders are quite clear. Release Yufeng at once. Captain Lin, do not look at me. I am merely the messenger. With that, he unlocked the restraints. Mr. Yu, I apologize for the inconvenience. You may leave now. Thank you. Yufeng rubbed his wrist, slipped his hands into his waistband, and strode towards the exit. Just as he was about to step out, he paused and turned to Lin Yunan with a mocking smile, saying, Beauty, you should read more books. If the phrase let us wait and see is misused, it may come back to bite you. You. Lin Yunan was infuriated, her eyes ablaze with rage. She had never anticipated that the commanding order would come from her superior, Mr. Zhang, allowing this insufferable man to walk free. This shameless scoundrel, who claimed to be both brawny and dim-witted, dares to advise her to read more. Such audacity was beyond comprehension. Despite her simmering resentment, Lin Yunan held her fury in check. This is not another place. She must obey the command. Thus, she watched as Yufeng swaggered out the door. After his departure, Lin Yunan, in a foul mood, took out her phone and made a call. On the other end, Zhang Lihai, the third in command, stood by the window with a teacup in hand, gazing at Yufeng as he exited the agency and hailed a taxi from the roadside. Upon receiving Lin Yunan's call, a smile broke through his furrowed brow. The girl could no longer contain herself. Yunan, is something the matter? He inquired. Lin Yunan demanded, Uncle Zhang, why did you let him go? Do you know what that scoundrel just said about me? He has significant suspicions against him. Are you unaware? Zhang Lihai sipped his tea and replied, Yunan, some matters are beyond our control, and not everything can be investigated by people like us. Some individuals may not be as they appear. I want to elaborate further. As a child of Kyoto, you understand certain protocols. At these words, Lin Yunan's expression shifted. She immediately grasped something and asked, Uncle Zhang, are you suggesting that this fellow's background is extraordinary? No, she thought, recalling her previous statement. Even so, what does it matter? The law applies equally to all. Regardless of who he is, I must uncover the truth. Zhang Lihai sighed deeply. Yunan, I believe you have been overworked lately. How about this? I grant you a day off today. Rest and return to work tomorrow. No, Uncle Zhang, you must tell me. Lin Yunan attempted to press further, but before she could finish her sentence, he hung up the phone. For the sake of an unidentified individual, Zhang Lihai actually ended the call. Such an attitude only intensified Lin Yunan's curiosity about Yufeng. According to her investigations, Yufeng was merely the brother of a son-in-law recently brought into the Gao family. He had only arrived at the Gao residence yesterday and merely completed the onboarding process, his position being that of a cleaner. If his identity were indeed remarkable, surely he would not be relegated to such a menial role. How could he possibly be entangled with the runaway heiress of the Yang family from Ningqing? Everything was shrouded in doubt. Captain Lin, this Yufeng is excessively arrogant. Should I send someone to keep an eye on him? And in turn remarked, noticing Lin Yunan's fury over the matter. Silence. Do not disturb me, Lin Yunan snapped, unable to contain her frustration. What kind of person was Yufeng, after all? She promptly dialed another number. Hello? Please help me investigate a person's profile. His name is Yufeng, born in 1998, from Jiangcheng. I have already sent you his photograph. Understood, miss, came the response, followed by the sound of rapid typing. However, just as the keyboard clattered, it abruptly ceased. What is happening? Lin Yunan sensed something was awry and quickly inquired. Miss, the person you're searching for has an unexplained 5-year gap, and 4 of those years are under extreme confidentiality, with even his childhood records classified as A-level. We lack the authority to access them. What? Snap. A tremendous shock, akin to a meteorite plummeting from the heavens, rendered Lin Yunan unconscious. Unqualified. To inquire? Who exactly is he? Master, let us alight here. Very well, young man. Take care. Indeed. After settling the fare, Yufeng returned to the staff dormitory. He had surveyed the vicinity of Huamei Group, but found no traces of a struggle, indicating that Yang Liru had sustained not even a scratch. Nor had there been the slightest conflict. She had simply vanished. This perplexed him. It seemed he would need to request a day off from his brother, postponing his duties at the group for now. As time slipped away, noon approached, and just as he lay down on his bed, a call rang through on his mobile. It was Lu Maxing. Upon seeing the caller ID, Yufeng promptly rose, adjusting his posture. Lu Xiao. You're back? Lu Maxing, tending to flowers and grass in the villa's garden, inquired with a kind smile, holding an old-fashioned keypad phone. Lu Xiao, did you make that call to them? Yufeng immediately asked upon answering. Lu Maxing replied nonchalantly. Xiao Wang reported to me about this morning's events. 2 factions clashed with you. I just sent Xiao Wang to investigate. One group hails from Ningqing and likely ISNT targeting you. The other is a gang from Jiangcheng, rather inconsequential. We might as well take this opportunity to deal with the latter. The one behind them is a fellow named Longchen. You know him, right? Longchen? Yufeng did not recognize the name. Since arriving in Jiangcheng, he had only encountered a few people. Could it be that individual he had thrown into the river? I don't know him, Yufeng replied. Don't know him? Very well. Since you're unfamiliar, I shan't intervene. However, I must inform you that the group from Ningxin will be released tomorrow and will likely return there. A joint operation will ensue to eradicate those gangs. Should you find yourself in trouble, do not hesitate to call me. Thank you, Lu Xiao. A flicker of emotion stirred within Yufeng. He was merely a dispensable figure. Yet this venerable hero was willing to extend such kindness to him. No need for thanks. You are the sole Wolf King. Do not forget the oath you took upon joining Wolf Fang. Should there be a summons. Yufeng straightened, proclaiming loudly, if summoned, I shall return. If I return, I shall fight. If I fight, I shall surely win. Excellent. The conversation concluded, underscored by Lu Maxing's voice, imbued with the reverence of a mentor. From Lu Xiao's words, Yufeng discerned that Yang Liru's identity was extraordinary, originating from Ningqing, though the specifics remained unclear. The other faction consisted of insignificant ruffians. They had come after him, and the one who hired them was likely a narrow-minded individual with a modicum of wealth. Having arrived, he would remain at peace. If no one offends me, I shall not offend others. If someone offends me, I shall retaliate. Yufeng bore no desire to instigate trouble, nor did he fear it, much less dread it. Time flies, and before one realizes, evening has arrived. The sun descends, its afterglow transforming into a slender golden thread that slips into the horizon. Yu, having parked his luxurious vehicle at the entrance of the group, swiftly makes his way to the employee dormitory, seeking out Yufeng's room. He knocks on the door. Brother? Little brother, have you eaten yet? Come, today is Rua's birthday. I shall take you home for dinner, and you will have the opportunity to meet my in-laws. Just say a few flattering words, and who knows, perhaps you may secure a more leisurely position at work by tomorrow. All right. Yufeng did not utter the word good in pursuit of a prestigious position. His motivation lay solely in the welfare of his niece. Despite the fact that the peculiar poison he had administered should not leave lingering effects, he resolved to investigate further for the sake of his frail young niece. After settling into Yushan's luxurious vehicle, they arrived at the opulent villa located halfway up the mountain, which belonged to Gao Yushuang's parents, half an hour later. A line of extravagant cars, each valued at no less than 3 million, graced the entrance, indicating that the guests invited to celebrate the 7th birthday of Gao Yurua. The granddaughter of the Gao family were prominent figures from various fields. Yufeng glanced around, following Yushan into the villa. A series of knocks echoed as Yushan rapped on the door. An elderly butler approached and opened it, his expression stern as he confronted Yushan. "Why have you arrived so late? The household is in disarray, and you have the audacity to wander outside? Is this the old butler?" Yufeng squinted. Considering that despite his brother's current shortcomings, he remained the son-in-law of the Gao family, and thus, the butler, regardless of his status, ought to show him more respect. Yet, Yushan quickly donned a smile. "I apologize, Butler Wang. I went to pick up my brother. He has only recently arrived in Jiang City. I thought it would be a delightful opportunity for him to attend Yurua's birthday celebration and broaden his horizons." "Your brother?" The butler's gaze shifted to Yufeng. "Is this the scoundrel recently released from prison that the young lady mentioned?" "Butler Wang, my brother is not a scoundrel. He is a good person," Yushan retorted, his tone laced with indignation. "Humph. Whether he is a scoundrel is hardly debatable. Anyone with a prison record cannot be of good character. You ought to be cautious. If your brother causes trouble for any distinguished guest here, do not expect anyone to assist you. You may find yourself in a difficult situation." The elderly butler barked before turning and retreating into the villa. Yushan's face flushed crimson. To be reprimanded in front of his brother by a mere servant was a blow to his pride. Nevertheless, he forced a smile and turned to Yufeng. "Little brother, do not take offense. The Gao family members are generally kind-hearted, albeit a bit sharp-tongued. Please bear with it." Yufeng nodded. "It is nothing, brother. I seldom visit. I am here merely to celebrate my niece's birthday." "Good, as long as you don't mind. Come, I will take you inside," Yushan replied, leading Yufeng deeper into the villa. The lavish residence boasted 4 stories, with the 4th floor featuring an open-air terrace, the primary venue for the birthday festivities. "Brother, my wife is attending to guests on the terrace. I must attend to a few important business associates first. Would you like to rest in the lounge on the 3rd floor until the party begins? I will call for you when it is time," Yushan suggested, suddenly realizing that several distinguished guests still required his attention. He thought it best to remain with Yufeng after fulfilling his obligations rather than leaving him alone amidst the influential crowd. Yufeng smiled and said, "It's fine, brother. I'll wander around myself. This hillside villa scenic area is a first for me. You needn't worry about me." "All right. By the way, where's Ruo?" "Oh, she seems to be playing on the 2nd floor," Yushan pondered before responding. "Got it. I'll go find Ruo and check if the poison in her system has been cleared." With that, Yufeng descended the stairs. Yushan swiftly turned around and made his way to the rooftop, locating Gao Yushuang, who was engaged in conversation with guests. "Yushuang, I'm here," he announced. Gao Yushuang glanced at him coldly. "Where have you been? Returning so late? Are you not aware that we have many guests tonight?" "I went to pick up my little brother," Yushan replied. "Yufeng, where is he?" Gao Yushuang looked behind him, but found no sign of Yufeng. "He went to find Ruo. He said he wanted to check her health and see if the poison has been purged," Yushan explained. "Oh, I see." Gao Yushuang was surprised that Yufeng cared for Ruo, and her previous judgment of him shifted significantly. He was indeed a promising talent, possessing remarkable medical skills that merely required a suitable platform for development. "When we cut the cake tonight, make sure to save a piece for your brother. It's a top-tier cake brought in from abroad, one that many wealthy individuals desire but have no access to." After a moment's reflection, Gao Yushuang decided to give her piece of cake to Yufeng as a token of gratitude for saving Ruo. After all, she had ordered the cake a week prior, and since Yufeng was absent then, he hadn't been counted among the recipients. "All right, thank you, my dear." Upon reaching the 2nd floor, Yufeng felt as though he had entered a labyrinth. The villa spanned over 270 square meters, with approximately 20 rooms on each floor. "Where's Ruo?" Yufeng contemplated taking her pulse and inquiring whether anyone had given her anything to eat recently, in order to uncover the true culprit behind her poisoning. Just as he wandered aimlessly like a headless chicken, a piercing scream suddenly echoed. It was Ruo. In a large children's room filled with dolls and figurines, this was Gao Yurua's sanctuary. To celebrate her upcoming 7th birthday, Her wardrobe overflowed with exquisite princess dresses. Today, she also had the privilege of choosing her own outfit. The thought of her uncle attending her birthday filled her with joy. Daddy said it was my uncle who woke me up yesterday. He must know so many wonderful stories. Standing before the array of princess gowns, Gao Yurua hesitated. Having just emerged from the bathroom clad only in a white bathrobe, just as she selected a new dress and reached for it, the door swung open. She turned to see a plump middle-aged man in a suit, his complexion slightly flushed. Instinctively, she took a step back and pouted, saying, "Uncle, this is a girl's room. Mommy says men shouldn't enter girls' rooms without knocking first." Oh, the corpulent man, having indulged in several glasses of red wine, found his consciousness oscillating between the realms of dreams and reality. Upon glimpsing a young girl clad in a bathrobe, an inexplicable stirring ignited within him. Surely, this must be Ruoro. Your mother is correct. Men should not casually enter a young girl's chamber. However, the uncle had knocked at the door, beckoning, "Come. Let uncle hold you and admire your pristine skin." Under the influence of alcohol, the rotund man set aside his glass and reached out towards Ruoro. Panic ensued for the young girl. Her innocence left her unprepared for such a situation. She retreated continuously, yet no matter how she attempted to escape, she could not outpace the man's strides. As he took a step forward, he swiftly positioned himself in front of her, seizing her delicate hand with one hand while the other hoisted her into the air. "No, please, uncle, put me down," Ruoro protested vehemently, but her struggles proved futile. The man's exhilaration grew with her cries, and emboldened by the alcohol, he ripped apart her bathrobe, exclaiming with a laugh, "Wow, little Ruoro's skin is so fair." Just as he was poised to advance further, a figure rushed in from outside. "Beast, halt this at once." Yufeng had arrived. Yufeng's eyes widened in fury as he confronted a child and a middle-aged, rotund, lecherous man. He could no longer tolerate it. The corpulent man, Su Chang, changed color, and, as he turned his head, a massive fist came crashing towards him. Bang! The force of the blow left a deep purple bruise on Su Chang's eye, causing him to stumble backward and fall. Seizing the opportunity, Gao Yiru quickly broke free, donning her bathrobe and retreating behind Yufeng. Thud! Su Chang collapsed to the ground, his head buzzing, utterly disoriented. The effects of alcohol dissipated at that moment. A single punch had thoroughly awakened him. You dare to hit me?" Su Chang was stunned until he caught a glimpse of his own absurd reflection in the mirror, igniting his rage. "Hit you?" Yufeng loosened his wrist. "A beast like you, even if I were to strike you down, would be a service to the world. You deserve to be hit." Good. Su Chang trembled with fury. As a giant in the food industry of Jiang City, it was his first experience of being struck. He had completely forgotten his previous misdeeds. Staggering to his feet, he pointed a finger at Yufeng and coldly declared, "Kid, if you have the guts, tell me your name. If I don't kill you today, I'll take your surname." Yufeng crossed his arms. "I'll not change my name or my surname. I am Yufeng." Yufeng. Su Chang's face twisted into a mocking grin. "I wondered who you were. Turns out you are the brother of that useless son-in-law from the Gao family. Kid, your end has come. Don't think that just because your brother is the son-in-law of the Gao family, you can swagger around. There are many you cannot provoke in Jiang City. Now, kneel, bow 3 times, and call me grandfather 3 times. If you do that and cripple one of your legs, I will spare you for Gao Yushuang's sake. Otherwise, face the consequences." Su Chang raised 3 fingers, his expression dripping with arrogance, as if he had already foreseen Yufeng's fate. "Is that so? Uncle, we need to find our mother." Gao Yiru, frightened, tugged at Yufeng's clothing. Yufeng gently ruffled Gao Yiru's hair. "Of course, we will find her, but first, he must bear the consequences of his actions." "Ah, you think I'll pay the price? You're not worthy." Su Chang began, but before he could finish, a gust of wind rushed towards him. Yufeng approached, raised his hand, and delivered a fierce slap. Smack! Su Chang fell to the ground, a crimson handprint etched deeply on his face. "You little brat. You dare to." Yufeng remained expressionless, his gaze chillingly indifferent as he seized Su Chang by the throat. Su Chang struggled to speak, his neck turning a deep shade of purple. Yufeng raised 3 fingers. "Given the nature of your actions towards my niece, I present you with 3 options. First, kneel. Slap yourself 100 times, and then leave. Second, I will call the authorities to address this matter, and before you depart, I shall give you a thorough beating. Thirdly, I shall deliver a severe beating upon you. However, should you choose this path, your latter years are destined to be spent confined to a wheelchair. Therefore, what shall your decision be?" As he spoke these words, Yufeng's gaze remained utterly unperturbed. This to him, was a remarkably lenient manner of handling the situation. Reflecting on the torment endured by those notorious international thieves and specialized assassins during his 5 years in prison, he knew their suffering far surpassed this anguish by 1,000-fold. A myriad-fold. Suchong was gripped by panic, the suffocating pain causing his scalp to tingle. It was the first time he felt so close to death. Could this man truly act so ruthlessly? Doubt crept into Suchong's mind. At that moment, Butler Wang, who had just opened the door for Yufeng, happened to pass by with refreshments and caught sight of the scene through the door's gap. Well, Butler Wang's eyes widened in shock, his body trembling. This was the most esteemed guest of the Gao family, the chairman of the Su Corporation, Suchong, who dominated 60% of the food industry in Jiang City. How dare Yushan's despicable brother treat Chairman Su in such a manner? He must inform the young lady immediately. With this thought, Butler Wang hastened towards the rooftop, gasping for breath as he found Gao Yushuang. Miss, something terrible has happened. Gao Yushuang was taken aback. What is the matter? Butler Wang's voice drew the attention of the other guests. What could have transpired to cause the Gao family's butler to lose his composure? That Yufeng, Yu Shan's complexion darkened. What has happened to my brother? Gao Yushuang furrowed her brow. Butler Wang, filled with ire, retorted, You worthless son-in-law. How dare you even inquire? Did I not warn you at the entrance to keep an eye on your freshly released brother, advising him not to provoke anyone? Do you know what he has done? He actually assaulted Chairman Su, threatening him by choking him. Such audacity. What? The revelation sent shockwaves through the room. Yufeng had struck Suchong? Expressions of disbelief spread across every face present. Who among those attending this swore he was unaware of Suchong? A self-made titan backed by the second-rate Xian family of Jiang City? To strike him was to invite calamity upon the Gao family. Yushan recognized the gravity of the situation. No, my brother could not possibly. Come, take me there at once. Yushan sought to defend his brother. But Gao Yushuang offered him no opportunity, her voice grave as she turned away, her expression darkening as she led the way off the rooftop. The other guests, eager for the spectacle, followed suit, one after another. This is bad. Yushan hastily followed. The group trailed behind Gao Yushuang to the second floor. Guided by Butler Wang to Gao Yurua's room, the door stood ajar. From a distance, they beheld Yufeng gripping Suchong's throat, his demeanor frigid. It was over. Witnessing this scene, Yushan's composure shattered. He had provoked a formidable adversary. What to do? What to do? Suchong, faced with a choice, immediately donned a haughty grin upon seeing Gao Yushuang and her entourage approach. You are finished. Yufeng let out a cold smile, remarking, It appears that one must hit the wall before turning back. Without imparting some lessons, you truly would not comprehend the meaning of the word law. As soon as he finished speaking, Yufeng raised his hand. Stop. The hand halted immediately, and he turned around. Sister-in-law. Yufeng began to explain. But before he could finish, Gao Yushuang approached with an imposing demeanor. Slap. The response to Yufeng was a swift slap across the face. Simple and direct. Devoid of any hesitation, this strike instantly suffocated the atmosphere in the room. Mother. Old Wang, take Rua outside first. Yes. Butler Wang hurriedly scooped up Rua, not wishing for her to witness such violence. After receiving the slap, Yufeng felt a jolt of shock. He soon heard a voice. Scum, why aren't you releasing Chairman Shun? Do you wish to remain in prison? Scum. Yufeng relinquished his hold on Suchong. This term had become the most frequently used label he encountered since arriving in Jiang City. He stood there in a daze, looking at Gao Yushuang. Sister-in-law, is it reasonable to strike me without understanding the circumstances? He sought clarification. Gao Yushuang scoffed. Whether it is reasonable or not is evident. Mr. Su is a distinguished guest of the Gao family. To strike him is to slap the face of the Gao family. Is it wrong to return the favor? Upon finishing her words, Gao Yushuang hurried to Suchong's side, helping him to his feet. Mr. Su, are you all right? Suchong's expression darkened. Chairman Gao, I am quite angered by tonight's events. If you cannot provide me with a satisfactory explanation, I will reconsider our partnership. Yes, Mr. Su. I did not anticipate such a situation. It was my oversight, and I sincerely apologize. I assure you, I will provide an explanation. Gao Yushuang bowed and apologized. Focusing solely on mending the relationship, she had expended considerable effort to establish rapport with Suchong. If she were to offend him due to a recently released convict, she would regret it deeply. Yufeng promptly extended his apologies to Chairman Su. Then, Gao Yushuang commanded, Yushan, you should persuade your brother to admit his mistake. Do not provoke your sister-in-law's ire. I did nothing wrong. Yufeng stood tall, the coldness in his gaze seemingly chilling the air around him. Nothing wrong? Do you think we are blind? If you wish to avoid returning to prison, it would be wise to heed my words and admit your fault. There is still time. Witnessing Yu Feng's stubbornness, she felt an urge to expel him from the premises. How could he refuse to acknowledge his wrongdoing? Did he still believe himself justified in striking others? Why should I be imprisoned? Yu Feng replied nonchalantly, Sister-in-law, you ought to inquire about what this man has done. One must not merely judge by appearances. This principle, you should understand. What do you mean? Relying on their numbers, Su Chong sneered. What do you think you are? You. I merely spoke a few words to your elder brother. Was it necessary for you to resort to violence? Your elder brother, Yushan, is notoriously known as the soft rice king of Jiang City. Everyone is aware that your position as a cleaner was also begged for by him. With your kind of demeanor, do you dare challenge me without humbly submitting to training? Do you believe that I could easily render you incapable of earning a living in Jiang City with just a word? Upon hearing Yu Feng mention that matter, Su Chong felt a surge of anxiety and decided to preemptively cast blame. This assertion led the crowd to perceive it as the truth, nodding in agreement, exclaiming, so that's how it is. He is indeed willing to fight for his brother. How petty. After all these years as a live-in son-in-law, he hasn't even dared to utter a word of protest. What right does he have to show temper? Indeed, how could a lowly individual dare to resort to violence? Lacking the ability to overturn tables, he nonetheless possesses a temper far greater than that of someone capable of it. What a fool. I must say, Chairman Su's remarks are not without merit. They are but facts. So what if they are spoken aloud? If one cannot bear to hear them, they ought to leave. Those who forcefully intrude into circles they do not belong to are merely inviting scorn. The speakers are all closely associated with Su Chong. In this world, wealth reigns supreme. Those who possess it wield influence and power, and no one would contravene a prominent figure for the sake of an inconspicuous individual. These words pierced through the air like daggers, yet Yushan, standing at the forefront of the crowd, dared not utter a single sound. For these were indeed the facts. He was but a small figure from the countryside, devoid of capabilities or connections. Being able to assist Gao Yushuang, a towering figure, was already a stroke of luck from a past life. Over the past 5 years, he has lived a life akin to that of a dog, at the beck and call of the Gao family, unable to argue with others for fear that Gao Yushuang might grow displeased and expel him from the household. He could not bear to part with the wealth and status he had so arduously obtained. Now, however, his younger brother had found himself in conflict with the renowned Chairman Su Chong. If an apology was not forthcoming, dire consequences would surely follow. After much contemplation, Yushan realized that if he remained silent any longer, Yu Feng would certainly leave. He stepped out from the throng, lowering his head as he approached Yu Feng. Little brother, heed my words. Bow your head and utter an apology, and this matter shall pass. Elder brother Yu Feng looked at him in astonishment. Having been humiliated to such an extent, are you truly suggesting that one should not resist, even when trampled upon? The next moment, a contemptible voice echoed through the air. At least you're perceptive, Yushan. It's no wonder you're dubbed the illustrious soft rice king. In the art of submission, no one surpasses you. Su Chong stood with his hands on his hips, mocking. Young man, with so many witnesses present, I shall extend a favor to Gao Yushuang today. As a magnanimous man, I shall overlook minor grievances. If you kneel and bow your head, uttering a simple apology, we shall consider this matter resolved. Ponder it well. Gao Yushuang also urged. Did you hear that, Yu Feng? Chairman Su is granting you a chance. Can you not set aside a modicum of pride? Acknowledge your mistakes. Do not claim that no one has ever offered you a chance. As they spoke, Yu Feng maintained a cold smile, his lips curled in disdain. How absurd. Truly absurd. So this is how the world outside operates. The black can transform into white, and the white can easily be dyed black. What are you laughing at? Yu Feng. Hurry up and kneel to admit your mistake, Gao Yushuang urged. Admit my mistake? Yu Feng clenched his fists. I have done nothing wrong, so why should I apologize? You insolent fool. Gao Yushuang was furious. Even in such a situation, Yu Feng remained stubborn, just as she prepared to reprimand him further. Yu Feng spoke coldly. Sister-in-law, you didn't even bother to ask me what happened, yet you demand incessant apologies. I am sorry. It appears Yu Feng, misjudged you and placed too much trust in the Gao family. What do you mean by that? It means nothing. Yu Feng continued. Are you not merely afraid that Yu Feng, will bring trouble to the Gao family? Tomorrow, I shall submit my resignation from the position of cleaner at Gao Corporation. I will move out this very evening. Brother, you know well who I am. I do not wish to interfere with your relationship with your wife, nor do I dare to meddle. I will not bring you any trouble. After uttering these words, Yu Feng turned his gaze to Su Chong. He stepped forward. Su Chong swallowed hard, uncontrollably stepping back a pace. What do you intend to do? I intend nothing. I merely wish to speak with you. I will not change my name or my lineage. I am Yufeng. Today's events have no connection to the Gao family. If you seek trouble with me or wish to settle scores, feel free to direct it at me. After tomorrow, I shall await your revenge. As for the others, let me warn you. I, Yufeng, stand here to declare that although my brother comes from humble beginnings, every individual is born equal. Should I hear any of you disrespect my brother, do not blame me for being impolite. With that, Yufeng resolutely turned and strode out of the room. Apologize? I, Yufeng, shall not serve. The figure of Yufeng vanished into the Hai family's villa, causing everyone to draw in a sharp breath. No one anticipated Yufeng's stance would be so resolute. Moreover, the words he uttered to Su Chong were akin to courting disaster. Without the protection of the Gao family, what resistance could a country bumpkin possibly muster? Gao Yushuang immediately grasped this reality, turning to Su Chong with an urgent apology. Mr. Su, my sincerest apologies. You possess the magnanimity to overlook this. Grant me a few days, and I assure you I will bring him to your doorstep to express our contrition. Su Chong, still reeling from Yufeng's audacious remarks, pondered that it would be prudent to keep the matter from escalating. Although he had regained his composure, the preceding incident lingered in his memory, and should it be divulged, it would tarnish his reputation. Enough, enough. He waved dismissively. What am I, Su Chong, to stoop to squabbling with an insignificant insect? Consider it as if I have merely stepped in a pile of refuse. There is no need for any formal apology. Upon hearing this, Gao Yushuang's face lit up with joy. Is that truly the case? That is splendid. Thank you, Mr. Su. My husband's brother is quite lacking in decorum. Your indulgence is greatly appreciated. Yushan, why are you standing there in a stupor? Come over and express your gratitude. She turned with a stern gaze fixed on Yushan, her tone unmistakably authoritative. Yushan was still echoing Yufeng's words in his mind, introspectively questioning when he had become someone too humiliated to retaliate. Indeed, despite the immense wealth and power of these magnates, all are equal before the law. Why should he allow them to dictate the course of his life? Yet, contemplating Yufeng's safety, he forced a smile onto his otherwise impassive face. He raised his head, the smile awkwardly rigid. Thank you, Mr. Su. My brother lacks understanding. I will certainly educate him properly. Thank you immensely. No need for thanks. As I said, there is little merit in quarreling with an insect. You are, after all, also an insect. Had it not been for Chairman Gao's esteem, I would scarcely have cast a glance in your direction. Well then, I must take my leave for the evening, Chairman Gao. I have a few matters to attend to. Su Chong felt a desire to escape. Very well, Mr. Su. Please take care, Gao Yushuang responded. With that, Su Chong adjusted his suit and swiftly exited the villa. Following such a farcical episode, the birthday banquet had been significantly delayed. After witnessing a few performances on the rooftop and exchanging pleasantries, the guests eventually departed. Overall, the evening had been a dismal failure. Once the guests were gone, Gao Yushuang's expression turned icy. Angrily, she retreated to her room, glaring at Yushan, who sat in the study lost in thought, and slammed the door shut behind her. What is the matter? Yushan lifted his head. What is the matter? You dare ask me that? It is your brother's misbehavior that nearly cost the Gao family a valuable business partner in Su Chong. Do you have any idea how long I prepared for tonight's banquet? Moreover, our Rua was absolutely terrified when she witnessed your despicable brother resorting to violence. She has even emerged from her room since, likely haunted by the experience. You do not go into the room to comfort Ruorio, but instead retreat to the study in a daze. Do you believe yourself to be wronged? Is it that Mr. Su's words have shattered your self-esteem? Ah? Gao Yushuang's every word pierced the heart, completely disregarding Yushan's feelings. Her questions, as relentless as a torrential downpour, left Yushan's heart riddled with wounds. Ever since he entered the Gao family, Yushan gradually transformed from a fearless youth into a man who must constantly gauge the expressions of others. A mere shadow of himself. For Gao Yushuang's happiness, he sacrificed his pride to avoid being a burden to the Gao family. He bore the humiliation of their business partners without uttering a word. For the sake of this family, he forced himself into the role of a pathetic failure. It was only when Yufeng arrived that he felt a flicker of what it meant to be truly alive, a sensation of being valued and respected. Finally, there was someone who cared for him, who honored him. He wished for his younger brother to take pride in having such an elder brother. Yet he did not anticipate that the self-respect he could not maintain was something Yufeng had fought for with his fists. Brother, why are you still standing there? The rooftop is in disarray. Are you waiting for me to clean it up? Gao Yushuang scolded. Enough, Gao Yushuang. I, Yushan, am not your servant. Gao Yushuang was taken aback. Yushan could exhibit such resolve? You worthless man, how dare you act with such defiance as a son-in-law? Just as she prepared to retort, a series of knocks echoed from outside the door. Mom, it's Ruoruo. Gao Yushuang approached and opened the door. Gao Yuruo, dressed in a pink short-sleeved nightgown, pouted her lips and opened her arms in distress. Ruoruo, dear, Mama is here, do not be afraid. Gao Yuruo, believing her daughter to be frightened, quickly scooped her up and entered the study, closing the door behind them. It's so late, why aren't you asleep? Are you scared, dear? Would you like Mama to keep you company? Gao Yuruo spoke gently, her demeanor a stark contrast to her earlier aggression. Gao Yuruo shook her little head, looking around before asking with a hint of sorrow, where's Uncle? Didn't he say he would come to celebrate my birthday? Why isn't he home? I've been looking for him for so long. Uncle? Yushan scoffed, your uncle has been driven away. Yushan, what do you mean by that? Who allowed you to speak such things in front of the child? What? Am I not allowed to say it? Yushan retorted defiantly. Ruoruo quickly intervened. Mom and Dad, please don't argue. It must be because Ruoruo was not obedient that Uncle got driven away. Mama, please don't chase Uncle away. He was only trying to save me. What? Innocent words from a child. Upon hearing this, both Gao Yushuang and Yushan's expressions shifted dramatically. Save? They exchanged a glance, the words suddenly illuminating the realization that tonight's events were far more complex than they appeared. Yushan immediately questioned, Ruoruo, tell Daddy. What exactly happened tonight? This time, Gao Yushuang did not intervene. Gao Yu contemplated for a moment and replied, last night. Ruoruo had just finished her bath and was preparing to select her attire when an overweight uncle entered without knocking. Ruoruo asked him to leave, but he refused and approached her, forcibly removing her bathrobe. Fear gripped her, and she cried out for help. Upon hearing her cries, Uncle hurried over and confronted the overweight man, delivering a beating. Then, Mom and Dad arrived. What a shocking revelation. In that instant, Yushan felt utterly drained. Collapsing to the ground, her face a portrait of astonishment. Gao Yushuang's expression shifted dramatically as a wave of guilt swiftly enveloped her heart. Su Chang had deceived her. It turned out that Yu Feng had acted violently solely to protect Ruo. Without even inquiring, she had scolded him and slapped him, compelling him to apologize. Yu Feng. How heartbroken he must feel. Yushan remained motionless for a considerable time, tears glistening in his eyes. Brother. He raised his hand to wipe the corners of his eyes and resolutely stood up. Where are you going? Gao Yushuang asked anxiously. I am going to find him. My dear wife. You ought to apologize to him. Yushan stated earnestly. Apologize? Why should I? Gao Yushuang, born into a wealthy family, inherently believed in her own nobility. Even if she was in the wrong, she was reluctant to acknowledge it. Shouldn't you apologize? Yushan responded incredulously. Yushan, do not forget that you are the son-in-law of the Gao family. Who permitted you to speak to me in such a tone? It is clearly your brother's fault for not explaining himself before leaving. Why should I be blamed? Did you ever give him the chance to explain? Upon this question, Gao Yushuang fell silent, unsure of what to say. Had she ever offered that opportunity? Throughout, her message to Feng was unequivocal. Apologize. An apology was imperative. He was a distinguished guest of the Gao family, and as a recently released scoundrel, he had no path forward but to express contrition. She suddenly realized that in that moment, she had been harsh and unreasonable. But what of it? She was the young lady of the Gao family. Mistakes were merely mistakes. You are not permitted to go. Gao Yushuang commanded Yushan. Ignoring her, Yushan opened the study door. Come back. By leaving, aren't you slapping me in the face? Do you intend to bring shame upon the Gao family? Come back. Gao Yushuang. Yushan halted at the corridor, speaking in a low tone. We have been married for 8 years. From the very moment I entered the Gao family, I have never wronged you. Therefore, I ask that you regard me as a person, if you would. I merely wish to say sorry to my brother. With that, Yushan left decisively. You. Very well, Yushan. If you have the ability, do not return. Never come back. Her voice echoed continuously in the study, but unlike before. Yushan no longer heeded her words. He was gone. Tears unknowingly slipped down Gao Yushuang's cheeks. After leaving the Gao family, Yushan hurriedly made his way to the company's staff dormitory. He drove at breakneck speed, without so much as a moment's pause. And after half an hour arrived at the dormitory. However, upon his arrival, he found that Yu Feng's room was empty. The furniture was arranged neatly, as if no one had ever resided there. Yu Feng had left. Panic-stricken, he pulled out his phone and dialed Yu Feng's number. Beep. Beep, beep. Click. The call was disconnected the moment it rang. His expression changed, and he dialed again, but the only response he received was, "Hello. The number you have dialed is switched off." Switched off? Not even answering the phone? Slowly, he squatted at the entrance of the dormitory, tears flowing uncontrollably. Weeping like a child. "You must be deeply disappointed in your elder brother, dear sibling. I apologize. I am truly sorry. It is I who am inadequate. And it is I who have subjected you to hardship. I am profoundly sorry." As he wept, his eyes reddened, and his lips incessantly uttered the words, "I am sorry." Suddenly, overwhelmed by emotion, he lost consciousness, darkness enveloping him. Within the somber confines of a solitary villa in Jiang City, the air was filled with the enchanting strains of classical music. Cold Chun reclined on the sofa, embracing a golden-haired woman, a cigar delicately held between his lips, exuding an aura of blissful contentment. In truth, he awaited a most anticipated gift, the tiger. Notorious in Jiang City as a prominent gangster, had previously assisted him in dealing with certain miscreants during their school days, discreetly incapacitating them when he could not take matters into his own hands. He expected nothing less this time. Colchin held unwavering trust in the tiger's capabilities. The mere thought of that scoundrel who had tossed him into the river ignited a furious blaze of anger within his heart. "After tonight, you are finished, my dear boy." "Ah, Cold Shell, you have not paid me any heed for several days. The night is deep. Shall we not rest?" The golden-haired woman eagerly removed the cigar from Cold Chin's lips. "Do not rush, my dear. The main affair has yet to be concluded. Why the haste? Once I have dealt with a certain individual, I shall indulge you thoroughly. Be patient. He shall arrive momentarily." Calculating the time, Cold Chin surmised that the moment was nigh. However, just as he prepared to call the tiger to inquire about the progress, his phone rang, an incoming call interrupting his thoughts. Upon glancing at the screen, he saw his father's name, and his expression grew grave. As the head of the Cold family, he was perpetually engaged in pressing matters, and a call from him could signify only one thing: something significant had occurred. He quickly straightened, pushing aside the golden-haired woman, and answered the call. "Father, where are you?" A voice as cold as ice pierced through the line. "I ask you, does the brawl that transpired this morning at Huame Group pertain to you? Do you know someone named Tiger?" "No, I do not know him," Cold Chin replied immediately. "Are you certain?" "Absolutely." Cold Chin's back broke into a sweat. If his father discovered any association with the tiger, he would surely face dire consequences. "That is a lie. Your Uncle Lu called me today, stating that you secretly dispatched the tiger to eliminate someone named Yufeng. Do you comprehend the trouble you have stirred?" A thunderous roar erupted from the other end of the line. Cold Chin shrank back in trepidation. "Father, I was wrong. I was impulsive. I merely intended to teach that Yufeng a lesson. I never anticipated. Has the tiger truly harmed him? You foolish imbecile, utterly incapable of accomplishing anything worthwhile. Spending your days either in brawls or indulging in drunken revelry, what could possibly come of it? Let me inform you that your Uncle Lu has successfully erased the detrimental evidence against you. The gang led by Tiger will be apprehended and dealt with tomorrow. Should anyone inquire whether you are acquainted with Tiger, you must firmly assert that you do not know him. Do you understand?" "Yes, father." Cold Chin swallowed hard, responding hesitantly before asking, "Father, what has transpired? Can you enlighten me? Are Tiger and his crew finished?" "It is merely a trifling matter. The crux lies in the fact that among those who win a clash at the Huame Group, apart from Tiger's crew, there exists a faction from Ning City. A group of rigorously trained mercenaries, affiliated with a notorious criminal organization that has plagued Ning City for 5 years. Fortunately, your Uncle Lu has been vigilant. Otherwise, you would undoubtedly have been ensnared, and our family would face repercussions. Furthermore, tonight I received word that the Ning City gang will suffer a severe blow, potentially facing total annihilation. Remain at home and do not venture out. Understood?" "Yes, father, I comprehend." With that, the call ended. Cold Chin's back was drenched in sweat. He had not anticipated being entangled with mercenaries. It seemed that Tiger and his crew had merely stumbled upon a misfortune. His eyes grew cold, and in a fit of rage, he hurled a glass off the table. "You wretched cur, you. Consider yourself fortunate this time. Once this turmoil subsides, I shall seek my opportunity to settle the score with you." The night was shrouded in darkness, with ominous clouds gathering to obscure the sky, forcing the brilliant stars to retreat, watching as torrential rain fell upon the desolate earth. Each night, the sordid elements of this world would emerge, devoid of light. They resembled predators, beginning their search for sustenance. Yet, no one anticipated that those lurking in the shadows would soon find themselves hunted as prey. Wang Ning of Ning City, a name that reverberates throughout the dark underbelly north of the Yangtze River, wherever one may go. The mere mention of Wang Ning evokes an impression of treachery and ruthlessness. The commercial conglomerate led by Wang Ning is notorious for its nefarious deeds, committing arson, murder, and pillage, operating without regard for the law, oppressing the populace, and entangled in several severe kidnappings abroad, the nature of which is exceedingly vile. Consequently, the local authorities of Ning City invested 5 years infiltrating Wang Ning's organization with critical informants, who, today, played a pivotal role. Leveraging the brawl that transpired at the Huamei Group as a pretext, Ning City resolved to execute a widespread operation against Wang Ning's group tonight. Thus, after 8 o'clock, the darkness of Ning City was illuminated by the promise of justice. A contingent of uniformed youths surged into Wang Ning's residence the moment the command was given, taking control of every hideout associated with him. Simultaneously, companies, bars, nightclubs, and lounges under Wang Ning's domain fell under stringent control. It is no exaggeration to say that this was a meticulously woven net. Not a fly could hope to enter, nor escape unscathed. On the bustling streets, a throng of people gathered, drawn together by the commotion. What transpired? You are unaware? The proprietor of the renowned Huaduoduo bar, said to be the king of the night in Ning City, Wang Ning, has been apprehended. What? Wang Ning? Is he not the infamous butcher? Just days ago, I heard he was involved in a silk trade dispute with the Yang family, only to be subsequently beaten by them. Wang Ning even threatened to abduct the Yang family's young lady to serve as his concubine. Yet now he finds himself in custody? Is there any need for inquiry? Regardless of his bravado, Wang Ning merely intimidates ordinary folk like us. When faced with formidable opposition, his true nature emerges. The Yang family, albeit a second-rate clan, has connections, including a member who holds a position abroad. How could a disreputable character like Wang Ning contend with them? It seems he has indeed stumbled upon an insurmountable obstacle. As the crowd murmured, uniformed personnel emerged one after another from the bar, each escorting a bar staff member, handcuffed and firmly restrained, all part of Wang Ning's organization. A young officer exited the bar, disappointment etched upon his face. Approaching his superior, he saluted and reported, "Sir, there is no news of that bald-headed scoundrel, Wang Ning." "What? Not here either?" Long San furrowed his brow. "All the bars and clubs under Wang Ning's control in Ning City have been secured by us, and no news has surfaced from elsewhere. Could he have escaped? Impossible. Where could he possibly flee? We have scoured every location. He must be hiding in some corner." Long San murmured, suddenly realizing, quickly, send another team into the bar and club, focusing on any secret passages. He must have slipped away through one before our arrival. Understood. With the command given, a second operation commenced in Ning City, enveloping the entire city in a palpable tension. After all, they were attempting to capture a formidable adversary. Without exerting significant effort and creating a stir, success would be elusive. Amidst the chaos, the Yang family found themselves elated by a piece of good news. Yang Leroux was not in Wang Ning's grasp. Should Wang Ning reach a critical juncture, they need not worry about their kin falling into peril. However, just as they believed Wang Ning had nowhere to escape, a manhole cover in a remote park suddenly burst open. A grimy, foul-smelling bald man, accompanied by several others, emerged from the depths. The rain poured down in torrents, as if the heavens mocked their folly. How sinister. I thought they would wait for me to amass more funds before striking. I never anticipated this. Wang Ning shouted, his face contorted in rage, venting his frustrations in the desolate outskirts. "Boss, the recent actions in Ning City are indeed peculiar. Logically, we were merely dispatching people to Jiang City to make an arrest. There was no need for such elaborate measures. The Yang family lacks that kind of power. I suspect foul play," a subordinate remarked. "I am indifferent. All my people have been captured, and my billion-yuan enterprise has vanished just like that. I am unwilling to accept this fate. I am filled with rage. I shall seek vengeance against the Yang family, ensuring they pay a steep price. Furthermore, I will not spare that wretch who thwarted my efforts to apprehend Yang Leroux. His life shall be forfeit as well." Wang Ning paused, his expression darkening. "Have the people of Jiang City made any inquiries? What do we know about that young man who accompanies Yang Leroux? His skills are remarkable. Could he be a mercenary from abroad? Additionally, who dispatched that group?" A subordinate produced a phone and displayed a document. "We have found that the group comprises local ruffians from Jiang City. They were commanded by a wealthy heir, the young master of the Long family, who has quite a reputation. They were targeting someone named Yufeng. Interestingly, Yufeng is the very individual obstructing our capture of Yang Leroux. He hails from the countryside. The younger brother of the son-in-law of the Gao family in Jiang City, merely a janitor for a corporation. A janitor? Wang Ming's expression tightened. How could a mere janitor single-handedly incapacitate over 20 men? What is going on here? Boss, he comes from the countryside. He has likely toiled in the fields since childhood. So his strength surpasses that of ordinary men. Damn it. Wang Ming felt a profound sense of humiliation. As a king of the night, he found himself powerless to capture a single woman, and his over 20 subordinates could not even subdue a janitor. With his team dismantled, he was teetering on the brink of madness. What shall we do now, boss? One of his men inquired. Wang Ming contemplated, gazing into the oppressive sky. His eyes icy with menace. The Yang family has gone too far. I cannot let this go unpunished. The Yang family's eldest daughter is likely still in Jiang City, perhaps alongside that wretched Feng. We will first seek out the Lung family in Jiang City. His men have hindered my pursuit. They must pay a price for this. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. We shall exploit this situation. Moreover, we shall capture that you scoundrel entirely. Whoever provokes Wang Ning shall learn that their very existence is a mistake. With that, he rose and departed with his men. Little did he know, his journey would not lead to paradise but to an unfathomable abyss. He remained oblivious to the fact that Ning Chung had suddenly issued a capture order, largely motivated by a statement from an elder residing within a peculiar villa in Jiang City. Soon enough, he would grasp the folly of his recent decision. He was unaware of the terrifying force he was about to confront. The night gradually faded amid the clamor. The dawn sunlight once again illuminated the horizon as Yufeng awoke in his hotel room. His belongings were minimal, consisting of only a few articles of clothing. After leaving the Gao family's employee dormitory last night, he had come here to spend the night, standing by the bed for quite some time. Yufeng wore a look of confusion. What lies ahead? Where should he go from here? He was uncertain of his direction. Withdrawing from the ranks and returning to Jiang City marked a pivotal moment in his life, yet he did not know which path to take. Forget it. I should first acquire some funds. Even heroes must bow for a handful of rice at times. Upon reflection, Yufeng packed his belongings and made his way to a nearby hospital. Hello, I am here to sell blood, he stated upon locating the blood donation department. The receptionist, a newly minted intern nurse, replied, please fill out this registration form, and shortly someone will escort you for a medical examination. If you pass, you will be able to donate. After completing the paperwork, Yufeng waited at the entrance for quite some time, until a nurse arrived to guide him for the examination 5 minutes later. The assessment took over an hour, during which Yufeng's blood type and pertinent medical results were revealed, indicating his eligibility to donate. Subsequently, the receptionist took out his registration form. Lu Jie. This person's blood type. As the young nurse discerned the blood type, she was instantly taken aback. What is it? The physician responsible for blood extraction emerged from the donation room and, upon seeing the examination results, was equally astonished. Rh-negative blood. The doctor gasped. It is an exceedingly rare blood type, with scant reserves in the National Blood Bank. Upon witnessing their reactions, Yufeng furrowed his brow. Is it that my blood cannot be drawn? He was aware of the uniqueness of his blood type and doubted its utility even if drawn. However, the physician's next response entirely refuted his concerns. No. Your blood is extremely rare. Our hospital is in dire need of it. I will petition the director for a price that will surely satisfy you. But there is a small request. Would you be willing to comply? What? As long as I can donate blood, that's fine. Right now, I am in urgent need of money. If I can obtain funds, I can prepare several prescriptions of traditional medicine to sell. He had recently heard that the government had opened up street vendor licenses, a new regulation that would greatly assist his current situation. Could you possibly take a little more blood? Our blood bank is running low, the nurse inquired. Sure, no problem, Yufeng replied readily. Being robust and, moreover, a practitioner of dark energy, he found the idea of donating additional blood hardly a burden. Thank you so much, the doctor exclaimed, eagerly leading Yufeng into the donation room. 10 minutes later, 2 full bags of blood were swiftly dispatched to the cold storage. Yufeng, in turn, received 3,000 yuan in cash. This sum would suffice to sustain him for the month ahead. Thank you, Mr. Yu. After you return home, please rest well. Dizziness may occur, but it's nothing serious. You need not worry. All right. Thank you. After tucking the cash into his pocket, Yufeng exited the hospital. Concurrently, the hospital received a call from Kyoto. Hello? Did your blood bank just receive 2 bags of Rh-negative blood? This is the director of the 4th District Hospital in Kyoto. I have dispatched 2 helicopters to Jiangxing to retrieve the blood bags. Relevant orders will be communicated to your highest authority shortly. What? The doctor, just emerging from the blood bank, received a phone call that instantly soured her expression. After a long wait, she had finally encountered a donor with Rh-negative blood, only to find that it was to be dispatched once again. This was rather frustrating. However, upon learning that the caller was from the Kyoto 4th District Hospital, she swiftly suppressed her initial retort and responded, "Understood. I will arrange for the blood bags to be placed in the icebox immediately." "Yes, make haste." "Certainly." With that, the call ended. The fact that the director of the Kyoto 4th District Hospital personally made the call indicated that the patient residing in Kyoto must be of considerable importance. The doctor pondered as she hurried back to the blood bank to comply. Approximately an hour later, 2 helicopters landed on the hospital's rooftop. 5 fully armed soldiers descended in an orderly fashion from the helicopters, swiftly taking the pre-prepared iceboxes away without uttering a single word. Time was of the essence. Meanwhile, within the prestigious hospital in Kyoto, renowned for housing the nation's top experts across various fields, an urgent surgery was underway in one of the operating rooms. The patient was none other than the heir of the esteemed G family, a prominent clan in Kyoto. He was the most cherished son of the elderly patriarch, who currently held the reins of the family's affairs. The patriarch had intended to wait 3 years until his own passing to allow his 50-year-old heir, Jinan, to take charge of the family legacy. However, an unexpected car accident had thrust Jinan into the operating room, and he had yet to emerge. An elderly gentleman with a head of white hair approached briskly and stood before the patriarch. "Sir, you must prepare yourself, Mr. Nanmei. No matter the cost. We must bring him back," the patriarch interjected coldly. "Yes, sir, the military hospital will exert every effort. However, the bloodline of the G family is exceedingly rare. Mr. Nan is currently experiencing severe blood loss, and without sufficient blood replenishment, not even an immortal could withstand such weakness. Utilize my blood, as well as that of the second and third sons. We are all members of the G family." The patriarch rolled up his sleeve, revealing a frail, bony arm that spoke of his advanced age. "It is not feasible. I have already had it tested. Although your blood and that of the other gentlemen share the same blood type as Mr. Nan, they are incompatible and cannot be used. At this point, we must place our hopes on the 2 bags of blood from Jiang City," the director stated, his tone both impartial and forthright, clearly outlining the grim reality of the situation. "Is that so?" The patriarch's face was etched with worry. He suddenly felt that perhaps this was a form of divine retribution. To send one away, one must inevitably lose another. If only that child had survived, how wonderful it would have been. He reminisced about the past, recalling a grandson of the G family, born with a silver spoon in his mouth, who tragically lost his breath at birth and was sent away at his behest. "Director, the blood has arrived." An hour later, the soldiers from the helicopter escorted the blood supply. "Quickly, take it for matching." "Yes." With the collaboration of multiple departments, the 2 bags of blood transported from Jiang City were matched against Jinan's blood. When the director received the test results, his expression shifted dramatically. "What is the situation? Is it usable?" Old Master G inquired anxiously. "Old Master, it is not only usable, but what else?" Overwhelmed with urgency, Old Master G decisively seized the test report, and in the following moment, his eyes widened in disbelief as he fixated on the final results. A passage was inscribed there. Blood match degree, 90.9999%. Relationship, parent-child. In an instant, Old Master G was struck dumb. Parent-child, relationship. What could these 4 words signify? The original owner of these 2 blood bags was highly likely to be Jinan's child. This meant that the child who had perished in the operating room all those years ago, whom he had dispatched to be taken away, was indeed still alive. Taking a deep breath, Old Master G felt a chill run through him. The shock this news imparted was unparalleled, rivaling the exhilaration he felt when his G family commercial empire ascended to the top 10 in the world. That thrill, that joy, that heart-stirring excitement. The child was alive. The child was alive. What splendid news. The descendant of the G family had not perished. "Master, please do not be overly agitated. I assure you, I will have another match conducted immediately to ensure the accuracy of the report." The dean was equally astonished. However, as a prominent figure in the medical field, he maintained a serious and responsible demeanor regarding any outcome. He understood the profound implications this test report could hold if validated. The G family was currently at the pinnacle of success, a top-tier aristocracy in both the capital and the nation. Old Master G had 3 sons and 2 daughters. The eldest, Jinan, served as the chairman of the G family's commercial empire, while the second was the chairman of a premier foreign mercenary security group. And the youngest was a prominent figure in the entertainment industry, controlling 80% of the sector's resources. The eldest daughter was a revered academician in the medical field, having received the highest honors, while the second daughter had been taken under the wing of a retired economic magnate and now held a significant position in the Ministry of Economy. With a future that seemed limitless, each member of the second generation of the G family was an influential figure in society. However, lamentably, the third generation had no male heirs. Over the past 20 years, the second and third sons had each fathered a daughter, and even the two daughters had failed to produce male offspring. If, by some fortunate chance, Jinan's child had survived and been lost to the world 20 years ago, upon discovery, he would become the sole heir of the G family as third generation. With a wealth of resources at his disposal, he would be the most authoritative prince among the young aristocracy of this era. 10 minutes later, the report from the retesting was brought forth, and the dean received it. Still astonished, Old Master G waved his hand, uninterested in further scrutiny, and stated directly, "Quickly, send the blood bags to the operating room. We must ensure Jinan's rescue. Additionally, relay my orders to mobilize all resources of the G family to locate the original owner of these two blood bags. Upon finding them, report immediately." Yes. The 10 middle-aged men in military green uniforms seated in the corridor immediately rose and departed from the hospital. Old Master G turned around, gazing at the crimson indicator light above the operating room, tears glistening in the corners of his eyes. "My son, you must hold on. Xiao Feng is not dead. He has not drawn his last breath. He has survived. Father has already sent someone to find him. Our G family finally has a future. You cannot perish. Rest assured. Old Master, all the experts from the hospital are in the operating room. With these 2 bags of Master Son's blood, I assure you, Mr. Nan will awaken safely." At 9 in the morning, outside the employee dormitory of the Gao Jewelry Group, the blinding sunlight pierced into Yushan's eyes like a sharp dagger. As he groggily opened his eyes, tears streamed down his cheeks at the first sight of the sky. He became fully awake and gradually recalled the events of the previous night. He quickly rose to check the dormitory, only to find that Yufeng had not returned, which filled him with disappointment. "Little brother." Yushan frowned and left the dormitory, heading to the office of Lu Xinghan from the Human Resources Department. By this time, the group had already commenced work. As the head of the Human Resources Department, Lu Xinghan was seated at her desk, admiring herself in the mirror. Truly, a gift from young Master Lung was extraordinary. It was simply stunning. Her heart soared at the thought. How wonderful it would be if she were the one chosen by young Master Ling. Alas, it was a pity. He was pursuing President Gao. Suddenly, the door swung open. Lu Xinghan's eyes narrowed instinctively as she shielded the new necklace around her neck, and upon seeing Yushan, her mood soured. "What are you doing here? You're not welcome this early in the morning. Where's Yufeng?" Yushan asked immediately, inquiring about his brother's whereabouts. "How would I know where Yufeng is? By the way, isn't today his first day at work? Don't forget to remind him that being 1 minute late will result in a deduction from his salary, until it's all gone," Lu Xinghan retorted sharply. "Has he not been to the Human Resources Department?" Yushan pressed on. "Are you done yet? You come in here and ask about him as if he is your brother and not mine. What is the matter? Is he planning to come here early in the morning to submit his resignation?" Lu Xinghan replied nonchalantly, rising to leave. However, as she slapped the table, her hand inadvertently struck a white envelope lying beneath a cup. Unbeknownst to her, the letter was hidden from view. Curious, she bent down to pick it up. "Is this really a resignation letter?" she exclaimed, her eyes widening in shock. "What? Let me see that." Yushan approached and snatched the envelope. The timestamp read 10 o'clock the previous night, indicating that the letter had been here since then. "Little brother." After reading the entire letter, Yushan felt a deeper sense of guilt for Yufeng. "Why are you crying? A grown man shouldn't be weeping like a woman. This is not the Human Resources Department. It's not a place for you to flaunt your pitiful state. Get out." Seeing Yushan's reddened eyes, Lu Xinghan felt an inexplicable sense of panic. Why had Yufeng suddenly decided to resign? Could it be that Long Shao has truly taken action against Feng? This movement is rather swift. Before she could comprehend the situation, a woman clad in a casual dress approached briskly from outside the office. "Sister Lu." Lu Xinghan glanced over and smiled faintly. "Ah, it's Li Ru. You're here for work. Quickly, expel this useless person." "Who?" Young Li Ru cast a glance at Yushan, indicating her unfamiliarity. "Oh, right. You haven't met this good-for-nothing. He is the president's chosen son-in-law. Just a few days ago, he brought his brother from the countryside." "What's his name?" Yufeng. Well, his brother submitted his resignation last night and has vanished today, crying over it. Please, get him out of here. He bothers me. It's infuriating. What? Yang Liru's expression shifted dramatically. Yufeng resigned? No way. Could it be? Because of me? Last night, a sensational event unfolded in Ning City. Yang Jian confirmed the danger had been averted and released her, after which she hurried to work, intending to express her gratitude to Yufeng for yesterday's incident at noon. But unexpectedly, Yufeng had resigned. It must be because of her. He surely felt that her disappearance meant she had been kidnapped, and now he was guilt-ridden. In search of her whereabouts. Bang. Immersed in her thoughts, Yang Liru dropped the documents in her hands. What's wrong, Yang Liru? You seem off. Sister Lu. I've just remembered something crucial. I must leave. I will send you my resignation letter via email tonight, and there's no need to settle my salary for this month. I resign, Sister Lu, farewell. What? Lu Xinghan appeared bewildered. Another resignation? What on earth is happening? Yang Liru hurriedly exited the company, first heading to the employee dormitory. Without even packing her belongings, she incessantly knocked on Yufeng's door. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. After a relentless series of knocks, there was no response from within. It's true. Yang Liru confirmed that Yufeng had indeed resigned. Why did this man resign? She hadn't even had the chance to thank him properly. No. She must locate him. If he truly fled to Ning City on his own, wouldn't that be a futile waste of time and effort? This man is too stubborn. Suddenly, Yang Liru recalled that Lu Xinghan had mentioned this man's brother was the husband of President Gao. Although he is a son-in-law, he still holds a certain status. Why would he come here to work as a janitor? Yang Liru couldn't fathom it, nor did she want to dwell on it. What mattered now was finding Yufeng. She pulled out her phone. Brother. Hey, what's up? I'm about to leave Jiang City for another city to meet some girls. Is there something you need? As soon as Yang Jian dropped off Yang Liru at the company, he was eager to depart. Don't go, stay here. Give me your Lamborghini. I need to find someone. Who? Yang Jian was momentarily taken aback. Never mind who, just give me the car. Fine. Consider it a debt from my past life. Saving you and lending you a supercar in return. Alas, what misfortune befalls my family. After hanging up the phone, Yang Jian had no choice but to retrace his steps. Meanwhile, as various factions were probing for information about Yufeng, he managed to locate a fairly decent apartment, with a deposit of 2,000 yuan. He opted for a pay-as-you-go arrangement, leaving him with 1,000 yuan. After purchasing some toiletries and a mat, he found himself with a mere 400 yuan in hand. In the afternoon, seated in the tidied apartment, Yufeng took out his long silent phone and began to charge it, ignoring the messages that awaited him. He settled on the floor to meditate, a daily ritual essential for his cultivation, which also aided in his contemplation. With only 400 yuan remaining, he could only afford some low-grade Chinese medicine. His master had once advised that should a physician ever find themselves destitute, they could concoct medicines to sell to those in need, but it must never become a means of livelihood unless absolutely necessary. Healing the sick and aiding the world were the true duties of a healer, not a pursuit of profit. This wisdom came from the revered voice of the nation's foremost healer, Yufeng's master, who was currently in seclusion along with his martial arts mentor. At this moment, Yufeng found himself in a state of financial ruin, yet he deemed it not a breach of his principles. He quickly rummaged through his mind for any potent remedies. Lotus powder, he recalled, a miraculous elixir capable of swiftly curing various ailments. The 400 yuan was just enough to procure the necessary ingredients. This divine remedy, derived from his master's secret compendium, was not easily shared, so he resolved to make only 2 bottles. With purpose, Yufeng set out from his apartment to a nearby herbal shop, where he acquired the requisite materials along with 2 small bottles and a clay pot before returning home. He closed the door, drew the curtains, switched on the lights, and ignited the stove. Following the precise order and steps, Yufeng meticulously placed the herbs into the clay pot. With a gentle flame at 3/10 intensity and 7/10 medicine, he simmered the concoction for 6 hours to extract its essence. As he sat nearby, Yufeng fixated on the clock, watching the hour hand traverse from 1 in the afternoon to 7 in the evening, finally arriving at the last step. He produced a sharp knife and delicately pricked his finger. A single drop of his pure, youthful blood, rich in vitality, fell into the medicinal brew. This was the catalyst. Although referred to as a soup, by the end of the process, only the essence sufficient for 2 bottles remained in the pot. This was the lotus powder. Time to set up a stall. Yufeng murmured to himself, tucking the potion into his coat. As he stepped outside, his phone suddenly rang. He answered the call. Hello? Big sister. This big sister was not who one might expect, but rather Linya, the wife of Wang San. Xiao Feng. There's a gathering tonight at the seaside villa along the river, hosted by the group. Why don't you come by and join us? I've also invited some other young people with influential backgrounds. I was a bit out of sorts yesterday and didn't treat you properly, so tonight. Consider it a warm welcome from your big sister. What do you say? The invitation from the illustrious president of Huamei Group would astonish anyone who heard it. Yufeng pondered for a moment, then replied, "All right, big sister. Great. It's 7 now. I'll send someone to pick you up in half an hour. Where are you?" Yufeng checked his phone for a map, locating the nearest street market. "Let us meet at the north gate of Longhua Road. I'll be there selling goods." Setting up a stall? Linya furrowed her brow and remarked, "What does this look like? Tomorrow, I will arrange a director position for you at the group. You can come directly to work. How can you resort to setting up a stall?" "Thank you for your kind offer, sister-in-law, but I prefer to run my stall. I have learned much and lost much during my years in the army. I wish to experience life firsthand." Yufeng declined Linya's goodwill. "Well then, I respect your decision. See you in the evening." "See you in the evening." After hanging up the phone, Yufeng sighed at the entrance. He aspired to create a better life through his own capabilities, subsequently providing for his elder brother, Yushan. The reason the son-in-law had no voice in the Gao family and lived a life worse than that of a dog was simple: he lacked capital. Once his elder brother held wealth and resources, the Gao family's attitude towards him would surely change. This was precisely why he was resolute in resigning. The Yu family had taken him in, and now he wished to repay that kindness. 20 minutes later, he arrived at the north gate of Longhua Road. This was a renowned scenic spot in Jiangxing City, characterized not only by its distinctly urban ancient architecture, but also by the vibrant array of stalls lining the streets. Some sold stockings, others offered snacks, some grilled food right on the street, while others stood at the corner, offering free fortune-telling. Yufeng casually picked up a piece of white cloth and inscribed 8 bold characters: famed physician, divine medicine, specializing in paralysis. He then crouched down, placing 2 bottles of medicinal powder in front of the cloth. The evening was inherently crowded, filled with individuals seeking bargains. However, selling a paralysis remedy was indeed a novel concept. "Hey, look, famed physician, divine medicine, specializing in paralysis. Is this person a fool? There are so many charlatans in the world. Our country permits street vending but does not endorse deceitful businesses. They claim to treat paralysis when even major hospitals cannot guarantee a cure." The passers-by were astonished by Yu Feng's bold proclamation. Such audacity was unprecedented. They had witnessed brash stall owners before, but never one who sold medicine without a shout. Surrounding stalls cast disdainful glances at Yufeng. "Hey, what kind of junk are you selling? Can you not occupy the space? Is it necessary to sell those 2 bottles of worthless medicine? No one is buying." At that moment, a nouveau riche individual, adorned with gold rings and necklaces, parked his Audi beside Yufeng, rolled down the window, and condescendingly remarked, "Well, look at this. An Audi parked for street vending." Yufeng slightly lifted his head and caught sight of a middle-aged man with a round face and large ears inside the car. Those destined to purchase will do so, while those who are not will only suffer their own loss. Loss. Lu Chang chuckled, opening the car door and crouching in front of Yufeng's stall. "These 2 bottles of medicine, loss? Young man, if you want to survive in this world, you must stay humble. Otherwise, you may find yourself facing severe consequences. Do not blame society for its harshness. Rather, reflect on your own upbringing. In my opinion, you should take these 2 bottles and leave. It's quite embarrassing, don't you think?" Lu Chang was also out here selling goods in these times. Selling fruits on the street can yield more profit than running a fruit store. However, he hadn't anticipated arriving late today, only to find his preferred spot taken by someone selling counterfeit medicine. Yufeng replied coolly, "I sell my medicine, which is my concern and has nothing to do with you. Not related to me?" Lu Chang rolled up his sleeves. "How can it not concern me? If someone on this street buys your medicine and encounters trouble, we vendors could be implicated. Indeed, there's no such thing as a miracle cure for paralysis. Don't make us laugh. You should leave before you cause any trouble for us." "Yes, leave quickly." Lu Chang led the charge, and the surrounding vendors joined in. Their tone sharp. The commotion drew the attention of the crowd, a classic territorial dispute. After all, allowing someone to sell counterfeit medicine here would surely disrupt others' businesses, an affront to their livelihood, akin to a death sentence. Who could tolerate such an injustice? At that moment, amidst the throng, a striking pair, a man and a woman, slowly approached. The man, confined to a wheelchair, bore a mournful expression devoid of any joy of life. Pushing his wheelchair was his female assistant, Zhang Yu, who, in familial terms, was akin to a servant. Young master, it's so noisy here. What are we doing in this place? Don't you prefer tranquility? Zhang Yu, affected by the jostling crowd, pouted and inquired. Dongsheng's face was pale, and with a slight raise of his brow, he replied, after being cooped up at home for so many years. It's a rare opportunity to venture out and experience the vibrancy of life. Moreover, the world is full of wonders. Perhaps I might discover a miraculous remedy for my legs here. What? Zhang Yu paused momentarily before bursting into laughter. Young master, you're too amusing. In such a rundown place, how could there possibly be a miraculous remedy? Over the years, countless experts have been summoned by the master. Yet none have been able to heal your legs. Do you really think a simple stroll could do the trick? How could that be? The young girl was straightforward. Her words unfiltered, inadvertently striking at Dongsheng's pain. As the young master of one of Jiangxing's 4 premier families, he was meant to bask in admiration. Yet due to a reckless accident years ago that left him with broken legs, he had yet to stand again. Time had passed swiftly, and he had changed significantly. The youthful smile he once wore was replaced by a veneer of awkwardness, concealing deep sorrow. Zhang Yu suddenly froze, realizing he had misspoken. He hurriedly apologized. I am sorry. Young master, that was not my intention. Forgive me, forgive me. You was wrong. It is all right. Perhaps you were right. Indeed, I have overthought. After all these years, I should accept the reality of my disability. Why cling to these broken legs? Dongsheng found it hard to accept but had to acknowledge the truth. If there were a chance, truly a chance, he would pay any price to stand again. At that moment, a shout erupted from a nearby intersection, about 10 meters away. You, selling fake medicine, did you hear that? Hurry and take your paralysis cure and get lost. Move it, don't drag us down. Go. Paralysis cure? Dongsheng's heart jolted. Could it be that someone was actually selling medicine to treat paralysis? Let's go take a look, he instructed, pointing towards the intersection. Zhang Yu furrowed her brow. Huh? Young master, are you feeling unwell? Those people are claiming it's fake medicine. Should we really go? Dongsheng raised his chin and replied, Little Yu. Remember this, the more ignorant a person is, the more they tend to fixate on their own perceptions, until we draw our own conclusions. We must not blindly trust anyone's words. Do not allow foolish individuals to cloud your judgment. Yes, young master, I have learned, Zhang Yu responded, aware that despite her master's physical disabilities, his intellect was exceptionally rare. At just over 20, he was already a renowned postdoctoral professor at a prestigious university, enjoying the highest accolades. Amidst the crowd's outcry, Yufeng remained calm and composed. He spoke slowly. Have you tried it? How can you assert it is fake medicine? And who can say that my medicine has no buyers? Ha! Lu Chang pointed at Yufeng's head. Do you think the crowd is foolish? If your medicine had any demand, why would you bring it here to sell? I need money. Yufeng replied. Ha ha ha. So you finally revealed your true intentions. You're in need of money, which is why you're selling fake medicine, hoping to make a fortune and then run away, right? Kid, we see through your little scheme. You'd better scram. Don't disturb my business. And let me tell you, in this place, you can only make money by selling good products. Do you see my Audi? I bought it from a street stall. Someone like you, selling fake medicine and lacking integrity, deserves to be poor for life. Is that so? Just as Lu Chang concluded his taunts, a blue Rolls-Royce Phantom suddenly turned the corner and parked just a meter away on the road. The arrival of the luxury car instantly captivated the attention of countless onlookers. Wow, a Rolls-Royce. I believe this is the only Phantom in Jiangxing. Of course, a blue one can only be custom-made. Lu Chang's eyes widened, swallowing hard, but in the next moment, an elderly man in a suit hurriedly exited the driver's seat and walked towards him. Lu Chang's heart raced. Could it be that he was coming to find him? I cannot believe I might be the abandoned prince of a wealthy family, summoned back to inherit a fortune worth billions, just like in the novels. As he was about to extend his hand, intending to showcase his gentlemanly demeanor, to his surprise, the elderly man approached and sidestepped towards Yufeng. A sudden jolt coursed through Lu Chang. Could it be? The old man respectfully addressed Yufeng. Mr. Yu, I am your driver, here to take you to the party. Please, allow me to assist you into the vehicle. In an instant, the crowd's expression shifted dramatically. A driver? Arriving in a Rolls-Royce? This young man, who peddled counterfeit medicine, possessed such an extravagant vehicle and a chauffeur? Good heavens, the entire worldview of the onlookers shattered. Lu Chang felt a burning sting on his face, akin to a resounding slap. Echoes of his earlier words lingered in his ears. In this place, you can only make money by selling quality goods. Did you see my Audi? It was purchased from a street vendor. Apologies, but this individual, without even needing to set up a stall, was greeted by a Rolls-Royce. If someone were to capture the astonished expressions of the crowd and turn them into memes, they would undoubtedly go viral. Stunned. Inconceivable. Is this the life of the affluent? My dear fellow, you have a chauffeur arriving in a Rolls-Royce. Do you truly lack funds? What a jest. Regardless of others' reactions, Lu Chang dared not breathe a word, feeling as though he were walking on air, teetering on the brink of a fall, wishing he could vanish into a hole. An old Audi compared to a Rolls-Royce? Yufeng glanced at the elder and nodded. It seems my street vending endeavors tonight will yield no fruit. Please wait in the car for me while I tidy up. Certainly, Mr. Yu. The party at the seaside villa has yet to commence. Take your time, there's no need to rush. With that, the elderly man returned to the driver's seat, starting the engine and patiently waiting for Yufeng to board. The mention of the seaside villa left Lu Chang in shock once more. As Yufeng rose, folding the white cloth neatly and tucking it away, he was preparing to leave with his medicinal product when a voice suddenly emerged from the crowd. Young man, please hold on. Dongxing motioned for him to stop. Yufeng turned towards the voice, halting his steps. Is there something you require? He inquired. Dongxing smiled slightly. Indeed, I wish to purchase a bottle of your medicine. Lu Chang, is there truly someone willing to buy medicine? My dear fellow, even if he is wealthy, there is no need to treat oneself as a fool. Is this miraculous elixir, capable of curing paralysis, truly being sold on the street? Lu Chang thought to himself, but dared not voice it. After all, a Rolls-Royce's presence was intimidating, and he lacked the audacity to provoke the rich. Perhaps Yufeng was merely indulging in a whimsical experience by bringing along a few bottles of medicine. Unfortunately, a genuine fool had taken the bait. Yufeng was taken aback. Just as he intended to leave, a customer appeared. He produced a bottle and, casting a glance at Dongxing, remarked, "This leg. Was it broken 3 years ago?" Instantly, Dongxing's complexion paled. How did you know? Lu Chang exclaimed in disbelief. It's obvious how long he has been paralyzed. This man cannot be anything but an actor. The crowd wore expressions of eager anticipation, witnessing the unfolding drama. Yufeng spoke calmly. Paralysis of the legs may alter one's appearance. This is a secret doctrine within traditional Chinese medicine. It is not surprising that I can discern this. Conveniently, I have a potion brewed that is less than 3 hours old. You may consume it directly, but initially you will only be able to wiggle your toes. It will take 24 hours before you can rise and walk. Zhang Yu crossed her arms defiantly. 24 hours? That is unacceptable. If you drink the potion and experience adverse effects, how will we find you if you flee? You may choose not to purchase it. Yufeng had no inclination towards commerce, nor would he relinquish his dignity to beseech others to buy from him. You, step back, Dongxing bellowed. Young master. This fraud. Zhang Yu attempted to retort, but upon witnessing Dongxing's stern demeanor, she hesitated to speak further. Dongxing turned apologetically. I beg your pardon. Young sir, my servant lacks discretion. I will buy this potion. May I inquire about the price per bottle? Upon discerning the number of years this man had been confined to a wheelchair, Yufeng concluded that he was no ordinary individual. For 3 long years, he had yearned for the chance to stand again. With this opportunity before him, he would not let it slip away. After a moment's contemplation, Yufeng held up 5 fingers. 50,000. 50,000. Dongxing exclaimed, bewildered. Such a miraculous remedy costs merely 50,000? Unbeknownst to him, the potion's cost was under 400. Too expensive? Then 30,000, Yufeng hastily negotiated. Dongxing, slightly embarrassed, lowered his head with a faint smile. He retrieved a card from his wallet and handed it to Yufeng. There are 100,000 within. 30,000 is for the potion. And should I regain the ability to stand, the remaining 70,000 shall serve as my gratitude. There is no password. Agreed. Yufeng accepted the bank card, handed a bottle of the potion to Dongxing, and without a backward glance, stepped into the Rolls-Royce, departing without hesitation. The entire transaction left Lu Chang utterly astonished. A bottle of potion 30,000. The remaining 70,000 as a token of gratitude? Good heavens. He inhaled sharply, incredulous at the lucrative nature of the deal. His gaze fixated on the vial in Dongxing's hand, scrutinizing whether the potion was indeed a counterfeit. He began to ponder if the man whisked away in the Rolls-Royce might truly be a disciple of a renowned healer. Young master, are you truly going to drink it? Zhang Yu inquired, her voice trembling as she swallowed hard. Drink. Dongxing could barely contain his eagerness as he uncorked the bottle and tilted his head back, consuming the entire contents in one swift motion. Look, he really drank it. He dares to consume what could be a counterfeit. What audacity. Who claims it's a counterfeit? What if it's genuine? Did you not see that young man in a Rolls-Royce? Does someone who rides in such luxury truly need to sell fake medicine? But if it is genuine, why not seek a patent? Why sell it at a street stall? Lu Chang finally posed this query to a member of the crowd. Yet, amidst their fervent discussions, Dong Sheng, seated in his wheelchair, quivered, and in the next instant, his pupils dilated, filled with disbelief. Young master, you. Zhang Yu gasped, holding her breath. She noticed the corner of Dong Sheng's black cloth shoe twitch slightly. His toes moved. Quick, take me home. And please have the hospital's specialist come for an immediate examination. As soon as the words left his lips, Zhang Yu finally believed in the existence of miracles. The ability to move his toes was nothing short of miraculous. If all the elders at home, who held high hopes for Dong Sheng, were to learn of this event, they would undoubtedly rejoice beyond measure, perhaps even host a grand banquet for the entire high society of Jiangqing, on that day announcing Dong Sheng's succession to the throne. After they departed, Lu Chang and the onlookers felt as though they had lost a precious treasure, their hearts filled with a mixture of emotions. Is this real? I can't believe I missed the miraculous medicine. Had I known, I would have sold my house for 50,000 or even 500,000 to acquire it. Indeed, Lu Chang felt the sting of reality wash over him. What a slap in the face. It hurt. Just as the country had recently opened up the permissions for street vendors, a figure of such extraordinary capabilities emerged in the community, truly embodying the adage, in the world of martial arts, one must not judge by appearances. Lu Chang seemed to grasp the essence of what Yufeng had said. Those destined to buy will do so, those without fate will not, and that is their loss. Those who judged by appearances and were narrow-minded were destined to be without connection. Yufeng remained unaware of the profound impression he had left on that group of people after selling a bottle of medicine. His focus was solely on the 100,000 in his card. With that amount, he believed he could expand his small business. He contemplated finding his elder brother soon to hand over the money, for the Yu family has always upheld the values of dignity and self-reliance. Even as a son-in-law, one must strive for independence. Relying on the goodwill of others for sustenance was not a sustainable path. Lost in thought, he soon spotted the grand seaside villa along the riverbank. Mr. Yu, the chairwoman, is in a meeting in the villa's conference room. Please rest in this presidential suite for a while. Once the kitchen has prepared the dishes, I will escort you to the banquet, and the chairwoman will bring the young master to meet you. The term young master caught Yufeng's attention as he entered the opulent, comfortable suite. He felt a surge of urgency and asked, is he the son of Linya and brother Wang San? The elder nodded quietly. The young master is 10 years old today. You will soon know when you meet him. Very well, I shall wait patiently. Yufeng did not make any further demands. From Lu Moshing's dossier, he knew that Wang San had a son, and he felt a tinge of disappointment for not having met him during his last visit on Saturday. Deep down, Yufeng wished to take this child as his godson. He wanted to protect Wang San's wife and child in his stead. After the elder departed the presidential suite, Yufeng found himself alone. The seaside villa was vast, covering over 200 square meters, adorned with magnificent and luxurious decor. The first floor featured a grand hall, embellished with various priceless calligraphy and paintings, alongside an array of antiques. The second floor features a quaint bar, hosting an array of top-notch vocalists and vibrant dancers from both domestic and international scenes, rivaling the liveliness of the premier nightclubs in Jiangcheng. The third floor serves as a sanctuary for rest and relaxation, while the fourth floor is divided between office space and an expansive terrace, where one may admire the moon or gaze upon the sea. The entire villa is under the ownership of Linya, who, due to her demanding work schedule, often opens the seaside villa to esteemed individuals from Jiangqing, not only to cultivate connections, but also to showcase the formidable resources of Huame Group. Unlike traditional family enterprises, Huame Group's ascent is solely attributed to Lin Ya's relentless efforts, emerging from obscurity within a mere decade, earning immense respect from the upper echelons of Jiangqing society, including admiration from members of illustrious families. This evening, Linya is hosting a youthful gathering at the seaside villa, a day of profound significance for her, marking her wedding anniversary with Wang San. Linya had promised Wang San that should he ever depart, she would face the future with optimism and joy rather than sorrow. For he cherished her smile. She has upheld that promise. As Yufeng stepped out of the private room onto the small balcony, he realized that it might take a while to receive news from Linya. Thus, he decided to indulge in a drink at the bar on the second floor. With that thought, he descended to the second floor, found a spacious and quiet booth, and ordered a cocktail. A few moments later, a red Ferrari arrived at the seaside villa. Through the railings set outside, for young scions clad in suits entered the villa's parking area. Wow, Hua Xiao. This is the seaside villa of Huamei Group. I heard only a select few are privileged enough to enter here regularly. My father has sought for ages but has never been brought here. How did you acquire a pass? Exclaimed Ming Ru, a young heir from a third-rate family, with dyed red hair and a sycophantic grin, brimming with excitement from the passenger seat. The driver of the Ferrari, a young gentleman from the second-tier Hua family of Jiangcheng, relished the admiration he received, having always enjoyed a sense of superiority. Feeling somewhat elated, he replied, "A pass is nothing of consequence. I, Hua Ran, dashing and charming, met Chairman Lin a few days ago, and he granted me this pass. What do you think? I'm taking you all to broaden your horizons. How generous of me." "Generous indeed. Hua Xiao, you are truly my idol." Another chimed in. "As expected of our leader, your capabilities are remarkable. Chairman Lin personally bestowed this pass upon you. If word spreads, you'll be the role model for all the young masters in Jiangxing." Hua Ran laughed heartily, parking the Ferrari with finesse, and added, "Today, besides showcasing the illustrious seaside residents of Huamei Group, I'll also introduce you to Lung Chun, and there's a lovely young lady as well." Lung Chun, the heir of the Lung family? No way. Hua Xiao surprisingly knows even the esteemed Lung Xiaoya. How impressive. I have heard that Lung Xiao has recently taken an interest in the married young lady from the Gao family, with such enthusiasm for visiting the seaside villa. Could it be that he has made some progress? Perhaps. Hua Xiao, who is this charming young lady? Among those who accompanied Hua Ran, aside from Ming Ru, the others are merely ordinary young masters from middle-class families, with monthly allowances barely exceeding a few thousand. After indulging in food and entertainment, how could they possibly afford to pursue a girlfriend? Upon hearing about a lady, they immediately rubbed their hands together in anticipation, observing their actions. Huaran narrowed his eyes. This young lady is Lu Xinghan from the Human Resources Department of Gao Corporation, a true gem, yet you should not entertain any thoughts. She is my quarry. Lu Xinghan? That name rings a bell. She is indeed renowned within Gao Corporation for her exceptional beauty, since Hua Xiao has proclaimed it. Let us extend our congratulations in advance on your imminent embrace of this beauty. With that, everyone clasped their hands and cheered, following a bout of flattery. The group made their way to the elevator heading to the bar on the second floor. Once they departed, a Lamborghini slowly rolled into the parking lot. Behind the wheel, Yang Liru was still clad in the same dress from earlier in the day. She glanced around, found a parking spot, and parked the Lamborghini with precision. As a member of the Yang family from Ningxing, she felt somewhat out of place here. However, with Yang Jian's well-known ability to forge connections, acquiring a pass was quite effortless. Today, she had heard that Linya, the owner of Huamei Group, would be hosting a party here. Recalling how Yufeng had received a personal invitation from Linya, she surmised that Linya would also invite her to the gathering today. "Uncle, you must be here." Exiting the car, Yang Liru offered prayers to the heavens, the earth, and the air. At this moment, the only place she could think of to find Yufeng was here. Should she fail to locate him, she would have no choice but to return to Ningxing. Although their encounters had been few, considering her uncle's routines and peculiar habits, he must have resigned in search of her. If she returned to Ningxing, it wouldn't be long before the Yang family found her. At that point, her freedom and youth would vanish. It was even possible that upon being retrieved by the Yang family, she would be compelled to marry the debauched son of the Han family. "Uncle, you must be here." With a heart full of trepidation, Yang Liru left the parking lot and boarded the elevator to the second-floor bar. Under the night sky by the seaside, moonlit street lamps illuminated the water's surface as shimmering waves crashed rhythmically against it, accompanied by the gentle sea breeze wafting from afar. Gathered by the beach were young surfers, encircled around a bonfire, grilling food and engaging in lively conversation. Inside the bar, the crowd far surpassed that of the beach, for those present were none other than prominent figures from Jiacheng's elite circles. Minutes later, Yang Liru arrived at the bar. In this vast space, locating a single individual proved to be a formidable challenge. Thus, with no other recourse, Yang Liru began her search, moving from one table to the next. Should she be unable to find Yufeng, returning to Ningxing would be her only option. At this moment, Huanran led Ming Ru to the bar, and upon locating their reserved booth, they encountered Lang Chen, who was lounging on the sofa with an air of nonchalance, elegantly crossing his legs while delicately swirling a glass of red wine. Beside him was a strikingly pure-looking beauty with an exquisite figure. "Long Xiao, Huan Xiao, and the others have arrived," Lu Xinghan whispered softly into Lang Chen's ear. Upon seeing Lu Xinghan, The eyes of the three young masters accompanying Huanran widened in awe. Such beauty, such a figure. Even the most renowned stars and models paled in comparison. They would willingly spend any amount to share a night with her. Alas, she was the prey Huanran had set his sights on. Simultaneously, Lu Xinghan regarded Huanran with a gaze filled with ambition. As a young master of the second-tier Hua family in Jiangcheng, he was of the same caliber as Leng Chun. If she could marry into the Hua family, she would bask in a lifetime of wealth and luxury. Fortunately, she had endeared herself to Leng Chun. Otherwise, this opportunity would not have arisen. Leng Chun slowly opened his eyes. Huan Xiao is here. Please, take a seat. Waiter, bring 5 bottles of whiskey. With a snap of his fingers, the bar staff promptly delivered 5 bottles of top-quality foreign whiskey, which Leng Chun generously poured into 5 glasses. Huanran settled across from him. Leng Xiao, you seem in high spirits today. What prompted you to invite me for a drink? Have you perhaps captured the heart of the stunning CEO Gao Yushuang from the Gao Group? Leng Chun chuckled awkwardly, waving his hand dismissively. Don't even mention it. I've been utterly vexed by that son-in-law's brother, Gao Yushuang's latest nuisance. I hardly have time to pursue her. The brother of that good-for-nothing Yushan? Huanran paused, inquiring. Indeed. Leng Chun's expression turned icy. Is that so? I'm intrigued to hear what transpired. How could the brother of a wastrel provoke someone of your stature? Is Gao Yushuang not concerned about offending the Long family? Huanran retorted, filled with disdain. He had long held contempt for the Gao family's son-in-law, and upon hearing that his brother had upset Leng Chun, he immediately adopted a combative stance. Forget it. He is but an insignificant insect. Besides, that fellow has already fled this morning and remains untraceable. Fled? Lu Xinghan seized the opportunity to interject. Yes, Huan Xiao. That Yufeng stirred up trouble with Leng Xiao, and this morning he submitted his resignation and vanished. He is likely hiding from Leng Xiao's wrath. What? Huanran burst into laughter. So cowardly. Truly a wastrel, just like his brother. Useless beyond measure. Leng Xiao, let us drink and not let a minor character dampen our spirits. Indeed. Leng Chun raised his glass, directing his gaze towards the young men behind Huanran, beckoning them. You need not stand on ceremony, since you are friends of Huan Xiao. You are brothers of Leng Chun as well. Let us drink together today and share both fortune and adversity in the future. Thank you, Leng Xiao. Your generosity is commendable. Aha. Cold was enveloped in an intoxicating haze, buoyed by the compliments he received. As the effects of the alcohol took hold, he pointed across the bar and declared, Address me as young Master Cold, and I shall not shortchange you. I proclaim that any woman in this establishment, should you take a fancy to her, I, Cold, can summon her to your room at a mere utterance. The selection of beauties is entirely yours. In vino veritas, particularly for a young master of privileged background. Boasting came naturally. Of course, once inebriated, one is inclined to believe any proclamation. After several rounds, Meng Ru, along with the exuberant Huaran and others, let loose and indulged in the revelry. Lu Xinghan seized the opportunity to sidle up to Huaran, raising his glass to share a drink, their gazes nearly igniting with sparks. Before long, Meng Ru's complexion flushed, a consequence of his strict upbringing that seldom allowed him the indulgence of nightclubs, his monthly allowance strictly regulated. A few sips transformed him, and he felt an exhilarating lightness, prompting him to rise with a beaming smile. Young Master Cold, young Master Hua, excuse me. I need to visit the restroom. You continue to enjoy yourselves. All right, return swiftly. Certainly. Meng Ru hurriedly adjusted his trousers and made his way to the restroom. With the guidance of a server, he limped through and emerged from his brief respite. At that moment, his senses were enveloped in a haze of inebriation, rendering everything around him a mere blur. Making his steps unsteady, just as he stumbled forward, a striking figure appeared before him, as if a celestial being had descended. He quivered, as if floating among the clouds. How exquisitely beautiful, he gasped, his throat parched. The pristine white dress, reminiscent of a lotus, and a face that could make fish and birds weep. Unable to contain himself, he blurted, Hey there, come, let me embrace you. Meng Ru, emboldened by the presence of Huaran and Cold, cast aside his inhibitions. No sooner had he spoken than he lunged forward like a ravenous tiger. Hey, who are you? Let go of me. Yang Liru, in search of Yufeng, turned abruptly, caught off guard as a drunken man lunged at her, wrapping his arms around her. Release me. Help. Someone please. Panic surged within her. She had never encountered such a scene. The most unsettling part was that this man not only held her tightly, but also leaned in closer. He possessed immense strength. Yang Liru struggled fiercely, Let go of me. Ah, help. Her cries echoed, attracting the attention of those nearby, yet none dared intervene. They all recognized that this drunken fool, Meng Ru, had just stepped from the prestigious VIP booth reserved by Cold. Mind your own business. Avoid provoking influential figures. At that moment, Yufeng, who had been lamenting the insipid nature of low-proof cocktails, suddenly paled, swiftly rising to investigate the source of the commotion. That voice, so familiar. Yang Liru. It truly is her. Bam. Yang Liru struggled with great effort, finally managing to free one hand and promptly exerted all her strength to push Meng Ru away. Meng Ru fell to the ground, his body swaying uncontrollably, unable to maintain his balance. This push undoubtedly caused him to make a fool of himself in public. Many onlookers broke into smiles. Meng Ru felt deeply humiliated. How could a woman who frequented nightclubs pretend to be innocent? Damn. He raised an eyebrow, got to his feet, and struck Yang Liru fiercely across the face. The sound of the slap echoed, leaving a vivid red handprint. Yang Liru staggered back a step. The sharp pain pierced her heart like a sword. It was the first time in her life she had been slapped. She was momentarily stunned. Meng Ru cursed loudly, "You filthy bitch. The fact that I even looked at you is a blessing you've earned over 8 lifetimes. Pretending to be pure, when you're just here for us rich boys to toy with." After finishing his tirade, he rolled up his sleeves and extended a lecherous hand towards Yang Liru. "Are you afraid to resist now? You must be shameless. A slap teaches you the rules. If you don't learn today how powerful a man can be, then my name isn't Meng." Fueled by alcohol, he lost all rationality, his mind clouded by wicked desires. He grabbed Yang Liru's shoulders, laughing maniacally, leaning forward to overpower her. But just as he was about to get closer, a hand struck him. Smack! Meng Ru was sent flying several meters away, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, leaving 2 prominent handprints on his face. Yufeng, intervene. Be big brother. Yang Liru was momentarily taken aback. But upon recognizing who had intervened, she swiftly regained her composure and felt immense joy. "Big brother, it's really you. I'm so glad you're here." Yufeng turned back and said nonchalantly, "I thought you had been taken away. I didn't expect to find you here." Yang Liru smiled apologetically. "Sorry to have worried you. My brother came to protect me that day, so, as long as you're safe, let us go." "Go?" Just as Yufeng finished speaking, Meng Ru, like an indestructible cockroach, climbed back to his feet a few meters away. He covered his reddened face, his expression twisted with rage, glaring intensely at Yufeng. "You slapped me, and you think you can just walk away?" Meng Ru said coldly. "Oh, it seems that one slap has taught you how to write the word lesson." Yufeng, coming from a military background, despised such shameless, self-righteous, and bullying young masters. "A lesson? Huh. Try moving a single finger against me again, and see if I don't make you walk out of here sideways." Despite Meng Ru's modest background, he had an older brother with considerable influence. Moreover, with the young master of the Long family present, it would be too easy to let this brat walk away after a mere slap. "Is that so?" Yufeng narrowed his eyes, his footsteps shifting, and in the blink of an eye, he stood before Meng Ru. "You. So swift." Before Meng Ru could finish speaking, Yufeng raised his hand. Slap. Another resounding blow. Meng Ru was knocked to the ground, followed by a foot descending upon him. As Yufeng stepped on his hand, the excruciating pain coursed through Meng Ru's entire being, rendering his face ashen, resembling that of a corpse. "Ah!" The agonizing scream echoed throughout the bar in the next moment. Good heavens, has this fellow gone mad? Does he not realize that this man emerged from the presidential booth? It seems tonight will be quite the spectacle. Look at this fellow dressed like a country bumpkin. Could he have snuck in here? Whatever. To provoke someone from the presidential booth, he is doomed. The murmurs of the crowd surged forth. Yang Liru grew concerned. She had not anticipated Yufeng's decisive action. Strangely, witnessing Yufeng stand up for her stirred an inexplicable flutter in her heart. It felt like love. "You are finished. You are finished. You are finished." Meng Ru repeated these 3 words in agony. "I know you are finished. Today, I am in a generous mood. I have refrained from delivering a lethal blow. Otherwise, it would not merely be your hand suffering. Moreover, you should be grateful that this is the territory of the elder sister. Otherwise, given your previous lewd conduct, I would have compelled you to kneel and apologize on the spot." Yufeng remained calm, each word resonating with authority. "You little brat, you think you're impressive? Let me make a phone call. If I don't end your life today, I shall be a dog in my next life." Meng Ru shouted, his voice trembling, mingled with anger and resentment. "A phone call?" Yufeng chuckled. "Fine, I shall grant you 3 minutes. Call anyone you can summon, otherwise you won't be leaving tonight. You wait." Mengru managed to break free, his fingers still quivering, retreating to the side to hastily retrieve his phone. Hello? Mengru, why haven't you returned? Hua Xiao? Please hurry. I've been attacked, right here in the restroom. What? Someone dares to strike my people? Wait for me. I will be there immediately. Upon hanging up, the others drinking nearby cast puzzled glances. What happened? Cold Chin's expression darkened. My underling has been assaulted. Which fool dare raise a hand against my people? Let us go see. Cold Chin seized a bottle of liquor, storming out of the presidential suite with an imposing demeanor. As he emerged, the onlookers erupted in astonished gasps. It's the young masters of the Hua and Cold families. Heavens, it's these two young lords. That lad is surely doomed. Without a doubt. Everyone seemed to anticipate Yufeng's fate. Yet, Yufeng remained unfazed, calmly seated on the sofa. Sir, perhaps, we should leave? Yang Li Ru tugged at Yufeng's sleeve. Why? He initiated the violence. One who stands upright has no fear of shadows. Why should we leave? Yufeng adhered strictly to reason. It was not his fault, and not even the King of Heaven could sway him. Those from the military domain have never bowed to the powerful. 1 minute later, in the gaze of the crowd, Huanran strode forward with 3 companions. Hua Xiao, Leng Xiao. Upon seeing their saviors, Meng Ru approached with a pitiful expression, as if wronged. Who struck you? Hua Xiao inquired coldly. Meng Ru pointed a finger at Yufeng, exclaiming. It was him, that scoundrel. Hua Xiao, you must stand up for me. He not only slapped me but also trampled on my hand. What? Huanran's eyes widened in fury, and the others followed his gaze. Initially, there was a moment of silence, followed by a mocking laugh. I wondered who it was. Turns out it's you. Not wishing to meet a foe, I was just lamenting where to find you, and you came right to my doorstep. Huanran was taken aback. Leng Xiao, you know him? Lu Xinghan scoffed. Of course I do, Hua Xiao. This fellow is the brother of that useless son-in-law from the Gao family, a country bumpkin. Yufeng. That's him. Huanran was quite surprised. He scrutinized Yufeng from head to toe, noting that not a single item of clothing was worth 100 yuan. Everything was clearly cheap merchandise. Indeed, he was a true country bumpkin. Li Ru, how did you end up with him? Lu Xinghan then recognized Yang Li Ru, her expression turning peculiar. She had inexplicably resigned that morning, and now here she was mingling with Yufeng. Yang Li Ru, noticing that Lu Xinghan and her group of wealthy scions were in cahoots, felt discontent and resolutely stood beside Yufeng. Where I am seems to have nothing to do with you. I have already resigned from the group. Nonsense. Lu Xinghan reprimanded. Come here at once, Yang Li Ru. Don't associate with this loser. Be careful not to attract trouble. Listen to Sister Lu. That uncle is not a loser. He is a good person, a hero. Unlike this guy who lays hands on me and spews nonsense. You associating with them is what brings trouble, Sister Lu. I am deeply disappointed in you. Upon hearing Lu Xinghan's assessment of Yufeng, Yang Li Ru finally saw through her true colors. You. Enough. Longchen interrupted. The young lady is shamelessly insisting on accompanying Yufeng to his doom. Why stop her? You. The day I let you escape was merely a fluke. Today, I will settle both old and new scores. That day? Yufeng queried. You mean the day I tossed you into the river? It doesn't seem like it was long ago. It appears your memory is quite poor. You've completely forgotten the lessons learned. Do you wish for me to toss you into the river a second time? You, shut your mouth. The moment those words left his lips, Huanran and the others furrowed their brows. This Yufeng had indeed thrown Lengchen into the river. Such an ignominious disgrace. No wonder Leng Xiao was madly intent on reducing Yufeng to pieces. It turned out to be for this reason. Lu Xinghan felt pity for Yufeng. This fellow was teetering on the brink of self-destruction. Indeed, like brother. They were all fools. Leng Xiao, why waste words with him? Have someone kill him. Yes, kill him. Huanran chimed in, with Meng Ru nodding in agreement, her face a mask of sorrow. Leng Chen scoffed coldly. You, surnamed you, should not forget where you are. Do you think this is still a place where you can act with impunity? Let me tell you, in this domain, I stand above all, and with a mere flick of my finger, I could have you torn to shreds. Is that so? Yufeng remained skeptical, incredulous that anyone could be so lawless in his sister-in-law's territory. He remained unmoved, sitting on the sofa with a theatrical smile. Then I am quite eager to see how you intend to shred me. Go on. I await your demonstration. Very well. Longchen produced his phone. Hello? Lu Gu. Ah. It's young Master Leng. How was your night at the bar? Enjoying yourself, I hope. The old steward mentioned that today is a day of revelry for the young lords of Jiang City. You may revel as you wish. Lu Gu was the chief of security for the seaside villa, essentially the head of the local security team. With a tone of dissatisfaction, Langshan replied, Lu good. I am not having a good time at all. What kind of security are you running? It seems any riffraff can waltz in here. Not only did they assault my brother, but they also had the audacity to mock me without a shred of understanding. Will you take care of this matter? What? I'm on my way, young masterling. I will handle this. Disturbing the peace in my domain? They will pay dearly. With that, he hung up. You, surnamed you. Await your demise. You shall regret your actions and will inevitably face the consequences. A mangy dog barked wildly. Huh. Yufeng dismissed him with disdain. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Young Liru, concerned, asked, Uncle, are you truly all right? I'm fine, Yufeng nodded. Suddenly, young Liru recalled that Linya, the chairman of the Huame group, had personally come to fetch him. In Linya's territory, could there be anyone of greater stature than Yufeng? How foolish of her. Before long, Lu Gu stormed into the bar with a squad of over a dozen security personnel, immediately spotting Lung Chun. Young Master Lung, I have arrived. In Jiang City's upper echelons, there existed a severe stratification of family ranks, first, second, and third tier. There were only a handful of first-tier families, and their young masters typically scorned such gatherings, leaving the second-tier young lords to become the focal points of parties. Longchen and Huaran were illustrious figures amongst second-tier families, with fortunes exceeding hundreds of millions and an abundance of social resources. To offend them? It was akin to courting death. Lu Gu, that's him. This scoundrel must have slipped in unnoticed. I suspect his intentions are nefarious. I suggest we break his legs on the spot and throw him out. You. Yang Liru was infuriated. How could one be so unreasonable and ruthless? To break his legs would condemn him to a life of misery. Lu Gu turned, his expression grim as he approached Yufeng, demanding, Kid, where is your invitation? I have a pass. We did not sneak in. Yang Liru quickly produced her invitation. Lu Gu barely cast a glance at it, dismissively swatting it aside. Each invitation permits entry for only one person. You have one, what about him? At this, Meng Ru's expression shifted. Yufeng shrugged, I do not have one. The driver sent by Linya personally picked me up. Is an invitation still necessary? Ha ha ha. Did you hear that, Lu? This fellow snuck in here. And I had seen through him long ago. Indeed, it is utterly disgraceful to resort to violence without an invitation. Huaran and Lung Chun harmonized in their efforts to tarnish Yu Feng's reputation. Lu took out an iron rod from his waist. All right, cold young master. I know what to do. For a thief like this, it would not be excessive to beat him to death. Come on, let me. Wait. Yufeng interjected. Interrupting. The crowd fell silent, surprised. The onlookers furrowed their brows. Could it be that this fellow wishes to plead for mercy? Surely. He isn't going to kneel and beg. It's possible. Despite his earlier arrogance, he might cower in the face of real danger. Alas, he seeks his own demise, attempting to infiltrate our circle and now resorting to violence to show off. How splendid. What is this? Are you begging for mercy? Very well, kneel and kowtow. Slap yourself 100 times, call us grandfather 100 times, and finally, shout that your elder brother, Yushan, is a worthless wretch 1,000 times. And I shall spare you. Cold Chin boasted arrogantly. No, I was addressing you. You lack the qualification, Yufeng replied slowly. With a swish, Cold Chin's smile hardened. Then, Yufeng calmly addressed Lu. Your surname is Lu, correct? I advise you to be reasonable. Wealth does not equate to authority, nor does it establish rules. Furthermore, before you take any action against me, I suggest you consult the steward here. Ask him if an invitation is necessary for my presence in this bar. Is an invitation necessary? Upon uttering these words, confusion and shock spread across everyone's faces. Is it not required for entry into the luxurious seaside villa under the Huame group? One is neither a celestial deity nor a harbinger of doom. Do you think one can simply vanish and go wherever one pleases? Cold Chin erupted into laughter, as if he had just heard the most ludicrous joke. Huaran and the others wore disdainful smiles. Yufeng, what are you pretending to be? If one were unaware, they might think you a hidden tycoon of great renown. Do you truly believe that by being brash and arrogant, you can intimidate anyone? Lu Xinghan spoke up to expose him. You are merely a poor wretch from the countryside. Not only you, but even your brother lacks the qualifications to leverage the Gao family's name to enter such a place. Cold Chin narrowed his eyes, already having sentenced Yufeng to death in his mind. He urged Lu, don't just stand there. Act swiftly. This thief's mere presence is creating a disturbance in the bar. Such a person deserves to be dealt with on the spot. The memory of that day when Yufeng had grabbed him by the collar and tossed him into the river surged back, igniting a desire for vengeance. He longed to tear Yufeng apart. Of course, he only needed to watch as his subordinates took action. However, to his astonishment, Lu did not move. The bar security personnel who followed him remained rooted in place, paralyzed by the absence of orders. In stark contrast, upon hearing Yufeng's words, Brother Lu's previously imposing demeanor evaporated, replaced by hesitation. "Brother Lu, did you not hear what I said?" Lung Chen remarked, his dissatisfaction palpable in the air as he noted Lu's inaction. "Shut your mouth," Brother Lu retorted. Lung Chen was taken aback. How dare this head of security speak to him in such a tone? Did he not value his life? Hua Ran and the others exchanged surprised glances. Brother Lu retrieved his walkie-talkie, instructing a dozen security guards to remain in place, before turning to exit the bar and contact the elderly steward of the seaside villa. For anyone from the outside wishing to enter and indulge, a pass was indeed necessary. This was an undeniable fact. However, for certain distinguished individuals, an invitation was often superfluous. He had witnessed the old steward personally escort a prominent figure from Kyoto into the premises without even a pass. The young man's calm demeanor further fueled Brother Lu's uncertainty. Could his identity be extraordinary? In this line of work, a single misstep could lead to a catastrophic downfall. He had only just secured a job that offered a monthly salary of 50,000 for merely guarding the entrance, and he had no desire to jeopardize it so easily. To ensure absolute clarity, Brother Lu activated the steward's walkie-talkie signal. After a crackling sound, the elder, who had just escorted Yufeng to the conference room, answered the call. "Speak." Brother Lu replied submissively, "Elder Steward, there are several young masters from second-tier families causing a ruckus in the bar with a man named Yufeng. That Yufeng lacks an invitation, and what should I do?" "What? Yufeng?" The elder's voice rose in alarm. Had these young scions of second-tier families lost their minds? The chairman had allowed them to revel here out of respect for their family elders. Yet they dared to provoke a distinguished guest of the Huame group. "Have you laid a hand on him?" the elder inquired in a grave tone. Brother Lu's heart sank. The coldness of the elder's voice seemed to affirm his worst fears. This Yufeng was no ordinary individual. I haven't had the chance to lay a hand on him." "Good. It's fortunate you refrained, or you would have landed yourself in a world of trouble. He is a guest of the chairman. If you so much as disturb a hair on his head, there will be no refuge for you in the entire Jiang city. Immediately take control of the situation. Anyone who dares to lay a hand on Yufeng should be subdued on the spot. The chairman will finish his meeting shortly. I am en route. Whoever dares to touch a single hair on Yufeng's head will be dealt with immediately." Brother Lu realized he had narrowly avoided a grave mistake. That young man was indeed a guest of the chairman. "Yes, I will go in at once." Brother Lu hastily stowed away the walkie-talkie and hurried back into the bar. Observing Yufeng's composed demeanor, Lung Chen's anger swelled. How could this interloper navigate the territory of noble families with such ease, appearing so nonchalant? It was a blatant affront to his dignity. Moreover, this was in front of his peers. It seemed that the night's outcome was still uncertain. It appears tonight's outcome is yet to be determined. Yufeng remarked coolly. Cold Chin clenched his fists, declaring, You, do not be so arrogant. The show is far from over." "Indeed, it is not over. Based on the few words you just uttered, I assure you, you will be cast into the river once more. Oh no, this time it will be the sea. Should anyone dare to insult my brother Yushan again, I, Yufeng, will not hold back. This is not mere rhetoric." At that moment, Lu Neng strode in with great fervor, and Cold Chin angrily exclaimed, "Lu, do you wish to leave this place? Quickly, dispose of this brat for me, or I will have you." Slap. In the next instant, a resounding and decisive slap met Cold Chin's face, leaving the entire assembly in stunned silence. The second son of a second-rate family, Cold Chin, had just been dealt a heavy blow. The sudden shift left everyone momentarily bewildered. Lu Xinghan staggered back a step, his mind in turmoil. Hua Ran furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. What audacity possessed a mere security captain to strike a scion of a noble family? In his ear, Lu's furious voice rang out. "Damn it. Almost got me into serious trouble. You pampered heirs only know how to bully others. You lack any sense. Thankfully, I kept my wits about me. Are you seeking death, Lu?" Cold Chin growled, clutching his face, his expression twisted in rage. Not only had he been humiliated before his brothers, but he had also been slapped by a lowly security captain. He rolled up his sleeves, his gaze venomous. Yufeng, however, was not surprised. He likely understood his own status. Hua Ran spoke in a deep voice. "Stop this. You are the captain of the security, are you not? I am acquainted with Linya, the chairwoman of the Huame group. Based on your recent actions, I can have her dismiss you. Apologize to my brother immediately." and then break this ruffian's legs on the spot. Otherwise, you will face the consequences. Indeed, the consequences will be yours to bear. Our leader's access pass was personally granted by Chairwoman Lin, Ming declared arrogantly. Yet, just as his words fell, an aged yet commanding voice resonated from the entrance. Who dares? The group turned to see the old steward, their expression shifting. Huaren recognized the elder accompanying Linya and quickly donned a smile. Old steward, allow me to explain. No need for explanations, I am already informed. By order of my chairman, I must ask you all to vacate the Seaview Villa immediately. Your eligibility to attend this gathering has been revoked. What? Kolchin, Huaren, and the others turned ashen. What was happening? Before they could comprehend the situation, the old steward approached Yufeng, bowing respectfully. Mr. Yu, this incident is my oversight. I will provide you with an explanation. However, the chairman has concluded the meeting and is awaiting you in the conference room. Suddenly, Lu Xinghan and the others were taken aback. The venerable old steward of the Huamei group was bowing to a country bumpkin. Was this real? Indeed, it was all too real. Beneath the brilliant lights, the elderly man's bending posture towards Yufeng was striking. His respectful demeanor suggested that the person seated on the sofa was not Yufeng, but rather Linya, the esteemed chairman of the Huamei group. In a moment of bewilderment, Long Chun hastily rubbed his drowsy eyes, assuring himself that this scene was not a theatrical performance. And thus, a tempest of emotions surged within him. Who exactly is Yufeng? Is he truly merely the younger brother of a son-in-law? Why does the most trusted confidant of the chairman of the Huamei group hold him in such high regard? Yufeng slowly rose to his feet and said, "All right. Let us proceed at once. Indeed, this is a friend of mine. Please be sure to treat her well." Yufeng gestured toward young Liru, who stood beside him. The elderly man patted his chest and declared, "Understood. Since she is a friend of Mr. Yu, she shall be regarded as a distinguished guest of our Huamei group." Yufeng nodded slightly. The seemingly simple and casual exchange revealed an immense amount of information. In other words, Yufeng was a distinguished guest of Linya. Hiss. Lu Xinghan inhaled sharply, taken aback. She was utterly perplexed. Linyana is a renowned business elite in Jiacheng, possessing strength and social standing that far surpasses that of the chairman of the Gao family. Given that Yufeng is acquainted with Linyana, why would he choose to work as a cleaner at the Gao group? Huaren, though filled with indignation, dared not voice his grievances. Ostensibly, he informed his subordinates that his pass had been personally delivered by Linya. In truth, he had simply mustered the audacity to request it upon hearing of a gathering this evening. In stark contrast to the deeply respected Yufeng, he felt utterly humiliated. To add insult to injury, he had even been stripped of his eligibility to attend the gathering. What is the true origin of this enigmatic character who provokes such a chilling demeanor? Both young masters raised such inquiries, leaving Mengru utterly dumbfounded, unable to utter a single word, fearful of provoking trouble. He swallowed hard and took 2 steps back, apprehensive that Yufeng might turn his ire towards him. However, some matters have a way of manifesting precisely as one fears. Wait, before departing, this issue must be resolved. Yufeng suddenly asserted with a firm tone. Mengru. Certainly, Mr. Yu. I await your instructions. Do you wish for them to be incapacitated, or shall it be something else? The elderly man stared intently. Yufeng, with his hands tucked into his belt, fixed his gaze upon the inebriated Mengru, pointing a finger at him. This entire affair revolves around him. I believe I just heard that each invitation can only be conveyed by one person. Let us see if he possesses an invitation. Indeed. The elderly man exchanged a knowing glance with Lu Gu. Understanding the cue, Lu Gu strode confidently towards Mengru, demanding, "Present your invitation." Mengru trembled uncontrollably, gripped by fear. Having entered alongside Huaren, he possessed no invitation. Huaren narrowed his eyes, asserting, "He is my guest. Esteemed steward, do me this favor. We acknowledge our error today and shall take our leave." "That is unacceptable," Mengru countered. "If he does not accompany us, will you truly let me go so easily?" Yufeng spoke coldly. "If one does not provoke me, I shall not provoke them. However, should they dare to offend me, they shall pay a grievous price." Yufeng neither seeks trouble nor fears it. You found yourself at a loss for words, unable to do anything but stare at Yufeng. The elder spoke in a deep voice. "Search him." "Yes." Lu responded, executing the command. A minute later, after thoroughly inspecting Lu Neng from head to toe, he reported, "This man has no invitation." Yufeng chuckled and said, "Since there is no invitation, let us adhere to the rules." "Very well, Mr. Yu." With a grand gesture, Lu ordered, "Bring him to me, break his legs, and throw him out." Upon hearing this, Mengru deflated like a punctured balloon, collapsing onto the ground. He quickly grasped Huarran's trousers, pleading, "Hua Xiao, save me, save me. I do not wish to become disabled. Please help me." Huarran's brow furrowed as he fixed his gaze on Yufeng. "You are Yufeng, correct? I will remember that name. Spare him. And I shall owe you a favor which I will repay in the future. Apologies, but I do not relish owing favors. Nor do I enjoy having debts incurred upon me. We are not acquainted." Yufeng's unwavering stance left Huarran feeling utterly humiliated. The situation had spiraled far beyond his control. He left behind a menacing remark, "Very well, I shall remember this. We will settle this score later. Be cautious when crossing streets in the future. The mountains remain unchanged, and the waters flow eternally. I will return to deal with you." Shifting his focus, he coldly instructed Meng Ru, "Endure for a moment. I will call an ambulance for you." Hua Xiao. Meng Ru was taken aback. Was he really going to abandon him? "Let us go." Without a backward glance, Huarran led the others out of the bar. "Hua Xiao, you cannot treat me this way. I do not want to become a cripple. Crack. As Meng Ru's plea hung in the air, Lu raised his foot and stomped down with the force of 1,000 pounds onto Meng Ru's knee. In an instant, his leg bone shattered. The sharp crack echoing hauntingly through the bar, resonating deeply within the hearts of all present. No one anticipated Lu's brutality, his actions devoid of any restraint. A scream pierced the air, and Huarran's face twitched with fury, reaching a boiling point. Lu then gestured, and a dozen security personnel rushed in, dragging Meng Ru out to the corridor, mercilessly striking his legs with iron rods. Each blow was a display of sheer brutality. Even from a distance, one could feel the empathetic pain. Cold Chun swallowed hard, suppressing his trepidation as he grasped Lu Xinghan's hand. "Let us depart." "Wait." Just as Cold Chun was about to lead Lu Xinghan away, Yufeng interjected, blocking his path. "What? Do you intend to lay hands on me? I possess an invitation." "And what of it?" In a flash, Yufeng seized Cold Chun by the collar. "Yufeng, what do you intend to do? Are you mad?" Cold Chun's eyes widened in alarm as he felt his feet lift off the ground, once again being hoisted like a mere chick. Lu Xinghan, fear-stricken, retreated, too afraid to utter a word. Today, she had witnessed Yufeng's fierce resolve. This brother of the son-in-law was anything but timid. His demeanor was entirely different from Yushan's. "Put me down. If you do not kill me today, I will make sure you regret it for the rest of your life. Release me." Cold Chun threatened. He had forgotten that if threats were effective, he would not have been thrown into the river in the first place. This time, he repeated the same mistake. The patrons in the bar stared in astonishment as Yufeng stepped out and made his way to the rooftop on the second floor. The seaside villa was built right by the shore, and beneath the terrace lay the unfathomable depths of the ocean. Cold Chun felt a chill run down his spine. "You wouldn't." Before he could finish his sentence, Yufeng suddenly released his grip. 3 seconds later, with a splash, the water erupted. Cold Chun was once again cast down by Yufeng. This time, he was thrown directly into the sea. "I warned you. Anyone who dares to humiliate my elder brother you in front of me will face the consequences, mark my words. Yufeng, always keep my promises." A new figure floundered in the water, creating ripples. On the terrace, Yufeng strode away from the bar alongside the elder, under the bewildered gaze of the crowd. Huarran hurriedly led a group to rescue Cold Chun from the water, not wasting a single moment. Accompanied by Meng Ru, whose legs had been mercilessly beaten by the security guards, they rushed to the hospital. If they delayed, those 2 legs might truly be ruined. Meanwhile, witnessing the events of the night, Lu Xinghan's perception of Yufeng transformed entirely. Upon first encountering him, she had hastily branded him as a useless man living off the Gao family, nothing without his brother-in-law. Now, she recognized her own naivety. Here was a man personally invited by Linya, the chairwoman of the Huamei group. A man who nonchalantly tossed the scions of Jiangqing's elite into the sea. How simplistic could one be? Lu Xinghan stood dazed at the bar's entrance, suddenly recalling that Yufeng had referred to Linya as sister-in-law. Linya was Yufeng's sister-in-law? What on earth was going on? With a myriad of questions swirling in her mind, Lu Xinghan left the bar and returned home alone. On the other side, Yufeng accompanied the elder to a private room on the 4th floor. Upon opening the door, a sumptuous feast awaited him. Seated at the table was a well-dressed, graceful woman in her 30s, lightly made up. It was Linya. Beside her sat a small boy, about 10 years old and approximately 4 feet tall. "Chairman, Mr. Yu has arrived," the elder announced as he opened the door, then turned to leave, taking all the servants with him. Linya smiled gently, patting the boy's back softly, and said, "Quickly, greet Uncle Yu. He is your father's good brother." The boy stood up unhurriedly, his bright eyes revealing an inexplicable sadness, a maturity far beyond his years. His sharp features and delicate visage vaguely reminded Yufeng of his brother Wang San. Memories of past battles alongside Wang San surged back into his mind. Yufeng smiled. Reaching into his pocket, the boy approached Yufeng, lifted his chin, his eyes slightly reddened, and asked, "Uncle Yu, did my father really sacrifice himself?" At this moment, Yufeng's hand suddenly froze. Had Linya shared this news with him? He lowered his head, momentarily at a loss for words when it came to addressing a 10-year-old child. "What is your name?" Yufeng inquired. "Wang Lu." The boy replied. "My mother said my father wanted me to live a life full of joy, so he named me Wang Lu. But what he doesn't know is that since I became aware, I have never been happy, for my childhood has been devoid of a father. I have never even seen his face. Uncle Yu, does my father love me? Does he?" It was difficult to fathom such questions emanating from the lips of a mere child. For the past decade, Wang San had served in the esteemed Wolf Fang, a unit renowned as the premier special forces team. He returned home roughly every month to undertake perilous missions, traversing the razor's edge between life and death. Yet, the cost of this duty was the sacrifice of precious moments with family. Due to the unique nature of Wolf Fang, returning home required navigating a labyrinth of complex procedures and lengthy journeys across multiple cities, consuming an inordinate amount of time. Wang San felt that expending such resources merely to return home was hardly worthwhile. Guided by a sense of greater purpose, he chose to reside permanently within Wolf Fang. And thus, a decade slipped by. By the time news of him reached Yufeng, the distance between the living and the departed had grown vast. Yufeng could not ascertain whether Wang San regretted those 10 years, but he was resolute about one thing: your father loves you deeply. Yufeng assured him. Each time your father undertook a mission, he would express his longing to return home and embrace his son. Every night before sleep, he would gaze at your photograph for an extended time. If anyone in this world loves you most, it is undoubtedly your father. Remember, your father is a hero. No one surpasses his greatness. Do you understand? With that, Yufeng extended his hand from within his cloak. Gripped tightly between his fingers was a sharp dagger, its hilt stained with the blood of the wicked. "Uncle Yu, what is this?" Wang Lu exclaimed, wiping away his tears as he sobbed. "This is the dagger your father carried with him. The blood it has shed belongs to the most vile of men. I now entrust this dagger to you, hoping that you will honor your father's wishes, embody his spirit, and continue to live on. Can you do that?" Yufeng opened his hand, presenting the dagger to Wang Lu. In that moment, the 10-year-old boy witnessed the essence of legacy for the first time. He seemed to grasp the profound meaning of inheritance, a hero of one era imparting his hopes to the youth of the future. "I can do it." Wang Lu hesitated for a moment, but then resolutely accepted the dagger, holding it tightly with both hands. "Speak louder. A man must not falter. Have you not eaten? Can you do this?" Yufeng urged. "I can," Wang Lu exclaimed loudly, tears blurring his vision. Yet he fought to suppress his sobs, for he was a man, determined to emulate the heroism of the father he had never met. Linya watched this scene unfold, her heart heavy with sorrow. She took out a tissue to dab at the tears pooling in her eyes. "All right, come over and have dinner. Lele, go grab the chopsticks. Today we are welcoming Uncle Yu." "Understood." Wang Lu obediently walked towards the kitchen. Yufeng took a seat opposite Linya, initiating a conversation about his experiences fighting alongside Wang San. This evening, he had transgressed the rules. Yet, he felt no remorse. He sought to convey to Linya and Wang Lu the essence of Wang San's character. Even if he were to stand trial and face a decade in prison, he remained unafraid. At this moment, an astonishing event was unfolding at the first hospital of Jiangqing. Almost all the specialists had gathered in one ward, comprising elite veterans from orthopedics, renowned for treating paralysis. Despite their extensive careers, having encountered countless intricate medical cases, they were utterly astonished. Incredible, unbelievable. The muscles and nerves surrounding young Master Dong's legs seemed to regenerate miraculously. Having lived a considerable part of his life, the old physician had never witnessed such a phenomenon. Logically, following the car accident years ago, Dong's bones had been nearly shattered. How could the recent photographs depict a complete recovery? Young Master Dong. What is the explanation for this? By the bedside, Dong Shang listened to the accolades from these esteemed scholars and concluded that he could indeed stand. He felt his life rejuvenate, filled with color, running, soaring, traveling the world. These were no longer mere dreams. "Xiao Yu." Dong Shang called to his servant, Zhang Yu. "Yes, young master." "Inform grandfather of this news. Additionally, mobilize all my resources and immediately find that young brother. I wish to express my gratitude in person." "Understood, young master." The entire hospital buzzed with excitement over Ouyang Long's miraculous recovery. This was not only a significant event for the renowned Dong family of Jiangxing, but also an unimaginable miracle within the medical community. Who could have anticipated that legs, once shattered in a car accident, could one day receive such advanced treatment? The creator of this miraculous medicine must surely be a paragon among men. The hospital had to locate him. The Dong family must find him. Meanwhile, as everyone was fervently searching for the mysterious young street vendor, another youth on the brink of disability arrived at the hospital. Doctor, quickly, take my brother into the operating room. Huang rushed in, cradling Meng Ru. Upon seeing the bloodied state of the man in his arms, the nurses turned pale with fear, daring not to linger. They swiftly wheeled out the surgery cart to expedite Meng Ru's entry into the operating room. Orthopedic specialists, alerted by the commotion, hastily exited Dongxing's ward to provide treatment. However, as the specialists began to cut away Meng Ru's pants around his knee, the gravity of the situation settled upon them, their expressions grave. Outside the operating room, Huang sat anxiously in a chair, his brow furrowed since leaving the seaside villa. The two other young gentlemen accompanying him exchanged glances, hesitantly stepping forward. What shall? It's getting late. We should take our leave, lest. Huang lifted his gaze, his demeanor turning stern. Enough. The two scions of noble families trembled in fear, immediately sealing their lips. What intentions could they possibly harbor given their current demeanor? Although Meng Ru's lineage did not quite match that of Hua Ran, it was still infinitely superior to these two, whose ignorance was glaring. The president of the First Bank of Jiang City was none other than Meng Ru's father. Should he learn of this incident and discover that these two suffered no harm, how could he maintain his composure? They would undoubtedly face repercussions. The thought of fleeing crossed their minds. While they did not seek to share the same birth, they certainly did not wish for a shared demise. Such camaraderie was nothing but a facade, where friends and revelry scatter like leaves in a storm when calamity strikes. Huang narrowed his eyes, a disdainful smile curling his lips. Begone. Let us not cross paths again. The two youths relaxed visibly, expressing their gratitude profusely. Thank you, young Master Hua. We had no choice. We'll take our leave now. Leave. Very well, very well. They departed the hospital with a sense of relief. Shortly thereafter, a Mercedes-Benz E-Class glided into the hospital grounds, and a middle-aged man clad in a suit, his expression grave, strode purposefully to the operating room's entrance. Hua Ran immediately rose. Uncle Meng. Meng Hai had just finished a late shift at the bank. Upon hearing that his son had been assaulted and had his knees shattered, he hurried to the hospital. Confronted with Hua Ran, he felt a surge of anger but dared not voice it. After all, it was the esteemed scion of the Hua family who had ensured his son received medical attention. What right did he have to complain? What power did he wield to challenge this? He refrained from adopting his senior's demeanor and managed a polite smile. Good evening, young Master Hua. My son, Uncle Meng, it is my fault for not taking better care of Meng Ru tonight. I will have my father compensate you. I am truly sorry. Meng Hai's eye shifted. What exactly transpired? It unfolded as follows. Hua Ran recounted the events of the evening, deliberately omitting the details of Meng Ru's provocation towards Yang Liru and his inappropriate advances. Though Meng Ru had erred, he did not deserve such a brutal punishment. Hua Ran had no intention of letting that scoundrel Yufeng off so easily. As Meng Hai absorbed this narrative, a shadow fell across his countenance. He quietly inquired, Are you implying that my son, merely for uttering a few unkind words, had his legs broken by a guest of the chairman of Huamei Group, and that he was stripped of his invitation to your gathering? Moreover, the young master of the Lung family was thrown into the sea. Indeed, that Yufeng is the brother of the wife of the Gao family's young master. As I left tonight, I discreetly arranged for someone to watch his movements with Linya. I received word they dined together, and Linya's son was seen brandishing a dagger. I suspect Linya may have simply wished to procure fine items for her son, hence treating Yufeng as a distinguished guest, Warren speculated. As a prominent figure within Jiang City's elite, it was hardly a challenge to have attendees keep an eye on Yufeng. Upon hearing this news, Meng Hai's fury ignited. His face a mask of rage. Linya Yufeng. His arm trembled at the thought. Linya's love for her son was known throughout Jiang City's upper echelons. But what was this Yufeng? Merely a man wielding a fine dagger? Why does Linya consider herself a distinguished guest? Has she lost her mind? For the sake of a worthless son-in-law from the Gao family, she dares to break my son's legs? Who does she think she is? If my son is left disabled for the rest of his life, Linya, I will not let this go. Ding dong. Just as their conversation was reaching a critical point, the door to the operating room swung open. The expert doctor sighed deeply as he emerged. Doctor, how's my son? The specialist cast a piercing gaze at him. First, let your son return to his ward. It would be best to wait until he awakens to discuss this matter. Doctor. Upon hearing these words, Ming Hai's face turned ashen. Half an hour later, they found themselves in Ming Ru's hospital room. As the effects of the medication began to wear off, the unconscious Ming Ru finally opened his eyes. In the very first moment of regaining consciousness, he instinctively moved his legs, only to realize that no matter how hard he tried, he could not move them. Xiaoru. Panic engulfed Ming Ru, and tears immediately welled up in his timid, cowardly eyes. Dad, what happened to my legs? Why can't I feel them? Dad. Ming Hai took a deep breath. Doctor, please tell me, what is the condition of Xiaoru's legs? The doctor, with a grave expression, replied, from a medical standpoint, the patient's legs are essentially beyond treatment, classified as grade 1 disability. He will have to live the rest of his life in a wheelchair. I'm going to be crippled? Ming Ru was momentarily stunned, then erupted in a furious scream. I refuse to be disabled. I refuse to sit in a wheelchair. You quacks, you charlatans. Dad, send me abroad. I want to seek treatment overseas. It's futile. Even our city's top hospital, Jiangcheng First Hospital, is at the pinnacle, comparable to any hospital abroad. Any doctor would only shake their head. The doctor continued, delivering a verdict akin to a death sentence. Despite having prepared himself for the worst, Ming Hai found it impossible to accept this outcome. Xiaoru, don't worry. I will hire the best caregivers for you. I don't want that. I don't want it. Dad, help me take revenge. Help me kill that bastard Yufeng. He is the one who did this to me. I want him dead. I want him dead. Ming Ru shrieked in a hysterical rage. I will help you achieve this. Ming Hai resolved, determined to dedicate his life to vengeance. However, just as he was about to leave, the doctor uttered a statement that left him utterly astonished. Mr. Ming, I just said that from a medical perspective, it is incurable, but I did not say there is truly no hope. The young master of the Dong family recently returned to the hospital for an examination, and his previously paralyzed legs were completely healed due to a bottle of medicine from a young man. Perhaps you should seek him out? What? The young master of the Dong family. The prodigious Dong Xing hailed as a once-in-a-century talent from the illustrious Dong family. As the branch manager of a listed bank, Ming Hai was well aware of the legend surrounding Dong Xing. From the moment he was born, this scion of a prestigious family was imbued with immense expectations. By the tender age of 5, he had mastered 3 foreign languages. At 7, he began learning the piano, swiftly advancing 9 grades in a single year under the tutelage of a world-renowned pianist. By the age of 10, he had taken up traditional Chinese painting, earning first prize in the youth category within 3 years. At 14, he leapt 3 grades from middle school to senior high, completing the entirety of the high school curriculum in just 1 year. He successfully gained admission to a prestigious program at Kyoto University through the rigorous entrance examination. Following his 17th birthday, he pursued further studies abroad at a university ranked among the top 10 worldwide, and by his early 20s, he had become a globally renowned postdoctoral scholar, eventually attaining the position of associate professor. Such an illustrious resume drew the admiration of many wherever he went, marking him as a prodigy of unparalleled talent. A few years ago, he stood among the nation's 4 foremost talents in high society, proudly sharing the spotlight with Bei Muhan, Nan Yankai, and Dong Minglong, earning the moniker Shidong Sheng. Yet, fate is often cruel. 3 years prior, he was involved in a devastating car accident that not only obliterated his brightest future, but also rendered him unable to walk. The once promising genius was suddenly marred by imperfection, gradually fading from public view into obscurity, leaving no trace behind. Now, however, Dong Sheng's legs have fully recovered. If this is indeed true, the young genius of the Dong family will reclaim his former glory and return. Yet, this is not what Ming Hai concerns himself with. He is solely interested in the means by which Dong Xing's legs have healed. Without delay, he sets off to find him. Ming Hai utters a brief statement before heading towards the VIP ward on the top floor of the hospital. In the ward, Dong Sheng sips a bowl of chicken soup, occasionally moving his legs, which are concealed beneath the bed covers, unable to suppress a smile. Suddenly, a sharp voice echoes from outside the door, demanding, "Who goes there? State your business." Dong Xing furrows his brow and puts down his soup, inquiring, "What is happening?" A bodyguard quickly enters, reporting, "Young master, someone is attempting to intrude, claiming they wish to see you." "See me? Who?" Dong Xing asks. The bodyguard replies, "The president of the Jiacheng Bank branch, Ming Hai. Is it him?" Over the years, Dong Xing had retreated from the limelight, leading a carefree life while keeping an eye on reports of talent across the globe. "Ming Hai, a graduate of Kyoto University, had been recognized a year ago as the most promising candidate for the chairmanship of Jiangxing Bank. What could he possibly want with me? Dong Sheng pondered, perplexed. Let him in, he finally decides. Yes, young master. The bodyguard exits the room. A minute later, Meng Hai enters, his demeanor filled with respect. As the president of a major bank, he should possess a certain authority, yet in the presence of Dong Sheng, he is unable to adopt the posture of someone in power. You wish to see me? Dong Sheng prompts. In an unexpected turn, Meng Hai suddenly kneels before him. Dong Sheng nearly spews the chicken soup he had just consumed, bewildered. What does this mean? Upon meeting, President Meng immediately knelt before me. Should an outsider witness such a display, where would your dignity reside? Dong Sheng, regaining his composure, inquired slowly. For the sake of my son's legs. I would not hesitate to exhaust my entire fortune, let alone my pride, Meng Hai replied resolutely. With this statement, Dong Sheng instantly grasped his intentions. It appeared that the news of his son's paralyzed legs being healed had spread. If your purpose is to restore your son's legs, then you have come to the wrong person. This, Meng's expression shifted. Impossible. The doctor confirmed that Master Dong's legs have fully recovered. Surely you must have a solution. I know you obtained a miraculous medicine. Whatever the cost, I implore you to sell it to me. I would be inclined to sell it to you, but alas, the young man who provided me with this miraculous medicine remains elusive, Dong Sheng replied nonchalantly. Earlier today, while strolling the streets, I encountered a young man selling medicine. He had only 2 bottles, and I purchased one. I have since dispatched people to seek his whereabouts. But whether any news will materialize remains uncertain. Therefore, President Meng, I must kindly ask you to leave. A young man selling medicine, encountered while shopping? Meng Hai was taken aback. He had presumed Dong Sheng had sought out a renowned expert. Instead, it seemed to be mere happenstance. His hope dwindled significantly. Since it was a matter of fate, locating an identical bottle of medicine appeared increasingly bleak. His gaze dimmed as he lowered his head. President Meng, please take your leave. Dong Sheng urged. No, Master Dong, I implore you to assist me with a favor. Meng Hai refused to depart. What favor? Should you, Master Dong, succeed in finding that esteemed individual, I beseech you to request another bottle of that miraculous medicine on my behalf. In return, I, Meng Hai, vow to serve you as a devoted servant for life, to aid you in your endeavors, and to never shy away from my duties. With that, Meng Hai bowed deeply 3 times. Upon hearing this, Dong Sheng's expression changed. The future chairman of Jiangxing Bank wished to serve him. What a considerable temptation it was. In the 3 years since Dong Sheng had retreated from the limelight, he had accomplished little. While the other 3 of the 4 talents had each established their own domains and become prominent figures, leaving him in obscurity. He felt discontent. Now that his legs had healed, he was destined for a powerful resurgence. Having a chairman of a major bank as a subordinate would surely provide solutions in times of financial distress. After much contemplation, Dong Sheng replied, Very well, I agree. Once I locate that young man, I shall exhaust all means to procure a bottle of that miraculous medicine for you and will notify you to meet him at the Dong residence. Thank you, Master Dong. Having received this assurance, Meng Hai exited the ward, unwilling to disturb him further. Upon reaching the corridor, his expression turned frigid. Although he now had Dong Sheng's guarantee, he was acutely aware that the chances remained slim. In his thoughts, he harbored intense resentment toward the waste of space named Yufeng. You scoundrel. I shall not let you escape unscathed. With that, he retrieved his phone. President, do you have any instructions? Immediately check the loans related to the Gao Group under our bank. Notify them that if the loans are not settled within a month, we will freeze all their accounts and seize their properties and vehicles. Very well, I shall attend to this matter at once, said the bank manager. Prepare to deal with Yufeng, starting with the Gao family. It is you, the Gao family, who have taken in a son-in-law and brought his brother into Jiang City. I may not be able to contend with the Huamei Group, but the Gao family is not beyond my reach. Just wait and see. He sneered coldly as he left the hospital. Unbeknownst to him, the very Yufeng he sought to exact revenge upon was the creator of the miraculous medicine he had been desperately pursuing. He would soon become the greatest of jokes. As night descended, the seaside shimmered under the moonlight. After dining with Linya, Yufeng prepared to leave. He felt a sense of relief after finally expressing the past grievances he had long kept bottled up. The incidents that occurred in the bar held no weight in his mind. Upon reaching the ground floor, he was about to exit when he noticed young Liru sitting alone on the beach, gazing at the distant sea. Most of the beachgoers had departed by this late hour, leaving her solitary. Mr. Yu, the car is ready, announced the elderly housekeeper. Thank you, but I can return on my own, Yufeng politely declined. The housekeeper, taken aback, was about to say more when he noticed Yu Feng's gaze directed towards Yang Liru, a knowing smile spreading across his face. I understand, Mr. Yu. The room on the 4th floor is always open for you, he said before hastily departing. Yu Feng looked perplexed, pondering the meaning behind the housekeeper's words. He dismissed his thoughts and walked towards the beach, crouching down beside Yang Liru. Why are you still here so late? Be careful, or you might get taken away. He jested. Yang Liru's expression shifted momentarily before she playfully punched his shoulder. Uncle, you scared me. Who would dare to take me away at this hour? Are you foolish? Well, that is not necessarily the case, Yu Feng replied with a chuckle. Uncle, you are quite childish to say such frightening things, she pouted. Childishness can also be a form of innocence. Sometimes, maintaining a pure heart and living simply can lead to a more carefree existence, Yu Feng reflected aloud. Upon hearing this, Yang Liru gazed at him with newfound curiosity. He had also heard such sentiments from his father. The world is rife with treachery. Often, simplicity is the most coveted. Those who can render life uncomplicated have achieved true strength. Uncle, what is your relationship with the chairman of Huame Group? Why does she place such importance on you? Yang Liru could no longer contain her curiosity. Yu Feng smiled softly. Before you inquire about me, perhaps you should first consider whether you harbor any secrets. Why would someone come to capture you? And why have you suddenly gone missing? In their exchange of questions, they both realized they were harboring profound secrets from one another. Naturally, Yang Liru was reluctant to divulge her identity and passed easily. After all, she had finally encountered someone who stirred her heart. What if revealing too much frightened him away? Yu Feng smiled knowingly and gazed silently into the distance. Very well. If you choose not to speak, and I choose the same, then let us all remain silent. Regardless, I am disinclined to seek answers, for in my heart, dear sir, you are the finest person in this world. Yang Liru said with an expression of admiration. Are you not afraid that I might be a villain? Yu Feng retorted. A villain? If a person like you were to abduct me, I would accept it, for I know you would never harm me, right? What kind of villain would allow me to escape first? Yang Liru nodded emphatically. Dear sir, will you always protect me? I find myself rather bored. To protect you continuously? Who are you to me? Yu Feng replied with a feigned annoyance, yet unbeknownst to him, his heart was indeed quite willing. It was an enigmatic feeling, akin to mountain spring water cascading over rocky cliffs, refreshingly cool, accompanied by a hint of joy. Yang Liru stood up, hands on her hips. Humph. If you choose not to protect me, there are plenty of others who would. Children. Yu Feng was somewhat speechless. Humph. Dear sir, you are such a straightforward man. Utterly unamusing. Do you not realize I nearly... Yang Liru began, but then covered her mouth, almost revealing too much. Nearly what? Yu Feng lifted his gaze. Yang Liru shook her head. It's nothing, nothing at all. I will not divulge my secrets to you. Yu Feng turned away, feeling somewhat displeased. Petulantly responding, then do not expect me to share mine. TCH, miser. Yang Liru crouched down and smiled. Let us make a pact then. Neither of us will voluntarily reveal our secrets, and we shall continue in this manner. I have resigned from my position, Yu Feng stated. What a coincidence, I too have resigned. Yang Liru's eyes widened, spinning around with excitement. Yu Feng looked at her in surprise. Hee. Dear sir, do not look at me like that. At worst, we can search for jobs together tomorrow. Yang Liru proposed. I have my own matters to attend to. Saving you is merely a matter of witnessing injustice and offering aid. You need not take it to heart, nor is there any necessity for you to resign. Yu Feng sighed. Who said I resigned because of you? I simply found that Lu Xinghan was intolerable and dismissed her. Humph. Yang Liru exclaimed indignantly, suddenly recalling something. Dear sir, I remember that when I resigned. Your elder brother was frantically searching for you. His mental state was quite poor. What transpired between you two? Elder brother? Yushan. He is searching for himself. Yu Feng's expression changed. He had been so busy since early this morning that he almost forgot to call Yushan. I have something to attend to. Must I escort you home, or will you return by yourself? Yu Feng urgently stood up, eager to return home and recharge. I can return by myself. Yang Liru, caught off guard, wondered why Yu Feng became so uneasy at the mention of Yushan. What exactly happened yesterday? Could it be because of her? Very well. You may head back first. We shall be in touch. Hey, sir, Yang Liru was about to ask him for his phone number. But Yu Feng did not respond and walked away, leaving her no chance to speak. Frustrated, Yang Liru stamped her foot in place, muttering, This man truly does not understand a young girl's heart. How can we stay in touch without a phone number? Is he foolish? Is he naive? A straightforward man like him is destined to remain single. Despite her words, a joyful smile graced Yang Liru's face. She had finally encountered her true love. It was indeed a rare occurrence. Upon returning home, Yufeng hurriedly charged his phone. Once powered on, he attempted to call Yushan. However, no matter how many times he tried, the call was perpetually unanswered. Brother, I left in such a rush that day. He must be quite worried about me. I hope he has quarreled with sister-in-law. Worrying about his brother, Yufeng set down his phone, resigned to await a callback. Unbeknownst to him, at that very moment, Yushan was stumbling home, clutching a bottle of wine, clearly intoxicated. He fumbled for his keys and opened the door. Snap! How dare you, Yushan? Have you lost your mind? Ignoring my calls all day? And now you come home reeking of alcohol? Who gave you the right to drink? Kneel. Gao Yushuang caught a whiff of Yushan's inebriation from afar, her brow furrowing as she unleashed a torrent of scorn. Cursed! Yushan raised the bottle defiantly, fueled by the liquor, and hurled it to the ground with all his might. Gao Yushuang, don't push your luck. No matter what, I, Yushan, am still your husband. What's wrong with me drinking? Why should you care? Years of pent-up frustration made Yushan feel as if he were an ancient tortoise, forced to endure everything. When guests belittled him and humiliated him in front of the Gao family, he had to swallow his pride. When a wealthy heir pursued Gao Yushuang relentlessly, he could neither intervene nor acknowledge it. He had to endure that too. For the sake of his daughter and their future, he thought it wise to bear it all. To Yushan, wealth and status were undoubtedly significant, yet he longed for a peaceful and fulfilling life. However, this did not imply he would forsake familial bonds. His only younger brother, Yufeng, had finally emerged from prison, yet in the Gao household. He faced grievances and was homeless. As an elder brother, Yushan felt utterly powerless to assist him. He loathed his own inadequacy and despised the fact that Gao Yushuang treated him as if he were invisible. Now, he only wished to drown his sorrows in alcohol. Was even that small consolation to be stripped away from him? It was utterly outrageous. Crash! The wine bottle shattered on the floor, splintering into pieces. The sound echoed like thunder, startling Gao Yushuang into silence. She stood frozen, eyes wide. Realizing this was the first time Yushan had lost his temper. An honest man, could he also have moments of anger? Suddenly, she found herself at a loss for what to do. Then, she heard Yushan voicing his grievances. Gao Yushuang, I have toiled like a beast in your family for years, with no accolades yet enduring hardships. My brother was wronged by you, since he arrived in Jiacheng. He has endured 3 slaps from you, and you Haven Tea even offered a single apology. Yet that scoundrel Su Chong, who dared to lay hands on our daughter, faces no repercussions at all. You have left me utterly disheartened. Do you not grasp that my younger brother is the last remaining kin I have in this world? He has no one else to rely on but me. As these thoughts overwhelmed him, Yushan broke down in tears, his sorrow flowing freely. He felt a deep sense of injustice on behalf of Yufeng and guilt for his own inability to defend her. After all, he was merely a son-in-law. A son-in-law looked down upon by others. Upon hearing his words, Gao Yushuang gradually regained her composure, and a touch of sympathy flickered in her gaze as she looked at Yushan. Perhaps, I have indeed erred. Reflecting on the events of the previous night, she considered how she would feel if she were the one to receive such a slap. She too would feel wronged. Yet, she could not bring herself to apologize. Steward! Gao Yushuang halted in her tracks, pondering for quite some time before deciding to overlook Yushan's remarks. The elderly steward, who had opened the door for Yushan the previous evening, approached with his head bowed, feeling an equal measure of remorse upon learning the details of last night's incident. Observing this, Yushan let out a cold laugh. What's this? Have I touched a nerve, prompting you to expel me? Gao Yushuang, I do not need your pity. I can live quite well on my own. If you wish for me to leave, simply say the word, and I shall go. In that moment, under the influence of alcohol, Yushan felt a surge of bravado, finally voicing sentiments he had long kept suppressed. Mississippi. The old steward hesitated as he approached. Gao Yushuang turned away, letting out a soft sigh. Take him to the guest room to rest. Prepare a bowl of hangover soup for him. After consuming so much alcohol, he will undoubtedly have a headache in the morning. Please take good care of him. Yes, Mississippi. Are you not sending me away? Yushan asked, a look of confusion on his face. Gao Yushuang said nothing, striding away with purpose. Once escorted back to the guest room by the old steward, Yushan drifted into a muddled slumber. In his dreams, someone offered him a bowl of hangover soup, enveloping him in a warm embrace. Within that dreamscape, he envisioned his wife, Gao Yushuang, knitting him a sweater. Their family living harmoniously in the countryside, embracing a life of toil at sunrise and rest at sunset. Wasn't this the very life he and Gao Yushuang had yearned for during their days of love? However, upon learning of her status as the eldest daughter of the Gao family, he found himself compelled to forsake his dignity as a man, accepting the role of a son-in-law. All his endurance stemmed from his love for Gao Yushuang. But at what point did that love morph into obsession? The following morning, at 8 o'clock, Yushan awoke with a splitting headache, the remnants of his dream fading. Fortunately, a bowl of warm hangover soup awaited him nearby. After consuming it, he felt revitalized. Sitting on the edge of the bed, he vaguely recalled the words he had uttered the previous night. "Oh no, I hope my wife isn't angry. No, I mustn't dwell on those dangerous words." In a rush, Yushan burst out of the guest room and into the living room, where Gao Yushuang was seated at the dining table, enjoying her meal. "Wife, I was drunk last night. I didn't mean it. Just consider it nonsense. Please do not take it to heart. Don't cast me away, my dear wife." Yushan panicked, fearing that Gao Yushuang might genuinely wish to rid herself of him. As the conversation unfolded, it was abruptly interrupted by Gao Yushuang. "Sit down and have a bowl of porridge. Clear your head from the alcohol," she said, rising to serve him a bowl, placing it before him. This gesture left Yushan utterly astonished. When had Gao Yushuang ever served him porridge? "Wife, are you not angry?" Yushan ventured to inquire. "After a drunken ramble, why would I be upset?" Gao Yushuang replied with a calm demeanor, pausing momentarily before adding, "Come, let us have breakfast. And please, refrain from drinking in the future." Instantly, Yushan beamed with a smile. "All right, I promise I won't drink anymore, my dear wife." Relieved that Gao Yushuang bore no resentment for the previous night's events, Yushan sat down and devoured his breakfast heartily. Once he finished and was about to clear the dishes for washing, Gao Yushuang interjected, "You need not tidy up today. Let the housekeeper handle that. Change into his suit and accompany me to the family meeting of the Gao group." The family meetings of the Gao group were traditionally convened only during pivotal moments, attended solely by significant family members. In the past, Gao Yushuang had never taken him along. Why was it different today? "What do you mean? My wife? Am I even qualified to attend? Our father has always looked down on me." Yushan lowered his head. "You are a member of the Gao family. How could you lack the right to accompany me? Enough of this nonsense. Gather your things and let us go." "Understood." Her words, which seemed to affirm his worth, made Yushan's heart soar with joy. He changed into his suit in a matter of minutes and followed Gao Yushuang to the Gao group headquarters. Half an hour later, they arrived at the base of the company. The family meeting was about to commence, and as they reached the conference room on the top floor, a cold and disdainful voice echoed through the air. "What is going on? Who permitted you, this useless individual, to attend? Yushuang, do you not realize today is a family meeting?" A middle-aged man seated at the head of the table glared at Yushan, his voice laced with contempt. He was Gao Xiong, the third son of the Gao family and Gao Yushuang's uncle, a member of the board of the Gao group. His narrowed eyes scrutinized Yushan. "An outsider like you attending a meeting of the group?" Meanwhile, at 8 in the morning, Yufeng had just finished his military exercises and, after washing up, checked his phone. His elder brother still hadn't returned his call. What if something had happened to him? The thought filled Yufeng with anxiety. He should have assured his brother of his safety that night. He might be worried sick right now. Should he directly go to the group to find him? As he pondered, the 100,000 yuan he earned yesterday came to mind, which he could hand over to his brother. A man might lack ambition or achievements, but he must never lose his dignity. Being at the mercy of the Gao family, should his adoptive parents find out, it would undoubtedly sadden them. Our family, despite being from the countryside, is upright and honorable, Yufeng murmured to himself, quickly changing his clothes before departing for the Gao group. As Gao Xiong spoke, the eyes of the other family members in the conference room turned toward Yushan. Immediately, a cacophony of derisive laughter, mocking jeers, and scornful snickers erupted. How could this man have the audacity to attend the Gao family meeting? Did he not understand his standing within the family? Who knows? Just look at his timid demeanor, akin to a rustic who has never seen the world. It seems that even after years of holding a managerial position in the logistics department, he has shown no promise. Indeed, there exists a principle that a toad can never become a golden toad. No matter how much it consumes, it will always remain a toad. Each utterance was unbearable to hear. Yushan's face flushed with embarrassment and anger. Indeed, as the son-in-law of the Gao family, he was not well regarded. "Wife, perhaps I should head to work first. I will wait for you in the office," he suggested, fearing to bring shame upon Gao Yushuang. Yet she immediately retorted, "Where do you think you're going? I brought you here to attend the family meeting. After so many years, you should be considered a part of the Gao family. Is my husband not a member of the Gao family?" Her tone was resolute, unwilling to yield an inch. Upon hearing her words, Yushan was momentarily taken aback, while the expressions of others shifted dramatically. Wife. Gao Yushuang's declaration resonated with conviction, perhaps influenced by her husband's heartfelt drunken confessions the previous day. Along with her prior misunderstandings regarding Yushan's brother, she began to change, though outwardly, she still maintained her haughty demeanor. Heh. Gao Xiong chuckled coldly. A troublemaker like you is unworthy of being one of us, Gao family. Yushuang, it seems you are unaware of the meeting's agenda today. With that, Gao Xiong slowly rose, opened a stack of folders, and tossed a report onto Gao Yushuang's table. What does it entail? Gao Yushuang furrowed her brow, perplexed. Today was not a regular meeting day for the Gao family, so why had the younger members suddenly been summoned to a corporate meeting? She picked up the report and, after a cursory glance, was engulfed by a tumult of emotions. The First Bank of Jiancheng had issued a loan repayment ultimatum to the Gao family. Her complexion paled. Her face drained of color. What was happening? How could this? How do you think this came about? It's all the doing of your useless husband's brother. A younger family member, of lower standing, rose to slam the table and curse vehemently. My brother? Panic seized Yushan. What has happened to my brother? Calm down, Gao Yushuang whispered reassuringly, then turned to Gao Xiong, third uncle. What exactly transpired yesterday? The son of Meng Hai, the president of the Jiangxing branch of the First Bank, has had his legs broken and is now hospitalized, condemned to a life of disability. What? Gao Yushuang understood the gravity of the situation. Meng Hai was a shrewd and capable financial elite, having appeared on talent lists and favored by the board of directors at the First Bank of Jiangcheng. It was rumored that he would soon ascend to the position of chairman. It is not an exaggeration to say that, in the coming years, this individual will undoubtedly be esteemed by a multitude of business magnates as a financial advisor. However, his son has suffered a grievous injury, having had his legs broken, which is an affair concerning the Gao family. Xiaoan, it appears our chairman has not fully grasped the situation. Please enlighten him. Certainly, third uncle. Gao Xiaoan turned and spoke. In brief, last night, President Ming's son had his legs broken, and the culprit is none other than Yushan's useless brother, Yufeng. In a fit of rage, President Ming has unjustly directed his ire towards our Gao family, issuing us a mandate regarding the repayment of our loans. This morning, we calculated that the Gao family has a total loan of 100 million at the First Bank of Jiangxing, with only 50 million in readily available liquid assets. This implies that if we cannot gather 50 million within a month, all accounts of the group will be frozen, and at that point, the Gao family should prepare for bankruptcy. At once, Gao Yushuang comprehended the gravity of the situation. Impossible, it cannot be true. My brother would never break President Ming's son's legs. This is surely a rumor. Yushan shook his head repeatedly, denying the accusation. Oh, please. We are well aware of your brother's history. Having spent 5 years as a hardened criminal, it might be unknown to outsiders, but do you take us for fools? What rumor could there possibly be about a convict assaulting someone? With the stature of President Ming, how could he unjustly tarnish your brother's name? What a farce. Gao Xiaoan scoffed coldly before returning to his seat. No, it cannot be. Yushan was thoroughly panicked. If someone's legs were broken, would not Meng Haixin, in his wrath, send Yufeng back to prison? Now is not the time to dwell on this matter. Gao Yushuang decisively stated, aside from liquid assets, our Gao family must still have several outstanding receivables, correct? How much might that amount to? The financial secretary stood and replied, we have just completed the tally, and there are 5 outstanding debts, which together amount to precisely 50 million. But the financial secretary hesitated, unsure how to continue. But what? She was asked. She responded, it's just that 2 of those debts may not be recoverable. What do you mean? Gao Yushuang narrowed her eyes. With the family's survival at stake, she could not tolerate ambiguity. The 2 debts in question are owed by Master Liu of the Longxiang boxing gym. Recently, we sent several parties to collect, only to have them either beaten to a pulp or thrown into the sea, nearly losing their lives. Therefore, Longxiang boxing gym, Gao Yushuang was immediately astonished. It was notorious in Jiangcheng for its ruthless demeanor, known for its cunning and treachery. Yushuang, at this juncture, it seems your incompetent husband's brother has indeed brought considerable trouble upon our Gao family. I am quite disappointed in you, third uncle stated. I suggest you step down as chairman and allow me to manage in the interim. I will explain the situation to grandfather. The notion of usurpation flashed through Gao Yushuang's mind. Just then, a voice resonated from outside the office. There is no need to resign. One must bear the consequences of their own actions, so there is no need to trouble yourself. The crowd turned in unison towards the entrance. where a tall and upright young man stood. It was Yufeng. Upon arriving at the group, Yufeng made his way to Yushan's office, only to find it unoccupied. After inquiring with a nearby staff member, he learned that Yushan was in a meeting on the top floor, prompting Yufeng to head there. He initially intended to present a bank card containing 100,000 yuan to his brother, enabling him to embark on his entrepreneurial journey before departing. However, upon entering the office, he unexpectedly overheard Meng Hai discussing matters concerning the Gao family. To his astonishment, the young man he had reprimanded the previous night was Meng Hai's son. In other words, he had inadvertently implicated the Gao family and caused his brother to face the ire of many. Regardless of the circumstances, he could not remain indifferent. When the crowd beheld Yufeng, they were momentarily taken aback, and upon hearing Yushan's address, they displayed scornful smiles. I wondered who it might be. So you are the one who broke the legs of President Meng's son, Yufeng. Yushan, how could you allow your brother, who has committed such an unforgivable act, to roam free? Aren't you afraid of him being imprisoned? Gao Xiaoan mocked, arms crossed. Yushan had no inkling that Yufeng would be present here. Little brother, I'm sorry for causing you trouble, Yufeng apologized. Where have you been? Why haven't you even called? Yushan questioned, his tone filled with concern. Now is not the time for such discussions, Yufeng replied as he entered the office, his gaze fixed on Gao Xiong. I will take responsibility for the situation involving Meng Hai and the Gao family. You mentioned that the payment owed by Old Master Lu of the Longxiang Martial Arts School cannot be recovered, correct? Indeed. Do you intend to help us collect the debt? Gao Xiong asked incredulously, thinking Yufeng was jesting. Several groups from our company have already been beaten nearly to death. What can a worthless individual just released from prison accomplish? I can assist you in recovering the debt, and I assure you that within a day, I will retrieve the payment. However, this matter has nothing to do with our elder brother and sister-in-law. If I succeed in reclaiming the payment, you must not force my sister-in-law to step down. Yufeng disowned that the Gao family sought to leverage this opportunity to dethrone his sister-in-law from her position as chairwoman. Though he held little regard for her, she was still his brother's wife and the mother of his niece. Moreover, it was his actions that had led her to be targeted. He could not stand idly by. With the fervor of a soldier and a sense of righteousness, Yufeng declared, I shall not turn a blind eye. Haha, Gao Xiong chuckled lightly. Anyone can speak grandly. But it is true that our Gao group is being targeted by President Meng because of you. You are indeed the most suitable to collect the debt. If you end up severely injured under Old Master Lu's command, it may just alleviate President Meng's wrath and resolve our Gao family's predicament. Shall we proceed with this decision? Absolutely not. Gao Yushuang interjected, her eyes wide with alarm. Yufeng, this is not the time for you to seek momentary glory. Old Master Lu is ruthless and a master of the martial arts. Going to collect the debt would be tantamount to courting death. Indeed, little brother, heed your sister-in-law's advice. You must not go, Yushan concurred. It is of no consequence. Yufeng smiled slightly and said, I am confident, sister-in-law. This matter arose because of me. Allow me to resolve it. Well, Yushan exclaimed impatiently. If you are going, then I shall send someone to accompany you. I will go with you. Yushan nodded eagerly. Oh, the useless ones are rushing headlong to their demise. Splendid. It would be best if they all perished. Clearing out the weeds for our Gao family and discarding the worthless dregs, Gao Xiaohan said with a sardonic tone, clearly amused. Yufeng shook his head. There is no need. I can manage alone. Brother, you understand my temperament. Trust me. Younger brother. Yushan lowered his head, once again relying on Yufeng to restore his dignity. Sister-in-law, without further ado, I shall take my leave. Please send me the exact amount for the goods in the list. Are you certain? Gao Yushuang's expression was complex, her thoughts unknown. Yes. All right. I will dispatch someone to you immediately. To be honest, even if she went, she wouldn't know how to negotiate the payment with Master Lu. It was fair to say there was little hope. Yufeng's confidence was intriguing. Perhaps he truly had a plan? After speaking, Yufeng turned and departed from the office, heading to the Longxiang Martial Arts School. Gao Yushuang promptly turned around. Yushuang, do not forget, should this payment not be recovered, you must voluntarily resign and relinquish the chairman position. Do you understand? Gao Xiang feigned calmness as he spoke. I understand. Goodbye. With that, Gao Yushuang wished to leave immediately, taking Yushan's hand back to her office. Once the door was closed, Yushan eagerly exclaimed, Wife, you must think of a way. We cannot let the younger brother go to his death like this. Be quiet. Gao Yushuang snapped. I barely held my temper in the office just now. And now you still want my assistance? In an instant, her demeanor shifted. The composed attitude she had in the office evaporated. Her gaze seemingly filled with disdain for Yufeng. Wife, what are you saying? The younger brother is only trying to help you. Help me? Gao Yushuang scoffed. That is of his own making. I knew that your brother, who just emerged from prison, was no good. In just a few days, he has already resorted to violence twice. Does he believe that in this society, violence can resolve issues? He only speaks with his fists, devoid of any intellect. If I were to assist him, I would be a fool. Anyone with eyes can see that President Ming calculated that our Gao family would not dare to collect debts from Master Lu, thus forcing your brother to do so. Do you understand the concept of using another's blade to kill? But Yushan felt despondent. He had thought Gao Yushuang's attitude towards him had softened considerably, and that she had shown more kindness towards his brother as well. Yet, it seemed he was merely deluding himself. Deep down, she still looked down upon the two of them. Then why did you urge him not to go earlier in the office? Yushan inquired. Fool. If I hadn't said that, would he feel guilty and choose to go on his own accord? Gao Yushuang turned away. Wife. Spit it out quickly. Gao Yushuang replied impatiently. Did you ever love me? Yushan asked, fatigue evident in his eyes. Originally, I was truly foolish. So naive. Like a grand joke. Gao Yushuang furrowed her brows tightly. This matter is irrelevant. I do not wish to respond. Yushan, your brother is likely to encounter trouble today. I have already ensured that the exit is blocked. You shall remain here until the situation is resolved, after which I will allow you to leave. After all, Yufeng shares no blood ties with you. If he perishes, it will merely serve as a stepping stone for our lives. Yushan, in a fit of rage, felt blood rush to his head and fainted once more, collapsing to the ground. In his final gaze, disappointment filled his eyes. Years of marital affection had culminated in deceit and calculation. As a human being, as the elder brother, he had lived most of his life akin to a turtle, its dignity trampled into the dirt. His younger brother. Meanwhile, Yufeng, oblivious to his own exploitation, arrived at the Longxiang martial arts school. At the moment of his arrival, a shadowy figure lurked in the nearby open parking lot. Goodness, uncle is impressive, actually coming to Longxiang martial arts school to collect debts. Young Liru exclaimed, her face a portrait of shock and disbelief. At the end of the corridor on the 6th floor of the Jiancheng City First Hospital, Ming lit a cigarette, the smoldering ember perched at the corner of his mouth, his grim expression seemingly narrating the resentment within. Beep, beep, beep. A phone rang. Hello? Branch manager, I've just received news that the Gao family has convened an important meeting. That Yushan's brother, Yufeng, has taken the initiative to go to Longxiang Martial Arts School to collect debts. A voice reported from the other end of the line. I understand. With that, Ming Hai hung up, a cold smile emerging upon his weathered face, reflecting in the glassy depths of his eyes. As the bank president, he is arguably the individual most capable of easily obtaining anyone's account information in this world. Lu Sanpao, the instructor at Longxiang Martial Arts School, is a notorious drinker and gambler, spending his days teaching students and collecting tuition, only to frequent bars for high-stakes gambling. Yet, he often falls prey to schemes, losing millions in vain. Upon hearing the news, his wife seizes all his money, providing him only a meager allowance. Consequently, Lu Sanpao set his sights on jewels. Some time ago, under the pretense of his wife's birthday, he arranged to procure a batch of valuable gems from the Gao family. Due to the esteemed reputation of Longxiang Martial Arts School, the Gao family did not sign a contract, believing Lu Sanpao would take the initiative to deliver. Who would have thought that upon receiving the jewels, he would blacklist the Gao family? The Gao group dispatched several teams to demand payment, all of which Lu Sanpao denied, ultimately resorting to violence. Because no contract had been signed beforehand, there was no legal recourse for debt collection. Ming Hai had long remembered this incident. It was an opportune moment to exploit it, to wield a knife through another's hand. You have crippled my son. I vow to ensure your demise. With a snap, he discarded the cigarette from his lips, crushing it underfoot. Yang Liru stealthily approached Longxiang Martial Arts School, fully aware of the significance this place held for the Gao family. Having once been part of it, she could guess without a moment's thought that Yufeng had come for the jewelry payment exceeding 10 million. It was perilous. Lu Sanpao was ruthless and merciless. That substantial sum was clearly an attempt to dine and dash. If her uncle sought the payment from him, it would be akin to walking into a death trap. The thought of the injured employees from the Gao family group sent a chill through Yang Liru's heart. Her uncle was indeed formidable. Yet, no matter how skilled he was, could he contend with an entire boxing gym? Lu Sanpao had over 50 disciples, each wielding a stick. Even the most esteemed masters would find themselves on the ground, lamenting their fate, having finally encountered someone she admired. She could not bear to watch her uncle throw his life away. "Uncle, hold on. I shall summon help." With that, Yang Liru took out her phone and dialed the station's number. Meanwhile, Lu Sampao sat in his office, clad in a black martial arts uniform, puffing on a cigar while toying with a cricket. He had not indulged in gambling for some time, and his heart began to race. The jewels he had swindled from the Gao family group were nearly depleted, leaving him with a mere 10 million. Well, I must say, the jewelry business is quite profitable. He mused, having acquired authentic jewels at wholesale prices from the Gao family and reselling them at exorbitant rates, often making several times the profit. Perhaps I should explore this industry further. As he contemplated how to extract another hefty sum from a jewelry group, a disciple suddenly entered. "Master Lu, what is it?" Lu Sampao inquired. "A debt collector outside claims to wish to see you." One of the apprentices replied respectfully. "A debt collector?" Lu Sampao smirked coldly. Could it be someone from the Gao family seeking payment? His eyes narrowed. "Indeed, Master Lu. Well, it seems the Gao family truly lacks understanding of the rules. They have sent numerous individuals to collect debts, all in vain, yet they still hope for money. They must be sending people to their doom. Go, throw him out." What if he refuses to leave?" The apprentice asked, frowning. "Is that even a question?" "Of course, make him leave by force." Lu Sampao barked, not even blinking. "Understood." The disciple, filled with excitement, immediately grabbed a stick and dashed out. Those who came to learn at the boxing gym were all spirited and fond of violence. For months, they had either struck sandbags or kicked wooden boards, bored to tears. Now, with a human punching bag before them, they hoped he would be a formidable opponent. Lu Sampao, however, paid little mind to it all. Another attempt to collect payment? How naive. He had squandered much, and now only had 10 million left. To hand that over as payment would leave him destitute. Muttering to himself, he continued smoking his cigar, picking up a fashion magazine from his desk, revealing a subtle, mischievous grin. This lifestyle was precisely the reason he trained in martial arts. When funds were low, he simply took what he needed. With a fist as strong as his will, others were powerless against him. "If you don't like it, come and fight me. Bring it on." Bang. However, just as he became entranced and let out a boisterous laugh, a cacophony of fighting sounds erupted from outside the door. They had already begun to brawl. He yawned nonchalantly. Picking up his phone to time the spectacle, "I am curious to see if the Hai family has sent someone with a spine this time. I wonder if they can last even a minute." But then he reconsidered, thinking it unlikely they could endure even that long. He set his phone down, dismissing the matter entirely. As the seconds ticked by, the sounds of the scuffle outside gradually subsided. Lu Sampao checked his phone, remarkably. They had managed to last over a minute. He was somewhat surprised. This fellow indeed had a sturdy constitution. The 50 or so apprentices under him couldn't be called martial arts masters, yet each was strong enough to take on 4 or 5 opponents without issue. With so many fists flying, it was likely someone would end up severely injured. Alas, yet another fool seeking trouble. He sighed. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps approached. An apprentice who had just rushed out brandishing a wooden stick burst into the office, panic written all over his face. Lu Yi. I know. Did you turn him into a cripple?" Lu Sampao replied dismissively. "It's fine. Send someone to take him to the hospital. Then file a report at the station. Just say he came to challenge us. It's a matter of martial arts etiquette. It doesn't violate the law. Nothing serious." Lu Sampao waved his hand nonchalantly. No. The apprentice stammered, about to say more, but a figure suddenly appeared before him, causing him to gasp in shock. Words caught in his throat. "What do you mean? No. Speak plainly. Are you saying he was killed by you?" Lu Sampao pondered. With so many fists, it was indeed possible they had inadvertently caused a fatality, which would be troublesome. He raised his head quickly only to find a young man standing at the door. The young man then spoke in a low voice. "People like you running a boxing gym are a disgrace to your ancestors. Lu Yi, about the debt, when will you repay the 10 million owed to the Gao Group?" The moment he uttered those words, Lu Sampao's expression shifted dramatically. He froze in his seat, disbelief clouding his features. Furrowing his brow, 3 deep lines formed as his demeanor turned grave. So, this was the debt collector sent by the Gao Group. He gasped. He was completely unscathed. How could this be? Lu Sampao instinctively stood, narrowing his eyes. Yufeng clapped his hands, walked past the young apprentice, entered the office, and casually pulled up a chair to sit before Lu Sampao. His demeanor was as unwavering as a mountain standing firm before a tempest, merely sitting there. An overwhelming aura of authority enveloped Lu Sampao's heart. "You must be Lu Yi. Let us get straight to the point. You owe the Gao Group 10 million. When do you plan to repay it? Yufeng inquired, his tone calm yet firm. Lu Sanpao's face tightened as he closely observed every move Yufeng made. His 50 apprentices outside must have already fallen, groaning on the ground. This one was formidable. But so what? To pry food from the jaws of a tiger was inviting death. He donned a benevolent smile, waving his hand as he spoke. Oh, look at what you're saying. I was just about to repay you when you arrived. Come, there's no rush. Let us first enjoy a cup of tea. Shall see, brew a cup of tea. Young Lu, the apprentice, was utterly bewildered and had no inkling of Lu Sanpao's intentions. Unable to comprehend the human language, he thought, how could one visit from such a distance without even having a sip of tea? Lu Sanpao feigned nonchalance, patting the table. Yes, I shall attend to it immediately. The young apprentice hurriedly dashed out the door. Yufeng chuckled softly, observing the scene, understanding the underlying meaning, and remarked, since you wish to repay, let us proceed swiftly. The tea is of no consequence. I am merely here to collect a debt. Lu Sanpao nodded in agreement, replying, indeed. Indeed, the payment is of utmost importance. However, I have not encountered a master like you in Jianqing for quite some time. May I inquire how much Gao Yushuang has offered you? I shall double that amount if you agree to become my boxing instructor. The disciples at the dojo, robust and formidable, could hardly withstand the sight of anyone entering unscathed, a feat Lu Sanpao himself could scarcely achieve. Hence, he harbored intentions of recruitment. I am not interested. Return the money quickly, for I am quite busy, Yufeng flatly declined. A jolt of realization struck Lu Sanpao. Disregarding the courtesy extended to him was a grave mistake. However, once you step into this place today, there will be no chance of leaving upright. Lu Sanpao awkwardly chuckled, and at that moment, the young apprentice entered with a steaming teapot. Master Lu, the tea is here. Good. Lu Sanpao retrieved 2 clean teacups, filled them, and approached with the cups in hand. Here, young brother, please forgive my disciple's lack of decorum. I offer this tea in place of wine as an apology. Once you drink this, I shall have someone fetch the payment. What do you say? Very well, but do not go back on your word. Yufeng accepted the cup, cradling it in his hands. Their eyes met, and Lu Sanpao clasped his hands together, tilting his head back to drink. Observing this, Yufeng inhaled deeply. No poison. He then followed suit and drank. Yet, just as he tilted his head back, a piercing gaze suddenly fixed upon him. Lu Sanpao narrowed his eyes and swiftly discarded his teacup. Seizing the opportunity, you brat, perish. He lunged, drawing a dagger from his waist, aiming for Yufeng's abdomen. A treacherous individual always considers their own interests, regardless of the time or place. The distance between them was less than half a meter. Lu Sanpao, renowned for his speed, launched his attack, a move that no ordinary person could evade. He envisioned the scene of Yufeng bleeding profusely. Can you fight? What a foolish endeavor. Lu Sanpao laughed heartily, but his mirth abruptly ceased the next moment. With a resounding clap, he looked down to find that the dagger in his hand could advance no further. A single, callous thumb firmly gripped his wrist. It wouldn't penetrate. With all his might, he strained in vain, utterly immobilized. The blade of the dagger was just a mere centimeter away from Yufeng's abdomen. It was over. Lu Sanpao realized something. Immediately, a colossal force surged forth like a torrential flood. Bang! Yufeng raised his fist and struck down. Lu Sanpao was sent flying, akin to a kite severed from its string, crashing to the ground with a visage of agony. He hastily scrambled to his feet, frantically retrieving the dagger. Yet Yufeng provided him no opportunity to react, rising up and brutally stomping on his palm. Ah! The anguished cries were far more piercing than the lamentations echoing outside the office. Yufeng held a teacup, stating, "This tea is rather delightful. But it's unfortunate that you wasted it. I sensed your cunning nature even on the way here. I was contemplating that if you complied and repaid the debt, I would overlook the incident involving the injury of Gao Group's employee. But now, a dog cannot change its nature, and that adage holds true." As his words fell, Yufeng intensified his grip. Ah! Lu Sanpao hastily pleaded for mercy. "Hero, spare me. I was wrong. I shall never dare again." While uttering apologies, his mind raced with thoughts of how to deal with Yufeng in the future, right? Yufeng's expression remained calm. No, no. I would never dare. You are an extraordinary figure, possessing immense strength. I would not dare to provoke you again. Lu Sanpao was utterly terrified. Just from the single-handed grip Yufeng had on his wrist, he understood he had hit a brick wall. At this moment, he dared not seek an opportunity to retaliate. What about the 10 million? Yufeng crouched down, his foot pressing on Lu Sanpao's palm, coldly inquiring, "What about it?" I have it. It's right in my pocket, precisely 10 million, no password. Liu Sanpao trembled as he retrieved a bank card with his other hand and handed it to Yu Feng. Yu Feng took it, and for the sake of certainty, pulled out his phone to record. Am I forcing you? Liu Sanpao shook his head vigorously, beads of cold sweat beading on his forehead. No, it is I. Liu Sanpao, who was Gao grouped the payment and involuntarily returning the 10 million. No one is coercing me. And those lying outside? Those are my apprentices who tripped and fell while practicing. It has nothing to do with anyone else. Liu Sanpao was on the brink of tears. The pain was excruciating. He felt as though his fingers were being gnawed by 100,000 ants. And you? Yu Feng's gaze turned frigid. I'm not worthy. I deserve this. I deserve it. Liu Sanpao capitulated. Indeed, as the saying goes, what goes around comes around. He had long relied on his cunning and numbers to bully others, but now, with someone pressing him down, he was terrified to the point of nearly shedding tears. This exemplifies the truth. One may appear fiercely arrogant while being deeply cowardly at heart. Yu Feng lifted his foot and released him. Take care of yourself. With that, he turned to leave, but as he approached the door, a plant positioned by the desk caught his attention. The lingnan flower, a crucial raw material for a certain poison. And that poison was none other than the toxin within Ruo Ruo. In that instant, every nerve in Yu Feng's body tensed. On the first day of arriving at his elder brother's residence, he discerned that his niece, Ruo Ruo, bore a rather insidious poison, colorless and odorless. It was a chronic toxin. Once the toxicity within her body accumulated to a certain level, it would unleash itself, proving fatal. What perplexed him was that this poison typically manifested only in war-torn regions abroad, with its raw materials exclusively sourced from foreign lands. Encountering the Nanhua flower here, Yu Feng realized the gravity of the situation. Liu Sanpao trembled as he rose from the ground, refraining from making a move. Uncertain whether the man before him possessed martial prowess. In Liu Sanpao's experience, only those from esteemed martial families or sects could exhibit such formidable skills. Sir, may I inquire your name? He stammered. Yu Feng. Yu Feng's gaze remained fixed on the Nanhua flower. Liu Sanpao memorized this name. Sir Yu. It appears I misjudged you today. Your capabilities leave me in awe. I shall visit you another day to extend my apologies. As a man of the martial world, Liu Sanpao understood the importance of forging friendships, especially with such a formidable figure. No need for that. Instead, tell me, where did this flower come from? Yu Feng asked, his expression grave as he pointed at the Nanhua flower. Liu Sanpao chuckled slightly. A friend entrusted me to procure this from abroad. It's merely a trivial plant. Trivial plant? Yu Feng mused inwardly, bemused by the notion that someone could acquire such a specimen without knowledge of its significance. You cannot deceive me. You must be aware of its purpose. Speak, has anyone recently utilized the fruit of this flower? Yu Feng's tone turned icy, reminiscent of a vengeful specter. The sudden shift took Liu Sanpao by surprise. He gulped. Sir, in the martial world, there are rules. Please do not put me in a difficult position. Yu Feng turned, scrutinizing Liu Sanpao with a piercing gaze. I do not mind revisiting our earlier discussion. With a gasp, Liu Sanpao retreated a step. It was the young master of the Long family, Lang Chen. He paid me millions to find this plant from abroad, claiming it was for recreational purposes. I thought. Lang Chen. The name struck Yu Feng like a thunderbolt. He recalled that during a phone call with Lu Shuai, this Lang Chen had been mentioned. Someone who had previously sent individuals to confront him. Do you have a photograph of him? Well, sir, that seems rather irregular. Yu Feng's eyes turned frigid. I'll provide it. I'll provide it immediately. Liu Sanpao, intimidated, quickly retrieved a photo of Lang Chen from his phone and handed it over. Upon seeing the photograph, Yu Feng's fury ignited. So it was him. The very same young man he had cast into the river before, the one who had sent others to confront him. The debauched heir he had thrown back into the sea just yesterday. It was indeed Lang Chen, the one who had poisoned his niece, Ruo Ruo. Thank you, Yu Feng uttered, clutching a bank card as he swiftly departed from the gym. He needed to relay this critical information to his elder brother without delay. As he exited the Longxiang boxing gym, a group of uniformed officials swiftly approached him. Leading them was Lin Yunan, who had expressed suspicion towards Yu Feng just 2 days prior. Hurry, it's right ahead. Yang Liru ran over in a panic and upon seeing Yu Feng, was taken aback. You? It's you? Yu Feng looked at Yang Liru, bewildered. Lin Yunan glared at Yu Feng, seething with anger. Are you all right, sir? Yang Liru, breathless, hurried to Yu Feng's side to check on him. How did you end up here? I followed you after seeing you leave Gao's group. Then I saw you enter the Longxiang boxing gym. So I went to the bureau to find someone to rescue you. Sir, Lu Sanpao from the Longsheng boxing gym didn't he do anything to you, right? You're not hurt, are you? I'm fine, Yufeng replied tersely, though he felt a surge of warmth within him. A girl he had known for only a few days cared so much for him. It was truly kind-hearted. Yet, if Lu Sanpao were to hear this, he would likely burst into tears. Yes, fine, but I'm the one in trouble. Lin Yunan, unfazed, ordered. You all go check the Longsheng boxing gym. If there are any signs of fighting, bring everyone involved here. Understood. The group rushed into the gym. Lin Yunan, still fuming over the last incident, thought, last time we let you go, this time you one tea slipped through my fingers so easily. She was determined to uncover the truth about Yufeng's highly classified identity. Yufeng, furrowing his brow, thought it was quite troublesome. Madam, I have pressing matters to attend to. We can discuss this later. You're not going anywhere. Not unless I permit it, Lin Yunan retorted, her eyes sharp. Someone came to the bureau, which means there's a case, and you are a suspect. You cannot leave. I'm sorry, sir, Yang Liru said, lowering her head in guilt. It's all right. Some women are just full of themselves. It's quite normal, Yufeng muttered impatiently. Say that again, Lin Yunan challenged. Nothing. You must have misheard. At that moment, the group that had entered the gym returned. What is the situation? One of them asked. Master Lu from the gym said one of his disciples fell while practicing, and nothing else happened, came the response. What? Lin Yunan's eyes widened in disbelief. Where's Lu Sanpao? Master Lu is indisposed, in the restroom. He just spoke to me through the door. This was a classic case of evasion. An excuse to avoid giving a full account, as if trying to brush the matter under the rug. What was the true identity of this Yufeng? Well, madam, may I take my leave now? Yufeng shrugged and inquired. Consider yourself fortunate this time, Lin Yunan said, pouting, and waved her hand to her subordinates. Withdraw. She felt powerless. She had anticipated this would be a grand opportunity to interrogate Yufeng thoroughly. Yet, it turned out differently. Wasn't Master Lu from the Longsheng boxing gym supposed to be formidable? Why has everyone become so timid as to avoid direct conversation? Farewell, madam. I hope we shall not meet again. Li Ru, let us depart. Very well, uncle. Although Yang Li Ru felt perplexed, she followed Yufeng. On their way, they hailed a taxi. Yufeng inquired, Yang Li Ru, are you familiar with Ling Qin? Yang Li Ru's expression tightened. Uncle, do you not know him? Wow. Uncle, I assumed you were acquainted with him. He is the one you tossed into the sea last night, right? Yang Li Ru recalled vividly. I meant to ask, what is the relationship between Ling Qin and the Gao family? Yufeng rephrased his question. Upon hearing this, Yang Li Ru's expression became inscrutable. She awkwardly smiled. I fear the entire group is aware of this. Ling Qin is your sister-in-law's suitor, the chairman of Gao Group, Gao Yushuang. Gao Yushuang's suitor. Yufeng immediately became alert. Although he had only met Ling Qin a few times, he was well aware of his vile character. Such a person would resort to any means to achieve his ends. At present, the suspicion surrounding his poisoning of Ruo seems significant. In pursuit of Gao Yushuang, he would not hesitate to harm her child, thereby creating discord between her and his elder brother, Yushan, seizing the opportunity to intrude. What deep-seated scheming? Uncle, what are you thinking? Yang Li Ru asked, her large eyes wide with curiosity. Nothing. Are you coming with me to the group? Yufeng queried. Sure. I happen to need to handle my resignation. Uncle, shall we look for jobs together this afternoon? Yang Li Ru said, her tone hopeful. If she could work alongside Yufeng, she would gladly sweep the streets. We shall see. Yufeng, for now, chose not to dwell on it too much. His priority was to deliver the 10 million to Gao Yushuang, and as for Ling Qin, he would find the time to settle accounts with him. In the conference room of Gao Group, several hours had elapsed, and the Gao family continued their heated meeting. Chairman, it has been quite some time. I fear he may have met his demise. How about you resign yourself? Gao Xiao glanced at his watch. It was now noon, and Yufeng had yet to return. Likely meeting a grim fate. Seated opposite him, Gao Yushuang wore a grave expression. She had not anticipated Yushan would suffer a hemorrhage. After sending Yushan to the hospital, she returned, only to find these individuals eagerly plotting for power. Such ambition. She did not intend to speak, for she was waiting. Not for news of Yufeng's triumphant return. She understood that was unlikely, but for news of his demise, after which she could utilize her connections to contact Meng Hai, relaying this information to alleviate the crisis within the group. At that point, the prospect of a power struggle would vanish. What is the rush? Gao Yushuang remained composed. Hey. Gao Zhao's lips curled into a sneer, a derisive smile that seemed to mock her naivety. Dear cousin. You can't possibly believe that Yufeng could emerge alive from Lu Ye's dojo. Such a notion is utterly preposterous. If others are unaware of Lu Ye's formidable prowess, surely you are not oblivious? Let us not forget that the individuals previously sent to confront him were all under your command. You know better than anyone whether they could return unscathed. Do not delude yourself into thinking you possess any certainty. Such a belief is laughable, dear cousin. Who says so? In a bid to save face, Gao Yushuang retorted defiantly. Ha! Gao Xiaohan erupted into hearty laughter, his features contorting in amusement. Cousin, it seems you have spent too much time with that useless son-in-law of yours. Your wits have clearly dulled. If he manages to reappear before me, bringing along that 10 million in goods, I, Gao Xiaohan, will eat. Upside down. Bang. As the final word left his lips, Gao Xiaohan's laughter abruptly froze. The door to the conference room swung open forcefully, and a figure gradually emerged into the collective gaze of the attendees. The sight of his face struck each person like a thunderclap, leaving them stunned in disbelief. He is alive. He has returned. Gao Xiong's expression turned serious. Gao Yushuang's face paled, a mix of surprise and incredulity washing over her. Gao Xiaohan looked as though he had just swallowed something foul. Hastily covering his mouth, Yufeng stepped inside, his gaze sweeping over the crowd until it landed on Gao Yushuang. He retrieved a card from his pocket and slammed it down onto the table. This was the payment of 10 million. In an instant, all eyes fixated on the card. It was a silver VIP customer bank card, requiring a minimum deposit of 10 million. The card's status clearly indicated that Yufeng was not jesting. Is it truly 10 million? Yao Xiaoan asked incredulously, reaching out to seize the card, but Yufeng swiftly swatted his hand away. What are you doing? Are you afraid I might verify it? Gao Xiaoan smirked sarcastically. You are unworthy. You little brat. It seems you are courting death. Smack. Gao Yushuang slammed her hand on the table, rising in anger. Enough. She picked up the card and looked at Yufeng. What is the password? There is no password. It can be verified, Yufeng replied nonchalantly. All right. Gao Yushuang promptly entered the card number into her phone and hit search. A string of zeros instantly imprinted itself in her mind. It is indeed 10 million. Yufeng spoke the truth. A confident smile spread across her face. Well, this is undeniably 10 million. I propose we conclude today's meeting. The matter of resignations is hereby dismissed. Tomorrow, I will send someone to organize all related loans and deliver them to the First Bank of Jiang City. Settling these loans promptly will benefit the Gao family. The moment her words echoed in the conference room, the other members exchanged glances, rendered speechless. They could find no loophole to voice their dissent. Gao Xiaohan's complexion darkened, his frustration palpable. Very well. Then let us disperse. Yushuang, please discipline your brother-in-law properly and prevent him from causing further trouble for our organization. Should there be another incident? Do not blame me for my ruthlessness. That will not happen. With that, Gao Xiang stood up and departed first. What was initially intended as a power grab unexpectedly turned into a humiliating spectacle. That Yufeng could emerge from the Longxiang martial arts school could only imply two possibilities. First, his martial prowess was extraordinarily formidable, causing Lu Yu to fear him. Second, there existed some connection between him and Lu Yi. Clearly, the latter was implausible. How could a recently released scoundrel possibly know Lu Yu? After his departure, others followed suit. Returning to their respective posts, only Gao Yushuang and Yufeng remained in the conference room. Yufeng, you have worked hard. Li has not mistreated you, has he? Gao Yushuang expressed her concern, relieved that Yufeng had survived and even recovered the payment. This was the best outcome, and it pleased her greatly. Sister-in-law, where is my elder brother? Yufeng inquired in a low voice. Gao Yushuang furrowed her brow. Your brother is feeling a bit unwell and has gone home to rest. After some deliberation, she resolved not to disclose the full truth to Yufeng, fearing that Yushan might speak out of turn in front of him. Very well. I shall not disturb my brother. Please convey my regards to him when you return. And ask him to call me. Certainly. Gao Yushuang nodded. With that, Yufeng also exited the conference room and made his way to the first floor of the group. Yang Liru was crouched on the steps at the entrance, waiting for him. Uncle, you're here, she exclaimed excitedly, standing up. Have you not left yet? Yufeng asked. Astonished. How could I leave? Did I not promise to look for a job with you? Yang Liru replied with a grin. Searching for a job? Yufeng chuckled ruefully. With his capabilities, he hardly needed to seek employment. Indeed. Come along, uncle. I've just found an excellent opportunity. Let me take you there. Unable to resist Yang Liru's enthusiasm, Yufeng followed her to a commercial plaza. Similar to the renowned Wanda, This newly opened AAA-rated entertainment center featured amusement parks, chain restaurants, children's play areas, tutoring classes, and various offline retail stores. Given that the plaza had only recently opened, the number of young patrons was scarce, especially on a Wednesday, a working day, rendering the place somewhat desolate. Yufeng frowned. Was this truly the place to seek employment? Uncle, you're not laughing, are you? I've made a discovery, Yang Liru remarked, curiously observing Yufeng's expression. The proximity between them felt as if it could be measured by a mere fist's breadth. Yufeng's cheeks involuntarily flushed. This was the first time in his life that he had been this close to a girl since birth. Having entered Wolfeng, he was now nearly 26 years old. And to put it bluntly, in the words of the youth, he was an utter novice in romantic encounters. Clearing his throat, Yufeng stepped back a pace. There's nothing particularly amusing. Did you not come here to find work? Oh, right. Yang Liru turned around with a skip in her step and exclaimed, Uncle, let us play a game. A game? Yufeng was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by the connection between job hunting and playing games. Oh, come on, just play. Yang Liru pouted adorably, her eyes pleading. All right then. Yufeng replied, feeling a bit awkward. You turn around first. Okay, she agreed. Yufeng complied and turned away. Close your eyes. All right, Yufeng nodded. Stay right there and don't move. I'll be back soon. With that, Yang Liru bounced away towards a nearby shop. It was a newly opened restaurant, perfectly positioned for some promotional assistance. Upon entering, she noticed a man lounging at a table. Engrossed in his phone, his legs casually crossed. He looked up as she approached. Sister, you finally made it. I spent $1 million to buy this restaurant for you. What on earth are you doing? Shut up. Just focus on your game. Yang Liru shot back at Yang Jin with a fierce glare, then hurried to the back of the shop to retrieve a delightful bear costume she had meticulously selected from the wholesale market the night before. She had invested considerable effort into arranging this costume, staying up late until midnight to prepare. Yang Jin, however, looked utterly confused. As Yang Liru struggled to zip up the costume from behind, she called out, What are you standing there for? Come help me with the zipper. Fine. Your brother is no different from a little brother, he grumbled. Despite his bewilderment regarding his quirky sister's intentions, he felt compelled to indulge her, after all. He feared what might happen if she decided to run off impulsively. He approached, cautioning, Sister, it's the middle of summer. Be careful not to overheat in that heavy outfit. Just have fun for a bit. Don't stay too long. Stop talking and hurry up. There is no time. Yang Liru urged impatiently. All right. Once finished, Yang Liru admired herself in the mirror, twirling around before bursting into a sweet giggle and bouncing out of the shop. Curiosity piqued. Yang Jin set his phone down and stealthily followed her, hiding at the entrance to observe. What he saw took his breath away. That man, wasn't he the one who saved Yang Liru that day? Sister, have you found love? Yang Jin inhaled deeply, exhaling slowly, feeling a mix of joy and profound sympathy for his sister. Born into a prominent family, she had little say in her own marital fate, much like when she was once promised to a debauched heir of the Han family years ago. You've encountered true love, but if this man does not match your status, do you believe father and grandfather would approve of your union? Moreover, this fellow was merely a janitor, recently released from prison with a criminal record. Yang Jin sighed and shook his head, at a loss for words. After that day, he had commissioned an investigation into Yufeng, uncovering the entirety of his humble background. Such poverty would never be accepted by the Yang family. I merely hope that my younger sister does not become too deeply enmeshed. Uncle. Yang Liru approached Yufeng, striking a peculiar pose as she sat on the ground, reclining sideways, crossing her legs, and shaking incessantly, holding a stack of flyers rolled up like a cigarette at her lips. Yufeng opened his eyes, turned his head, and glanced down. In that fleeting moment, that impulse, that image. Yufeng could not suppress a laugh. She was the epitome of a mischievous rascal, and her posture was truly amusing. After years spent in prison, facing a host of formidable figures who ruled the night outside, Yufeng had not found much to smile about, save for the occasional chuckle while watching animated films, reminding him of his childhood. But this time, his laughter was genuine. So innocent, so joyful. Yang Liru, clad in a bear costume, was drenched in sweat, yet upon seeing Yufeng's smile, her heart melted, and she leaped up. Uncle, you smiled. You smiled. You smiled. Yang Liru jumped around like a child. Yufeng stifled his grin, clearing his throat. Are you here to distribute flyers? Yang Liru diverted the topic. Oh, that's not important. What matters is that you smiled. Hee. You look quite handsome when you smile. Even if your skin is a tad darker and your hair is shorter, not as handsome as those young lads, but your smile is delightful. As a man, it's better to smile more. Since the very first day I met you, you haven't smiled. That is not good. Smiling more leads to a healthier life. You phone. His smile gradually faded. This girl. He lowered his head. So, you wore that outfit to amuse me? Yang Liru scratched the back of her head. I noticed you've been through a lot these days, so I thought I'd cheer you up. What? Is it not permissible for me to make you laugh? Do you not consider me a friend? Well, in the next instant, Yu Feng removed her headpiece. Hey, Uncle Yu. Yu Feng took out a napkin. On such a hot day, wearing something so thick could cause you to overheat. Wipe your sweat. I'm fine. Thank you for making me happy. Yu Feng suddenly found himself at a loss for words. Alas. The absence of romantic experience was disheartening. He had never believed in love at first sight. Yet, this time he wavered. Uncle, stop rambling like a woman. Come help me distribute the flyers. Yang Liru eagerly took the napkin, not to wipe her sweat, but instead carefully tucked it away in her pocket. Handing the flyers to Yu Feng. All right. Yu Feng nodded. Observing them, Yang Jin felt a twinge of envy. Having gallivanted through the world of romance, he had not witnessed such a beautiful connection in quite some time. How wonderful. But just then, a phone call abruptly interrupted the moment. He hastily retrieved his phone, only to discover that the caller ID bore the name of none other than the head of the Yang family, Yang Liru's father. Hello. Dad, are you next to Liru? I would like to inform you that in 3 days, I will send someone to Jiangcheng to bring you both back. Ensure that she is well taken care of. If she escapes again, I will hold you accountable. After saying this, the call ended, leaving only 3 days. Yang Jian's smile instantly vanished. His eyes filled with sympathy as he looked at Yang Liru, suddenly at a loss for what to do. Is reality truly this cruel? Sister, if this Yu Feng were from a prominent family, perhaps I could advocate for you. But alas, he is merely an ordinary person from the countryside. I am sorry this time. Meanwhile, as Yang Jian lamented Yu Feng's background, the doors of the operating room at the military hospital in the capital finally swung open. The red light turned green, and a dozen nurses cautiously wheeled the rescued Ji Nan out of the operating room, transferring him to a high-end VIP ward for strict 24-hour care. At the entrance, the elder Ji appeared weary, having kept vigil since the previous night, his body barely holding up. However, seeing his son Ji Nan emerge safely from danger, his heart found solace. As long as there is life, there is hope. Son, our family's only grandson is about to be found. When you awaken, I will present him to you, and I shall host the grandest banquet in the capital, bestowing the title of heir of the Ji family upon my grandson. Tears streamed down the elder Ji's face as he gazed at the unconscious Ji Nan. Nearby, the doctor, who had just finished the surgery, turned pale upon hearing the elder's words, nearly collapsing. Grand heir? Maintaining his composure, he discreetly pulled the hospital director aside after the nurses had taken Ji Nan away. Director, is the elder confused? Wasn't the heir declared dead from asphyxiation 26 years ago and sent away from the capital? How? The director took a deep breath. Disbelief etched on his face. Do not ask me. I can hardly believe it myself, yet the facts are indeed as such. Here. Take a look at the DNA comparison results between the blood sent in yesterday and that of Mr. Nan. The attending physician, filled with astonishment, received the report and examined it meticulously. Within moments, a gasp escaped his lips. Realizing the inappropriateness of the moment, he quickly silenced himself and whispered to the director, a comparison rate of 99.9%. How is this possible? Mr. Nan's son is alive? He did not perish? Surviving to the age of 26 and having donated blood to the hospital? What an extraordinary coincidence. Indeed, it is quite fortuitous. Yet if fate were not intricate, how could it be called fate? Perhaps the young master who was sent away from the capital 26 years ago was destined to save Mr. Nan from yesterday's calamity. The director mused. The attending physician sensed something deeper and asked solemnly, Director, are you suggesting that Mr. Nan's accident is not simple? Hush. This is not our concern. We are solely responsible for healing the sick and saving lives. A few minutes later, the elder Ji entered Ji Nan's hospital room, protected by a group of confidants, and closed the door behind him. Only a few trusted aides remained in the room. How is the investigation proceeding? What is the truth behind yesterday's accident? Despite his weary demeanor, the authority in old Master Ji's voice resonated like the mighty mountains, stirring the hearts of those present. I report to you, old master. That the truck which collided with Mr. Nan yesterday was stolen by the driver, who tragically perished at the scene. His identity has been altered, and we are unable to trace it. A man wearing sunglasses approached Old Master G, bowing slightly as he spoke. Old Master G narrowed his eyes, it seems. As I suspected, some cannot contain their envy, seeing the G family thrive, and wish to challenge us. Old Master, should we mobilize the secretive forces to monitor the various factions in the capital? No need. They are but a troop of buffoons, unworthy of my attention. In due time, the true culprits will reveal themselves. These vile creatures believe that because the G family has no heirs, they can devour our vast estate. I am eager to discover which audacious individual dares to plot against us. The few present exchanged glances, acknowledging Old Master G's confidence, which would likely be dismissed as folly if uttered by another. Then, what shall we do next, Old Master? You need not concern yourselves with the subsequent matters. There is only one thing of utmost importance. Locate the owner of the 2 bags of blood from Jiang City. I have already dispatched someone to gather information from the first hospital of Jiang City. You all should accompany them. Remember, when you encounter young Master Sun, treat him as you would me. Whatever he commands, comply without hesitation, as long as it does not breach moral boundaries. Furthermore, ensure you disclose his true identity to him and bring him back to the capital in full. I want the influential families of the city to witness whether the G family truly has descendants. Understood. At noon, Lung Chen awoke from the embrace of a blonde beauty. He squinted, the humiliation from the previous night still lingering in his heart, refusing to dissipate. That you phone. First, he tossed me into the river. Then he nearly implicated me. Last night, he cast me into the sea, causing me to lose face within Jiang City's elite circles. I will not let this go. Young Masterling, you're awake. Perhaps you should sleep a little longer. Silence. Continue your slumber. Longchen huffed, rising to retrieve his phone and dial another number. This time, he was calling Li from Jiang City. This Li was not akin to the ruffians led by Tiger. He was a ruthless character, cunning and decisive in his dealings. Beep. The call connected. Lu Sampao had just finished applying medicinal alcohol when he answered Lung Chen's call. Hello, young Master Lung? Lu Yi, I seek your assistance with a matter. Long Chen spoke in a hushed tone. Go ahead. We share a bond. Just speak it plainly. I assure you, I will handle it well, Lu Sampao replied confidently, thumping his chest. Indeed, I have faith in your efficiency, Lu Yi. The matter regarding that plant would have been difficult without your connections. It is not a trivial issue. I simply wish for you to assist me in eliminating someone. At this, Lung Chen's expression darkened ominously. That visage bore no resemblance to what one would expect at his age. Who? Lu Sampao inquired. You Feng. What? Lu Sampao sprang from his seat as if ignited by fire, his entire body trembling. The complexion he had painstakingly restored turned ashen once more. What is it, Lu Yi? Cold Xiao, is this Yufeng associated with the Gao group? Lu Sampao swallowed hard and asked. Indeed, he is the younger brother of Gao Yushuang's son-in-law, a good-for-nothing. Why? Lung Chun found it perplexing that Lu Sampao was aware of Yu Feng's connection to the Gao group. Before he could ponder further, he was taken aback. I'm sorry. Cold Xiao, but I cannot assist with this. Lu Sampao, without a moment's hesitation, declined. I've just seen off that formidable figure. You expect me to go after him? One must have a screw loose to entertain such an idea. This is a monster who single-handedly took on over 50 men without injury. What? Lung Chen paused. Lu Yi. What do you mean? Lu Sampao trembled as he replied. Cold Xiao. It's not that I don't want to help you. It's simply that I cannot afford to provoke you Feng. You should seek assistance elsewhere. Oh, and by the way, I must inform you that Yufeng inquired about this plant. He already knows you have utilized its fruits. Don't say Lu Yu lacks loyalty. I advise you to abandon any thoughts of winning Gao Yushuang's affection. That Yi is not to be trifled with. With a sudden realization, Langshan felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Not to be trifled with? He, Langshan, was intimidated by a rural upstart? A destitute fool? With a swift motion, he hurled his phone to the ground, shattering it into countless pieces. The temperature in the room plummeted to an icy chill, creating an atmosphere of suffocation. The golden-haired beauty by the bedside had never before witnessed such fury from Long Xiao. Lu Sampao. After all the money I entrusted to you for indulgence, this is how you keep my secrets? Who do you think you're looking down upon? A mere pauper. Who is beyond my reach? Lung Chun vented his frustrations while dressing, yet Lu Sanpao's words echoed relentlessly in his mind. Yufeng knew. This statement carried a weighty implication. Understanding the plant indicated that Yufeng was aware of the fruit's potential effects, And if that scoundrel disclosed this to Yu Shuang, all his painstaking efforts would be in vain. Oh, damn it. In a fit of agitation, Lung Chun kicked a ceramic vase resting at the stairwell. The vase tumbled down the steps, crashing with a resounding thud. At that moment, several uninvited guests appeared before Lung Chun. Who are you? His countenance shifted as his gaze fell upon the sofa, where a bald man sat clad in a simple black t-shirt and shorts, accompanied by 4 or 5 menacing figures standing behind him. Their intentions were far from benevolent. What caused the greatest tension and headache for Lung Chun was the fact that they were all armed with guns. Guns. The sudden realization struck him like lightning. He heard the bald man on the sofa let out a cold snicker before speaking. The young master of the Lung family certainly has a grand temper. It seems we have arrived at just the right moment. After all, my own temper is even greater. In an instant, Lung Chun turned and fled towards the 3rd floor. The situation was dire. He needed to retreat. Regardless of who these individuals were, the mere presence of firearms made them formidable adversaries he could not provoke. He could tolerate sending someone to teach a few scoundrels a lesson, perhaps breaking a leg or 2. But firearms were a different matter altogether. No amount of courage could compel him to confront them. However, just as he pivoted, several imposing young men emerged in front of him at the 3rd floor corridor. It was over. He had nowhere to run. Lung Chen's face turned ashen, his lips quivering slightly. Indeed, it was a stroke of misfortune. Young master of the Long family, you might as well give up on escaping. We have already mapped out and taken control of this villa. But fret not, I have no intention of harming you, for you still hold some value to us. Currently, Wang Ning, reduced to a fugitive, could only hide in this place, knowing that to venture out openly could ruin his entire future should an accident occur. Lang Chen forced a smile, though his expression was far from natural, and inquired, "May I ask which esteemed individual has graced my humble abode at such an early hour? And for what purpose?" "Ning Cheng's Wang Ning." Wang Ning introduced himself with an air of indifference. Lang Chen's face fell in shock. Wang Ning, the notorious Night King who had escaped from Ning City the previous night and was now wanted nationwide. It was indeed he. Lung Chun was no stranger to this man. The very people sent by Wang Ning to deal with Yu Feng had clashed with his own men. That night, the head of the Lung family had warned him to avoid further trouble, yet here they were, coming to his doorstep. "Haha, boss, look how scared this kid is. Does he think he is worthy of helping us?" One of Wang Ning's henchmen remarked disdainfully. "That's not quite right. Our boss's reputation is far-reaching. Just a name can frighten anyone." Another added, attempting to flatter. Swallowing hard, Lung Chun stammered. "So it is the esteemed Wang. I have indeed heard of your reputation. You are quite a figure in Ning City. What brings you to? You wish to know why I have come to seek you, do you not?" Wang Ning rose and poured himself a cup of tea. Yes indeed. "Haha, do you truly need to ask? The individuals I dispatched to capture Yang Liru missed a golden opportunity because of your people, leading to my stronghold being entirely compromised. Who else should I seek if not you?" Wang Ning reclined, crossing his legs and narrowing his eyes slightly. The next moment, bang, with a crisp sound, Lang Chen found himself kneeling on the ground, hands raised in a flustered explanation. "Your Highness, this is not my fault. Truly, it is not. It was that Yu Feng's doing. Had it not been for him, it would not have interfered with your operation. You are indeed looking to capture that Yang Liru, correct? Do you know her?" Wang Ning furrowed his brows, having come to Jiang City solely for Yang Liru. He recalled seeing her with Yu Feng the previous night. Lung Chun, cold and unyielding, preemptively responded without waiting for questions. This demeanor was rather cowardly. "Oh, continue," Wang Ning urged. Lang Chen nodded, his mind racing. "Your Highness, you are an open-minded individual, so I shall not beat around the bush. I know you have come to Jiang City seeking Yang Liru, and to settle matters regarding that incident. However, this is not my doing. It is entirely Yu Feng's fault. I believe we could join forces to deal with Yu Feng, and perhaps employ a few tricks to handle Yang Liru as well. What do you think?" A subordinate remarked. "He is quite the opportunist, sharp-eyed, indeed. Boss, he has the makings of a rogue." Indeed. Wang Ning set down his teacup. Hearing this, Lung Chen thought there was potential, as he was struggling to confront Yu Feng. And Wang Ning's arrival was fortuitous. "Your Highness, do you mean?" "I agree, but how can I trust you?" Wang Ning inquired. At that moment, a young man on the 3rd floor interjected. "Boss, I just found some documents in the safe upstairs detailing tax evasion and conspiracy to commit murder. If he dares to plot against us, let him meet his end alongside us." Cold sweat trickled down Lang Chen's face. This was dire. Nevertheless, he forced a smile and said, "Your Highness, rest assured, I would never plot against you. As soon as I find the opportunity, I will inform you. For I too wish to eliminate Yufeng. What do you say? Wang Ning smiled faintly and nodded. I believe you, but my patience is finite. You have 3 days to discover when Yufeng and young Liru are together. I will devise a flawless plan to eliminate them. Yes, I assure you. Lung Chun dared not refuse. Very well. The young man on the 3rd floor immediately spoke again. Your Highness, I just discovered a beautiful woman in the bedroom on the 3rd floor. Perhaps we could. Lung Chun felt a pang of despair. This was someone he had expended considerable resources to support. Young Master Lung, you wouldn't mind, would you? My brothers have narrowly escaped death and need some rest. Don't you think? Not at all, not at all. Please, gentlemen, make yourselves at home. Longshan replied, maintaining a facade of cheerfulness while inwardly lamenting. No sooner had he spoken than 3 or 4 men rushed into the bedroom. Moments later, a blood-curdling scream echoed from within. Young Master! Young Master! Help me! Young Master! A blonde beauty looked on in terror at the imposing figures before her. Longshan knelt, not daring to utter a word. Endure! He must endure! He closed his eyes, covered his ears, while his heart bled profusely. Meanwhile, in the first hospital of Jiang City, Ming Hai slowly answered a call while sitting in Ming Ru's hospital room. How is the investigation progressing? How is Lu from the Longxiang boxing gym faring? Ming Hai inquired coldly. Upon hearing this, Ming Ru, seated by the bed and sipping chicken soup, perked up his ears, losing all appetite for the delicious broth. The memory of being beaten like a dog and having his legs shattered the previous night ignited a fierce blaze of anger within him. As the son of a bank president, although his family background could not rival that of the Hua or Lung families, he still held a significant position in high society, entertaining prominent figures from the industry daily. To be humiliated and cornered by a penniless knife seller was a blow to his pride. Report to the president, Lu Sampao. What happened to him? Ming Hai's body tensed. Ming Ru's pupils constricted as he held his breath, bracing himself for the thrilling news. He was beaten and is now hiding in the boxing gym, too afraid to come out. That Yufeng left unscathed and even took the payment back to the Gao Group. Just minutes ago, the Gao Group settled all our loans along with the interest. They also stated that they will no longer collaborate with our bank, and now the headquarters has dispatched personnel to investigate, saying they take this matter very seriously. What? Upon hearing the news, Ming Hai felt as though his strength had been sapped, collapsing into his seat, his expression vacant. Lu from the Longxiang boxing gym was beaten by a penniless country boy selling knives? Is this true? A sharp intake of breath escaped Ming Hai as he hung up the phone. A sense of inexplicable panic washing over him. Losing a partner like the Gao Group was not a catastrophic blow to the bank, but the issuance of an ultimatum without cause was undeniably tarnishing the bank's reputation. If the higher-ups were to investigate him, his future would be irrevocably shattered. What could have possibly transpired? How could Yufeng emerge alive from Lu Sanpao's grasp and even secure the loan? What on earth happened? Upon learning the news, Ming Ru found the chicken soup in his bowl suddenly unappetizing. He set it down, his gaze darkening. Father, has that scoundrel Yufeng died yet? Ming Hai's expression was weary. Not only had he compromised the bank's reputation through personal connections, but he had also seen no results. That Yufeng was still alive and kicking. No, he sighed. Ming Ru's face morphed into a mask of madness. Father, we cannot let that scoundrel Yufeng go unpunished. I want him dead. I want him dead. My legs cannot have been broken in vain. He lamented, his visage contorted with rage. At that moment, a woman entered with freshly cooked dishes. Upon seeing Ming Ru in tears, she immediately scowled. Ming Hai, what is the status of Yufeng? Our son has broken legs. Are you truly going to let him off so easily? He is our only son. I know, more than anyone, that I want that scoundrel dead, Ming Hai replied, his expression strained. In a single night, a few strands of his once black hair had turned white. What are you waiting for? You have many brothers who dwell in the shadows of the night. Why not instruct them to seize that scoundrel, bind him, and beat him to death, disposing of his body in the ocean? Would that not be an expedient solution? Ming Ru's mother, Wang Mei, is notoriously fierce and protective of her offspring. In her childhood, when Ming Ru fought with classmates, even if she was at fault, she would ensure that the other child's parents were left crippled, compelling their family to withdraw from school. Throughout her life, she has shielded Ming Ru from every misfortune. Given that this time the adversary has directly broken her son's legs, she could not possibly let it slide. I know I am contemplating who might exact revenge. How dare they shatter my son's legs without facing dire consequences? Just as Ming Hai uttered this fierce proclamation, the hospital room door was abruptly thrust open. A man in a blue and white striped patient gown, pale as a ghost, Enter the ward. Who is it? Meng Hai's expression turned icy as he glared at the doorway. Who are you? Who permitted your entry? Leave at once, or do you seek death? As he stood, rolling up his sleeves and advancing toward the entrance. His already foul mood was further aggravated by the unexpected intrusion. In the next instant, a startling sound resounded. The man unexpectedly knelt before him. Meng Meng Hai. Wang Mei. Mr. Meng, greetings. I am Yufeng's elder brother, Yushan. Yushan, the well-known wastrel and son-in-law of the Gao family? What brings him here? An hour prior, Yushan had fainted from rage after overhearing Gao Yushuang's words. He was admitted to the hospital, and after a diagnosis revealed no serious issues, he was left in the ward to regain consciousness naturally. Moments ago, Yushan awakened. And his first action was to inquire about Meng Ru's room, not for any other reason, but to offer his apologies to his younger brother. Ah. The scoundrel may not have arrived, but his brother has indeed come. Wang Mei, frustrated with nowhere to vent her ire, immediately rolled up her sleeves and approached Yushan, delivering several resounding slaps across his face. The sharp cracks echoed as she left imprints of her palm on Yushan's visage. Mother, please give me a few more slaps. I can't get out of bed, Meng Ru said fiercely. Very well. Slap. Slap. Another 2, then 3, then 4 slaps, each delivered with increasing force. Yet Yushan remained silent, his gaze unwavering. Even as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, he knelt resolutely, unyielding. A failure to educate is the father's fault. A brother's shortcomings are the brother's error. It was his negligence in caring for Yufeng that led to the latter's grievances, causing him to cross paths with Meng Ru, resulting in this predicament. Had he taken the time to listen to Yufeng that night, he could have prevented this calamity. He endured the blows without uttering a single complaint. After dozens of slaps, Wang Mei, panting and weary, sneered, "A waste is indeed different. All you can do is endure punishment. Truly, a poor country bumpkin, tough-skinned and thick-fleshed, you impress me." Meng Hai stepped forward and exclaimed, "Speak quickly. We have no time to waste on someone like you. If you wish to plead for your brother, let him come here himself. Otherwise, we shall meet in prison." The word prison sent a chill down Yushan's spine, prompting him to bow deeply. Mr. Meng, you are magnanimous. A statesman can endure much. Please spare my brother this once. We grew up together. I know his character well. He is my only family in this world. I come here today not for any other reason but to acknowledge my fault and seek your forgiveness. Mr. Meng, I am bowing to you. For his brother. Yushan willingly cast aside what little dignity he had left. On the day Yufeng was released from prison and returned to Jiang City, Yushan could not offer his brother a place in the family villa to reconnect and enjoy life. Instead, he had given him a job as a janitor, a position looked down upon. At Ruoro's birthday party, he failed to stand up for Yufeng, allowing him to leave in humiliation without revealing the truth. During the Hai family meeting, he lacked the ability to rally support from the Hai family, forcing Yufeng to step in and confront the turmoil surrounding Gao Yushuang. He could not even ensure that Gao Yushuang regarded his brother with respect, uttering hurtful words instead. He was not a good brother. He was a failure. As everyone in Jiang City's elite circles believed, Yushan was merely a son-in-law living off the Hai family's name. In terms of capability, he could not compare to even a little finger of his wife, Gao Yushuang. In terms of spirit, his dignity as a man was trampled by the Hai family. In terms of age, he was already too old to compete with the wealthy heirs. He knew well that his wife had suitors, yet he could only watch in silence, too afraid to speak out. But now, he wished to be a big brother, to shoulder the responsibilities that came with that role. Alas, his bowing could not alleviate the hatred the Meng family harbored against Feng. If acknowledging a mistake could resolve matters, why would there be wars? Wang Mei's words grew increasingly harsh, culminating in her hands on her hips as she coldly declared, "What are you, Yushan? A mere son-in-law of the Hai family. A lowly logistics manager. Do you think you are worthy?" Yushan was at a loss for words, tears blurring his vision. His arms trembled as he clenched his fists, appearing as a powerless failure, incapable of doing anything. Meng Hai narrowed his eyes and commanded, "Get out of this hospital room immediately. If you wish for us to spare your brother, let him come here, kneel, and admit his mistakes, crippling himself in the process. And then he shall serve as a slave to my son. Not merely a slave, I want him to live a life worse than death, enduring suffering for the rest of his days. Call your brother here, call him." Meng Ru, in a fit of rage, seized the chicken soup resting on the bedside cabinet and hurled it at Yushan's head. The impact was thunderous, and the scalding soup splattered across Yushan, staining his clothes thoroughly. Chicken bones fell upon his head, while the shattered bowl carved a bloody gash across his face. He resembled a mere wretch, enduring humiliation without retaliation. Truly, he was a pitiful creature. Even after such a reprimand, he remained passive. What a pathetic mutt. I suppose Gao Yushuang took you in as a son-in-law solely out of pity for your wretchedness. Ah ha ha ha. Wang Mei's laughter rang out, dripping with derision, piercingly harsh. Get lost, you worthless fool. Meng Hai bellowed. Yushan pondered in silence for a long time. What do you mean? What? I'm telling you to leave. Meng Hai glared. Unwilling to spare Yushan another glance. I am willing to sacrifice my legs to atone for the sins committed by my brother. At that moment, Yushan uttered words that left everyone stunned. To use his own legs to repay Yufeng's debts? Surely, they could not have misheard. The expressions of the three men shifted dramatically. To lose the ability to stand was, for a man, an unendurable torment. The loss of his legs would cast a shadow over his confidence for the rest of his life. A son-in-law, willing to forfeit his own legs for his brother? Meng Hai's expression changed. Are you serious? Upon receiving that earlier information, Meng Hai had confirmed that Yufeng possessed remarkable skills. At least capable of contending with Master Lu from the Longxiang boxing gym. In such circumstances, if his men failed to inflict a fatal blow on Yufeng, they would not only alert him, but also invite disaster upon themselves. Now, the notion of sacrificing your legs to atone for your mistakes seemed to suggest a deeper pain and guilt for Yufeng. Meng Ru added, very well. If you are so earnest in wanting to bear responsibility for your brother, I shall grant you that wish. Father, break his legs, so he can never stand again. Meng Hai turned to Wang Mei, asking, what do you think? Wang Mei shrugged her shoulders and coldly declared, it matters not. Someone must pay for my son's legs. Let it be Yushan. It seems fitting for Yufeng to taste the anguish of having a disabled family member. All right. Meng Hai nodded. Yushan, are you certain you wish to sacrifice your legs to repay the debt? I am certain. Yushan resolved firmly. His life had been nothing extraordinary. In the Gao family, he lacked dignity, living in a state worse than that of a dog, an existence devoid of value. Rather than endure life on his knees, he would rather trade his own life to secure a future for his younger brother. Yufeng was still young, without a wife or children. He could not afford to be crippled. Consider this an apology from an elder brother for all that has transpired in recent days. Very well. Meng Hai took out his phone and immediately called a group of individuals. Shortly thereafter, several youths armed with iron rods stormed in with an intimidating presence. President Meng. Meng Hai pointed at Yushan. Break his legs and throw him at the operating room door. Spare no mercy. I will take responsibility for everything. A few young men, motivated by money, paid no heed to the situation and raised their clubs, aiming for Yushan's legs. Kid, bear with it. Who told you to provoke the son of President Meng? You might as well say hello to a wheelchair for the rest of your life. Bang. The iron rod swung down with force. Crack. Once. Twice. Thrice. Minutes later, Yushan was swiftly rushed into the operating room, his legs shattered. Even if amputation was unnecessary, his legs were irrevocably ruined. As night fell, upon receiving news from the hospital, Gao Yushuang hurriedly arrived at the facility. Entering the ward, she found Yushan awake, his legs encased in plaster. He gazed out at the moonlight, his expression tranquil, devoid of any anxiety or alarm. Yushan, what? What happened to your legs? Gao Yushuang gasped, covering her mouth. Tears cascaded down her cheeks. Would someone like you shed tears for me? Yushan turned his head away, his gaze indifferent, as if observing a stranger rather than Gao Yushuang. What do you mean? Yushan, we once loved each other. I know I haven't treated you well over the years, perhaps excessively so, but we are still married. Why are you being so foolish? Your brother has already retrieved $1 million. Why do you still seek Meng Hai to settle his debts? That waste who just got out of prison, does he deserve it? Shut up. Yushan shouted forcefully. I know exactly what kind of person my brother is. Even if he has been to prison, he is still my brother. Moreover, Gao Yushuang, let us divorce. Those two light words fell heavily on Gao Yushuang's heart like a meteor. Divorce. A single tear inadvertently gathered at the corner of her eye. What? What did you say? She trembled, seemingly unprepared for this moment. Gao Yushuang, let's divorce. Yushan inhaled deeply, the weight in his chest palpable. Why? Give me a valid reason. Gao Yushuang pressed urgently. Is that even a question? Yushan paused, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth, as if mocking himself. He continued, I am now crippled. My life is destined to be spent in a wheelchair. What use is a disabled person like me in the Gao family, other than to bring you shame? I can no longer perform household chores as before or drive you to the company. I would even need you to spend money hiring someone to care for me. Am I worthy of remaining in the Gao family, being utterly useless? When Yushan uttered these words, there was not an ounce of timidity in him. Instead, He felt a sense of humanity, expressing his thoughts with dignity, unburdened by the opinions of others. Yet, he remained oblivious to how his words pierced Gao Yushuang's heart like a silver needle. She was proud. She was indifferent. She had acted excessively. In the depths of her heart, Gao Yushuang still regarded Yushan as her husband. Yet now, she sensed that Yushan was beginning to distance himself from her. The space between them had widened. In your heart, do you perceive me, Gao Yushuang, as a person who prioritizes personal gain? She pondered. Was it not true? Yushan turned his back, gazing out into the night. Ah, so this is how pitiful I have become? For the sake of your despicable brother. You have relinquished not only your legs but now this home as well? Give it up. I refuse. I categorically refuse to agree to a divorce. Deep within, Gao Yushuang's pride would not permit any imperfections in her life. Marriage was no exception. She did not wish to end their union, not at all. She still loved Yushan, albeit less overtly than before. Furthermore, they had a 5-year-old daughter. She turned and dashed out of the hospital room, leaving the facility while still declaring her refusal to divorce. Meanwhile, Yushan gazed at the moonlight, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. He murmured incessantly, "My brother is not a scoundrel. He is a good person. He is not a scoundrel. Not. As midnight approached, after distributing flyers, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. Yang Liuru, drenched in sweat, had removed her adorable bear costume and purchased 2 servings of freshly prepared fried noodles accompanied by milk tea. She returned to the outdoor dining table in the square and presented the meal before Yufeng. Here, eat while it's hot. The fried noodles are freshly made. Setting down her phone, Yang Liuru opened a cup of milk tea and began to eat the noodles voraciously, completely disregarding the demeanor expected of a young lady of her stature. Observing the noodles before him, Yufeng did not take up his chopsticks, instead staring intently for a prolonged moment. What's wrong? Is it not tasty? Shall I go get you some fried rice instead? Yang Liuru inquired, assuming his lack of movement was due to disinterest. No, it's not that. It merely reminded me of a time in my childhood when my elder brother had his bowl of fried noodles snatched away by a group of older students. Yufeng recalled, gripping his chopsticks as memories of his rural past flooded back. Yang Liuru's eyes widened. How thrilling. I've never experienced anything like that. What happened next? She asked with curiosity. Later, I single-handedly took 3 bricks to their classroom and struck each of them on the head, only to be caught by the homeroom teacher who yanked me back and punished me with 100 repetitions of the school manual. Yufeng chuckled bitterly, shaking his head. Pfft. Yang Liuru nearly spat out her noodles, laughing so hard her stomach ached, her face radiant with amusement. Uncle, I never expected you to be so mischievous in your youth, daring to confront the older students. Impressive. Well, I was only 10 at the time. And once word spread around the school, no one dared to bully my brother again. He is 7 years my senior and started school later, being somewhat timid. I thought I could protect him for a lifetime, but little did I expect that in recent years, he would be at the Gao family. Yu Feng's voice trailed off, his expression tinged with helplessness and melancholy. In his mind, he inadvertently recalled Yushan's submissive demeanor at the Gao family, truly a man who had endured much injustice. Yang Liru found herself at a loss for words. Each individual has their own path. Dear uncle, do not dwell too much on this. In the future, you two shall have a family, children, and perhaps even a beautiful wife. Ahem. Let us speak of happier matters, uncle. What type of girl do you prefer? Yang Liru inquired with childlike curiosity. Me? Yufeng furrowed his brow slightly. He hadn't truly contemplated this. Yet, there was indeed a girl before him who had once brought a smile to his face. Yufeng's gaze remained fixed on Yang Liru. Her cheeks flushed as she stammered. Uncle, why are you staring at me? I'm sorry, but... Oh dear. Uncle, how bothersome you are. Do you not know it is impolite to stare at a girl? I shall ignore you now. I'm heading home. We shall see each other tomorrow. As Yang Liru prepared to leave, she neatly packed the fried noodles and suddenly seized Yufeng's phone, saving her number in it and recording his number before turning to depart. Yufeng pondered the peculiar thoughts of a young girl. However, what about the wages for distributing flyers today? It was agreed upon to be 100 for the day, and now it seemed to have vanished. He sighed. Well, at least she had treated him to dinner. Yufeng was not one to be overly calculative. After finishing the fried noodles and milk tea, he took a taxi back to his apartment, washed up, and lay down on his bed. Taking out his phone, he scrolled through his call history, noting that his elder brother had not called. It was quite late. Surely, even if his brother was busy, he would still return the call. Yufeng mused that perhaps his brother was genuinely occupied. Instead of waiting, he sent a text message. Brother, I wish to return to the countryside tomorrow to pay respects to our parents. If you're free, could you come pick me up? If not, I shall take a taxi myself. After a while, there was no response. Yufeng sent another message. Brother, I hope sister-in-law isn't upset because of our quarrel. Please don't be angry. If Meng Hai continues to trouble you, I will handle it. Do not argue with sister-in-law. It's not good for the child at home. Brother, why haven't you replied? Is your phone dead? It's late. You might be asleep. Never mind. I'll go to the countryside myself to pay my respects to our parents. However, there's no signal there. If you call, I want to be able to answer. Good night, brother. Setting down his phone, Yufeng felt a mix of emotions swirling within him. What lies ahead? Where does the path truly lead? Oh well. Meanwhile, Yushan read through these messages but chose not to respond, his eyes bloodshot. I'm sorry, little brother. But I cannot meet you again. I believe in you. You are not a scoundrel, but I can no longer accompany you on this journey ahead. Early the next morning, a significant announcement reverberated through the upper echelons of Jiangxing society. The esteemed patriarch of the Dong family would celebrate his birthday in 2 days' time, hosting a banquet for the scions of families with at least a third-tier status, inviting social elites to partake in the festivities. Moreover, a momentous announcement would be made during the celebration of the patriarch's birthday. Once a member of the renowned Four Talents, the esteemed young master of the Dong family, known as the West Dongxing, is poised to inherit the title of Crown Prince on that day, embarking on the stewardship of all family affairs. The announcement of this news immediately stirred a tempest of reactions. The name West Dongxing resonated like thunder 5 years prior. Apart from Dongxing's own remarkable talent, the influence of the other 3 talents within the provincial capital was paramount, particularly that of Bei Mu Han, the young scion of the illustrious Mu family from the capital. Despite his youth, he stood out among the younger generation, aside from the heirs of first-rate families, becoming the epitome of the dream prince for countless young women. With 3 7-character quatrains, he directly became a disciple of contemporary literary masters, holding a lofty status. The other 2 talents also commanded absolute authority in their respective fields. Consequently, Jiang City basked in national renown, largely due to the presence of Dongsheng. However, several years ago, had not Dongxing suffered a car accident that left him disabled? Alas, was the old patriarch of the Dong family not in his right mind? Could a person with such a disability truly inherit the family legacy? Who knows? What business is it of yours? Do you think the Dong family invites everyone indiscriminately? Enough of that. Only those with invitations may attend, since you cannot enter. What is the point of wild speculation? Furthermore, I have heard that Dongxing seems to have encountered some fortuitous event, and his legs have healed. Is that true? Various opinions flew about, each more eager than the last. Simultaneously, many families received invitations, including the Gao, Lung, and Hua families. Meng Hai also received an invitation, delivered personally by Dongxing. Young Master Dong sent me a letter himself. I am utterly astonished. Outside the hospital room, Meng Hai beamed with surprise, never imagining that as a mere branch manager at a bank, he would be deemed worthy of attending the Dong family's birthday banquet. Do not fret. After this birthday celebration, I will likely gain access to all the intelligence resources of the Dong family. Finding that enigmatic individual should become much more expedient, and in the future, as you assist me, such gatherings will naturally be within your reach. With that, Dongxing, clad in a suit, turned away. His face bore no trace of gloom. After a morning of exhaustive examinations by specialists, the verdict was in. He was completely rehabilitated. This miraculous news spread through the Dong family in mere minutes, and the announcement of his ascension to the title of Crown Prince appeared without doubt on every table. Deeply moved, Meng Hai knelt on one knee, pledging, to serve young Master Dong, I would embrace 1,000 deaths without hesitation. All right, rise. I must take my leave now. Young Master Dong, travel safely. In a dining establishment at the new square in Jiang City, the foot traffic remained sparse, much like the previous day. Yang Li entered the shop, laden with bags of new garments, and upon setting them down, hurried to the mirror to showcase each dress. Upon witnessing this scene, Yang Jian, engrossed in a mobile game, sighed, here we go again. Indeed, love for fashion can be a potent poison, transforming one entirely. My dear sister, my card is on the verge of being maxed out. Can you not take a moment to pause? Yang Jian wore a grimace, pleading in a tone that was both gentle and harsh. Be quiet. Yang Liru shot her a glare. Can't you see I'm trying on clothes? Yang Jian replied, all right. May I ask you, dressed so beautifully today, are you going to meet that charming young man from yesterday again? I've done some digging. And it turns out that Yufeng has just recently been released from prison. He only has an older brother, Yushan, who is a son-in-law by marriage. Being with him is bound to lead to unfavorable outcomes. The thought that their father would send someone within 2 days caused Yang Jian to think it best to dissuade her sister's intentions early on. Upon hearing this, Yang Liru's expression tightened, and her mood suddenly soured. The dress in her hands lost its allure. You have such a negative outlook. How do you know it won't turn out well? I like him. Isn't that enough? Come now. You are an adult. Don't be so naive as you were in your childhood. When that day comes, you will inevitably have to bring him home, don't you think? Do you believe our father would ever accept a man who has been imprisoned as a son-in-law of the Yang family? Moreover, this man's elder brother is a well-known son-in-law in Jiacheng. His family background and reputation could bring no benefit to the Yang family and may even hinder its development. So, my words are not to be taken lightly. Yang Jian's demeanor was serious, despite his seemingly carefree and idle lifestyle. If one understood his underlying concerns, they would realize he was relishing his freedom. His marriage would merely serve as a means to bind familial interests, rather than squander time in search of love. It would be wiser to seize the moment for enjoyment. Yang Liru furrowed her brow even tighter. She understood. She comprehended. Yet, she yearned to resist, regardless of the circumstances. She wished to pursue her own Prince Charming. With her stubborn nature, her eyes suddenly filled with determination. I don't care. I will only marry the one I love. Regardless of his status or past, as long as we love each other, there is a future, even if the Yang family disapproves. I can forego a marriage certificate and still be with him. What? What kind of nonsense is that? Without a marriage certificate? What does it mean to be married? Yang Jian realized that his sister might truly be infatuated this time. After pondering, he doused her enthusiasm with cold water. All right. Then I must ask you, does Yufeng even like you? Yang Liru hesitated for a moment. Perhaps he does. Otherwise, he wouldn't have saved me twice. He's truly a wonderful person. But you can't be certain whether he likes you, can you? Yang Jian interjected sharply, pausing before continuing. As a man, I understand men better than you do. The way Yufeng looks at you is devoid of any particular sentiment. Do you wish to know what that signifies? What? Yang Liru inquired. First, he has no romantic feelings for you, thus he regards you just like anyone else. Second, he possesses the ability to conceal his emotions, which indicates a formidable psychological resilience. Such individuals are often at the pinnacle of their respective realms. Even I cannot achieve that. However, according to the information I have gathered, it seems that the reason for Yufeng's imprisonment is rather disreputable. The second possibility can essentially be dismissed. Thus, you are deceiving me. Yang Li pouted in a huff. Well, why not ask him out to watch a movie? Let's see if he agrees. Yang Jian smiled and inquired. Indeed. Yang Jian was being deceptive. He had only discovered that Yufeng had served time in prison, yet he was oblivious to the reasons behind it. After all, his reach was limited, and he could not access the pertinent higher-level information. However, his observation that Yufeng's eyes were remarkably pure was, in fact, true. A rendezvous it is then, she thought. Humph, the uncle must have a fondness for me. Otherwise, he would not have been amused by my antics yesterday. With that, Yang Liru took out her phone and sent a message to Yufeng. Sir, shall we go out to watch a movie together? Yang Liru expressed a hint of shyness, accompanied by a touch of apprehension. In a romantic relationship, it is generally expected that the male partner takes the initiative to suggest watching a movie, particularly when the couple has not yet officially become an item. However, Yang Li took the initiative herself. Would the older gentleman refuse? Surely not. The gentleman is exceptionally kind. However, does he realize his affection for her? Might he deliberately avoid responding to her messages? Having yet to receive any news, the little deer in Yang Liru's heart began to race uncontrollably. She sat calmly in her seat, waiting, yet her impatience was palpable as she scrolled through her phone, inquiring with friends about romantic films suitable for couples. With every new title she encountered, she felt compelled to search for reviews and synopses online, striving to ensure that everything was impeccably arranged. Unbeknownst to her, at that very moment, Yufeng was already aboard a minibus heading to the countryside. Due to the remoteness of his destination, the mobile signal was exceedingly weak, and compounded by the fact that he had neglected to charge his phone the previous night, receiving any messages proved to be quite a challenge. Before he realized it, he had drifted off to sleep once more. Meanwhile, outside the first hospital of Jiacheng, 2 jeeps bearing license plates from the capital idled at the entrance. From the vehicles emerged 10 men clad in black suits, adorned with sunglasses, exuding an air of authority and having undergone rigorous training. At the forefront stood one identified only as Eagle, a top-level spy within the Gigi family's clandestine intelligence network and a formidable figure highly esteemed by the elder Mr. G. He strode purposefully into the hospital, flanked by 9 Gigi bodyguards. Approaching from several dozen meters away, the hospital's director hurriedly led a group of office specialists to welcome them. Goodness! The esteemed Gigi family from the capital. Among the most illustrious and powerful families in the capital, he, as a mere hospital director, dared not be negligent. Furthermore, he received word that the G family had dispatched someone to Jiang City to address the heir who had been sent away from the capital 26 years ago and had since succumbed to asphyxiation. Those familiar with the G family are undoubtedly aware of the significance embodied in the name Young Master Sunday. The moment a male heir emerges from the third generation of the G family's youth, undoubtedly, he shall emerge as the most esteemed noble prince in this capital, rendering the so-called 4 talents and affluent scions utterly insignificant. After all, every one of his uncles and aunts could shake the very foundations of their respective industries with just a stamp of their feet. Greetings, Mr. Eagle. I am the director of the first hospital of Jiang City. My surname is Liu. You may call me Old Liu. Director Liu offered a subservient smile, a demeanor that astonished onlookers. What sort of influential figure could compel a hospital director to exhibit such humility? Mr. Eagle produced a token. By the command of the family head, I am here to requisition all blood bank records from the first hospital of Jiang City. The individuals you spoke with previously should have informed you. The 2 bags of blood sent to Kyoto a few days ago belonged to Young Master Sunday. Yes, indeed. I have already arranged for the nurses responsible for drawing those 2 bags of blood to be in the conference room. We have been awaiting your arrival, Mr. Eagle. Very well, let us not delay. Please lead the way. A few minutes later, they arrived at a quiet conference room where the 2 nurses in charge of the blood bank stood up hastily upon the director's entrance. Their faces were pale. Being summoned to the office without explanation left anyone feeling unsettled, particularly with the 10 imposing individuals accompanying the director, all of whom bore stern expressions that were disquieting to behold. Director Liu spoke gravely. This matter is classified and of utmost importance. As you 2 have interacted with the owner of the 2 bags of blood, you are to answer Mr. Eagle's questions truthfully. Do you understand? Why, yes, Director. But that person isn't a fugitive, is he? One nurse mustered the courage to inquire, swallowing hard. Silence. That is not your concern. Just respond. Understood. Then Mr. Eagle stepped forward, removing his sunglasses to reveal a strikingly handsome face before the 2 nurses. My questions are simple. Did he provide a phone number? Mr. Eagle inquired, knowing that a phone number could yield all the information about Young Master Sun over the years. The nurses shook their heads. One explaining, the hospital has strict regulations regarding special blood types. Generally, we do not retain phone numbers to protect individuals from potential threats. That is understandable, Mr. Eagle conceded. After all, the bloodline of the G family was exceedingly rare, with Rh-negative blood types being found in only 1 out of 10,000 individuals. Such regulations were implemented to safeguard those possessing such scarce blood types. Very well. Do you recall his height and weight? I do remember. I drew his blood myself. One nurse replied. He is approximately 1.8 meters tall, weighs about 150 kilograms, has short hair, and possesses a somewhat darker complexion. Upon hearing this, Mr. Eagle nodded and gestured to a young man behind him. The young man promptly produced paper and a pen and approached. Could you provide a more detailed description of his appearance? This individual specializes in portraiture within our department and has previously won first place in an international sketching competition. After a moment of contemplation, he began to describe the face, an oval shape with a slightly protruding chin and the eyes. After approximately 10 minutes of description, a visage emerged on the youth's paper. Once he completed the hair, he held the paper upright. Is this what he looks like? Yes, indeed. It's perfect. Just like him. Why don't you check the surveillance footage? The nurse suddenly inquired. Eagle, the director scolded, the cameras are still under repair. If we could access the footage, would we need you? Oh, the nurse promptly fell silent. The youth folded the paper and asked, Boss, what shall we do now? Go. Make 14 copies of this drawing. Send someone to deliver them to the 4 prominent families of Jiang City, requesting their assistance in locating the individual depicted. Inform them that this is a distinguished guest of the G family, and whoever finds him will earn the highest regard from the G family elder and the entire clan. The rest of you, take the portraits and divide Jiang City into 10 sectors for a thorough search. Not a single corner must be overlooked. Understood. Disperse. With that command, 10 figures swiftly vanished from the conference room. The two nurses, stunned, sank into their seats. He just disappeared? The most astonished was Director Liu. The Ji family. The pinnacle of aristocracy in Kyoto, this esteemed friendship held immense significance for the young master, far beyond what he had anticipated. Achoo! Yufeng sneezed, awakening from his slumber. It was evening, and the bus had arrived in a remote village. Finally, home. Mom, Dad, Xiaofeng is here to pay respects. Sister, stop searching. It's dark now. That uncle of yours truly doesn't seem to care for you. Be quiet. He wouldn't. He must have been preoccupied. I have the movies lined up. If he doesn't reply by 7, there's the 9 o'clock show, and if he is still absent, there's the 11 o'clock, and even the 1 o'clock and 2 o'clock screenings. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care in the Square S dining establishment. As the street lights dimmed and no figure appeared from the desolate street, 10 o'clock arrived. Before long, 11 o'clock passed as well. During the wait, time felt as fleeting and insufficient as money. No matter how it was spent, it never sufficed. Unbeknownst to her, the clock struck 2 in the morning. All cinemas in Jiang City had closed. Even if she wished to watch a film, it was too late. Yufeng still hadn't arrived. Yang Jian seemed to sense something amiss. He rose with a silent sigh and drove away, leaving Yang Liru alone, lost in thought. The beautiful garments she once cherished now appeared utterly devoid of allure. Clothes were meant to be worn for someone special. But that person had not come. Uncle, do you not care for me at all? Yang Liru's eyes brimmed with tears as she took out her phone. The message remained unanswered. She wept softly, her quiet sobs resonating with a profound melancholy amidst the tranquil night. Deep within her heart, there existed an invisible force compelling her to persevere, persist, and endure. Uncle. She wiped her nose and dried her tears, then composed a new message to send. Uncle, do you not enjoy watching movies? It's quite all right. Perhaps we could visit the food street tomorrow. You seem so slender. Surely you haven't savored any delightful delicacies. How about I take you to taste the local specialties of Jiangcheng? Uncle, are you asleep? The summer nights can be a bit chilly. So remember not to set the air conditioning too high, and do cover yourself with a blanket. Tomorrow, I shall wait for you at our usual spot. When you arrive, please call me. Uncle, good night. I shall await your reply. Yufeng waited, but he did not come. She surmised that Uncle must not be fond of films. Nevertheless, she hoped to wait a little longer and make another attempt. She yearned for a romance, and she was prepared to pay any price for his affection. Yang Liru would spare no effort. In a villa within the Dong family estate, the patriarch remained awake late into the night. He sat in a grand chair in the hall, his expression tense, his breathing heavy, tightly gripping a portrait depicting a man's face. Before him knelt several core members of the Dong group. Old master, is it truly an order issued by the Ji family? A middle-aged man inquired solemnly. Indeed, this time the Ji family is serious. That young master's son is in Jiangcheng. We must mobilize all personnel to search the entire city and locate him. The friendship of the Ji family is of utmost importance to us, the Dong family. However, tomorrow marks your birthday, as well as a significant day for young Master Sunday. If we send everyone out now, what if something goes awry tomorrow? The middle-aged man pressed. Do not concern yourself with me. The future of the Ji family hinges on this occasion. We cannot afford any losses. Find him. Understood. With that, numerous elites from the Dong estate departed in their vehicles, deploying their resources to conduct a widespread search. Simultaneously, the other 3 prominent families in Jiangcheng received identical directives. Without delay, mere minutes after receiving the orders, a multitude of individuals surged forth from various locations, launching a meticulous search throughout the city. No one could refuse the friendship of the Ji family, which symbolized power, wealth, and prestige. As a venerable elder from the capital once remarked, anyone granted the Ji family support, regardless of their foolishness, lack of background, or ordinariness, would, within 3 years, rise to become a significant figure within a provincial capital. The weight of this statement is profound. At this moment, Yufeng, who had overnight been hailed as young master's son by the 4 great families, boarded a long-distance bus home. The journey from the city to the town would consume nearly 24 hours round trip. After paying his respects to his adoptive parents and visiting the grave, Yufeng sat on a pile of grass, muttering numerous thoughts to himself. It was not until dawn that he departed. By the time he returned home, it was already 9 in the morning. He took a shower and changed into a set of pajamas, feeling utterly fatigued, with a heavy sense of drowsiness enveloping him. He lay down on the bed, plugged his phone into the charger, and groggily opened WeChat. Brother, are you still asleep? I finished visiting Mom and Dad's graves. They are living peacefully in the village. Many have left for work in distant places. Ergo, Xiao Wangba, and Hosea among them. Some of the elderly still tend to the fields. Do you remember that chubby girl next door? The last time I returned. She had lost quite a bit of weight and even mentioned that if I was too happy in the city, I could come back and live with her. I turned her down, haha. Brother, it seems we haven't had a proper conversation or shared a drink since my return. How about finding a time to sneak out and have a drink together, away from sister-in-law? After sending these messages, Yufeng set his phone aside. He noticed that Yushan had not replied to the messages sent the previous night. Uncertain of what might have transpired, he tried calling but received no answer. Perhaps it was a quarrel between his brother and sister-in-law. A sense of unease began to creep into his heart. Was it truly because Meng Rue's leg was broken that they had fought? But he believed he was in the right. That man had acted recklessly while intoxicated, assaulting Yang Liru without remorse, and even summoned others to deal with him. Such a brazen scion of privilege deserved 100 deaths. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, the image of Yang Liru surfaced. A smile unconsciously crept upon his face at the mere thought of her. He could not fathom why his heart raced at the mention of that girl. They had only met a few times, and he had merely acted out of a soldier's instinct to rescue her on several occasions. He never expected her to feel indebted to him, nor did he anticipate that she would worry for his safety and seek help from the authorities on his behalf, drenched in sweat. He never imagined she would don a thick, adorable bear costume and strike peculiar poses just to amuse him during the sweltering summer. Was it all merely because he had saved her? Yufeng had never been in love, yet he was no fool. He could sense Yang Liru's feelings, however. Lost in his thoughts, fatigue overtook him once more, and he drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, while he slumbered, his phone buzzed with several new messages. Beep. It vibrated a few times without emitting a loud ring-tone. Uncle, are you awake? I've gotten up and am waiting for you at the dining shop. Are you coming today? I've found a place with an abundance of delicious food, and I'm treating you. Uncle, you had something yesterday, didn't you? Please don't break your promise today. I really want to. Oh dear. Uncle, you can't leave me hanging. I'll forgive you for not replying, but you must show up. Uncle, I'm waiting for you. With hopeful anticipation, Yang Liru sent her messages, unaware that in Yufeng's world, he had no habit of proactively checking texts. His phone only rang when there was a notification from WeChat. Another day passed, enveloped in a haze of uncertainty. The 10 bodyguards of the Ji family searched in vain. The city of Jiang is vast, and even if divided into 10 districts, thoroughly scouring every corner is an exceedingly arduous task, especially with the numerous neighborhoods and surveillance cameras on every street. Moreover, the 4 prominent families yielded no results either. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was the birthday of the elder master of the Dong family. On this occasion, Dong Xing, the heir apparent, found himself in the family courtyard, admiring the blooming lotus flowers. The servant, Zhang Yu, approached with a bowl of tea. Young master, here is your tea. Evening is approaching, and judging by the sky, it seems it will rain. The birthday celebration will likely be held at the hotel. A hotel? Dong Xing mused, gazing at the overcast sky while clad in a suit. Have we located that extraordinary individual we encountered that day? He inquired hastily. Zhang Yu shook his head. We searched, dispatching all our men to that street from that evening, yet found not a trace. The nearby surveillance footage has been reviewed, and still, no signs. It seems we may never find him. Young master, perhaps we should let it go. Let it go? Dong Xing narrowed his eyes. If we abandon this, I will surely miss a tremendous opportunity in this lifetime. But young master, your legs have healed, have they not? What do you understand? A person capable of producing such miraculous medicine is inherently of far greater value. If we find him, I would willingly dedicate half my fortune to him, provided he can assist me. Muttering to himself, Dong Xing commanded, Go, send word to my subordinates. Whoever locates that extraordinary individual shall receive 10 million as a reward. I will not go back on my word. 10 million. Zhang Yu gasped in astonishment. Understood. I shall go at once. In a nearby dining establishment, Yang Liru rested her head on the table. Dark circles marred her eyes, a stark contrast for someone accustomed to a regular sleep schedule after merely 2 sleepless nights. The signs were unmistakable. Suddenly, a thunderclap erupted outside. Boom. She jolted awake. Uncle, it's raining. It's raining. Please don't come over. I didn't bring an umbrella. The first words that escaped her lips were thoughts of Yufeng. She had been preoccupied with him, pondering when he would arrive, whether he would come, and if he might harbor feelings for her. The rain poured down heavily, cascading in torrents. He had not come. A mocking laugh resonated from behind her. He ested you up twice, and you're still dreaming about him. Oh dear, my foolish sister. Yang Jin shook his head, sighing. This time, Yang Liru did not retort, for even she began to harbor doubts. She retrieved her phone. Several messages remained unanswered. In that night's text conversation, only her hopeful messages echoed back, like a fool engaging in soliloquy. She remarked that Yufeng gazed at you with such clarity, devoid of any ulterior motives. Oh no, it is more accurate to say that even if he harbored feelings for you, he lacks both the opportunity and the qualifications. With his background and lineage, he is not worthy of even crossing the threshold of the Yang family. As she spoke, Yang Jin rose and approached Yang Liru, gently placing a hand on her shoulder. Sister, allow me to speak candidly. If Yufeng is blind to your virtues, that is his loss. Why should you concern yourself with it? There are countless admirable men in this world. If you seek a noble lineage, there are those aplenty. If you desire good looks, they abound. If you require education, it is readily available. To put it plainly, even the illustrious four talents would find it challenging to match your worth. Wouldn't you agree? Yang Liru swatted his hand away. Deep within her heart, she still clung to a flicker of hope. You can't possibly still have feelings for him. He has stood you up twice. Yang Jin inquired. Perhaps he has been preoccupied with something significant. Surely he must have a valid reason. Yang Liru defended Yufeng. What matters could possibly be that important? 2 days have passed. Can he truly not respond to a text? You waited for him late into the night for that movie, and yesterday, you waited all day for dinner, and yet he remains unresponsive. What pressing matters could a recently released convict have? Each of Yang Jin's words resonated with authority, as if affirming the truth of the matter. Do not concern yourself with me. Leave me be, Yang Liru exclaimed, pushing him away and storming towards the door. The relentless rain drenched her meticulously chosen attire. She lifted her gaze, tears blurring her vision. Uncle, do you truly not harbor any feelings for me? Yang Liru sobbed, feeling the need for honest discourse. She clenched her fists, then withdrew her phone to compose one final message. Uncle, let us meet and talk. I have so much to say. Truly, there is much to discuss. I shall not pressure you this time. Consider it our final conversation. If you come, I will be delighted. If not, I will cease to intrude upon your life. I shall understand that you do not truly care for me. Uncle, I will be waiting for you at the Meteor Garden Bar. Uncle, will you come this time? The torrential rain enveloped the apartment. Thunder rumbling like the roar of the sea, jolting Yufeng from his slumber. Brother, a flash of lightning illuminated his face through the window. The thunderclap reverberated. Yufeng recalled a long dream he had. He dreamed of his elder brother whose legs had been shattered, bone splintered, rendered paralyzed upon the hospital bed, breathless. His complexion as pale as that of a corpse and surrounded by no kin. The solitude, the desolation. His wife had left him. His family was no more. Cold sweat soaked the back of Yufeng's shirt. Fear gripped him. He dreaded the thought of his brother meeting such a fate. That Meng Ru's father seemed capable of such an atrocious act. No, it cannot be allowed. In a state of urgency, Yufeng hastily seized the telephone. Overlooking the numerous unread messages that adorned his screen, and directly dialed Yushan. The phone emitted a ceaseless ringing tone. Yet, no matter how many attempts Yufeng made, the call remained unconnected. He dialed several times, but the outcome was invariably the same. Something was amiss. An instinctive dread whispered to him that an incident had transpired in recent days. Without pausing to change his attire, he donned a jacket, took an umbrella, and departed from his apartment, making his way to the Gao family villa. Meanwhile, in a hospital room at the first hospital of Jiang City, Yushan, awakened by the incessant vibrations of his mobile phone, opened his eyes. His frail body had not consumed sustenance for 2 days, leaving him weak and his lips pallid. This was a deliberate choice. In his mind, being such a burden, it might be preferable to fade away. Summoning all his strength, he attempted to reach for the phone, intending to send a scheduled farewell message to his brother. Yet, fatigue weighed heavily upon him. Raising his arm felt laborious. With immense effort, he turned over, only to tumble from the edge of the bed in the next moment. The sound of a cup crashing and the phone clattering to the floor pierced the silence. His eyes were bloodshot as he stretched out a hand, but just as he lifted his head, the door to the room swung open. Kolchin, clad in a suit and holding a bottle filled with a green liquid, strode in. Waste, I've arrived. A wave of terror washed over Yushan. He furrowed his brow, attempting to retreat, only to find his body uncooperative. He yearned to cry out, yet his throat lacked the strength to produce sound. Oh, you seem to be in good spirits, Yushan. How does it feel to have your legs broken? Ha ha. Kolchin cackled madly. He had already bribed the nurses outside and ensured that the surveillance cameras in the vicinity were disabled. He approached with purposeful strides, fetched a chair, and positioned himself before Yushan, lifting his foot and bringing it down with a resounding thud. Crack. The anguished scream that followed was frail and impotent, yet resonated with agony. You. Yushan trembled as he raised his other hand, pointing at Cold Shin's head. You wish to inquire why I am doing this, don't you? Cold Shin replied with a sardonic grin. Alas, I had no choice. Initially, I intended to pursue Yushuang slowly, hoping she would abandon you wholeheartedly and be with me instead, thus I prepared a slow-acting poison to gradually eliminate your daughter. Once you perished, Yushuang would perceive you as useless, granting me the opportunity one desired. That was my plan, but I did not foresee your brother's interference. He discovered that I was behind the poison at the Longxiang Martial Arts Hall. Thus, I had to act preemptively, or I would be the one to perish. As for you, you could have lived to leave, but now, I must use your demise to tarnish your brother's name. I truly have no other option, Yushan. You must forgive me. Yushan's eyes widened in disbelief. When Yufeng first arrived home, Rua fainted due to the poison. The poison was administered by Langchen. He, a devoted suitor of Yushuang, seemed to have understood something. This scoundrel intended to poison his daughter in order to tear their family apart and be with Yushuang. You wretched scoundrel, a wretched scoundrel. No matter how ineffectual Yushan was, he loved his daughter dearly. He summoned every ounce of strength to rise, raising a cup to strike Lung Chun. But his crippled legs rendered him utterly incapable of standing. His eyes blazed with fury. What, do you wish to strike me? Lung Chun narrowed his eyes, raised his hand, and brought it down. Slap. The sound was loud and crisp. Yushan fell to the ground, his face ablaze with pain. As he heard Lang Chen disdainfully remark, a lowly bastard like you should know your place. Don't think that just because you became a son-in-law and married into the Gao family, you are part of the upper class. A toad that has eaten swan meat remains a toad. It will never grow wings. Yushan, comparing yourself to this young master is like comparing the heavens to the earth. I am akin to a divine dragon emerging from the abyss, while you are merely a toad at the bottom of a well, destined to gaze up at me, including your brother. Speaking of which, remembering Yufeng, Lung Chen's expression turned icy. Your brother has repeatedly humiliated me, first throwing me into the river, then causing me to provoke Wang Ning, and just the other day, he tossed me into the sea before my brothers. I remember this grudge. You are his elder brother, so let me extract some interest from you first. With that, Lang Chen stood up and seized Yushan by the collar, dragging him to the bedside. Yushan still struggled, but with his crippled legs. His efforts resembled a fish out of water, helpless except for breathing. He gripped Lung Chen's arm tightly, his nails leaving crimson scratches on his skin. What are you going to do? Lung, if you dare to act recklessly, even if I become a ghost, I will. Slap. Another resounding strike. Lung Chen clutched Yushan's throat tightly, applying pressure to his wrist. The sensation of suffocation surged over him like a tidal wave. Yushan was forced to open his mouth to gasp for air, and just as he did so, Lang Chen abruptly poured a vial's contents into his mouth. Gulp, gulp. The green liquid flowed incessantly into Yushan's stomach, spilling from the corners of his mouth. His eyes widened in horror, nearly popping out of their sockets. Lang Chen's visage twisted with madness, his demeanor utterly frenzied. Drink. Finish it all, and you shall perish. Fear not. I shall ensure your brother joins you. After today, he is destined to die. You need not worry about the agony of your own demise. I have amplified the dosage significantly, far more than what was given to your daughter. Rest assured, once you finish, you shall die. Lung Chun continued to pour. Yushan struggled incessantly, yet his feeble attempts resembled a frog facing a group of children eager to catch lobsters, powerless to retaliate. At long last, the liquid within the bottle gradually dwindled to its bottom. Yushan's struggles came to an abrupt halt, his eyes slowly losing their luster, rendering him as if in a trance, slumped upon the hospital bed. His breath ceased. His eyes gently closed. Within the flickering light of his vision, Yushan beheld a 10-year-old child, wielding a brick, leading him to engage in a brawl with the senior class. A smile crept upon his lips. Little brother, with so many of them, will we be beaten to death? What is there to fear? Your brother and I will smash them with our bricks. They dare to bully my brother. They have grown too bold, unaware of my prowess, Yufeng. Little brother, cease your words. Bullying my brother is unacceptable. Even if the king of heaven himself were to come, should he lay a finger on my brother, I would ensure his demise. Brother cannot accompany you any longer. I am so weary, so longing for sleep. Brother, farewell, little brother. Darkness enveloped him, the essence of life ebbing from the room. Langchen let out a long, relieved sigh. Damn, it's finally done. He shook his hand, stowed away the bottle, and turned to leave the ward, stepping into the corridor, where he retrieved his phone. Prince, I have completed my tasks here. Are you certain you saw that scoundrel you phoned heading towards the Gao family? If that were false, my scheme of framing him would unravel. On the other end, Wang Ming's cold laughter resonated. Rest assured, my people are never mistaken. Moreover, I have not only tracked that wretched Yufeng, but also located Yang Liru. In half an hour, he will fall into my trap, at which point, Yushan's demise will leave no evidence behind. Kid, you have not deceived me. You are quite adept. Longchen, adopting a subservient tone, replied with a smile. As you say, Prince, we are brothers on the same front. Very well. I shall commence my actions. You may proceed to attend the Dong family's banquet, fabricating an alibi. From the moment Yufeng steps into the hospital and enters Yushan's ward, his future is destined for naught but a dead end. With that, the call ended. A tempest of conspiracy surged forth. Little did they know, they were about to confront not merely a national blade but the wrath of the Wolf King. Moreover, they would face the eminent Ji family of the capital. The torrential rain formed an impenetrable barrier at the entrance of the Gao family's villa, where Gao Yushuang sat vacantly by the window. Today, she had not gone to the corporation. In truth, after Yushan uttered the word divorce within the hospital, she had ceased attending her duties at the company. Memories of their past university days flooded her mind, recalling their romantic escapades, dining together, attending classes, strolling through the park at night, and finally embracing before returning to their respective dormitories. Such a life was truly beautiful. Yet, she could not recall when their relationship had acquired an additional layer of complexity. It was identity. Upon Yushan's arrival at the Gao family, he discovered that he was the scion of a prominent family in Jiancheng, the sole legitimate heir. To marry him, one must become a son-in-law of the Gao family. She initially believed that Yushan would abandon the idea, for any man would find it difficult to accept being a son-in-law. However, to her surprise, Yushan unwaveringly agreed. Subsequently, they married and had children. Yushan continued to treat her with unwavering kindness, tirelessly toiling for the Gao family, enduring humiliation in silence, and caring for her like a devoted servant. As time passed, she gradually began to regard Yushan with disdain, casually humiliating and reproaching him, trampling his dignity beneath her feet. After spending several days at home, Gao Yushuang came to the realization that she had indeed acted excessively over the years. Yet, her proud spirit still convinced her that she was in the right. You are the son-in-law of the Gao family. Having married into it, you should be prepared for this. You must continue to treat me well and love me. What is wrong with that? Why must you divorce me? Why? Tears streamed down her cheeks as she gazed out at the torrential rain. It's all your brother's fault. Before he arrived, you dared not speak up and only treated me well. But ever since he came, you have not only taken to drinking but also lashed out at me. You even sacrificed everything for that scoundrel just out of prison, making decisions without consulting me. Yushan, you still want to divorce me. It's all your brother's fault. He destroyed our marriage. She shouted into the air, venting her frustrations. Suddenly, her heart clenched painfully. It felt as though a piece of flesh had been torn from her heart. Yushan. She stood up in a daze, changing her clothes in order to go to the hospital. Yet, as she reached the door, the old butler hurried over. Miss, today is the birthday banquet for the patriarch of the Dong family. The time is drawing near. Are you ready to depart? The mention of the Dong family made Gao Yushuang's expression tighten. This birthday celebration held significant importance, with the Hua and Long families attending, along with nearly all prominent families sending key figures to pay their respects and engage with the future heir of the Dong family, if she were to arrive late. After some deliberation, Gao Yushuang ultimately prioritized the interests of the Gao family. You go ahead and drive. I will follow shortly, she instructed. Certainly, miss. The old butler nodded, taking an umbrella and departing the villa to head to the garage. After all, Yushan was incapacitated in the hospital and would not be going anywhere. I will visit him after the banquet, Gao Yushuang thought, returning to her bedroom to change into a formal gown. Just as she descended the stairs, a knock echoed at the door. Upon opening it, she was greeted by a figure she utterly despised. Sister-in-law, it's you. It was Yufeng. Gao Yushuang's expression soured immediately. What are you doing here? Yufeng looked concerned. Sister-in-law, where's my brother? I've been messaging him for days with no response. Is something wrong? Can you tell me where he is? Your brother? Gao Yushuang narrowed her eyes. How dare you ask about him? He had his legs broken for your sake. You wretched being. How dare you inquire about his whereabouts? Do you not feel a twinge of conscience? Gao Yushuang replied coldly. I don't know. Yufeng was taken aback. How is that possible? Sister-in-law, how can you not know? Did you and my elder brother have a quarrel? Please tell me. I am genuinely worried about him. I had a dreadful nightmare last night in which he was. Before Yufeng could finish his thought, he was callously interrupted. What could you possibly dream of? Given your character? Step aside. I have an important banquet to attend, and do not waste my time. Gao Yushuang attempted to walk away, but Yufeng, having received no news, stood his ground. Now he was certain that something had happened to his elder brother. He blocked the doorway. Step aside. Are you deaf? Gao Yushuang shouted angrily. Sister, tell me, where is my brother? His tone was resolute. A sharp slap was the response to Yufeng's inquiry. On the second floor, Ruo quietly descended, hiding behind the sofa to watch. Move aside. Gao Yushuang yelled again. Yufeng did not budge, raising his head defiantly. Sister, where is my brother? Another slap echoed through the air. 2 slaps. Gao Yushuang's chest heaved with rage, her neck flushed. Yufeng, do not overstep your bounds. What makes you think you have the right to question me? Do you believe that recovering 10 million will make me treat you kindly? That is your burden to bear. As for your brother, I do not know. Now move aside, immediately. At the hospital, Gao Yushuang, infuriated by Yushan, directed her ire towards Yufeng. Deep down, she believed that Yufeng's presence was the root cause of her marital discord with Yushan. She wished fervently for him to vanish from her sight and never return. Sister-in-law, get lost. The final command, thunderous in its intensity, shook Yufeng to his core. He lowered his head, his arms trembling. He stepped aside. I do not wish to see you again. If I find you here upon my return, do not blame me for being unfriendly. With that, Gao Yushuang grabbed her umbrella and hurriedly left in her high heels, leaving Yufeng standing alone at the door. The torrential rain lashed against his coat, drenching him thoroughly, rendering him akin to a drowned rat. Moments later, Gao Yushuang was seated in the old butler's car, disappearing into the curtain of rain. Uncle, a childish voice called from behind. Yufeng turned, looking down to see Ruo, a gentle smile gracing his face. It's you, Ruo. Uncle, do you know where Daddy is? Ruo pouted, tugging at her skirt. Where is he? Where is he? Yufeng's expression shifted, urgency creeping into his voice. Gao Yuru's expression instantly turned sorrowful as she wiped the corners of her eyes. When my mother sat by the window alone, she said that my father was in the hospital and that someone had broken his legs and wanted to divorce her. Uncle, Ruo is still young. Ruo wants her father. Ruo does not want her mother and father to divorce, uncle. The hospital. Broken legs. Divorce? Yufeng had no time to ponder further. He swiftly picked Ruo up and carried her into the villa, closing the door before rushing towards the hospital. Divorce. This was the outcome Yufeng dreaded the most, especially for the child, as it was akin to a separation of life and death. Moreover, upon hearing that his elder brother had suffered broken legs, a torrent of fury surged within him. The image of Ming Ru involuntarily surfaced in his mind. Was it him? He quickly hailed a taxi from the roadside, producing several hundred-yuan bills for the driver and instructing him to speed towards the hospital. Throughout the journey, the red lights seemed to have opened a back door for Yufeng, as none illuminated along the way. 25 minutes later, the vehicle halted outside the hospital. Yufeng hurriedly dashed inside, making his way to the inpatient department. Nurse, may I ask where Yushan's ward is? Yufeng panted as he approached the inquiry desk. Yushan? The nurse furrowed her brow. She had only just received payment from that aloof young master when another came looking for Yushan. Could it be? She swallowed nervously and replied, He is in room 502 on the 7th floor. Are you his? The nurse had just begun to question when Yufeng, having obtained the room number, dashed into the elevator. The nurse paused for a moment, and just then, another nurse approached. Who was that just now? I don't know. He came looking for Gao's family's son-in-law, Yushan. What? That son-in-law actually has visitors? Our hospital's doctors have been neglecting him these days. Who is he? The nurse pointed towards Yufeng, who had just entered the elevator. The other nurse followed the gesture, and, upon catching sight of Yufeng's face, her expression changed. What's wrong? Why are you frozen? Did you draw blood until you were dumbfounded? The young nurse took a deep breath. She was none other than the staff member called to the meeting room regarding blood draws. She murmured, Goodness, it can't be him, can it? Who? Never mind. I'm going to find the director. You stay here and watch him closely. If he comes down, make sure to stop him. Absolutely. Who is he? The inquiry desk nurse looked confused. Just as she finished asking, the young nurse from the blood draw department hurriedly made her way towards the director's office. A few minutes later, the elevator reached the 7th floor. Perhaps because most of the hospital staff recognized Yushan, there were not many patients assigned to this level. Just as Yufeng stepped out of the elevator, a wave of unease washed over him. Brother. Faint echoes of childhood memories surfaced in his mind, recalling the bond between him and his elder brother. Brother, if anyone bullies you in the future, just tell me. Even if it's the King of Heaven himself. I'll rush in and give him a good whack. Brother, although our family may be impoverished, we possess great ambition. Our parents have always taught us that a man may lack wealth, power, or even good looks, but he must maintain his dignity. Today, those ruffians in the senior class dared to snatch your breakfast. Who knows? They might even try to take your wife in the future. I must strike them down with a brick to prevent them from bullying you later on. This is non-negotiable. Do not try to stop me. Let us go. Upon seeing the door of Ward 502 ajar, Yufeng took a step forward, trembling with anxiety and fear. Brother, he quickened his pace. Arriving at the threshold of the ward, and lifting his gaze, a lifeless body immediately came into view. Beside the bed, Yushan's hospital gown was stained with a green liquid. His eyes were tightly shut, devoid of any breath. A deep crimson handprint marred his neck. At that moment, Yufeng felt as though struck by a bolt of lightning, frozen in shock. Brother Yufeng entered the room, placing a finger before his brother's nose, lingering for merely a second before retracting his hand swiftly. There was no breath. He is dead without granting himself a moment to ponder. He retrieved a pouch of silver needles from his pocket, deftly extracting 7 of them. He then laid Yushan's head upon the pillow and, employing the 7 stars reviving technique, pierced 7 acupoints on his brother's head. His brow furrowed tightly, every nerve in his body taut, as he closed his eyes, channeling his inner energy through the needles into Yushan's body. It was an alien toxin, a multiplied alien toxin. In the next moment, Yufeng's gaze turned cold. The potency of this toxin was exponentially greater than that which had once coursed through Rura's veins, its toxicity magnified several-fold. Thus, the perpetrator was undoubtedly identified. Cold, calm. Cold. You are playing with fire. If it were anyone else, they would likely have no hope of revival at this moment. Yet Yufeng was no ordinary individual. He had once been the nation's sharp blade, resonating throughout the global mercenary realm, revered as the Wolf King, the Eastern god of taboos. His mere existence made countless assassins hesitate, fearing to tread upon the nation's soil. His 2 mentors were formidable figures, renowned for their prowess in the country. He recalled the words of the master who had imparted ancient medical knowledge to him. The 7 needles of revitalization restore life at the cost of one's own cultivation. And below the realm of transformation, using the technique once would deplete all of one's abilities. Use it with caution. He was prepared to exchange his own cultivation to save his brother's life. This transaction was worth it. Yufeng closed his eyes, beginning the procedure. His life was granted by the Yu family. The elder couple had toiled tirelessly to raise him, and his brother Yushan would always share his treats with him. The debt of gratitude for nurturing could never be repaid. The bond of brotherhood is loftier than the heavens. The mere dark energy of cultivation is but a wisp of smoke. What does it matter to become an ordinary person? Brother, your life shall not be so easily claimed by the King of Hell. I have vowed, no one shall bully you, not even the King of Heaven. And certainly not the King of Hell. He has no right. I shall ensure justice is served on your behalf. In the office of the dean, a series of melodious tunes resonated softly. Suddenly, the hurried footsteps of Wang Fongfong from the blood collection department burst in, abruptly interrupting Dean Lu's leisurely day. Dean. Startled, Dean Lu trembled and turned to see her, slamming his hand on the desk. Wang Fongfong, what are you doing? Why aren't you at your post during work hours, rushing here? He. Wang Fongfong stammered, flustered and unable to articulate her thoughts. Dean Lu shot her an exasperated glance. Do speak up. Who is he? He is here. Wang Fongfong pointed towards the inpatient department. Who? For heaven's sake. Dean Lu was infuriated. Do tell. Who is it? Who knows who you are talking about? Oh dear. Slap. Wang Fongfong, in frustration, struck her own cheek. That's much better. Dean, it's the same 10 people you brought the other day. The one who interviewed me. Yes. The man who donated Rh-negative blood. He is here now, looking for Yushan, in room 502 on the 7th floor. What? Upon hearing this news, Dean Lu's nerves tightened, nearly causing him to leap from his seat. A chill ran through him. The young master of the G family has arrived? The G family's patriarch had mobilized all resources to search for this prince. A prince born with the most valuable golden key in the nation. A prince whose discovery would secure the friendship of the G family and elevate one to great heights. He has come. Dean Lu bellowed. Quick, take me there at once. No. Wait, I need to make a call first. He retrieved his mobile phone, and a minute later, the line connected. Speak. Mr. Ng, the prince. The prince has been found. In room 502, wisps of azure smoke ascended from 7 silver needles, dissipating into the air. Yushan's complexion gradually turned rosy, while Yufeng's face grew increasingly pallid. As time slipped away, the torrential rain outside continued to lash down, each droplet crashing onto the street like pearls. Just as Yufeng opened his eyes, the vital energy in his dantian dissipated, and Yushan regained his breath. At that moment, thousands of miles away, on a mountain peak shrouded in mist, 2 men from Qingshan sat facing each other at the edge of a cliff, their eyes opening simultaneously. Xiaofeng. Your cultivation has dispersed. This was his calamity. It seemed this time. Peril loomed ominously. To leave the mountain? No, this is his own tribulation. His fate depends on himself. But without his cultivation, how could he navigate through this tribulation? The will of heaven. Their conversation abruptly ceased, at their level of understanding. Perceiving the heaven's will was not difficult, but acting to counter it was the true challenge. Unbeknownst to Yufeng, the sacrifice of his cultivation had already been revealed to the 2 sages. He was drenched in sweat, feeling as though he had shed a layer of skin, his strength utterly drained. Now, he was merely an ordinary person. He lowered his head, placing his fingers on Yushan's pulse. How wonderful! The heartbeat has revived. Yufeng exhaled in relief, yet the matter was far from resolved. After confirming that his elder brother was out of danger, he bowed his head to examine Yushan's injuries. Fortunately, the additional bottle of lotus powder had not been sold. He hurriedly retrieved the vial, carefully pouring its contents into Yushan's mouth, knowing it would take several hours for him to regain consciousness. Brother, wait for my return. With that, Yufeng covered his elder brother with a blanket, turned, and exited the ward, closing the door behind him, a surge of murderous intent filling his eyes. He took out his phone. A minute later, a deep voice resonated on the other end. Hello? Lu. Shuai, it's me. Yufeng? Lu Moshing's expression turned serious. What's wrong? You sound so weak. Did something happen to you? Lu Shuai, I need your assistance. Yufeng clenched his fists. This was his first time seeking help from another. Speak. What can I assist you with? Lu Moshing replied without hesitation. I would like you to investigate the whereabouts of Meng Hai, the branch manager of the First Bank of Jiang City and the young master of the Long family. Lung Chun. All right, I'll have news for you in 3 minutes. Yufeng, can you tell me what has transpired? Lu Moshing's concern was evident. I'm sorry. This is a personal matter. I only need you to find their whereabouts. Yufeng refrained from divulging details, not out of mistrust, but from the fear that Lu Moshing might refuse if he revealed too much. This was his affair. The young master of the Long family held a prestigious position, and Meng Hai was the bank's branch manager. He intended to seek justice for his brother through his own means. Very well. If anything goes awry, call me. Remember that. Thank you, Lu. Shuai. With that, Yufeng hung up and stood in the corridor. Before him, a scene suddenly blurred into vision. It was a 10-year-old child, clutching a brick, charging into his senior classroom alone, delivering a blow to each of the bullies who tormented his brother. Though young and powerless, he possessed the courage derived from his heartfelt emotions. The weak ought to be beaten. That is the truth. The weak who dare not retaliate are merely cowardly. To live, to speak candidly, is merely for the sake of one's dignity. Whoever strikes you, you must strike back, no matter how formidable they may be. If they bully you without reason, trampling upon your dignity and treating you as worthless, failing to seek justice only leads to self-contempt. Yufeng felt no fear regarding the dispersion of his current cultivation. The Wolf King was, after all, the most valiant warrior of the grasslands. Even if battered and bruised, even if isolated and unsupported, even if the path ahead was fraught with peril, he would seek justice for his brother. Brother, wait for my return. After hanging up, Lu Moshing's right eyelid began to twitch violently. The left eye foretells wealth, the right eye foretells disaster. Secretary Wang beside him was taken aback. It was the first time he had heard the elder utter such words. Lu Lao, could it be that Yufeng is? Lu Moshing narrowed his eyes and commanded, Go, mobilize all resources to investigate Lung Chun and Meng Hai. First, relay their whereabouts to Yufeng. Additionally, ascertain everything these 2 individuals have been up to in recent days. I shall not tolerate anyone meddling in this matter. I demand the truth. Understood, Lu Lao. I will attend to it immediately. After 5 long years, the elder once again unleashed his temperament. He was resolute in understanding the nature of the Wolf-Tooth's king. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. But who in Jiang City has the audacity, the brazen courage, to provoke me? Meanwhile, shortly after Yufeng's departure, Director Liu arrived at the hospital ward accompanied by 10 young men clad in black suits. Upon reaching the first floor, Director Liu, with a tense expression, directed his gaze towards the nurse, Cui Fong, at the inquiry desk and asked in a hushed tone, "Has the person inquiring about Yushan's ward left?" Cui Fong jolted, lifting her head from the desk. "Director." Upon seeing him, she was momentarily taken aback. "You? During work hours, you were actually sleeping at your desk? Wasn't Wang Fong supposed to keep an eye on that person?" Director Liu erupted in fury. "Director, I didn't mean to. My eyes were too strained, and I just rested for a moment. I was keeping watch, but you." Director Liu fumed, his face turning red with anger. "You've lost your bonus for this month. Mr. Ng, let us proceed upstairs." "Understood." Ng nodded, though anxiety flickered behind his sunglasses. After all, they had finally caught wind of news regarding the grandson of the Sun family, and losing it now would invite dire consequences from the old master. The group hurried into the elevator and ascended to room 502 on the 7th floor. As they entered, the scattered tables and cups, clear evidence of a struggle, greeted their eyes. The focus soon shifted to Yushan, who lay beside the bed, now the center of attention. "Where is everyone?" Director Liu, perplexed, inquired. I. Director Liu pondered briefly before promptly stating, "I will immediately dispatch someone to retrieve the surveillance footage from the monitoring room." "No need. Let's go directly to the monitoring room." Ng, eager to uncover the news about the Sun heir, led the group towards the surveillance area. A few minutes later, they arrived at the monitoring room. The security guard on duty was munching on instant noodles when he spotted the director, and his heart sank. Could it be that his acceptance of a bribe from Lung Chun had been discovered? Guilt-ridden, he stood up, fearing for his job. "Director, quickly, bring up the surveillance footage from room 502 on the 7th floor," Director Liu commanded upon entering. The guard was taken aback. "Hurry, expedite the retrieval of the footage." "Do not waste time," Director Liu urged, but the next moment, the guard's actions left everyone astonished. With a thud, the guard fell to his knees. "Director, I was wrong. I was blinded by greed and shouldn't have accepted the bribe from the young master of the Long family to turn off the surveillance. I truly regret it. Please forgive me this once. I swear I will never do it again, Director." "Director Liu, Eagle, the surveillance outside the ward has been disabled. This revelation signifies that they can no longer ascertain whether that man is indeed Sun Taizi." Director Liu's countenance immediately darkened. "Who authorized you to turn off the surveillance? Did I not emphasize during yesterday morning's meeting that all cameras within the hospital must remain operational? You treated my words as mere whispers in the wind, and yet you accepted bribes? A red envelope?" The astute Eagle quickly sensed something amiss. Why would the young master of the Ling family offer him a bribe to disable all nearby surveillance? What is it that he wishes to conceal? "Mr. Eagle, it is my fault. I have failed to properly oversee the personnel in the hospital. I will ensure that Sun Taizi is located. Rest assured, I shall." Director Liu's words were abruptly interrupted by Eagle. "The surveillance on the first floor may reveal Sun Taizi's whereabouts." Suddenly, Director Liu slapped his thigh. "Indeed. The elevator surveillance can also provide insight. Quickly, retrieve the footage from these two locations within the last 10 minutes. "Why, yes." The security guard hastily scrambled to his feet and returned to his station to operate the computer. At this critical juncture, he was determined not to make any further errors. A few minutes later, a segment of surveillance footage appeared on the screen before the crowd. Eyes diligently scanned the bustling throng for any sign. This was their final opportunity. Finally, after a minute, Eagle squinted and pointed to a specific location, exclaiming, "Stop." The image. He extended his hand, and an aide promptly handed over the image. After a meticulous comparison, they collectively inhaled sharply. It was indeed Sun Taizi. Identity confirmed. I will immediately summon all surveillance from the nearby streets to trace Sun Taizi's path. One subordinate declared, preparing to depart when Eagle called out, "There is no time to waste. Sun Taizi is acting hastily, likely due to unforeseen circumstances. The old master instructed us before our departure that all actions should prioritize Sun Taizi's safety." With that, he fixed his gaze on the security guard and quietly said, "The surveillance in room 502 may be turned off, but the audio can still be recorded. Please extract it for us to listen to what transpired during that time." "Why, yes." The security guard complied without hesitation. After a series of operations, a recorded segment echoed within the surveillance room. Each utterance caused Director Liu's complexion to shift dramatically. Alas, I must confess, I had no other choice. Initially, I intended to slowly pursue Yu Shuang, hoping to make her wholeheartedly abandon you and join me. Hence, I prepared a slow-acting poison to gradually poison your daughter. As for you, it was once possible for you to live and depart, yet now, I can only tarnish your brother's reputation with your demise. I truly find myself in a desperate situation. Yu Shan, you must forgive me. Your brother, Yu Feng, has repeatedly humiliated me. First, he cast me into the river, then led me into trouble with Wang Ning, and just the other day, before my comrades, he threw me into the sea. I will remember this vendetta. Drink, drink. Once you have finished, you shall meet your end. Rest assured, I shall ensure your brother joins you in the afterlife. From this day forth, your brother is doomed. Do not concern yourself with the agony of your demise. I have significantly increased the potency of this poison, far more than what was given to your daughter. Fear not. Once you drink it, death will swiftly follow. Each cold, frenzied, and venomous word was indelibly etched into the heart of the eagle. Everyone present heard it, including Director Liu. It turned out that the bedridden Yu Shan, infamous in Jiacheng as the useless son-in-law of the family, was, in fact, the crown prince who had been sent away from Kyoto 26 years ago by the Ji family. What could this mean? There was no doubt that Yu Feng, hurrying in the surveillance footage, was seeking retribution for his brother. Mr. Eagle, what shall we do now? Should we first investigate this Yu Shan? A subordinate inquired solemnly. Is there still a need for investigation? It is abundantly clear that this Yu Feng is the crown prince of the Ji family. Relay my orders to mobilize the Kyoto Intelligence Bureau. Within a minute, I demand all information and whereabouts regarding this individual named Langchen. Simultaneously, under the name of the Ji family, issue a capture order for Langchen in Jiangcheng. Furthermore, investigate all occurrences involving the crown prince in Jiangcheng meticulously. There must not be a single error. The rest of you, follow me. We shall go retrieve the crown prince. Yes, as soon as the command was given. 10 bodyguards simultaneously removed their sunglasses. Each of them had undergone the most rigorous training in the world's toughest warrior training camps. And today they bore but one mission: to ensure the safety of Crown Prince Yu Feng. Anyone daring to threaten the Crown Prince shall be utterly annihilated. At this moment, the birthday banquet of the patriarch of the Dong family in Jiangcheng had already entered the reception phase. Members of high society attending the banquet congregated in the hotel lobby. The torrential rain outside could not dampen the fervent conversations of the influential figures within. The time was noon, yet the sky outside was as dark as night. Gao Yushuang, clad in a pristine white gown, appeared at the front of the lobby, and merely standing there drew numerous gazes in her direction. Oh, the young lady of the Gao family has arrived. Such elegance. Forget it. She has been betrothed to a son-in-law for years now, and they even have a child. What do you know? The more mature a woman, the more alluring she becomes. Just look at the Gao lady. She is merely in her mid-20s. The peak of youthful beauty. If I could spend a wonderful evening with her, I would gladly trade years off my life. Gao Yushuang's beauty is unparalleled in Jiacheng. Even the most renowned celebrities of the moment cannot eclipse her radiance. Once upon a time, countless talented individuals exerted great effort in their pursuit of Gao Yushuang. Yet even a simple greeting remained elusive. However, after her marriage to the son-in-law, Yushan, many hearts were shattered, and hope was extinguished. Nevertheless, there remains one who perseveres, Langchen. Before long, Langchen arrived outside the lobby, dressed in a tailored suit. Upon seeing Gao Yushuang, he donned an air of nonchalance. Moreover, an insatiable desire began to stir within him. After today, the worthless duo, Yu Shan and Yu Feng, would be irrevocably removed from existence. At that juncture, he could feign concern to draw closer to Gao Yushuang, showering her with attentions in hopes of winning her heart. Such a captivating enchantress would surely be within his grasp. After all, a woman's heart is most vulnerable in moments of sorrow. With this thought, a smile crept upon his lips as he approached Gao Yushuang, casually picking up a glass of red wine from the table and presenting himself before her. Dear Yushuang, it has been too long since we last met. Have you missed me? Langchen inquired. Gao Yushuang furrowed her brows into a straight line, for he was her admirer. In truth, she did not harbor any affection for Langchen, yet the formidable influence of the Lung family far surpassed that of the Gao family. Given that the Gao group relied on the resources of the Lung family for its development, she was compelled to feign interest, skillfully balancing between invitation and rejection. At this moment, her heart remained unsettled due to Yushan's words about divorce, and she had no intention of engaging in further conversation with Langchen. So it's you. Longshao. Hello. Langchen was taken aback. Her tone was quite formal. He chuckled softly. Yushuang, Given how long we've known each other, is such formality really necessary? In recent days, I have been overwhelmed with numerous matters, leaving me with little time to seek you out. I hope you have not been too anxious in my absence. I have heard that your husband has been admitted to the hospital. How is he faring? I hope his injuries are not serious. Cold and indifferent. She feigned ignorance and inquired. Gao Yushuang's complexion turned noticeably pale, as she had not anticipated that the news of Yushan's hospitalization would spread so swiftly. Maintaining her composure, she replied calmly, "It's nothing serious. I will be fine soon." "Is that so? That is truly splendid. For it would be a great misfortune if anything were to befall that scoundrel of a brother. Yushuang, I shall not keep it from you any longer. I was present that day when Yufeng broke the legs of President Meng's son. You." Gao Yushuang's gaze sharpened. She too yearned to uncover the truth of that fateful night. From the words of others, she had only learned that Yufeng had shattered Meng Ruo's legs. Yet the entirety of the incident remained shrouded in obscurity. Although she harbored a profound disdain for Yufeng, she could not shake the feeling that he was not the type to act frivolously. From the very first day, his unwavering commitment to treating Ruo had revealed a fundamentally kind nature. Surely, he would not provoke others without just cause. "Indeed, Yushuang, are you not aware?" "I." Gao Yushuang hesitated momentarily. "I have only vaguely heard something about it." "Ah, is that so?" Cold Chin displayed a look of astonishment, exclaiming, "What a pity. You have not witnessed the unreasonable, cruel, and violent nature of Yufeng. Meng Ru merely bumped into them accidentally, and in retaliation, he struck her. Later, leveraging his possession of a fine blade, he sold it to Linya of the Huamei group, forging a connection, and subsequently had Meng Ru's legs broken by Linya's men. Is there any justification for that? What? The truth. How could it be like this? The Huamei group? Gao Yushuang inhaled sharply. As a chairperson of a prominent corporation herself, she was acutely aware of her own insignificance in the presence of Linya. This entity existed independently of aristocratic families. Yufeng had actually allied himself with Linya and sold a blade. Indeed, my associate witnessed Yufeng dining with Linya, presenting that very blade to her son. You know how much Linya dotes on her child. Pleasing her son is akin to being a distinguished guest. Alas, my brother Meng Ru has suffered, a vibrant individual reduced to a cripple. Isn't that infuriating? I have never encountered such a lack of reason in this world. If you doubt it, just ask Hua Xiao." Upon saying this, Cold Chin pointed towards Hua Ran, who was approaching from behind Gao Yushuang. As the heir of the second-tier Hua family, Hua Ran had also come to attend the birthday banquet of the elder Dong. Gao Yushuang turned to him. "Hua Xiao, is the truth as he says?" Hua Ran and Cold Chin were a pair. Recalling Yufeng's dismissive demeanor that day, he smirked and nodded. What else could it be? "According to my investigations, Miss Gao, your husband's brother seems to have just emerged from prison." Gao Yushuang's expression tightened. This detail had been uncovered. To put it bluntly, a scoundrel who has been imprisoned, how much could he truly change upon release? There is an old saying, a dog cannot change its nature. If you do not keep Yufeng far away from your family, I fear for your household's fate. Cold Chin muttered, deliberately speaking loudly near Gao Yushuang's ear. These words undoubtedly struck a nerve with Gao Yushuang. A broken family, death. Her body tensed, and she questioned, "Cold Xiao, your words carry an implication. If you have something to say, please speak plainly." "I, Gao Yushuang, am not one to shy away from the truth." "Really?" Cold Chin silently chuckled, having hooked her in. "Well then, as a friend, I shall not withhold anything from you. Do you not find it curious? Why did Yufeng emerge unscathed from the hands of Master Lu at the Longxiang boxing gym, while your other associates have all ended up maimed?" Cold Chin's sudden assertion was like a needle piercing through the heart of the matter. Indeed, why was it that Yufeng returned unscathed? The Longxiang boxing gym held a formidable reputation in Jiang City. Master Lu was renowned as a formidable fighter, capable of defeating 10 opponents effortlessly. And there were over 50 individuals within the gym. Even if one could escape, injury would be inevitable. Langchen continued, "Yushuang, you are an astute individual. You know well the character of Lord Lu. You should be more aware than I. The profits he has swallowed have never been regurgitated. Over these past months, you have sent numerous individuals, and not one returned unscathed. None returned intact. Where is the money? Not a single coin has been reclaimed. Yet, how did Yufeng manage to retrieve it, and in pristine condition? Consider this. He is merely a scoundrel freshly released from prison. Can you truly believe he could single-handedly take down over 50 men? Is that credible?" Langchen spread his hands and glanced at Huarang, who shook his head in disbelief. "I do not believe it, Miss Gao. My family, the Huas, pride ourselves as a leading prestigious clan among second-tier families. Over the years, I have recruited many skilled individuals. and the strongest among them has only trained at a highly esteemed warrior academy domestically, capable at best of taking on 8 opponents. The notion of defeating 50 men is simply beyond my comprehension. Their exchange thoroughly ensnared Gao Yushuang in a web of skepticism. The more she pondered, the more disconcerted she became. When she first learned of the 10 million being returned, she had not questioned it further, as Yushan had just collapsed and been hospitalized, leaving her no time to confront Yufeng. Reflecting now, things seemed rather peculiar. She narrowed her eyes and said, "Lung Xiao, if you have something to say, please speak plainly." "Very well. A few days ago, I heard that your daughter has fallen ill, seemingly poisoned. I dispatched someone to investigate. And this particular toxin is exceedingly rare, found only abroad, in the entirety of Jiang City. The only individual known to possess this poison is Lord Liu from the Longxiang boxing gym." At this revelation, the atmosphere shifted palpably. The mention of Lord Liu from Longxiang boxing gym and his exotic poison altered the mood entirely. If Yufeng had emerged unscathed from Lord Liu's grasp and managed to retrieve the 10 million, it implied the poison affecting Ruoruo. Long Chen snapped his fingers. If my inquiries were accurate, the first person to approach Ruoruo that day was indeed Yufeng. "Yushuang, you have been careless. This Yufeng is truly a scoundrel. He intends to gain your trust through this insidious method of poisoning and then miraculously curing." On the rain-soaked streets, the streetlights illuminated one by one, and the sun no longer hung in the sky. Only a lone figure was seen approaching on a nearby road, hands in pockets. Clad in a thin tank top, stepping deliberately through the puddles. His expression was grim, exuding an aura of lethal intent. He walked alone, yet it seemed as though legions followed in his wake. He bore no possessions, only a heart set on reclaiming justice. Zhang Yu, clutching an umbrella, hurriedly emerged from a street corner. She was baffled by the butler's choice of hotel, as the parking situation was abysmal, forcing her to run a considerable distance to relay orders. After receiving instructions from Dong Sheng, Zhang Yu understood the significance of that young man to her young master. She exerted every effort to convey the message to her master. After completing her task, she made her way towards the hotel, anticipating that in just a few minutes, the formal banquet would commence. Following this day, her young master would inherit the prestigious title of the Dong family's heir. The once renowned 4 literary talents would undoubtedly be astonished by the news that would circulate today. However, as she emerged from around the corner, her expression suddenly froze in disbelief. In the pouring rain, the figure of a young man appeared strikingly familiar. She halted, squinting her eyes to get a closer look, yet inexplicably. Before she could take a step forward, a wave of inexplicable anxiety washed over her, as if approaching him would lead to her demise. Fear gripped her heart as she thought, on such a rainy day, without an umbrella, could he be mentally unwell? What adult would be foolish enough to act in such a manner? No, wait. The direction he was headed. Was it not towards the hotel? Suddenly, Zhang Yu's attention was caught by the flickering streetlight beside the young man, illuminating his face with a blinding brightness. In that moment, clarity struck her. It was him. She was filled with disbelief. The young man her master had expended considerable resources to find over the past few days had appeared voluntarily. He has come. Master, I must inform him at once. With that thought, she slipped off her high heels and, barefoot, dashed through the rain, surpassing Yufeng to enter the hotel's back entrance, searching for the whereabouts of Master Dong. Meanwhile, Yufeng proceeded steadily, each step resolute, arriving at the hotel entrance. He observed the opulent lobby, where individuals clad in tailored suits donned masks of pretense, engaging in deceitful schemes. This palace-like venue concealed some who regarded ordinary people as mere ants. Sometimes, it is not the world that is heartless, rather, it is the malevolence of human nature that prevails. During his time at Wolfang, Yufeng believed that the realm he fought to protect was one where the populace thrived in peace and happiness. He had anticipated that the new life beginning after his release from prison would be vibrant and colorful. Yet, he was gravely mistaken. The error was monumental. Society resembled a jungle where the laws remained unchanged, the strong survive, while the weak perish. If one is feeble, they must endure suffering. For no one would regard them as significant, much like his elder brother Yushan, who lived humbly in the shadow of the Gao family, willing to sacrifice his legs for his own sake, unaware that those people never intended to spare him. Although Yufeng did not comprehend why Lang Chen sought to harm his elder brother, he knew that vengeance must be meted out, a life for a life. He arrived at the hotel entrance. At that moment, disdainful gazes from within the hotel were cast towards him. The security guard at the entrance displayed a look of contempt. Where did this beggar come from? Get lost. This is not a place for you. The self-proclaimed elite in the lobby pointed and whispered about Yufeng, as if they were watching a spectacle at the zoo. Look at that fellow, drenched to the bone. Could he possibly think of attending the banquet? Who could say? In this world, the number of foolish and self-righteous individuals is indeed considerable. Old Master Dong remarked that anyone could attend, but this anyone refers exclusively to those of status and standing. Only a fool, oblivious to their own worth, would naively present themselves here. I perceive this fellow as nothing more than a beggar, deliberately attempting to disgust others and seek alms. Let us observe how this wretch is expelled shortly. However, Yufeng remained oblivious to their words. He beheld the scene before him, where Lang Chen stood, seemingly at ease, conversing with Gao Yushuang, their proximity suggesting whispers shared. Suddenly, he noticed a complex smile grace Gao Yushuang's lips. Nearby stood the young master of the Hua family, whom he had encountered at the seaside villa. In an instant, Lang Chen's expression darkened. I should have realized it sooner, brother. Gao Yushuang and this group are indeed of the same ilk. You lie in a hospital bed, your legs incapacitated, while she doesn't spare you a glance, abandoning you to attend a high society banquet, exchanging laughter with other men. She is fully aware of Lang Chen's affections yet disregards the principles befitting a wife. Drawing so close to him, has she ever, even for a fleeting moment, regarded you as her husband? Perhaps Lang Chen's actions against you were also her design? Perhaps, as Li Ru suggested, Lang Chen is Gao Yushuang's suitor, and she has long desired to be with him. Perhaps, brother, your choice was misguided. Sacrificing your dignity for a marriage obtained by willingly becoming a son-in-law is a grave error, a monumental mistake. Brother, this reckoning shall await your younger sibling. The security guard, noticing Yufeng's immobility and indifference to his words, furrowed his brow and coldly exclaimed, "You filthy beggar, did you not hear me speaking to you?" Yufeng remained unfazed, fixated on the farcical spectacle beyond the glass doors. The guard, now irked, rolled up his sleeves. Today was old Master Dong's birthday, and the hotel's proprietor had been preoccupied since dawn, neglecting even his mistress to ensure everything went smoothly. If this beggar were to disrupt the festivities, would he still keep his position? How audacious! The guard fumed. "You wretch, are you ignoring me? Get lost, immediately." He gestured toward the street, commanding Yufeng to depart. Yet Yufeng stood resolute. In the next moment, the guard brandished a metal baton from his waist. "Seeking death, are we? When I tell you to leave and you refuse, don't blame me for my actions. Without even an invitation, you shall not escape my wrath." With that, he swung the baton toward Yufeng's head. In the torrential downpour, he envisioned a scene of bloodshed. This was the first time he wielded such authority as a security guard, and exhilaration coursed through him. With the Dong family backing him, what could it matter if he were to inflict lethal harm? Yet, just as the baton was about to connect with Yufeng's head, the guard's expression froze in shock. In a flash, Yufeng had seized the baton with lightning speed, gripping it firmly. No matter how hard the guard struggled, he could not advance even an inch. Before he could utter a word, Yufeng turned his head, his blood-red eyes resembling a solitary wolf in the darkness of night, and coldly declared, "Get lost." The fury of the Wolf King was such that blood flowed for 100 steps. This was the esteemed recognition from the elite mercenary circles abroad for a national asset, the Wolf King. Few have witnessed the wrath of the Wolf King. For those who have perished silently. Today marked the first time Yufeng had unleashed his anger since that battle 5 years ago. His eyes brimmed with murderous intent, and just a glance left the security guard utterly petrified. The arm that had been firmly grasped suddenly went limp, and he swallowed hard, the sound echoing clearly in the rainy night. That command to get lost instantly drew the attention of countless pairs of eyes within the hall. Gao Yushuang, still immersed in the gravity of Lang Chen's words, looked toward the entrance with shock. How could he be here? She distinctly remembered telling him to leave. Why had he followed her here? How dare he utter those words to a security guard? A scoundrel like him had no right. Considering the possibility that Lang Chen had just mentioned, Gao Yushuang became increasingly convinced that it might indeed be true. How could someone just released from prison possess such remarkable medical skills? Merely by glancing at Rua, he was able to heal her, and subsequently, he had unexpectedly emerged unscathed from the Longxiang boxing gym. Everything seemed to narrate a singular truth. Yufeng was resorting to any means necessary to get close to the Gao family. Her brow furrowed. As the chairwoman of the Gao group, she felt her status and intellect had been insulted, despite harboring a tinge of guilt toward Yufeng deep within her heart. Clearly, this was Yufeng's stratagem. This scoundrel. She clenched her fists, losing her rational thought. Lang Chen, seeing his objective achieved, smirked coldly and glanced at the entrance. "Oh, is that Yufeng? How lacking in perception you are. This is not where you belong." Upon hearing the name Yufeng, All the guests in the hall altered their expressions. The name sounded familiar. Wasn't he the brother of that useless son-in-law of the Gao family? The one who had assaulted Chairman Su Chang at the Gao family's charity banquet? Indeed, it was he. I've seen him. He even broke the legs of President Meng Ye's son at a bar owned by the president of Huamei Group. His conduct was outrageously brutal, a veritable rogue. Really? What is he doing here? Could he be here to cause trouble again? Has he lost his mind? Who knows? But daring to stir up trouble at the banquet of the Dong family's patriarch, he might just meet his demise today. Despite the apparent tranquility in every circle these days, the name Yufeng had long since spread far and wide. At the Gao family's banquet, he had assaulted Chairman Su Chang and was promptly expelled from the Gao group. The future chairman of Jiangqing's first bank, Meng Hai's son, had his legs shattered by none other than Yufeng. Now, witnessing him in person, they could only regard him with disdain. Why should they concern themselves with a brute who resolves issues through violence? Outside the door, Yufeng's gaze shifted away from the security guard. A sigh of relief escaped the guard's lips, as if a tightened noose around his neck had finally loosened. Clutching the iron rod tightly in his hand, he glared at Yufeng, a filthy beggar clad in shabby clothes, who had somehow managed to intimidate him. How could such a person frighten him? He thought to himself. What am I? And who is he? If I were to enter, would my life be irreparably ruined? With that thought, the guard cast aside his earlier fear and raised the iron rod, aiming a strike at the back of Yufeng's head. Bang! In the next instant, the crowd gasped in shock. Everyone inhaled sharply, their eyes wide with disbelief. Yufeng remained motionless, even continuing his forward stride, while the guard collapsed to the ground, blood pouring from his nose without having touched Yufeng at all. He had merely lifted his hand and delivered a swift punch, so simple, quick, so incredibly fast that one's breath could scarcely keep pace. This was the speed of the Wolf King, even with his formidable prowess diminished. He remained a deity in the military, a taboo in the mercenary world, the undeniable king of the Wolf Fang. Gao Yushuang was bewildered. Yufeng, was he truly this formidable? Even as someone unversed in martial arts, she could discern that Yufeng's punch possessed at least a decade's worth of skill. It was astonishingly rapid. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. It wasn't until Yufeng pushed open the grand hall's door that they regained their senses. In unison, everyone instinctively stepped back. Quickly, summon help. Someone has barged into the hall. The manager on the second floor turned pale at the sight and desperately grabbed his walkie-talkie. Shouting frantically, Lung Chun wore a haughty smile, having initially believed Yufeng would be defeated by Wang Ning before arriving. But now he was presented with the opportunity to witness Yufeng being beaten down. This scenario seemed rather pleasing. Yet, moments later, his smile faltered. He noticed Yufeng's unwavering gaze, blood pooling in his eyes, a vivid crimson. Yufeng was looking directly at him, advancing with purpose. His strides were slow, yet somehow, in the blink of an eye, he was mere meters away. This was dire. Recalling the day he had cast Yufeng into the sea, a wave of dread washed over him, prompting an instinctive retreat. Yufeng quickened his pace, preparing to pounce on Lung Chun like a ferocious tiger, when suddenly, a figure blocked his path. It was Gao Yushuang. She stood tall, her head held high, glaring at Yufeng with fierce determination. She resembled a character from a novel, declaring, "Your brother is incapacitated. You cannot prevent me from finding happiness, nor can you destroy it with your own hands, even if I was at fault first. Step aside." Yufeng's voice was icy. Step aside? Gao Yushuang chuckled derisively. Why should I? Yufeng, this is not where you belong. I advise you not to act recklessly. Recklessly? Yufeng narrowed his eyes, his thoughts drifting to his near-fatal brother. His fingers clenched tightly. So, you are aware of this matter, aren't you? Yes, I am aware. Gao Yushuang mistakenly assumed that Yufeng was referring to the incident where he had poisoned Ruo, and without hesitation, she replied, You intend to stop me from taking action against him? Yufeng pointed at Ling Chen, declaring, Today, you shall not touch anyone. Had it not been for Lung Chen's revelation, she might still be ensnared in the web of deception, perpetually blind to Yufeng's true nature as a scoundrel. Had she known that Yushan's brother was such a despicable character, she might have reconsidered her marriage to Yushan. Driven by ulterior motives, he resorted to unscrupulous means. Even when discovered, he still dared to strike. What purpose does such a life serve? Yufeng shared this sentiment, his expression darkening, cold as snow, murmuring, So, you are indeed this kind of person. I should have surmised it earlier. You should leave at once. A scoundrel like you should have been cast away the moment you were released from prison, rather than inviting a wolf into the fold. If you wish to avoid death, you'd better depart swiftly. Gao Yushuang shouted in fury. Yu Feng remained expressionless, his gaze sweeping past Gao Yushuang. You have uttered the word leave to me countless times. But today, before I depart, I demand justice. As his words fell, thunder rumbled outside. At that moment, Yu Feng staggered, vanishing like a specter before the eyes of the crowd. Gao Yushuang's expression shifted dramatically. Before she could trace Yu Feng's whereabouts, a piercing scream erupted behind her. Ah! This anguished cry sent a shiver through everyone present. Following the sound, they beheld Yu Feng seizing Lang Chen by the collar, lifting him as one would a chick. This is bad. Gao Yushuang was taken aback by his audacity to commit violence in public. Lang Chen, having barely turned to flee, found himself captured by Yu Feng. It dawned on him why Yu Feng had been able to walk out of Longxiang Martial Arts Hall. He was indeed formidable. Yet, by the time he grasped this reality, it was far too late. Yu Feng, have you lost your mind? What on earth do you intend to do? Release him at once. Gao Yushuang shouted. The manager on the second floor was thoroughly alarmed. This was it. Today marked the birthday banquet of old Master Dong, and every guest present held significant stature. To make matters worse, that man had dared to seize the eldest son of the Long family. Was this not courting death? The current head of the Long family was reputed to have connections so extensive that he could commit murder without facing imprisonment. I have stated, I demand justice. Yu Feng reiterated. He dragged Lang Chen toward the entrance, ensuring all could witness the face of Lang Chen, who longed to resist, yet found himself utterly powerless. It was a visage of near asphyxiation, flushed from neck to forehead. Veins bulged ominously on his face. Fear glimmered in his eyes, the dilating pupils illustrating the very essence of terror. You are insane. This is the banquet of old Master Dong. To lay hands on me is to slap the Dong family in the face. Have you truly lost your senses? Lang Chen had merely intended to frame Yu Feng, leaving him with no escape. Unexpectedly, Yu Feng turned out to be rather foolish, acting impulsively without considering the consequences, leading to a mutually destructive outcome. The Dong family is a prestigious clan in Jiang City, wielding significant power and influence, with disciples scattered across various sectors. The patriarch of the Dong family is a formidable figure, with a mere stamp of his foot. Half of the publicly listed companies in Jiang City would come to offer their wealth. To take action now would be a blatant affront to the Dong family. Effectively positioning oneself against the patriarch, a surefire path to demise. Yu Feng remained calm. The Dong family? He approached the entrance, turned around, and surveyed the crowd of self-proclaimed elites. Indeed, Yu Feng was just as the rumors suggested. He truly lacked foresight. Who would dare to create trouble at a banquet hosted by the Dong family? Within a day, he would surely meet his end. Why couldn't he wait until after today to act? Why the need to resort to violence here and now? The crowd buzzed with discussion. But the next moment, Yu Feng spoke with resolute conviction. I care not for the Dong family, the Wang family, the Su family, or the Hua family. If one commits an error, one must bear the consequences. I am not here to provoke or ingratiate myself with anyone. I seek justice, plain and simple. Anyone who obstructs me stands against me, and should not expect courtesy in return, especially after the words I spoke at the Gao family gathering. What did he say at the Gao family gathering? Queried a young man in a suit, furrowing his brow. What did he mean? I don't know. What did he say? I recall now. He declared that if anyone in Jiang City dares to insult his elder brother Yushan again, they should not expect him to be polite. What? Just that? Who does he think he is, to speak so audaciously? Boom. Perhaps in response to the crowd's derision, a tremendous sound erupted from the entrance. Lang Chen knelt on the ground, veins on his forehead nearly bursting. Yu Feng forcefully kicked him to the ground. In that moment, the murmur ceased. No one dared to utter a word, for they realized that Yu Feng was genuinely unhinged. Blood began to seep from Lang Chen's kneeling knees, pooling around him. Crack. Then, Yu Feng raised his hand, seizing Lang Chen's arm at a joint and twisting it with brutal force. The arm was shattered. The other arm met the same fate. One by one. The onlookers gaped in horror. The gruesome scene made the majority of them feel nauseous. Gao Yushuang's complexion paled. To break an arm like that, how ruthless. You bastard, you dare. Lang Chen stared in disbelief at his dangling arms, unable to fathom that Yu Feng would dare to do this to him. He was not alone. Others were equally incredulous. This surreal scene was strikingly real. Slap. Before Lang Chen could finish his words, a resounding slap met him. Yu Feng, you've truly lost your mind. Call the police, call an ambulance. At that moment, a stern-looking middle-aged man hurriedly stepped forward from the crowd. President Meng, help me, quickly call the police, hurry, and capture this madman. Lang Chen clung to the last glimmer of hope. The newcomer, was none other than Meng Hai. Yu Feng squinted. You broke my brother's legs, didn't you? Yes, I did. And what of it? Your brother traded his legs to spare you from my wrath. I was initially inclined to let you go, but your actions today have sealed your fate. On the surface, Meng Hai maintained his composure, but inside, he was nearly bursting with laughter. Letting Yu Feng go? Absolutely not. He harbored a deep-seated desire for Yu Feng's demise. Breaking Yu Shan's legs was merely a means of reclaiming a small debt. Little did he expect that one would come pleading for mercy while the other would walk into his own demise, creating chaos at the Dong family banquet, publicly shattering the limbs of the young master of the Lung family. If he could still survive in Jiang City after this, he would rather perish. Yu Feng was momentarily taken aback. You mean, my brother voluntarily sought out this fate? For my sake? Tears welled up in Yu Feng's heart. Yu Feng, you truly are a scoundrel. Do you still not comprehend? Your brother became a cripple for you. Had it not been for your relentless cruelty at the Seaview Villa, would he have met such a fate? If you possessed even a morsel of conscience. If you were a tad kinder, if you could act reasonably, your brother would not have sacrificed his future for you. Yet, look at how you have repaid his sacrifices. Gao Yushuang seized the moment, shouting at Yu Feng, relentless in pursuit of reason. Yu Feng's expression turned icy. He locked eyes with Gao Yushuang, questioning. Am I relentless in pursuit of reason? Isn't that the case? Gao Yushuang retorted. Yu Feng scoffed coldly. If I am indeed relentless in pursuit of reason, then I must ask you, does President Meng's son have any justification for taking liberties with a girl while intoxicated? Did he have any right to enter the Huamei Group's Seaview Villa uninvited to attend the gathering? Was there any reason for President Meng's son, along with Lung Chun, to continuously humiliate my brother? My brother lies in the hospital, his legs shattered, abandoned without care, nearly poisoned by Lang Chen's treachery. While you flaunt your arrogance at this banquet, laughing and joking with this scoundrel, does that make sense? Speak up. His barrage of questions transformed the atmosphere into a complex turmoil. Lung Chun, poisoned, nearly killed. Yu Shan. A wave of shock surged within Gao Yushuang. And President Meng's son, intoxicated. Assaulted a girl? The situation was becoming increasingly muddled. Why did the accounts of Yu Feng and Lung Chen differ so markedly? She stood frozen, momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, Lung Chen summoned all his strength and, with a fierce expression, shouted, Do not listen to his nonsensical claims. I have been right here. How could I have gone to the hospital to poison Yu Shan? He has realized that Yu Shan is no longer of any value to him and intends to sacrifice Yu Shan's life to assert his own sense of justice. Do not heed his words. Hurry and call the police to imprison this heinous criminal. Slap. Another resounding blow landed on Lung Chun's face from Yu Feng. Logically, I am apprehending the suspect on behalf of my brother and bringing you to justice. Emotionally, I, Yu Feng, stand guiltless before anyone. I have stated my principle. If there is a confrontation, let it be with me, not my family. Yet, you have repeatedly crossed my bottom line. To dispose of your hands and feet would be a mere indulgence. With conviction, Yu Feng proclaimed, with both reason and sentiment. I refuse to believe that this world will let you off the hook. His words resonated powerfully, akin to thunder striking the hearts of all present. You are speaking nonsense. You are slandering me. Meng Hai, now anxious, realized that this was the first time he had heard the truth of that night from Yu Feng's lips. It turned out that his son had actively provoked others and had laid hands on a girl. If this were to spread, his reputation would be in tatters. No, it cannot be. Meng Hai shouted in response, Yes, this Yu Feng is lying. He is merely seeking excuses for his own misdeeds. I suspect his brother is already dead in the hospital, and he wishes to frame Lang Xiao. Is that truly the case? I'm growing increasingly confused. This Yu Feng is here to trouble Lung Chun, but what deep-seated vendetta exists between them that would warrant framing someone for murder? Indeed. I too am somewhat perplexed by the unfolding events. Doubt began to murmur through the crowd. Gao Yushuang's expression grew grim. What on earth was happening? Unbeknownst to them, at that moment, Lang Chen was cursing Wang Ning 1,000 times over in his heart. Was it not agreed that once Yu Feng arrived at the hospital, they would act directly? Why had he allowed things to escalate to this point? This is not. Meng Hai. Yu Feng exclaimed angrily, You need not hastily cast aspersions upon me. I am the one responsible for your son's incapacitation. If you seek vengeance against me, I have no words to offer. However, your son was at fault from the outset. As a father, you have shown neither kindness nor wisdom. Instead of properly educating your son, you have exacerbated the situation, first exerting pressure on the Gao group, and then hiring someone to break my brother's legs. You are a man devoid of loyalty, righteousness, or goodness, misusing your power for personal gain, disregarding the law, and acting selfishly. I will settle the score with you, item by item, shortly. With that, Yufeng seized Lingchen's golden locks. What are you doing? Longchen stammered, genuinely alarmed. This time, he was truly unsettled. In his plans, Yufeng was not supposed to appear here. Yet he had. However, Longchen did not believe that this brother of the newly released son-in-law from the countryside could create any significant upheaval. After all, this was the territory of the Dong family, and to act recklessly here was tantamount to opposing them. Yet again, he had miscalculated. With an overwhelming display of strength, Yufeng captured him, forcefully dragging him to the entrance, ensuring that everyone witnessed his ridiculous state. In the face of absolute power, any petty trickery became utterly futile. He felt powerless. In Yufeng's grasp, it seemed that nothing he could do or say would sway him. Gao Yushuang, this time, remained silent. Lost in doubt as she suddenly recalled Yufeng braving the torrential rain to inquire about her brother's whereabouts. Could someone who cared so deeply for his brother ever commit such an act? Bang! A heavy thud interrupted her reverie. At the entrance, the imposing gate swung wide open. The torrential rain poured down like falling pearls. And Ling Chen's knees, soaked in blood, should have rendered him unconscious. Yet, the fear instilled by Yufeng kept him from succumbing to darkness. I will never let you go. As long as I do not die today, I will make you pay in blood for your debts. Is that so? Yufeng, hands clasped behind his back, gazed at the leaden sky. Yufeng, have never been one to adhere strictly to convention. In the past, I willingly accepted limitations for the sake of my country, but since my brother's death, I have come to understand a profound truth. There are certain things in this world that require breaking free from self-imposed constraints to seize. This is not merely for momentary satisfaction, but a fundamental aspect of human nature. Life for a life is only just. I know that it is still too difficult for you to admit your guilt, but so what? My brother, Yushan, nearly perished by your hand. The poison was yours, and I know you are the murderer. That alone suffices. In the vast expanse of the heavens, there are deities. Those who commit evil shall suffer the consequences. Bow down. I will not bow. Langchen gritted his teeth, enduring the pain coursing through his body, shouting defiantly. Yet, as soon as he finished, a resounding slap struck the back of his head, the immense force akin to a giant hand forcing his forehead towards the ground. Smack. If you won't bow, I will make you. A wound appeared on his forehead, blood streaming down. Unable to control his body, he staggered upright once more. The crowd gasped. An indescribable sting in their throats. It was too gruesome. That declaration, so filled with dominance. You are the one who killed him. Although there is no evidence to prove it in such a short time, I know it was you. That is enough. What kind of confidence must one possess to utter such words? Meng Hai's expression changed dramatically. This statement was tantamount to defying the very laws of justice. This Yufeng had truly lost his mind, seemingly oblivious to the consequences of his actions. No, he was mistaken. It was not that Yufeng disregarded the aftermath. Rather, he understood that the consequences would be Longchen facing justice, the truth laid bare. Which is why he dared to act this way. Because he was right. If one is correct, then why not take action? For his brother's honor. For his own dignity. For the countless individuals in this world enduring similar injustices. To live without venting one's grievances, how could one swallow their pride after death? All of this was done to maintain a clear conscience. Yufeng gazed at the heavens, and after a brief moment, he lowered his eyes to see Longchen, bloodied and on the brink of collapse. Brother, this first fairness has been reclaimed by me. Of course, this is not the end. He turned around. The torrential rain behind him formed a net, completely enveloping the hotel. Cold Chun, with his back to the crowd, knelt rigidly on the floor, listening to Yufeng beside him. In that moment, this deeply resonant scene shattered everyone's perception of Feng. This guy is utterly insane. Meng Hai swallowed hard, his body bristling with dread, and suddenly an idea struck him. He was mistaken. From the moment he decided to put Feng in peril, he had erred. This man must not be provoked. The next moment, he wished to flee, but Yufeng's gaze locked onto him. A voice echoed in his ears. President Meng, it's time for me to settle the score with you. Meng Hai, it's your turn. In an instant, a bone-chilling cold surged up Meng Hai's spine. He felt a shiver run through him, and his feet, which wished to escape, became uncontrollably rooted to the spot. Fear, terror. He was stunned by Yufeng's ruthlessness. In front of so many people, breaking the legs and feet of the young master of the Cold family, creating such a bloody scene. If it were him, would his fate be any better? No, don't come closer. Cold sweat streamed down Meng Hai's forehead, his pale complexion nearly swallowing his neck. Taking a step back felt like exhausting all his strength. In his line of sight, Yufeng advanced towards him. Not a single person in the crowd dared to intervene. 1. Out of fear. 2. Out of helplessness. In that moment, Yufeng resembled a celestial judge descending from above, wielding no weapon but a piercing gaze that instilled dread. You, don't come closer, don't. Ming Hai was rendered speechless with fear. Yufeng coldly stated, I told you, there is an account between us. Good and evil will ultimately be repaid. It is not that retribution does not come, but merely that the time has not yet arrived. Your son's legs are completely broken. This is his consequence, the price he pays for his disgraceful actions. But my brother has no enmity with you. You took it upon yourself to break his legs, and that is your fault. When one errs, they must be punished, regardless of who you are. As soon as the words fell, Yufeng appeared 5 meters away. The distance between them was reduced to mere steps. Slap. Before Yufeng could act, Meng Hai's body weakened, collapsing to the ground. The 3 phrases felt like a verdict, indelibly imprinted upon him. He realized at that moment that he truly might meet the same fate as Cold Chun. The esteemed young master of the Cold family had not escaped unscathed. How could a mere bank president hope to resist? A foul stench faintly wafted from Meng Hai. He was petrified. Like a joke. No, don't come closer. Meng Hai's face drained of color. Had he known this, why would he have emerged to support Cold Chun? Would it not have been wiser to hide away? He was terrified. Truly terrified. Given another chance, he would undoubtedly choose to sneak away rather than stand up for Cold Chun. Don't come closer? Yufeng clenched his fists. Have you ever considered how my elder brother will navigate the remainder of his life after you shattered his legs? Have you pondered how you would cope if your legs were broken by another? He has never wronged you. The one responsible for your son's plight is I. Is it justifiable to attribute my faults to my brother? Meng Hai, I ask you, is there any rationale in that? After uttering these words, Yufeng approached him, towering over him, his gaze piercing like a dagger. The gloom on his face was chillingly profound. Ah, no. Please. You declare no, and thus it shall be. Yufeng lifted his foot and, with great force, brought it crashing down. Suddenly, bang, amidst the torrential rain, a wisp of smoke curled from the gun barrel. A black van drew near, its window sliding open, halting just outside the hall. Ah, murder, murder. Panic erupted in the hall, with everyone scurrying into corners like startled rabbits. Meng Hai, once more, had fallen. Yufeng's foot hovered perilously close to his knee, merely a centimeter apart. His legs remained intact, yet his spirit was on the brink of collapse. He gasped heavily, suddenly realizing that a gunshot had just echoed from outside the hall. Had someone fired? Was it the Dong family? Yufeng narrowed his eyes, tilting his head to scrutinize the bullet's mark on the wall. It was a hair's breadth away from leaving a gory scar across his neck. Had it not been for the reflexes honed on the battlefield over the years, Yufeng would have already become a lifeless corpse. He lowered his foot and turned to gaze outside the main entrance. Inside the van, a bald man wore a disdainful smile and raised his middle finger at him. Cradled in his arms was a woman, her body bound in bandages, her mouth tightly sealed with tape. Yang Liru. His expression shifted dramatically. How could it be her? Yang Liru had been captured. He noticed the tears brimming in her eyes as she shook her head fervently. His heart raced, as if a cherished life was slipping away. Beep, beep. His phone rang from his pocket. The bald man pointed to the phone by his ear, his gaze as frigid as ice. Yufeng retrieved his phone. The gunshot from earlier had etched itself in his memory. Wang Ming scoffed coldly. I'm here to kill you. Kid, let's play a game. If you can catch me within half an hour, we shall settle this at the abandoned car lot on the outskirts. Otherwise, I shall have my way with Miss Yang, and then sell her abroad. What do you think? You were playing with fire. It seemed as though all events had conspired to converge on this single day. At this moment, Yufeng was aflame with rage. He desired Yang Liru to be safe and sound, for reasons unknown, when he had seen her risk overheating just to bring a smile to his face that day. Yufeng felt that no matter how many times he protected this girl, it would always be worth it. He had not genuinely smiled in a long time, like a child. And now, at this critical juncture, Yang Liru had been seized once more. He would not hesitate in his choice. He would rescue her. Heh, playing with fire? I, Wang Ning, have played with fire countless times throughout my life, and I am not concerned about your presence. If I am not mistaken, the young lady from the Yang family holds great significance for you, does she not? The one surnamed Yu is a man. Go after him. With that, Wang Ning rolled up the car window, swiftly igniting the engine and instructing the driver to depart. Yufeng stowed his phone and promptly made his way toward the exit. Just as he reached the doorway, A flurry of activity erupted from the hotel's rear courtyard, led by Dong Sheng and a cadre of bodyguards from the Dong family. Found him! Found him! Zhang Yu pointed at Yufeng. Young master, it's him. Upon hearing this, Meng Hai's fear dissipated like smoke, replaced by an unexpected surge of courage as he scrambled to his feet. Dong Xiao, quickly apprehend him. Don't let him escape. He is a lunatic, a madman. He must not get away. Dong Sheng paused, glancing at Meng Hai, but said nothing as he moved to intercept Yufeng. Ha ha ha. Surnamed you. Your end is nigh. You were so arrogant before, weren't you? Come on, fight. The Dong family is here. Tonight, you shall surely perish. In what seemed a desperate attempt to mask his earlier fright at Yufeng's presence, he mocked him relentlessly. The crowd fell silent, murmuring amongst themselves. Finally, the Dong family has arrived. This kid is surely doomed. Not just doomed. He may not live to see another day. Who can he blame? He assaulted the young master of the Lung family and dared to speak such words to Dong Xiao. If he doesn't die, who will? However, the scene at the entrance soon left Meng Hai and the onlookers utterly astonished. Dong Xing, the eldest son of the Dong family, raised his hands in a gesture of respect and bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle toward Yufeng. I bow to you. Please accept my homage, esteemed sir. I have finally found you, my benefactor. Benefactor? Gao Yushuang. Meng Hai. The crowd. What is happening? Yufeng merely cast a glance at him, his gaze landing on the car keys at his waist. I'll borrow your Audi. I'll return it. With that, Yufeng snatched the car keys from Dong Sheng and hastily departed, seeking out the car parked by the roadside to pursue his objective. The hunt had formally commenced. Yet, who exactly was the prey? Yufeng was uncertain. All he knew was that he must rescue young Li Ru, even though their relationship was merely platonic. He was determined to save her because this girl, who brought joy to his heart, was someone he greatly cherished. At times, fate plays tricks on us. The more one desires to pursue a certain path, the more pronounced the celestial just becomes. Yufeng drove away, departing in a manner most unexpected. Was he not supposed to leave in a horizontal manner, drenched in blood, with only a breath left? After all, this was the banquet of the Dong family's venerable elder, held in one of Jiang City's most illustrious hotels. Here he had caused a commotion, disrupted the order, and nearly frightened Dong Xiao's entourage into a stupor. How could he possibly leave unscathed, and even more astonishingly, with the keys to the Dong family heir's vehicle in hand? Everyone began to question whether there was something amiss with their hearing. Yet, upon rubbing their eyes, they realized that this scene was indeed real. They felt that the conclusion they anticipated had failed to materialize, replaced instead by an exceedingly humorous spectacle. In the midst of it all, Meng Hai resembled a mere jest. Having aligned himself with the heir of the Dong family, he believed he had secured a sufficiently sturdy support, envisioning not just a meteoric rise but also a life of ease in Jiang City. However, Dong Sheng had allowed a scoundrel, who had nearly crippled him and was the architect behind his son's broken legs, to escape. He seethed with rage, clenching his fists. His fingers cracked ominously, completely oblivious to Dong Sheng's regard for Feng. His mind was consumed by a singular thought, dispatching Yufeng. Consequently, he retrieved his phone. Hello, I am Meng Hai, the branch manager of the First Bank of Jiang City. I wish to report a crime. The suspect, Yufeng, has just assaulted the young master of the Long family at the hotel and is now fleeing the scene. Hurry, you must apprehend him. He cannot escape. But before he could finish, a hand abruptly descended, slapping his phone to the ground. Dong Sheng's expression was grim. Having finally located this young man, he was taken aback that Meng Hai would dare to call the police. Dong Xiao. Meng Hai's expression was a complex tapestry of emotions. The onlookers were momentarily stunned, as if sensing that matters were escalating beyond the ordinary. Was that Yufeng? Acquainted with the young master of the Dong family? It seemed that for the Dong family's heir, this Yufeng held significant weight. What on earth was unfolding? Gao Yushuang too pondered this conundrum. Ever since Yufeng had uttered those words, she felt ensnared in a fog, adrift without direction. Witnessing Dong Xing's demeanor towards Feng now left her utterly bewildered. Was this Yufeng truly just out of prison? As for the bystanders, Dong Xing had no intention of intervening, his gaze fixed on Meng Hai. Do you grasp the implications of your recent actions? Meng Hai nodded. I understand. But it is too late. This Yufeng must pay for his words and deeds. He shattered my son's legs, and I will not let him go. Never. Not ever. Furthermore, Dong Xiao, your recent actions could easily be construed as facilitating the escape of a suspect. Do you comprehend what Yufeng has done? He has broken the legs and arms of the Lung family's young master. Now, let me ask you, Do you realize what this signifies? This question momentarily stunned Dong Sheng. His name is Yufeng. So this young man is indeed Yufeng, the brother of the reputed son-in-law of the Gao family, the one who shattered Meng Hai's son's legs. The person who had furiously struck Chairman Su at the Gao family banquet. He was the elusive figure Meng Hai had been desperately seeking. He is Yufeng? A smile crept across his face. Meng Hai, however, was furious. His eyes darkened. What is there to smile about? Dong Xiao, on what grounds do you find amusement? You let this despicable wretch escape, and yet you can still laugh? Meng Hai's visage twisted in rage, his tone vehement, longing to seize Dong Sheng by the collar and demand answers. Yet he dared not. Due to his identity, he was not permitted to act beyond his station. Dongxing emitted a derisive snort, contemptuously remarking, I find it amusing that you are such a fool, Meng Hai. In hindsight, having you as my subordinate is quite a waste. A simpleton like you will only bring me trouble. What do you mean? Meng Hai retorted, his anger palpable. I laugh. I laugh at your foolishness, at how hatred blinds your eyes, and at the pitiful state to which fate has reduced you. Allow me to enlighten you. Are you not seeking the man who healed my legs? He is none other than the Yufeng you speak of. He is the one who restored my legs, and he is also the sole hope for your son to stand again. Yet you have personally doomed your son's future. Is that not laughable? Dong Sheng spread his hands casually. Yet his demeanor struck Meng Hai like a blow to the heart. Meng Hai staggered back. What did you say? This Yufeng is the one I am looking for? No, this cannot be. It's impossible. Meng Hai shook his head vigorously, grappling with disbelief. How could the man who had harmed his son also be the one to restore him? No, it cannot be. Not possible. According to his investigations, this Yufeng was merely a rural man, the brother of Yushan. How could he possess such extraordinary medical skills? I have no need to deceive you, Meng Hai. You are truly foolish. With that, Dongsheng turned and strode towards the entrance. Someone call an ambulance and send the young master of the Lung family to the hospital. In my personal capacity, inform the head of the Ling family that should he dare to lay a hand on Mr. Yufeng, he would be crossing me, Dongxing. Also, notify Mr. Zhang that he need not send his men to apprehend anyone tonight. Yes. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Yu hurriedly exited to relay the message. At that moment, however, a dozen black SUVs, bearing the license plates of the capital, encircled the hotel entrance. From the vehicles emerged dozens of bodyguards clad in black suits, their sunglasses glistening in the rain, forming 4 disciplined ranks, exuding an air of authority. Mr. Ing, at the forefront, furrowed his brow and gestured. In an instant, the throng surged into the hotel, surrounding everyone. Dongxing's expression tightened. Who are you? He began to inquire, but these individuals seemed oblivious to him, searching through the crowd, seizing one person after another before discarding them aside. Soon, disappointment etched on their faces, they retreated to the entrance, returning to Mr. Ing's side. Report. No trace of the Crown Prince found. Report. The Crown Prince is not here. Report. No one has been located. Mr. Ying's arm trembled. Had they lost him again? He fixed a steely gaze upon Dongxing, his eyes cold behind the sunglasses. Who exactly are you? Dongxing's tone was icy. To search for someone on the territory of the Dong family was utterly disrespectful. But before he could finish, Mr. Ing interjected sharply. You are the scion of the Dong family, are you not? Go, summon your patriarch to meet me. What? Dongxing inhaled sharply, taken aback. My goodness, this fellow. How audacious. He actually instructed old Master Dong to come down and meet him? Look, their vehicle bears a license plate from the capital. Could they possibly be individuals of significant stature? The crowd buzzed with speculation. Dongxing found it amusing. What are you, to even be worthy of my grandfather? Before he could finish his thought, an elderly figure hurriedly approached from the second-floor staircase. Mr. Ing, I apologize for my tardiness. Please forgive me. Meng Hai. 10 minutes later, Lung Chun was rushed to the first hospital of Jiangxing for emergency treatment. The head of the Lung family had been waiting at the operating room door for 20 minutes already. Clad in protective gear, he stood inside the operating room, watching as his blood-soaked son was wheeled in, rendered momentarily speechless. His mind buzzed as if a swarm of flies and mosquitoes swirled around his head. Almost all the hospital's specialists had been summoned to treat Langchen. He was not like Mengru. The Lung family behind him was a second-rate clan. In terms of background, status, and resources, they were incomparable to Mengru, resulting in a level of care and treatment that Mengru had never experienced. Son. The doctors swiftly administered anesthesia to Longchen. Before long, once he slipped into unconsciousness, the surgery was set to commence, and perhaps the final outcome would be amputation. Lung Chen's gaze turned venomous as he caught sight of his father, tears streaming from the corners of his eyes. Dad, I'm here. Rest assured, I will seek justice for you. Dad, I want that Yufeng dead. I want him to be torn to shreds, Dad. You must not let that scoundrel escape. I know. Focus on your surgery. I will ensure that bastard does not leave easily. A few minutes later, Lung Chen fell into a deep slumber, and the operation began. The head of the Lung family took out his phone, moving to a quiet corner to call the highest-ranking official at the bureau, Mr. Zhang. Beep. Not waiting a moment longer, the call was answered. Mr. Zhang. This is Lung Feng, my son. He was targeted by Yufeng, wasn't he? On the other end, Mr. Zhang appeared weary. He should have been home by now, embracing his wife and resting. But tonight he could not find peace. Having rushed to the bureau without even a moment for a late-night snack to handle this urgent matter, tonight he had received far too many calls. Indeed. That scoundrel broke my son's legs. The worst-case scenario is amputation. I demand his immediate arrest. Let him pay in blood for his crimes. Lung Feng's voice was resolute, filled with rage. Mr. Zhang sighed. I understand. I will ensure you receive an explanation regarding this matter. Very well, I await your news. With that, Lung Feng hung up. Meanwhile, Mr. Zhang in his office also ended the call. Lin Yunnan, fully armed and prepared for action, immediately said, Uncle Zhang, allow me to lead the team. The audacity of Yufeng is truly astonishing. He dares to engage in a violent altercation within a hotel, endangering the lives of others. Recently, Ming Hai, the president of the Jiang City branch of the First Bank, called to express his concerns. What are you waiting for? Give the order. If we delay any longer, that scoundrel will escape. Escape? Do you really think he can? Zhang Shitao inhaled deeply, exhaling heavily, then withdrew a cigarette, igniting it as he stood by the window. Disperse everyone. This matter is beyond our control. What? Lin Yunnan furrowed her brows. Why should we not intervene? On what grounds? Uncle Zhang, I am aware that Yufeng is no ordinary individual and likely hails from an influential background, but so what? The law applies equally to all. He assaulted someone and must face the consequences, especially given the severity of this incident. Coming from a prestigious family, Lin Yunnan was inherently upright. She had long perceived Yufeng as a formidable adversary and yearned to have him apprehended and thoroughly interrogated. However, integrity does not always equate to correctness. At times, a misguided sense of righteousness can become a burden. Yet, she remained unaware, just as Zhang Shitao was oblivious to the true reason behind his command. Prior to receiving a call from Lung Feng, he had been contacted by several prominent figures. The patriarch of the esteemed Dong family in Jiang City, the proud grandson Dong Xing, and even Linya, the illustrious chairwoman of the Huamei Group, had all reached out. Alarmingly, even Liu, the retired figure residing in seclusion for 5 years, had placed a call. Moreover, from 1,000 miles away in the imperial capital, a call had come from a distinguished family, all with a singular purpose. If anything were to happen to Yufeng, the blame would fall squarely on our shoulders. It was unfathomable to consider the identity of a man capable of stirring such concern among so many influential individuals. No one comprehended the immense pressure resting upon Zhang Shitao. He felt on the verge of tears. Who, exactly, was Yufeng? Nevertheless, he forced himself to maintain his composure and softly addressed Lin Yunnan. Yunnan, I recognize your integrity, but some matters are beyond our influence. Do you believe this is merely a simple case of assault? Are you aware of how many people are entangled in this situation? We cannot interfere with Yufeng. The night was growing late. Return home. Leave this matter be. Smack. In the next moment, Lin Yunnan slammed her hand on the table. Lin Yunnan, you're being outrageous. Zhang Shitao exclaimed, his temper flaring. As a formidable figure in his own right, he had his limits. Despite your remarkable background and deep connections, you are still under my command. Who are you to strike the table? With righteous indignation, Lin Yunnan retorted, yes. I am being audacious, and I mock you for being a cowardly, timid man. Who is Yufeng? He assaults someone and can roam freely, breaking bones, and yet remain unscathed? Since the day I donned my uniform, I have dismissed the notion of power. Anyone who breaks the law must be brought to justice, regardless of their identity. Zhang Shitao seemed to sense something amiss and immediately commanded, I order you not to interfere in this matter, otherwise you may as well resign and leave. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yunnan replied, I shall resign this very instant. He discarded his jacket at Zhang Shitao's feet, exclaiming, that Yufeng is mine to capture. I am shedding this skin. I am no longer under your jurisdiction. Farewell. With that, Lin Yunnan strode away into the pouring rain. mounting his motorcycle and pursuing Yufeng's whereabouts as relayed by the city's surveillance. Watching him depart, Zhang Shitao wore a complex expression. What was the meaning of this? Who exactly was this Yufeng? What? He was actually the grandson of the Ji family, exiled from the capital 26 years ago? Wasn't he the brother of that useless son-in-law from the Gao family? It was indeed him? Old Master Dong gasped in shock. Previously, he had deliberately refrained from descending to the first floor, aware that the one disturbing the banquet was Yufeng. He had heard the name before but dismissed it, considering him merely a trivial figure unworthy of his attention, merely a spectator to a farcical scene from above. However, upon the arrival of Mr. Eagle, he could no longer remain seated. He rushed downstairs and returned to his secret office, only to be struck dumb by the news. He had missed the opportunity to capture the Ji family's long-sought grandson. He had lost the favor of the Ji family. Mr. Eagle, I assure you I will provide an explanation for this matter. I shall dispatch someone immediately to locate the grandson's whereabouts. Old Master Dong said anxiously. Mr. Eagle's expression was icy. That is unnecessary. You allowed the grandson to leave your territory and encountered danger. I will remember this. My men are already mobilizing the city's surveillance to search for him. You ought to pray that the individuals pursuing him are not dangerous characters. Should the grandson fall into peril, I guarantee that your Dong family, along with everyone attending your banquet tonight, will incur the wrath of the Ji family. The rest is for you to handle. The old master had instructed that no one should be aware of the grandson's identity, and he knew well what was expected of him. He nodded repeatedly. I understand. I understand. I must take my leave now. By the way, I have a recording here. Please pass it directly to Zhang Shitao. That cold-hearted scoundrel from the Lung family is ruthless and has committed numerous atrocities, but should he harm the grandson's kin, he deserves to descend into hell and never rise again. As the storm clouds enveloped Jiang City, a tempest raged. After Yufeng departed, various factions sprang into action under countless orders, frantically seeking his route. Meanwhile, Yufeng had already left the city center, heading towards the outskirts. His face bore no trace of fatigue, his fury transformed into strength, coursing through every fiber of his being. Yang Li was seated in the driver's seat, his speed reaching 100 miles per hour, a reckless gamble with his life on the city's roads. He had no choice but to proceed thus. He is determined to rescue Yang Liru, regardless of the reasons that drive him. He must bring this girl back safely. Just as Yufeng prepared to accelerate in pursuit, a series of text messages suddenly chimed on his phone. These were not new messages, but rather notifications of unread messages that were about to expire. In that moment, the words of each message etched themselves into Yufeng's consciousness. A single crystalline tear fell from the corner of his eye. Liru, uncle, would you like to watch a movie with me? Uncle, do you not enjoy watching films? That's fine. How about we go to the food street tomorrow instead? Uncle, you are so thin. You must not have had anything good to eat. How about I take you to try the special snacks from Jiancheng? Uncle, are you asleep? It gets a bit chilly in the summer nights. Remember not to set the air conditioning too high and to cover yourself with a blanket. I'll wait for you at our usual spot tomorrow. When you arrive, just give me a call. Good night, Uncle. I will be waiting for you. Uncle, are you awake? I'm up and waiting for you at the restaurant. Are you coming today? I found a great place to eat. There are so many delicious options. Uncle, it's my treat today. Uncle, you must have had something to do yesterday. Please don't break your promise today. I really want to. Oh dear, Uncle, you cannot keep leaving me hanging. I can tolerate not receiving your messages, but you must show up. Uncle, I am waiting for you. As Yufeng read each message, he did so with great seriousness, his tears blurring his vision. Finally, he came upon the words, Uncle, let us meet and talk. I have so much to say. Really, there is so much to discuss. This time, I want to pressure you to come. Let us consider it a final conversation. If you come, I will be very happy. If you do not, then I will no longer disturb you. I will understand that you do not actually like me. Uncle, I am waiting for you at the Meteor Garden Bar. Uncle, will you come this time? Every word from Yang Liru brimmed with hope. Even a novice in love could discern her feelings for him. She longed to meet him, yet faced disappointment time and again without a reply. What began as joy gradually morphed into disillusionment. Yufeng let out a fierce roar, pounding his fist on the steering wheel. It dawned on him. She had been waiting for me all along. A wave of guilt washed over Yufeng. If only he had glanced at the messages. Perhaps today's events could have been avoided. She would not have been driven to confide her innermost thoughts and make a final choice. She would not have ventured alone to the bar, only to be taken away. If only. But there are no ifs. There are no remedies for regret in this world. All we can do is cherish the present and move forward. Yufeng tucked his phone away and wiped his tears. Silly child, how could uncle not cherish you? These past few days have been overwhelming. I am truly sorry. Rest assured, uncle will undoubtedly bring you back. Murmuring softly, Yufeng made a solemn vow, pressing down on the accelerator as he proceeded towards the address provided by Wang Ning. Meanwhile, approximately 2 kilometers ahead, 2 sharp-eyed youths in a van stared intently at Yang Liru, their expressions twisted into lewd grins. Boss, I must say, the figure of the Yang family's heiress is truly remarkable. The women we've encountered in our lives pale in comparison to her beauty. How about we take advantage of her right here in the van? One of them chuckled suggestively. The thought of a rain-soaked day, confined within a van, stirred a thrilling sense of excitement. Upon hearing this, Yang Liru's countenance shifted drastically. She shook her head vigorously and stepped back. Yet, in such a confined space, where could she retreat? Wang Ning smirked coldly. Do not worry. There will be ample opportunity for you to sample her. Indeed. The heiress of the second-rate Yang family in Ning City is a rare gem. Naturally, we must extract every ounce of her before selling her off. However, this must wait until we dispose of that wretch named Yufeng. If it weren't for him, we would have already captured her and avoided exposing our base of operations. Everything is this brat's fault. Until he is dead, my heart shall remain uneasy. Rest assured, boss. A bodyguard thumped his chest and declared, let us not forget that before we followed you, we were mercenaries abroad. Dealing with such a minor character is child's play for us. As long as the Wolf King himself does not intervene, we guarantee your safety. All those riding in the same vehicle as Wang Ning were indeed former mercenaries. Yang Liru felt her heart sink. Mercenaries? She understood that this profession typically comprised seasoned veterans with formidable combat capabilities. If that uncle were to come alone, wouldn't it be tantamount to seeking death? No, no. She struggled to break free when suddenly, a voice crackled through the walkie-talkie at Wang Ning's waist. Boss, that wretch is gaining on us. He's only 2 kilometers away. Should we head to the agreed-upon location and have some fun with him? The speaker was situated in a car a few hundred meters behind the van, with 2 individuals, one driving and the other acting as a sniper. Wang Ning contemplated for a moment. I didn't expect him to be so swift. It seems he is eager for death. Very well, let him play with you for now. If you can capture him alive, splendid. If not, lure him to the factory, and we shall deal with him slowly. Understood. The communication ceased. At that moment, Yufeng had also closed the distance, now just a kilometer away. Liru, wait for me. Uncle is coming to save you. Bang. As soon as the words left his mouth, a gunshot shattered the silence of the countryside road. Yufeng's pupils constricted. He ducked to the side as a 7-centimeter bullet shattered the glass, embedding itself in the seat behind him. Instantly, Yufeng's expression turned icy as he noticed a white sedan a few hundred meters ahead, its sunroof open, and a middle finger raised high in mockery of his impotence. They were taunting him. They regarded Yufeng with utter disdain. Unbeknownst to them, their actions had already pronounced a verdict in Feng's heart: death. Inside the white sedan, the scar-faced Lu San gripped the steering wheel with one hand, while the other rested against the window, allowing the torrential rain and fierce winds to batter his arm. Such tempestuous days seemed reminiscent of his past as a mercenary. Old too, it feels like ages since we've engaged in such thrills. Lu San mused, taking a deep drag from his cigarette before exhaling. In the passenger seat, Li Si meticulously wiped his sniper rifle, his expression darkened by the fact that he had just missed a shot. Renowned as one of the top 10 snipers in the mercenary world, this was his first, an empty shot. He squinted, reflecting, it has indeed been a long time. Ever since we left the mercenary realm and arrived here, we haven't encountered any worthy adversaries. However, tonight, this bastard seems quite formidable. My first shot, and he actually managed to evade it. Evasive. Lu San's heart sank, a cold smirk forming on his lips. Pure luck, I presume. According to the boss's investigation, he's merely the brother of a live-in son-in-law, a complete waste, utterly untrained. I wager it was merely the darkness that caused the miss. Is that so? Li Si disagreed, his keen eyes having distinctly observed that, at the moment he fired, Yufeng instinctively twisted his neck. This was not something achievable by mere chance. It was a reflex honed through years of bloodshed and combat, a muscle memory ingrained in a seasoned warrior. He began to question the thoroughness of Wang Ning's intel. Was it truly comprehensive? Perhaps we should exercise caution. Let us accelerate and rendezvous with the boss first. We can deal with him later. With the young miss of the Yang family in our possession, he will have no choice but to follow. Agreed. After a moment's contemplation, Lu San nodded in assent. Given that they were on a rural highway, amidst the relentless downpour, a moment's inattention might result in a disastrous skid. They could play, but not at the cost of their lives. He pressed the accelerator, steering the vehicle to shake off Yufeng. However, in the next instant, a white Audi appeared in the rearview mirror, ghostly and ominous, encroaching upon their vision. Not good. He's catching up. Li Si's brow furrowed as he rose to peer through the sunroof, glancing back through the sheets of rain. The Audi's two blinding headlights sliced through the darkness, rapidly closing the distance. What the hell? Is he insane? That speed must be nearing 120. Driving like that in this storm. Does he value his life at all? Li Si's face paled, an intense wave of anxiety surging within him. Hurry, shake him off. Lu San's expression tightened. We can't. This lunatic is relentless. If we push to 120, our tires will surely skid. What the hell? Is this guy a reincarnation of a bull? Just because I fired a shot at him, does he have to risk his life like this? Even with his mercenary background. Lu San felt a palpable pressure mounting. The fierce fear those who are ruthless have for the reckless, and the reckless have for those who disregard their lives completely. Right now, Yufeng embodied that reckless spirit. He is closing in. Li Si shouted. There is no time left. The hood of Yufeng's car was nearly flush against the rear of the van, with barely a few centimeters separating them. A mere press of the accelerator would inevitably result in a collision. In the torrential rain, such an impact would be disastrous, vehicles destroyed and lives extinguished. Hurry, shoot. Lu San shouted urgently. Li Si tightened his grip on the trigger, lifting the sniper rifle high and resting it on the sunroof, aiming at Yufeng, who was just a few meters away inside his vehicle. For them, there was only one option, to eliminate Yufeng. It was a matter of either his demise or their own. Yet, did they truly comprehend who they were confronting? A mere country bumpkin? A worthless wretch? Or a reckless madman? No, they were gravely mistaken. In the next moment, Yufeng narrowed his eyes, locking onto Li Si's head with an unwavering gaze. With one hand, he retrieved a silver needle from his pocket and flung it with all his might. Whoosh! The speed at which the silver needle was propelled far surpassed that of the sniper's aim. In the midst of the downpour, it cleaved through a raindrop, piercing the sniper's scope and embedding itself into Li Si's eyes, penetrating deep into his brain. Splash! Blood erupted forth. One life, extinguished. With a single strike. Damn! Lu San cursed, witnessing the blood streaming from his companion's head, staining the ground below. Just moments ago, he had dismissed Yufeng entirely. Now, regret washed over him. This was no mere country bumpkin. No wonder the first group sent to Jiang City to capture young Li Ru was utterly decimated by this man alone. This fellow was nothing short of a demon. Without even a firearm, he had dispatched his own comrade. Cursed be it. He slammed the accelerator to the floor. It didn't matter. He would flee first and deal with the consequences later. You bastard, I'll make you pay? He sought escape, but where could he run? There was only one road. The swiftest would prevail. With a roar reminiscent of a mighty tiger, Yufeng accelerated. The speedometer skyrocketed to 130, his grip tightened on the steering wheel, his expression frigid. As though he and the car were one, embodying its fury. Indeed, he was furious. In a mere second, Yufeng wrenched the steering wheel to the left, elegantly maneuvering through a curve, aligning his vehicle parallel to Lu San's. In that fleeting moment, their gazes locked. A flash of lightning illuminated the scene. Crack! The thunder lit up Yufeng's icy visage from within the car. Unbeknownst to him, another silver needle had found its way between his fingers. Lu San felt as though his strength had been sapped, momentarily forgetting to resist. Soon, a similar tragedy befell him. The silver needle was launched. A simple action, honed over countless years. This was the result of rigorous training. Even without any mystical cultivation, Yufeng's physical prowess and explosive power, forged within the wolf Fong, were among the finest in the world. Blood trickled from a slight wound on Lu San's forehead. The vehicle lost control, gradually slowing down until it crashed into the roadside barrier. Bang! Sparks flew, yet under the relentless downpour, they swiftly extinguished. On the desolate road, Yufeng parked his vehicle to the side and stepped out. Approaching the front of the car, he opened the door and dragged two lifeless bodies to the roadside. Commencing his search, two fully loaded handguns and a sharp dagger were discovered. Gripping the handguns once more, a familiar sensation coursed through him. It felt as though he had returned to his former days. As the crackling sound echoed, the intercom inside the vehicle crackled to life with Wang Ning's voice. We have arrived at the abandoned factory. All positions are secured. Where are you? Why so slow? Is that bastard Yufeng dead yet? Yufeng retrieved the intercom and placed it to his ear. Hello, I'm asking you a question. Is Yufeng dead or not? Do not act recklessly. Do not throw your life away for a moment's thrill. Do you hear? A response came through. They are dead. It will be your turn soon. Prepare your last words, for Yufeng is on his way to send you off. Wang Ning. A sudden crack. The intercom fell to the ground. The antenna shattered, losing its signal. From the other end, Yufeng's voice emerged, confirming from a certain perspective that his two subordinates were dead. Wang Ning. The desolation of the abandoned automobile factory was palpable. The building lay in disarray. Yang Li was confined within a dilapidated room, while the remaining 7 or 8 individuals awaited Yufeng's arrival at various locations. According to his plan, once Yufeng fell into the encirclement, they would strike together to eliminate him and reclaim the territory with utmost swiftness. However, he had not anticipated that before the battle even commenced, 2 individuals from his side had already perished. They were his trusted subordinates, painstakingly extracted from the heavy siege of Ning City, each seasoned in combat, dear to his heart. Yufeng, he roared, the name seething through his clenched teeth. Bastard, you have shattered my foundation and slain my 2 subordinates. This debt shall not go unresolved. He commanded. Relay to the others to hold their positions firmly. This Yufeng is a tough opponent. Engage him without hesitation. Yes, the battle was imminent. Meanwhile, at a dining establishment within the new plaza of Jiang City, Yang Jian reclined on the sofa, engrossed in a mobile game, oblivious to the world around him. Outside the establishment, several luxurious Rolls-Royce Phantoms came to a halt. A middle-aged man, flanked by 4 or 5 bodyguards, descended from the vehicle and entered the establishment. Observing Yang Jian's engrossment in his game, the middle-aged man's expression twitched slightly. At such an age, he should be contemplating how to inherit the family business, yet he squandered his days playing games. What would the other families in Ning City think? Unfilial son, he bellowed with authority. Instantly, Yang Jian's brows furrowed into a straight line as he reluctantly diverted his gaze from the screen. Upon seeing the middle-aged man, fear gripped him, prompting him to leap up. Dad, you still know I am your father? The head of the Yang family replied coldly, scanning the surroundings for any sign of Yang Li. However, the outcome left him profoundly disappointed. What about your sister? Why is she not here? It suddenly dawned on Yang Jian that today marked the 3rd day, the very day the Yang family had dispatched someone to retrieve them. Yet, not long ago, Yang Liru had departed to solidify her relationship with that Yufeng. This is disastrous. Yang Jian scratched the back of his head. She has matters to attend to. What matters? As the elder brother, have you truly forgotten what I told you 3 days ago? Hurry, call her back. Do you not comprehend how perilous it is outside? Perilous? A shiver ran down Yang Jian's spine. Father, is there truly any danger? Was it not said that Wang Ning had been captured? The head of the Yang family retorted angrily. Who spread such rumors? Who claimed that Wang Ning was apprehended? After the operation in Ningxing, Wang Ning fled with his men, and now there is not a whisper of his whereabouts. If it were not for his uncertain movements, would I be so anxious to bring you back? What? At this moment, Yang Jian was utterly astonished. Wang Ning had not been captured? That local tyrant, who harbored deep-seated animosity towards the Yang family, was still at large. Given his character, would he not seek vengeance tenfold? What if he arrives in Jiang City? This implies. This is bad. The head of the Yang family's expression shifted. What is happening? What has transpired? Father, Liru may be in danger. I must make a call. With that, Yang Jian hastily retrieved his phone and dialed Yang Liru's number. Beep, beep, beep. Several rings later, there was no answer. He hung up and tried again, determined to connect, but after several attempts, he conceded defeat. The call was unreachable. This means, Father, head of the family, urgent news. Just as Yang Jian was about to speak, a bodyguard rushed in. Speak. Half an hour ago, several vans appeared outside the Dong family's banquet. We tracked the young lady's movements via nearby surveillance. She has been kidnapped by Wang Ning and his men. Currently at an abandoned auto factory in the outskirts. Someone named Yufeng has driven there in pursuit. What are we to do? What? In that instant, the atmosphere in the room turned icy. Yang Liru had been captured by Wang Ning. The very conclusion the Yang family dreaded had finally come to pass. You can evade the initial threat, but not the subsequent one. The head of the Yang family's gaze hardened. He clenched his fists and fixed his stare on Yang Jian. You were entrusted to protect your sister, and this is how you fulfill that duty? Should anything happen to Liru, I shall hold you accountable before the entire clan. Father, no need to say more, Xiao Wu. The head of the Yang family commanded, and a bodyguard promptly approached. Head, Go, take him to the car. Ensure he is securely watched at home. Should he dare to step outside even a single inch, break his legs, and send him to the hospital. Father, I shall not return. I am determined to rescue Li Ru. It is my negligence, and I wish to make amends. Yang Jian was exceedingly worried. Initially, he had consented to his sister's departure to establish a clear boundary between her and Yu Feng. Yet, he never anticipated such a calamity would occur. If Li Ru were to be harmed, he would bear the guilt for a lifetime. Enough. You speak of making amends. Do not create further trouble. After years of indulgence in your frivolous pursuits, I am at a loss as to what you have accomplished. You cannot even manage the simplest of tasks, and you have disappointed me greatly. Depart at once. With that, the head of the Yang family turned away and inquired, how many individuals have we brought along this time? Reporting to the head, over 10, came the reply. Let us set off immediately to the abandoned auto factory. Inform Zhang Shitao and Jiaqing and relay the news regarding Wang Ning to him. He must initiate a joint operation under the name of Jiaqing. We cannot allow Wang Ning to escape this time. At the first hospital of Jiaqing, 20 minutes after Lung Feng had made the call to Zhang Shitao, a group of uniformed officers hurriedly followed Zhang Shitao to the operating room. He clutched a recording in his hand, and without pausing to sip water, he led his team directly here, particularly under the immense pressure from several prominent figures. Mr. Ling, the voice of Zhang Shitao echoed from the end of the corridor. Standing pensively before the operating room, awaiting news of that scoundrel Yu Feng's capture, Lung Feng's face lit up with joy as he turned swiftly. Mr. Zhang, has that scoundrel been apprehended? He shattered my son's legs. I want him dismembered, utterly destroyed. Mr. Ling, I am here to convey a message, Zhang Shitao replied gravely. What message? As soon as the words left his lips, Zhang Shitao produced a warrant. Based on the evidence currently at our disposal, we have determined that your son, Lung Chun, is suspected of murder and collusion with a fugitive. His actions are exceedingly heinous. This is the arrest warrant. From this moment forth, your son will be subjected to our comprehensive surveillance 24 hours a day. Please leave immediately and do not interfere with our investigation. Murder? Long Feng exclaimed in anger. You must be mistaken. How could my son commit murder? Who did he kill? With whom did he conspire? Clarify your statements. Zhang Shitao spoke with authority. He killed the son-in-law of the Gao family, Yushan, and he conspired with the #1 fugitive of the Ningxin criminal syndicate, Wang Ning. Mr. Lung, do you comprehend what I am saying? The night was encroaching. Even though it was midday, the darkness enveloped the earth. Moments after Yu Feng had departed, 2 blinding silver headlights pierced the distance. It was a motorcycle valued between 1 to 2 million on the official market, and it was one of the most expensive motorcycles in Jiangxing, capable of reaching speeds exceeding 150 miles per hour. It was thanks to the motorcycle's high performance and anti-skid capabilities that Lin Yunan managed to catch up in the shortest time possible. She halted the motorcycle beside a car that had collided with the highway railing. The 2 bodies, consumed by the torrential rain, lay cold and lifeless. Lin Yunan lowered her head and took out a flashlight, illuminating their forms. In an instant, her gaze sharpened. Mercenaries. Her expression grew serious. Having been raised in the Red Academy, she possessed exceptional military knowledge from a young age, and she was well versed in the information regarding various elite mercenary groups. The arms of the 2 corpses bore the same mark. It was the unique insignia of a mercenary group that had long been obliterated. She had presumed all its members were dead, yet here they were in Jiang City, appearing along the very path that Yu Feng had fled. This Yu Feng was indeed connected to the mercenary group. She had suspected he was not as simple as he seemed. Lin Yunan scoffed. Remembering how he had boasted of his brute strength in the station and claimed to be brainless outside the Longxiang Martial Arts Hall, her anger surged. Having always been recognized for her superior achievements, she had never endured such humiliation. Furthermore, tonight, he had blatantly violated her highest principle, publicly breaking someone's legs and arms. Fleeing in fear of the law, he was utterly disregarding the existence of justice. Yu Feng, just you wait. I, Lin Yunan, refuse to believe I cannot capture you. With that, she remounted her motorcycle and resumed her pursuit towards the only construction site in the outskirts, the abandoned car factory. After all, the path she was on led solely there. At the abandoned car factory, the lights blazed brightly, countless silver beams illuminating the entrance. The moment Yu Feng appeared, he would undoubtedly face the gravest repercussions. In the dilapidated restroom, the dim yellow light shone down on Yang Liru's sweat-drenched forehead. Before her, Wang Ning crouched, pulling out a cigarette and lighting it, placing it between his lips. With a swift motion, he tore off the tape binding Yang Liru's mouth. Ah, you bastard. Let me go. Let me go. As soon as the tape was removed, Yang Liru began to panic and shout. Suddenly, a slap landed brutally across her face. If you scream again, I will have my way with you right here, turning you into a real woman. Wang Ning snarled, spitting contemptuously as he glared at her. Instantly, Yang Liru fell silent, her terrified eyes reflecting her fear. This was her first encounter with such danger, and she dared not scream. The fright deepened within her. Why you? Who are you? And why have you captured me? I haven't done anything to provoke you. Yang Liru stammered. Hey, Wang Ning replied coldly. You may not have provoked me, but your father has caused me considerable trouble. Your young family, relying on your numbers, not only robbed me of my business, but didn't even leave me a drop of soup. In the realm of the underworld, there exists a certain code of conduct that you seem to have disregarded. If blame is to be assigned, let it fall upon your father's insatiable greed. For he has exploited his connections to obliterate the empire I painstakingly established in Ning City. Do you have any inkling of how fervently I wish to take your father's life? The very thought of flaying his skin, extracting his tendons, and shattering his bones to brew a broth is utterly tantalizing. And as for that wretch, Yu Feng, who dared to thwart my initial attempt to abduct you, I yearn to see him ensnared in an inescapable abyss. Uncle Yang Liru's expression shifted dramatically. No, do not seek him out. He bears no connection to me, none whatsoever, and he will not come to my rescue. Yang Liru hastily implored, wishing to spare Yu Feng from harm. The lack of any communication from Yu Feng over the past few days led her to suspect that he did not harbor affection for her. If that were the case, why would he risk his life to save her? Conversely, Yang Liru wished to shield Yu Feng from the clutches of these merciless rogues. He had already rescued her more times than she could count. However, Wang Ning held a different perspective. He inhaled deeply, exhaling a plume of smoke with a sardonic smile. I fail to see how you can claim that Yu Feng has no ties to you. If he were truly indifferent, would he have fought against my men on your behalf? If he had no connection to you, would he have taken the lives of my subordinates? Are you jesting with me? Do you not understand that this scoundrel is perilously close to falling into my trap because of you? What? Uncle is here. A jolt of surprise coursed through Yang Liru, her emotions swirling chaotically, part joy, part anxiety. Her uncle had responded. He was indeed coming to her aid. Did her uncle still hold affection for her? Yet, the dangers surrounding her loomed large. Would his arrival jeopardize his life? No, please, uncle, do not come. Her mind was a tumult of conflict and despair. Look at your face, flushed with color, and yet you insist there's no connection. Fear not. For once this scoundrel falls into my trap, I shall ensure he witnesses you being thoroughly educated by me. I will make him experience every agony, teaching him the consequences of crossing me, Wang Ning. Before he could finish, the brightly lit derelict car park was abruptly plunged into darkness. The blinding lights at the entrance vanished, leaving the once illuminated corridor shrouded in blackness. Everyone was instantly deprived of the harsh glare. What is happening? Wang Ning felt a chill run down his spine as he grabbed his walkie-talkie and barked. What is going on? Why has the power gone out? I don't know. His subordinate, Li Dao, replied. Damn it. Send 2 men to the power station on the first floor to investigate. Is there any news on that scoundrel? None. Then hurry. Restore the power at once. Yes. After issuing the command, the 2 mercenaries stationed at the entrance swiftly turned to head to the power station. Wang Ning held his breath, an ominous premonition creeping upon him as he fixed his gaze on Yang Liru. It seems I have no time for idle conversation with you. Your beloved is on his way. Rest assured, it will not be long before I present him to you. Having spoken, he drew a pistol from his waist and turned to exit the room. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the road several hundred meters away from the abandoned automobile factory, a motorcycle came to a halt. Turning off the headlights, Lin Yunan removed her helmet, her camouflage combat attire revealing the operations she had undertaken prior to arriving in Jiang City. She donned handcuffs and stealthily made her way toward the factory's interior along the entrance. Just as she took a step forward, 2 gunshots erupted from the first floor of the factory. Bang! Bang! The Wolf King has arrived. As he reached the doorway and heard the gunfire from below, Wang Ning stood frozen in place. It had barely been a moment since he dispatched 2 individuals, and now, could it be that? In haste, he retrieved his walkie-talkie, tuning into the frequency of the 2 individuals, shouting, If you hear me, respond. If you hear me, respond. Were those gunshots fired by you? Crackling static was the only reply from the walkie-talkie. His complexion paled as he realized that 2 more of his mercenaries were gone. What on earth is happening? He had spent over $1 million to recruit this seasoned group of mercenaries, relying on their strength to build his empire over the years. How could they have perished? In mere seconds? Was it not even 10 seconds? This exceeded the bounds of Wang Ning's comprehension. Beneath the cold night sky, rain seeped through the shattered windows, hitting his resolute face. His legs trembled involuntarily. At the very first gunshot outside the hotel, he had missed his shot, and before even engaging, 4 of his men had already fallen. Was this fellow truly just a rural boy, the brother of a son-in-law? Could it be? Before he could voice his thoughts, the voice of Li Dao crackled through the walkie-talkie. Boss, those 2 are probably lost. We still have 6 men remaining here, 3 of whom are guarding the staircase on the 2nd floor. Shall we ascend to the 2nd floor and corner that fellow? If he comes up, we can eliminate him. What do you think? All right, I will head over immediately. Send someone to keep an eye on Miss Yang. Ensure she doesn't escape. I intend to personally deal with that brat. He must not inflict further losses upon us. We will resolve this on the spot. Understood. On the other side, in the power supply room, Yufeng leaned against the wall, gazing at the 2 lifeless bodies sprawled at the doorway, not in haste to step outside. According to previous combat experience, exposing oneself during such an assassination was a grave mistake. With a calm demeanor, he retrieved a mirror from his waist, using the dim light in the power supply room to survey the corners and assess the situation outside. No one was present. This indicated that the enemy did not have sufficient numbers to surround the entire building, but had divided into smaller groups to guard each floor. He quickly grasped this, realizing that the 1st floor was currently unguarded. Upon hearing the gunfire, those stationed at other locations would rapidly converge here, or those guarding the entrances and exits on the 2nd floor would await his arrival. Upon reflecting on this, Yufeng tightened his nerves. In his quest to rescue his elder brother from the clutches of the underworld, he expended all his cultivated prowess, leaving him now merely an ordinary man. Yet, the title of Wolf King was not earned in vain. He chose not to enter through the main entrance. Instead, he abandoned his vehicle 500 meters from the abandoned automobile factory, proceeding on foot into the thicket. He then circumvented the factory by way of the river, evading their pursuit before arriving at the power supply room, transforming his predicament into an advantage. Now, it was time for his performance to commence. After a brief respite, Yufeng dragged 2 corpses into the power room, subsequently equipping himself with firearms and ammunition, refreshing his arsenal. He then opened the window and leaped out. Emerging outside the factory, the surroundings were enveloped in darkness, with not a glimmer of light. The sky, thick with ominous clouds, offered a faint illumination. Standing beneath a water pipe, Yufeng looked up. The distance to the 2nd floor was a total of 7 meters. Between the floors were several steps, and combined with the torrential rain, the treacherous conditions made climbing a formidable challenge for the majority. No one would suspect he could ascend from this vantage point. What they could not fathom was precisely what Yufeng intended to do. He securely bound his hands with a length of hemp rope to increase friction, then leaped into action, gripping the slippery water pipe and beginning his ascent. Climb. Slowly but surely, he ascended with steadiness and resolve. Inside the factory, at the staircase, 2 mercenaries clad in camouflage and armed with submachine guns furrowed their brows, their gaze fixed on the staircase. Damn it, is that guy taking a dump? Why has T come up yet? If I catch a glimpse of his head, I swear I'll blow him away. He has finished for taking out our 4 brothers. Indeed, he will understand what true hell is. The recently deceased 4 were their comrades, who had been hired alongside Wang Ning to come here. According to the intelligence they received, that Yufeng was merely the brother of a live-in son-in-law, coming from a humble background with no formal training. How could he possibly eliminate 4 of their teammates? The disdain that the strong held for the weak filled them with a profound sense of humiliation. How could a dignified mercenary be bested by a mere waste? Suddenly, a flash of lightning illuminated the outside. The 2 men's pupils contracted as they exchanged glances, a voice crackling through the intercom. What is the situation now? Report. There is no news of that bastard. I believe he is too scared to come up. A coward. Should we just rush down and take him out? One could hardly contain his urge for vengeance for his fallen brothers. No. Li Dao replied coldly, no unauthorized actions. That Yufeng may not be as simple as the intelligence suggests. We cannot afford to be careless. The boss and 2 others are on their way. We will formulate our next plan upon their arrival. Is that so? How infuriating. Another clenched his fists. He killed our 4 brothers. And now we must cower here like turtles to ambush him? Damn. This is the first time in over a decade that I've felt such humiliation. I refuse to accept it. Indeed, I too am unwilling to submit. If you refuse to accept it, then come at me. Bang. At that moment, the sharp report of a gunshot echoed through the air. A black bullet swiftly pierced the mercenary clutching the walkie-talkie. Thud. The walkie-talkie clattered to the ground as Li Dao and Wang Ning, rushing up to the second floor, stood frozen in shock. He has arrived. How could this be? Another mercenary reacted quickly, immediately seeking refuge behind a wall, finger tightening around the trigger. The fleeting aura of lethal intent sent shivers down his spine. In the stillness, with no warning, danger loomed ominously nearby. This sensation, it felt akin to the forbidden realm known within the mercenary world as the Dragon Arrow. Could it be that he hails from the Dragon Arrow? The very faction that birthed the notorious Wolf Fong team. He gulped, cold sweat trickling down his face, dripping onto his submachine gun. Damn it, I was careless. The voice of Li Dao crackled through the walkie-talkie. What is happening? Did I not instruct you against acting independently? Respond immediately. What on earth is going on? The mercenary's fingers began to tremble. Report. That individual did not ascend via the staircase. What? Are you jesting? Did he fly in? Li Dao roared. He may have entered through the window, climbed in. The mercenary stammered in panic, then added, Mr. Li, we might be in dire trouble. The opponent likely originates from the Dragon Arrow. Should I perish, please evacuate swiftly. The Dragon Arrow is a taboo for us mercenaries. We must flee. Having said that, he surged forward to buy Wang Ning some time, aiming his weapon at the window, just as a bullet flew in at breakneck speed. It pierced his eye. Faster than thought? Impeccable marksmanship? Apologies, you shall never comprehend whom you truly face, Dragon Arrow. The words echoed through the walkie-talkie like piercing silver needles. Li Dao suddenly felt as though his throat was engulfed in flames, a searing pain surging within him. Following closely, the incoming gunfire made him question whether this operation would culminate in their safe return. Another 2 lives extinguished. The battle had commenced. Their side had already lost 2 men. This alone was troubling. The crucial issue lay in their utter inability to discern the location of their adversary. Ascending from the water pipes outside the window? This was absurd. The gap between the 2 floors was vast, and with the torrential rain, who could possibly achieve such a feat? Could it truly be someone from Dragon Arrow? Li Dao, a trusted subordinate of Wang Ning and a seasoned mercenary, understood well the implications of the name Dragon Arrow. He gripped the walkie-talkie tightly, connecting the remaining 3 men with Wang Ning's channel, and it declared, Boss, we should retreat for now. This individual may be formidable. What? Wang Ning bellowed. Retreat? Where to? Jump down? Damn it, Li Dao, have you lost your wits? He is but a worthless fool, a complete imbecile. Can 5 of us not slay him? Li Dao spoke with a voice filled with anguish. Boss, you don't understand. You cannot fathom the kind of monster that someone from the Dragon Arrow lineage truly is. I cannot let this go. He has killed 6 of my men and rendered my entire enterprise in Ning City to ruins. I will not find peace until he is dead. If you are afraid, then get lost. The remaining 3, follow me. I refuse to believe that he alone can stir up any trouble. Bang. At that moment, another gunshot echoed from the intercom. On the 3rd floor, the 3 mercenaries who had arrived early were just about to descend when they encountered a formidable resistance from Yufeng. 3 bullets whizzed past their skin, narrowly missing them. Report. That kid is at the staircase on the 2nd floor. He is likely already on his way up. Over. What? So soon? Li Dao's expression tightened. He just killed 2 men and has swiftly repositioned to launch an attack. Such speed. Does he not rest at all? Wang Ning shouted. We are coming to support you. Hold him off. Understood. With that, Wang Ning set down the intercom and hastened his descent from the 6th floor. Hearing this, Li Dao found himself with no alternative. Where could he retreat? This was the 6th floor. Was he to jump down? At this moment, they were caught in a perilous situation. Their sole option was to eliminate Yufeng. With that thought, he quickened his pace towards the 3rd floor. On the 3rd floor, the 3 mercenaries took cover in 3 distinct locations, creating varying angles of fire, firmly locking onto the position from which the shots had originated. They confirmed that the bastard had emerged from the staircase and was now hiding behind the wall. With only a few square meters of space and no windows, he was entirely in a dead zone. Once they found an opportunity, they could shoot him down. Zhang Ba tightened his grip on the trigger, breathing heavily. He glanced at his companions, Wang Wu and Jack, signaling the next phase of their plan. He would fire, drawing the bastard out, while the other 2 provided cover fire. Okay. The 2 nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Zhang Ba sprang to his feet, exposing his head to the open view, and began to unleash a barrage of gunfire into the darkness. In the next instant, a bullet hurtled towards him from the shadows. Upon hearing the distinct sound of gunfire, Zhang Ba quickly crouched down. He's coming. Fire now. He shouted. This was an excellent opportunity. The bastard would surely be caught off guard in such a brief time. However, When he looked toward his comrade Wang Wu, he was taken aback. A bullet had pierced through his forehead like a bulldozer. Blood trickling down his nose and dripping into his mouth, repeating the grim cycle. He was dead. How could this be? This guy. Is he a demon? Jack cursed vehemently. My God, that bastard has already pinpointed our positions. That shot wasn't he aimed at you. It was directed at Wang Wu's location. He anticipated your tactical maneuvers. Damn. How could this happen? Neither of the two could have foreseen that their meticulously crafted plan would, at this moment, seem so feeble, even somewhat foolish. It was akin to a 5-year-old attempting to compete with an adult in a survival game, utterly outmatched and defenseless. Yufeng had already foreseen their next move. Indeed, he had calculated it well. The synergy of the three was merely the most rudimentary combat approach. In past confrontations with the Wolf Fong, the tactics employed by 3 individuals were far from simplistic. In his view, the most potent strategy in the world could be summed up in one word: speed. Leaning against the wall, he had 4 bullets left in his fully loaded handgun. However, he had just restocked his supplies and had no concerns regarding resources. The reinforcements should be arriving soon. He needed to conclude this skirmish swiftly. According to Yufeng's assessment, there were at most 4 individuals within the factory. If all 4 charged simultaneously, it would spell trouble. With this thought, he rose, using the faint reflection to confirm that the positions of the other 2 remained unchanged. He abruptly rolled to the side, preparing to sprint towards the stairway to the 4th floor to reposition himself. Just then, from the 2nd floor stairwell, a camouflaged figure rushed in. Lin Yunnan strode forward, her brows furrowed into a tight line. The moment she spotted Yufeng, she raised her handgun, aiming directly at his head. Yufeng, I finally have you. I am officially arresting you for your intent to cause harm. Put down your weapon and assume a crouched position with your hands on your head. Lin Yunnan declared, her demeanor resolute, exuding authority. Yufeng's mind raced. What was she doing here? This was bad. Meanwhile, the other 2 seized the opportunity as Yufeng turned to look at Lin Yunnan, quickly raising their weapons to target her. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire erupted like a torrential downpour. Yufeng sidestepped as countless bullets whizzed past him, leaving searing wounds along his waist. He leaped and landed on the 2nd floor. And before Lin Yunnan could react, he swiftly seized her hands, twisted slightly, and disarmed her. Lin Yunnan's expression shifted dramatically. Such speed. She was taken aback. Just as she was about to unleash a torrent of invective, 2 mercenaries appeared a few meters away, raising their weapons to aim at her head. Bang! A shot rang out. Yufeng fired first, piercing Jack's skull, and then, clutching Lin Yunnan tightly, he rolled down the stairway from the 2nd floor. The entire sequence of actions was fluid. Speed was the essence. Boom. Outside, thunder rumbled ominously. Wang Wu, stunned, was momentarily paralyzed, forgetting to fire his weapon. Watching Jack collapse beside him, he was utterly dumbfounded. In the midst of evading pursuit, leaping down the stairs, and cradling a woman in his arms, he had managed to eliminate his own teammate. The man, is he a demon? Over the intercom, Wang Ning's furious shouts echoed. Get a grip. I'm coming. Let's go down together and eliminate him. Amidst the torrential downpour, 4 Rolls-Royces swiftly took a shortcut from the city highway, reaching the abandoned car factory in the shortest time possible. Dozens of bodyguards from the Yang family were fully armed. Even military-grade thermal imaging devices were at their side. Upon disembarking, they crouched and swiftly approached the factory entrance, seeking a suitable hiding spot to conceal themselves. Hurry. Use the thermal imaging device to check the situation inside the factory. Understood. After the lead bodyguard issued the command, one of the guards hastily mounted the thermal imaging device onto a drone, maneuvering it to soar to the top of the factory, observing the entire premises from a godlike perspective. Before long, news arrived. According to the thermal imaging device, there were 6 individuals inside the factory, 1 in the 6th floor restroom, 2 on the 1st floor, and 3 on the 2nd floor, all heading down to the 1st floor. It appeared that the one named Yufeng had already arrived and was confronting Wang Ning inside. We have arrived just in time. Let us charge in now. As the bodyguard prepared to rise and take his weapon inside, he was immediately restrained by the lead guard. Fool. Bullets do not discriminate. Rushing in is akin to courting death. Our purpose here is to retrieve the young lady and return to Ning City, not to partake in a senseless battle. He paused, reflecting for a moment before continuing. Although we are uncertain of the direct relationship between Yufeng and the young lady, who is willing to risk his life to rescue her, we cannot let such a golden opportunity slip away. It seems the young lady is indeed on the 6th floor. Wang Ning's men were on the 2nd and 3rd floors, and likely wouldn't return until the battle concluded. Old 3, Old 5. You two scale the 6th floor using grappling hooks, while we remain below to provide support. We must ensure the young lady is brought back safely. Yes. Upon receiving the command, the two bodyguards quickly retrieved their specialized climbing grappling hooks from their backpacks, identifying a suitable wall for their ascent. They were elite guards of the Yang family, rigorously trained, and benefiting from the favor of a prominent figure within the family. It was no exaggeration to say their combat prowess rivaled that of special forces. The 6th floor was hardly a challenge for them. They arrived at the ground floor. Gazing up at the 6th floor windows, swinging their grappling hooks a few times before forcefully hurling them upwards. With a resounding crash, the hooks shattered the window, securely catching in a recessed corner. After testing the strength of the grip, they secured the rope around their waists and began their ascent to the 6th floor. The battle on the 1st floor was of no concern to them. The sole mission entrusted to them by the Yang family patriarch was to rescue Yang Liru and depart without delay. To them, executing orders was a divine mandate that must be upheld. After a few minutes, they swiftly reached the 6th floor. Leaping through the window and locating the restroom according to the thermal imaging device's indications. With a powerful kick, they breached the door, and there before them stood Yang Liru, bound tightly with hemp ropes to a pillar. "Oh, don't come over, don't come over." Upon seeing them, Yang Liru initially mistook them for Wang Ning's deranged henchmen, and she shrieked in terror. A bodyguard shouted, "Miss, please lower your voice. It's us. We are sent by the master to rescue you." "Dad." Yang Liru calmed herself, observing their attire, which did not resemble Wang Ning's men. Their accents hinted at a connection to Ning Cheng. She confirmed, "Are you truly sent by my father?" "Indeed, miss. The master is waiting for you at young Master Jian's shop. He had intended to take you and young Master Jian home today, but due to unforeseen circumstances, he dispatched us. Miss, we must leave quickly. Time is of the essence." "Wait." One bodyguard approached to untie the ropes binding Yang Liru, but she quickly interjected, "Don't worry about me. Hurry downstairs and deal with Wang Ning. Uncle is still on the 1st floor. He is in danger. You must save him." The gunfire that echoed from downstairs had her nerves stretched to their breaking point. She was terrified that Uncle might be hurt because of her, that something terrible might occur. She prayed fervently while her heart raced with fear. Now that her people had arrived, Uncle was finally safe. But the next moment, the bodyguard's words shattered her heart. "I'm sorry, miss, but we cannot heed your request. The uncle you mentioned falls outside our jurisdiction. Our objective is to ensure your safe departure. Please, do not make this difficult for us." "What?" Yang Liru's eyes widened in disbelief. "No. If you do not go to save him, I will be a heartless wretch, abandoning my benefactor. Uncle risked everything to come to the factory for my sake. How can I leave him behind?" She could not bear the thought. Yang Liru was not the type to cower in fear for her life. If faced with the choice between her own life and Yu Feng's, she would gladly sacrifice herself rather than let him face danger. "Miss, this is the master's order. Please, do not complicate matters for us." The two bodyguards knelt before her, their respect palpable. "Complicate matters? Do you have no conscience? Uncle is in peril, and you expect me to be a coward and flee? Do you not understand he came here for me? Wang Ning wants to kill him. Do you comprehend?" Yang Liru screamed in desperation, her voice a feeble echo in the stillness of the night. Tears streamed down her cheeks. She could not abandon Yufeng like this. She had yet to express her feelings for him, to tell him how she had fallen for him at first sight. There were so many words left unspoken. How could she leave? "Miss, please do not make this difficult for us. Come with us." Yang Liru roared, "I will not go. I refuse to leave unless you go to save him." The two bodyguards exchanged glances, seemingly resigned to their fate. One of them stood up and approached Yang Liru, bending down slightly. "Miss, I am sorry. I must offend you. What are you planning to do?" Yang Liru's eyes widened in alarm. In the next moment, the man struck decisively at the nape of Yang Liru's neck with a hand like a cleaver. Crack! She immediately succumbed to unconsciousness, devoid of any awareness. "Quick! Take the young lady to the window and lower her down." "Understood." Together, they severed the ropes binding Yang Liru and carried her to the window. Using the rope from the grappling hook, they secured her, and then each took turns bearing her weight as they descended smoothly to the ground. Once the other descended in a similar manner, they returned to their leader. "Report, we have located the young lady." "Good, withdraw. Send a message to the master. We must inform him of the unrest expected in Jiacheng tonight and advise immediate departure." "Acknowledged." With that, a dozen individuals hurriedly departed, unnoticed. taking advantage of the chaos as Wang Ning's faction battled fiercely with Yu Feng to rescue Yang Liru. Meanwhile, in the power supply room on the first floor, Yu Feng was drenched in blood. Lin Yunnan was taken aback. Fueled by righteous indignation, she slammed her hands on the table in front of her uncle, Zhang Shitao, vehemently berating him as she flung the emblematic garments of legal authority onto his office floor, resigning on the spot. Her intent was to bring Yu Feng to justice, compelling him to confess his crimes. In her eyes, Yu Feng was nothing more than a ruthless villain, emboldened by his prowess, operating outside the law. And she harbored a deep-seated desire to obliterate him completely. As she pursued him to the abandoned automobile factory, having successfully tracked his whereabouts, she believed she was on the cusp of fulfilling her ambition. However, a twist of fate occurred when she drew her pistol, aiming it at Yu Feng's head. She was utterly unaware of the peril she faced. When she spotted two mercenaries raising their firearms towards her, she was left in a daze. She never anticipated the presence of others here. Even more astonishing was that Yu Feng, in a selfless act to save her, relinquished his chance to flee and, with overwhelming strength, rescued her, even dispatching one of the mercenaries in the process. Such power. Could he be from Longjin? A sudden thought surged in Lin Yunnan's mind as she observed Yu Feng, calm and composed, applying a bandage around his waist despite the pain. She hesitated for a moment. "I'm sorry, earlier." Her apology was abruptly interrupted by Yu Feng's icy voice. "Do you think you were remarkable?" He lifted his gaze, his tone sharp, piercing Lin Yunnan's very soul. She had never considered herself exceptional. "What do you mean?" Yu Feng replied coolly. "I mean nothing. Do you believe you have fortuitously encountered a suspect of significant stature, igniting within you an insatiable urge to apprehend me, so you can unjustly brand me with a baseless accusation and feel satisfied?" Lin Yunnan, momentarily stunned, furrowed her brows in anger. "Yu Feng, I warn you. Do not speak recklessly. What do you mean by a baseless accusation?" "I, Lin Yunnan, am not that kind of person," she retorted. "Are you not?" Yu Feng let out a cold smile, raising his head to fix his gaze upon the woman before him. He stood and declared, "This is our first encounter. Yet instead of urgently pursuing the whereabouts of the missing Yang Li, you have chosen to investigate me. In our second meeting, you harbored hostility towards me without even understanding the situation, appearing intent on arresting me, while the notorious Liu Sanpao goes unchecked. And for the third time, oh, but there is no third time, is there? I can surmise that many have advised you against confronting me tonight. Did you heed their warnings? Your camouflage attire indicates a recent resignation, yet even in your departure, you seem determined to pursue me, convinced of my guilt. To call you foolish would be an affront to the very definition of the word. Your professional integrity is lacking, and your judgment is severely flawed. Just now, you nearly placed me in peril. Had my reflexes not been swift, you would be a lifeless corpse by now. Pray tell, what manner of person are you?" Yu Feng suppressed the fury that surged within his chest, refraining from an outburst. Tears began to well in Lin Yunnan's eyes, and she found herself at a loss for words. It seemed as though she embodied everything Yu Feng had just described: foolish, arrogant, and self-deprecating. All descriptors of negativity seemed to fall short when applied to her. "I'm sorry." For the first time, Lin Yunnan uttered those words. Proud since childhood, she finally bowed her head in humility. She had to acknowledge that were it not for Yu Feng, she would have already met her demise. Enough of this. The priority now is to save lives. You must stay here and immediately find someone to secure this location. "And you?" Lin Yunnan inquired. "I shall eliminate these scoundrels." "Alone?" Yu Feng tightened his grip on his firearm. "Alone is sufficient." Meanwhile, on the second floor, Wang Ning, Li Dao, and Wang Wu walked together, their original group of over 10 now reduced to merely the three of them. "Damn it, this kid is remarkably resilient. He survived a barrage of gunfire." Wang Ning spat, his voice laced with anger. "Rest assured, he shall perish tonight." Li Dao's gaze was icy. He had personally brought his men, and with most of them now dead, he was determined to avenge his fallen brothers. Wang Wu, trailing behind, remained lost in the echoes of the recent battle, fear enveloping him like the dark clouds outside. Not even a single bullet had been able to end Yu Feng's life. Could the three of them truly succeed? He questioned his own capabilities, pondering whether they were courting death. Yet, was there any retreat left? Armed and resolute, the trio descended to the first floor. As they prepared to head toward the power supply room, a shadowy figure suddenly materialized in the corridor before them. "Hey, over there. Fire." Simultaneously, the three raised their weapons toward the apparition. Bang, bang, bang. In a mere instant, dozens of bullets were unleashed. "No one?" Wang Ning's eyes widened as he realized there was no sign of life in the corridor, not even a hair. They had been led astray. In a moment of chaos, a voice cut through the air, "Dodge, over there." Just as Wang Ning was about to unleash a tirade, he heard the rapid approach of footsteps behind him. Li Dao reacted swiftly, turning around and raising his firearm, only to find the dark muzzle aimed directly at his forehead. Panic set in as he instinctively pulled Wang Ning to crouch behind a nearby stone table, while Wang Wu dropped to the ground, seeking the nearest cover. Bang! A bullet sliced through the air. Ah, a competition of speed? Li Dao was a moment too late. The bullet pierced his ankle, blood gushing forth onto the floor as he let out a pained scream, veins bulging on his face. "Hurry, run," he gasped. When had this assailant appeared behind them? Wang Ning was still baffled. Hadn't someone just darted past in the corridor? How had Yufeng materialized behind them? The demonic footsteps extinguished any will to continue fighting. Hearing the urgency in Li Dao's voice, Wang Wu hastily picked up his weapon and fired at the source of the gunfire. Bang, bang, bang. Run. Li Dao struggled to rise. He was determined not to perish here, nor in a homeland that was not truly his. Yet, as he dared to show himself, another bullet came flying. Bang. Yufeng stood behind the iron bars, calmly aiming his gun at Li Dao. With ruthless precision, he fired. One shot, one kill. Like a demon of the night, he mercilessly reaped the lives of the wicked. Tonight, you shall perish, and before your demise, witness the agony. The bullet tore through Li Dao's forehead, delivering a fatal blow. His lifeless body stood momentarily upright before gradually, inexorably, toppling backward. Ah, Wang Ning was paralyzed with fear. This is a devil, a devil. Where is he? Where is he? Moments ago brimming with arrogance, he now found himself cowering. There exists within humanity a faction of individuals who, having never witnessed true strength, belittle and mock others from a place of perceived superiority. Yet, upon encountering genuine power, their pretense is shattered, revealing their frailty. Such individuals are aptly labeled as hypocritical cowards. Undeniably, Wang Ning belonged to this category. Before engaging with Yufeng, he had deemed him a worthless fool, utterly insignificant. But now, a singular thought consumed him. Flee. Run without pause. This individual was not human. How could he be so formidable? Yet, was it still possible to escape? Wang Ning felt the hair on his body stand on end, cold sweat cascading down his face. As the leader of a gang, he had never partaken in such confrontations, merely observing from a distance. He had believed it was a trivial matter, just a matter of moving one's fingers, aiming, and pulling the trigger. How simple. One could learn it in an instant. However, upon taking action, he realized he possessed no capacity to fight back. Yet, he remained oblivious to the fact that he was face to face with the king who, 5 years prior, had single-handedly crossed borders to annihilate the most elite mercenary group abroad, the Blade of the Nation, the king of the wolf pack. He swallowed hard, his gaze landing on the sole survivor, Wang Wu. "You, shoot," he commanded, gesturing with his pistol towards Wang Wu. "Me?" Wang Wu's face turned ashen. Firing at this moment would be akin to signing his own death warrant. He shook his head vehemently. "No way. This guy is a devil. He is a demon. I'll be killed. If you do not comply, I shall send you to meet the king of hell." With that, Wang Ning tightened his grip on the trigger. Wang Wu wiped the cold sweat from his brow and gripped his submachine gun tightly. "Fine, let us gamble." He swiftly drew a dagger from his waist and hurled it forward, then rose to unleash a torrent of bullets at everything in sight. Seizing this opportunity, Wang Ning immediately sprang to his feet and dashed towards the second floor. The exit was no longer an option. He could only use the hostage as leverage against him. "Damn it, are you betraying me?" Wang Wu cursed angrily. Just as he was about to turn, a shadow darted through the torrential rain ahead. He quickly ducked behind the wall, panting heavily. He had narrowly escaped death. This Wang Ning, even at the brink of death, contemplated selling him out for his own survival. How insidious. He cursed Wang Ning's ancestors 1,000 times in his heart, knowing full well that such thoughts were futile. In that moment, he had no choice but to confront Yufeng head-on. Thus, he produced a smoke grenade, tossing it to the right. And the fog swiftly enveloped the entire factory. Gripping his submachine gun tightly, he broke left, utilizing the visual advantage to confuse his opponent. However, just as he emerged, a bullet came flying in, striking his finger. Bang. "Apologies, but I see through your little schemes." Yufeng stood merely a few meters away. The dark muzzle of his gun aimed squarely at Wang Wu's head. Bang. The weapon slipped from Wang Wu's hand, along with a finger, falling to the ground. He clutched the wound from which blood gushed forth, his face paling as he swallowed hard. Where is he? Wang Wu pointed towards the second floor. Spare me, and I'll sell you my life. Bang. Without further ado, Yufeng shot him dead, allowing an uncertain factor to live only increase the odds of danger. Mercy towards an enemy is merely kindness towards oneself. Yufeng could be benevolent, but when he turned cold, the world would witness his terror. Having dealt with the last adversary, Yufeng ascended to the second floor, intent on pursuing Wang Ning. In the blink of an eye, Wang Ning had reached the sixth floor. Gasping for breath, with Yufeng hot on his heels, stopping would mean death. Soon, he arrived at the restroom, swung the door open, and intended to use Yang Liru as a hostage. But in the next moment, the sight before him caused his expression to change dramatically. Yang Liru was nowhere to be found. Where is she? Wang Ning distinctly remembered checking that the ropes binding Yang Liru were secure before leaving. Could it be that he could escape on his own? What on earth is happening? It's over. Without Yang Liru, how could he possibly have a hostage, and how could he still be alive? As long as the Green Mountains endure, there is no fear of lacking firewood. Yet, the verdant hills are swiftly diminishing, just as he was consumed by anxiety. The footsteps outside abruptly ceased. Hiss! Wang Ning took a deep breath, holding it tightly, his eyes turning pale as he raised his hand towards the entrance. The torrential rain outside continued unabated. The sound of sirens wafted through the air, enveloping the entire abandoned automobile factory. They have arrived. Wang Ning realized that he had no escape left, and at that moment, the door was violently kicked open. Bang! Bang! Before facing death, one must find a scapegoat. You wretched scoundrel, you have led to the downfall of my empire and the demise of all my brothers. I desire your death. You shall perish. He fired desperately, the bullets incessantly depleting, until at last, he had exhausted his ammunition. He pressed the trigger a few more times, only to realize that he was out of bullets. A look of terror instantly crossed his face, and at that very moment, the eerily calm visage of Yufeng appeared at the doorway. Yufeng stepped inside. Where is Li Ru? He questioned in a hushed tone. Are you inquiring about the young lady from the Yang family? Ha ha ha. Why should I disclose that to you? You are nothing but a mongrel, a worthless being. What purpose would it serve for me to inform you? Wang Ning's face contorted with rage, but at that final moment, he unexpectedly relinquished his grip. Downstairs, a formidable throng of dozens surged into the factory, locating the power supply room where the bewildered Lin Yunan stood. They escorted him out, and then began to ascend the stairs. Leading the charge was none other than Zhang Shitao himself. Yufeng let out a chilling smile. He discarded his firearm and drew a dagger from his waist, approaching Wang Ning. What do you intend to do? Slap. With a swift kick, Wang Ning was sent sprawling to the ground. You wretched scoundrel, how dare you? Before he could finish his sentence, Yufeng gripped the dagger tightly and mercilessly plunged it into his kneecap, with a rotation of 180 degrees. Flesh and sinew were violently torn apart into strips. Blood surged forth in a torrent. Ah! Wang Ning moaned in agony. Yet, this was not the end. Yufeng drew out a dagger and, employing the same technique, plunged it into his other leg. Bastard, you. You have the audacity to kill me. Kill me? Kill you? That would be too lenient. Yufeng coldly remarked. The knee, in the realm of traditional Chinese medicine, is considered a rigid joint. Little do they realize that, on certain levels, it is also a position that can inflict the most torment upon a person, as well as safeguard one's life. I possess 1,000 methods of torment, far more tragic than the 10 ancient tortures. The night is long, and we can explore each one. What do you think? His voice was chillingly cold, instilling a sense of fear in Wang Ning. I am truly terrified. Rather than falling into Feng's hands, I would prefer to be taken away by the people of Jiangcheng. At least there would be prison meals to sustain me. Deep within, he has fundamentally altered my perception of Feng. He is nothing like the description of a rustic bumpkin from the investigative materials. His cruelty, his indifference, his prowess. He is far from an ordinary individual. Tell me, Li Ru, where is she? I don't know. I truly don't know. He was on the verge of tears. Yufeng narrowed his eyes, drew his dagger, and plunged it in again, changing angles to tear apart the remaining flesh. Ah, please, spare me. I really don't know. I swear, I didn't see her here when I returned. I remember it clearly. I am not lying. You can search for yourself. Wang Ning cried out in response. Just then, hurried footsteps approached from outside the door. Zhang Shitao pushed the door open and was met with the gruesome scene before him, causing his stomach to churn violently. Ugh, it's so bloody. Wiping his mouth, Zhang Shitao quickly turned to Yufeng and said, You must be Yufeng. Old Lu asked me to convey a message. He knows everything, and he will seek justice for your brother's grievances. Have you found Yang Liru? Yufeng inquired. Who? Yang Liru? A girl. Yufeng's tone was urgent. No, we've searched the entire building. It's just you and Wang Ning, along with those corpses. By the way, thanks for helping me catch this guy. You truly live up to old Lu's expectations. Before he could finish, Yufeng shoved Zhang Shitao aside and rushed downstairs. Wang Ning was not lying. Yang Liru had vanished. Just as she had during the incident at the Huamei group, mysteriously gone. Where are you going? Zhang Shitao's expression changed dramatically as he asked. Yufeng did not respond. He had not come to capture Wang Ning. He was there for Yang Liru, the girl he had let down. The one who waited for him every night until dawn, the only girl who had ever tried to make him smile. The last time, he had not sought her out. But this time, he would find her. No matter the distance, no matter the peril, whether in heaven or hell. Liru, wait for me. I will surely find you. Yufeng was uncertain of Yang Liru's whereabouts, but it was precisely this uncertainty that compelled him to search. An ambiguous answer necessitated contemplation to resolve. Doing nothing would lead to stagnation, and fortune would not always favor the idle. Life is too brief. Suitable companions are even rarer. When encountered, they must be cherished. In his infancy, Liru was abandoned by her parents in the wilderness, helpless and alone, during a mission with the wolf Fang. He had been unable to save Wang San in a critical moment, resulting in a loss that cost a life. His parents were lost, his brother was dead. He could not allow those he cared for to vanish again. The moment he left the factory, he sprinted back to his Audi, almost matching the speed of his arrival. Reaching Jiang City in 20 minutes. He arrived at the employee dormitory of the Gao Group, ignoring the security guards at the entrance as he rushed in search of her. But to no avail. He drove to the bar mentioned in the text, hoping she might have returned there to wait for him, but still no sign of her. At last, he arrived at the square where he had last seen Yang Liru. Standing alone in the rain before the closed doors of the restaurant, Yang Liru was not here. Liru. The thunder rumbled continuously in the sky. The torrential rain fell, its sound resembling the mocking of firecrackers, as if to deride him for arriving too late. He clutched his phone tightly. The luminous screen displayed countless messages that belonged solely to Yang Liru, each read repeatedly. If only I could have seen her a little sooner. How wonderful that would be. Has it truly come to this, that I have missed her? Liru, I am sorry. I am sorry. He crouched down, cradling his head in his hands, his eyes wide and reddened. The rain beat down upon him, and memories flashed through his mind like scenes from a film. Uncle, eat the buns while they're hot. Uncle, are you saving me because you like me? Uncle, young man, young man. At that moment, a woman sweeping the street approached with an umbrella. Her face filled with concern. It was quite unusual for an adult to be crouched and crying in front of a restaurant on such a rainy day. Something must be troubling him. Yufeng offered no response. The woman furrowed her brow, sighed, and held the umbrella over Yufeng's head while she herself stood in the rain. Young man, this world is inherently filled with injustices. It is impossible for life to be smooth sailing all the time. Enduring hardships is, in fact, society's way of honing your character. For ordinary folks like us, the only path upon entering society is through hard work. There is no other way. I understand your current predicament. It must be exhausting. Yet, no matter how weary you feel, you must realize that we are not privileged. We have no one to rely on but ourselves. Furthermore, being wealthy is no easy feat. Take, for instance, the owner of this establishment, Yang Jian, who recently spent over $1 million to acquire this shop. Just moments ago, he was taken away by his father and a group of people to inherit the family fortune. We simply cannot compare. Yufeng. He paused momentarily, the images in his mind fading, replaced by the name Yang Jian. Yang Jian. Yang Liru. The Yang surname. Did he not purchase the shop just a few days ago? Was it not precisely during that time that Yang Liru brought me here to distribute flyers? She mentioned having found an excellent job. Just recently, the owner, Yang Jian, was taken away by his father. Could it be? A thought emerged in Yufeng's mind. It seemed he had discovered a lead. He quickly rose and turned to the woman. What is the matter? Have you figured it out? She asked, a bright smile on her face. Yufeng hurriedly inquired. Annie, how long ago did the owner leave? Let me think. It seems to have been just over half an hour ago. The owner's father received a phone call. His expression was initially serious, but then he seemed much more relaxed as he took the owner away in the car. What is going on? Thank you, Auntie. I understand now. After speaking, Yufeng took out his phone and approached a surveillance camera, where he could observe the surroundings of the restaurant. He then dialed a number. Beep. The call connected. Lu Mashin's voice came through first. Yufeng, I am already aware of the factory situation. Zhang Shidao has reported to me. You performed admirably this time. Wang Ning is a man of extreme malice. Capturing him is akin to eradicating a malignant tumor. Your contributions are substantial, and I shall ensure they are duly noted. Rest assured, I will also have my people investigate your brother's matter with utmost diligence. That Meng Hai, along with that young man from the Long family, will undoubtedly face severe repercussions. I will provide your brother with the truth. Lu Mashing assured him, confident in his position and influence at his age. A mere stamp of his foot could cause tremors across various sectors. His words, once spoken, could alter the course of an ordinary person's life, potentially impacting their entire future. Thank you, but the reason I called is to request your assistance in tracking down a vehicle, Yufeng said. A vehicle? Lu Mashing's brow furrowed slightly. What vehicle? I don't know, but I have an address and would like you to investigate it. This is the only lead I currently possess, although it is merely a conjecture. It is worth exploring. All right, send me the address. Yes. Subsequently, Yufeng sent the location of the restaurant via his phone, specifically noting the most extravagant car parked in front of it. After sending the message, he continued, holding the phone to his ear. All right, Lu sir, I've sent you the address, and there is one more favor I would like to ask. Consider it done. You are a key contributor in this incident. Capturing Wang Ning means I will fulfill any request you have. Lu Mashing replied generously, feeling grateful. Yufeng pondered for a moment before speaking. I may need to leave Jiang City for a while. I have managed to secure my brother's life, and I hope you can arrange for someone to look after him. Additionally, please keep my whereabouts and investigations confidential. Do not disclose them to my brother. Yufeng wished to spare anyone from worrying about him. He intended to search for Yang Liru alone. During this time, he remained uncertain of whether his brother might still be in danger, and he needed to prepare thoroughly before departing. All right, I promise you, until your return, not a single hair on your brother's head will be harmed in Jiang City. Thank you. Well then, goodbye, Lu sir. Take care. Goodbye, Wolf King. I await your return. Click. The call ended and Yufeng returned to his apartment. After packing his belongings, he received information from Lu Mashing's contacts regarding the vehicle. It had entered Ning City. He then sought a designated driver online to return the Audi to the original hotel and hand it back to Mr. Dong before setting off towards the train station. Ning City. Here I come. Liru, will you be there? In the abandoned automobile factory, countless workers donned white coats, meticulously tidying up the aftermath. The ground was soaked with blood, saturating the air with a grotesque scent that made anyone who entered feel nauseated. Each corpse bore the marks of gunfire to the head, executed in a factory devoid of power, where visibility was utterly compromised, a display of terrifying combat prowess. It is unfathomable to conceive how one could achieve such lethal efficiency in battle under such dire circumstances. These fallen individuals were no mere thugs. Each had once been a formidable warrior from the oldest mercenary factions abroad. If even they, united, could not vanquish a single foe, who could possibly stand in the way of someone intent on malevolence? The answer remains elusive, yet it is a question that need not be answered. When Yufeng entered the Wolf Fong organization, pledging allegiance to the two supreme beings, the medical sage and the martial sage, he vowed never to become a traitor in this life. To live as a member of Wolf Fong, to die with the spirit of Wolf Fong, betrayal was not an option. From the sixth-floor window, he gazed upon Wang Ning, whose legs lay crippled, his knees a gruesome mess of flesh and blood. Zhang Shidao shook his head in resignation. If you knew this would be your fate, why flee from Ning City that day? Why endure this? He remarked. Wang Ning's consciousness remained alert, as Yufeng had stated. The agony of watching his own blood seep away was excruciatingly brutal enough to keep him from fainting. The cold expression of Yufeng was indelibly etched in his mind. Given another chance, he would never have returned to Jiang City. Clenching his fists, he stared at Zhang Shidao. From what you just told him, it seems this fellow's identity is anything but ordinary. A look of reverence spread across Zhang Shidao's face. As a figure of authority in Jiang City, his knowledge far surpassed that of many influential families. Moreover, following old Lu's directive, he had nearly discerned Yufeng's true identity. After the conclusion of today's battle, he could now confirm that this was the protagonist behind the incident that had incited old Lu's furious retirement, the Wolf King. Indeed, he is extraordinary. I initially thought you would vanish after fleeing Ning City, yet you returned to seek him out. It's akin to courting death. Zhang Shidao remarked nonchalantly. Wang Ning tightened his fists. Before my subordinate perished, he mentioned he might hail from Long. Arrow, is that true? Why should I disclose that to you? Zhang Shitao retorted, tilting his head. Huh. Wang Ming scoffed lightly. At the very least, grant me clarity before I meet my end. I was once a formidable figure. It irks me to think I am falling at the hands of some rural boy. Thus, it is as I suspected. Zhang Shitao nodded, finding some merit in his reasoning. After a prolonged contemplation, he turned back and cryptically stated, to reveal his true identity to you is a fanciful dream. However, to draw an analogy, I believe that even the combined strength of all those from Long Arrow would pale in comparison to the power of this individual by a mere fingertip. What? In an instant, Wang Ming's complexion turned ashen. Was it true that the dragon Arrow was inferior to him by even a mere fingertip? Suddenly, a memory surfaced 5 years prior, upon returning from abroad with a cadre of retired mercenaries. He had chanced upon a legend. In the distant eastern border, a group of so-called rising stars in the mercenary world wreaked havoc upon the land, slaughtering hundreds of innocent lives and even mocking the local strongmen, only to be utterly annihilated in the end. Their demise occurred 10 kilometers beyond the border, deep within the primal forest. The obliteration of this audacious and formidable mercenary faction was accomplished by a single individual. This lone figure, wielding a sniper rifle, stood amidst the heavy snowfall, firing countless shots into the sky. He severed the bodies in half, decapitating them and placing their heads before the graves of his fallen comrades, kneeling in mourning for 5 days without rise. After this event, there were no further reports of this mysterious individual. Was it truly him? Alone, he had vanquished over 30 elite mercenaries. In that moment, a sense of respect washed over him, and his face turned ashen as he finally comprehended the magnitude of the peril he had invoked. It dawned on him, he had been courting death all along. He murmured, his vision blurring until he fainted. Observing him, Zhang Shitao shook his head and gestured to a staff member. Take him back, confine him for 24 hours, and contact someone from Ningqing to take him away. Understood. After relaying his orders, Zhang Shitao turned to descend to the first floor, leaving the remaining matters to others. For he had a pressing issue to address, the Lung family. Although Langshan had been detained, the power of the Lung family was not to be underestimated. As he approached the entrance, he was met by 10 young men clad in black suits, wearing sunglasses, exuding an air of authority. The convoy of jeeps behind them bore Beijing plates. Eagle halted directly in front of Zhang Shitao. Who are you? Zhang Shitao inquired gravely. Eagle reached into his coat, producing an identification badge that materialized before Zhang's eyes. What? Zhang Shitao's complexion drained of color, nearly reeling back as cold sweat broke forth. The Intelligence Bureau. It commanded all intelligence organizations, overseeing global confidential messages, known as the School of Spies. Wait, wasn't the Intelligence Bureau solely under the jurisdiction of the Ji family? Could it be that the call he received from Beijing earlier was a delegation from the Ji family? What brings you here? Zhang Shitao managed to suppress his shock as he asked. Where is your phone? According to intelligence, Eagle had pursued him here, but due to inclement weather, his team had been worn down after days of relentless searching, resulting in a significantly slower pace than Zhang Shitao's. By the time they arrived, the battle had already concluded. Zhang Shitao hesitated. What business do you have with him? Speak. Where is he? Eagle's patience was wearing thin. He was in urgent need. The elder of the Ji family was equally anxious. Should Mr. Nan, still in a state of unconsciousness, awaken to discover that his only son is alive, his urgency would surpass that of all others. Zhang Shitao, however, did not immediately divulge Yufeng's whereabouts due to Mi Daixi's identity, particularly after receiving a call from old Lu just moments prior. He shook his head, saying, I'm afraid I cannot disclose that information. I have been instructed not to. Who? Eagle narrowed his eyes. That individual is beyond your authority to inquire about. None of us possess that privilege. Eagle's vigilance heightened. There were only a few individuals globally who could elude questioning, even by Mi Daixi of the Ji family. What should we do now, Mr. Eagle? Inquired a bodyguard nearby. Eagle pondered for a moment before responding, let us return and report this information to the old master. Additionally, send someone to investigate Prince Sun's circumstances over the past decade, and do so with utmost urgency. Yes, sir. Within an hour, the news of Yufeng, the younger brother of Yushan, the son-in-law of the third-rate Gao family in Jiang City, wreaking havoc at the banquet of the esteemed Dong family, spread throughout the upper echelons of society. It was not long before everyone was discussing Yufeng's folly in disrupting the banquet, deeming it a death wish. It was common knowledge that once Dong Xiao's legs healed, he would undoubtedly inherit the position of heir to the Dong family, gradually assimilating their business and resources. The banquet was precisely when Dong Xiao had announced his ascension to that title. To cause a ruckus at such a pivotal moment, disregarding the identities of young Master Lang and Meng Hai, was akin to slapping the Dong family in the face. No one anticipated that Yu Feng would survive to comprehend the gravity of his actions. Even the Gao family would face repercussions. Meanwhile, certain pieces of information seemed deliberately concealed from public knowledge, such as Yu Feng single-handedly eliminating 8 mercenaries and capturing Wang Ning, or that he was the one who had healed Dong Xiao's legs. Furthermore, there was the matter of Yu Feng's true identity. That evening, all attendees at the banquet were cautioned by Old Master Dong not to disseminate the fact that Yu Feng was Dong Sheng's benefactor. Even Dong Sheng himself was prohibited from revealing any information regarding Yu Feng. Everyone was baffled as to why such an edict had been issued. Dong Sheng was perplexed. Meng Hai was bewildered. Gao Yushuang was equally mystified. At 7 o'clock, after everyone had signed confidentiality agreements, they dispersed. Meng Hai sat in his car. The image of Yu Feng, the murderous fiend, lingering in his mind, refusing to dissipate. In the vast expanse of the heavens, the wicked shall suffer divine retribution. He repeatedly muttered, his voice quivering. Divine retribution? He clenched his fists, his 10 fingers cracking ominously. What do you think you are? Do you believe yourself a judge? Do you think your physical prowess grants you the right to shatter my son's legs? He understood that after this night, the so-called master-servant relationship between him and young Master Dong Sheng would irrevocably shatter. The reason the elder of the Dong family insisted on confidentiality from everyone was, in his view, to honor Dong Sheng, but primarily to keep Yu Feng's talents from being recognized and preemptively courted by others. As for his identity, in the elder's eyes, he was merely the contemptible younger brother of a son-in-law, an utterly incomparable mongrel, a wild boy. Do not think that with the Dong family backing you, you can act with impunity. I refuse to believe that, combined with the head of the Lung family, we cannot put an end to you. With that, he revved the engine and drove towards the hospital, returning to his son Meng Ru's room. Upon entering, he saw 2 corners of the room stained with tears, as if it were intentional. He sobbed, Son, you have lost so much weight these past few days. You used to be so tall and formidable, but now, you are almost as thin as a stick. It's all that bastard Yu Feng's doing. Rest assured, Mother will seek justice for you. I will make that scoundrel pay a painful price. At that moment, Meng Hai stood at the door. Dad, Wang Mei, upon hearing this, turned her head and quickly asked Meng Hai, How is it? Have you found the doctor who can heal Dong Xiao's legs? Meng Hai nodded. Found him? Wang Mei finally breathed a sigh of relief, her expression easing. That's good, that's good. If we have found him, our son's legs can be treated as well. Excellent. Where is he? Why haven't you brought him here? I couldn't bring him. Meng Hai replied coldly. What? Wang Mei exclaimed in surprise. Why not? Wasn't it said that he was found? How could you not bring him? Are you jesting with me? Do you know who he is? Meng Hai retorted. Who? Yu Feng. In an instant, the atmosphere in the room turned oppressive, as frigid as ice. Yu Feng. It was actually him. Wang Mei's eyes went blank, and Meng Ru, lying on the hospital bed, felt despondent, his face filled with disappointment. Was the heavens playing a cruel joke on them? Or was it true that the one who broke Meng Ru's legs was Yu Feng, and now the only person capable of helping him stand again was also Yu Feng? Even if it were a game, it was an unthinkable one. Why? This Yu Feng. Is heaven sincerely trying to pit us against him? Wang Mei shouted in fury, her anger erupting. Dad, what should we do? Meng Ru, with a sorrowful expression, turned his gaze towards his father. Must I endure a lifetime of this condition? I do not know. Meng Hai lowered his head. Suddenly, Meng Ru's eyes blazed with intensity. Dad, since this Yu Feng cannot coexist with us, if I cannot recover, then he should not expect to live well either. Let him die? I beg you, Dad. Hire someone to run him over, along with that Yushan and the gang from the Gao family. Let them pay for my legs with their lives. Yes. If I cannot be well, then neither should he. At this point, if there is nothing left to be done, let Yu Feng find himself in the same plight as mine. Wang Mei nodded, her face contorted with rage. Let him die, regardless of the cost. So what if he is the savior of the young master of the Dong family? Kill him, have someone eliminate him. Who would know? Indeed, father. The 2 spoke in unison, both desiring Yu Feng's demise. Yes, Meng Hai, too, harbored such thoughts. He certainly wished for it, and he was acutely aware that the young master of the Lung family, whose limbs had been shattered, was currently undergoing emergency surgery, with the head of the Lung family present. Alone, he was insufficient. He needed to collaborate with the head of the Lung family to eradicate Yu Feng. I understand. With that, Meng Hai turned to leave, but just then, a phone call rang out from afar. Hello? He brought the phone to his ear. Speak quickly, I have no time to waste. Li Rin. Chairman? Meng Hai immediately altered his tone, becoming obsequious. Chairman, I didn't realize it was you. I apologize, truly sorry you Meng Hai. Carry yourself with such arrogance, unable to spare even a moment. No wonder you have committed such absurdities. A chill ran down Meng Hai's spine. It was unusual for the chairman, who had always supported him, to speak in such a manner. Chairman, you need not speak. I am merely calling to convey the board's decision following our recent meeting. Effective tomorrow, you are no longer required to come to work. A replacement will take over your responsibilities. Collect your salary for this month, pack your belongings, and leave. Our bank has no need for a self-serving, morally bankrupt individual like you. You know full well what you have done. I need not elaborate further. With that, the call abruptly ended. I have been dismissed. Meng Hai panicked. The Dong family had gone so far as to ruin him for the sake of Yufeng. Yufeng, I, Meng Hai, will not let this rest. Simultaneously, the enraged head of the Long family, Long Feng, bellowed with fury. He stood on the balcony of Lang Chen's villa, the desolate room echoing the coldness of an uncertain future. Perhaps this indeed was the case. After Zhang Shitao dispatched someone to monitor Lang Chen around the clock, several grave charges, accompanied by compelling evidence, were presented before him. It was a recording captured by a special camera positioned at the entrance of room 502. The accusations were dire: poisoning the son-in-law of the Gao family, Yu Shan, and attempting to frame Yu Feng for the crime. Prior to this, he had used the same slow-acting poison on Miss Gao Yuru, a minor, a girl still in her youth. 3 charges severe enough to condemn Lang Chen to a lifetime behind bars. Yet, he seethed with hatred. The cold wind narrowed his eyes, and the cigar at the corner of his mouth had unknowingly burned down to its last segment, the acrid smoke dissipating into the air until it vanished completely. He extinguished the cigar. Son, I am aware of the grievances between you and that bastard Yufeng. You should have informed me earlier. Dealing with such a brute who resorts to violence is a matter I can handle in 1,000 different ways, ensuring he suffers a fate worse than death. Why must you involve yourself and bring trouble upon your own head? Rest assured, since you have lost your limbs and your future due to those dogs from the Yu family, I will ensure they do not escape retribution. I will have a third-rate family pay the price for your misfortune. With that, he decisively made a phone call. Half an hour later, all the branch managers responsible for the Cold family's raw stone import and export business were summoned in the dead of night to the villa. The Gao family was primarily engaged in the jewelry business, with jade being their main source of revenue. Gao Yushuang had previously disregarded Cold Chin's advances and collaborated with the Cold family for access to their raw stone resources. By acquiring these resources, the Gao family could save tens of millions by avoiding expensive imports of jade from abroad. This was the reason why outsiders speculated that there was an ambiguous relationship between Gao Yushuang and Cold Chin. However, with Cold Chin's downfall, the Gao family was poised to be the first entity to suffer consequences following Yu Feng's impulsive actions. On the first floor of the villa, the general manager responsible for the Cold family's raw stone resources sat solemnly on the sofa. Upon seeing Cold Feng descend from the second floor, a dozen individuals stood in unison, bowing respectfully in greeting. Good evening, boss. You are aware of tonight's events, correct? Cold Feng, with a dark expression, stood at the entrance. Yes, boss. That arrogant brother of Gao's son-in-law, Yu Feng, has gone too far, breaking our young master's limbs and now putting him at risk of imprisonment. This matter will not be resolved so easily. Only Cold Chin attended the banquet at the Dong family that night, and due to confidentiality agreements, no one dared to disclose the relationship between Yu Feng and the Dong family's young master. Thus, this group of individuals remained oblivious to the fact that the benefactor the Dong family was desperately seeking was, in fact, Yu Feng. In their eyes, Yu Feng was merely a fool who resorted to violence, a powerless, impoverished country boy. No, this cannot be allowed to pass. Our young master has lost his future, and those 2 scoundrels must pay a heavy price. Cold Feng nodded. Yushan's current fate is uncertain. Zhang Shitao has dispatched many to care for him, so we cannot touch him for now. As for Yu Feng, his whereabouts are also unknown, but I have heard that Zhang Shitao later sent people to pursue him. It won't be long before we receive news. As long as he remains in Jiang City, I have ways to ensure his silent demise. However, for now, we must recoup some interest. What shall we do, boss? Each individual stood ready for action. Notify immediately to terminate all collaborations between the Lung family and the Gao group. That Yu Feng was brought here by the Gao family, and my son has fallen into this predicament because of her, Gao Yushuang. Do they think they can sever ties so easily? Not a chance. With that, Longfeng continued to issue commands. Furthermore, Lao Han informed the foreign jewelry companies closely collaborating with us to remove all Gao family jewelry from their shelves and terminate their contracts. Understood, boss. Lao Yu. Here, boss. Reach out to the foreign owners of raw stone mines collaborating with the Gao family. Send them a message. If they do not sever their ties with the Gao family within a day, the Lung family, along with all its resources, will exert formidable pressure on them until they are swallowed up. Let them weigh the consequences themselves. Yes, boss. In just a few minutes, a series of orders were dispatched. If anyone were to inquire about the disparity between a third-rate family and a second-rate family, the answer would undoubtedly be resources. Resources determine status. Resources dictate wealth. Resources shape a family's future. If a second-rate family decides to suppress a third-rate family, they are not merely confronting one family, but an immense commercial resource. Half an hour after the orders were issued, the jade industry was stirred up at 8 o'clock in the evening. Almost simultaneously, all renowned foreign raw stone mine owners announced they were terminating their collaborations with the Gao family. In addition, prestigious jewelry stores across various regions released statements, dissolving their partnerships with the Gao family and removing all Gao family jewelry, never to collaborate again. The mere emergence of these two pieces of news sent ripples through the community. At this moment, astute observers recalled the events that transpired at the Dong family banquet earlier that day. They reached a conclusion. The Gao family must bear a heavy price for Yu Feng's actions against Lung Chen today. Meanwhile, Gao Yushuang was walking home in the rain. She had not driven, as the day's events had left her profoundly shaken. The demeanor of the esteemed Dong family's heir, Yu Feng, and Yu Feng's judgment-like posture, utterly transformed from before, bore no resemblance to that of a recently released prisoner. Moreover, there was the news about Yushan. Yushan, poisoned to death? Is it true? If it were not, how could Yu Feng have gone mad at the banquet? Is it true? Gao Yushuang looked up, inadvertently arriving at the first hospital of Jiang City. In the next moment, she rushed into the hospital, heading towards Yushan's ward. However, upon reaching the 6th floor, she found a group of uniformed personnel firmly guarding the door. Halt! Who are you? A young man glared at Gao Yushuang, blocking her way. I'm Yushan's wife. How is he? Is he all right? That bastard from the Long family, did he really poison him? Tell me. I need to know the truth. Gao Yushuang shouted, her face flushed with emotion. Two staff members exchanged a glance. You must be Gao Yushuang. Please, go in. Your husband is fine. Fortunately, his brother saved him in time, or it could have been disastrous. With those words, Gao Yushuang rushed into the hospital room. Tears streamed down her cheeks, cascading from the corners of her eyes. She approached the bedside, carefully scrutinizing Yushan's gaunt face. The two staff members exchanged knowing looks and discreetly closed the door, allowing the couple a moment of privacy. Yushan remained in a state of unconsciousness, while Gao Yushuang sat at his bedside, gently caressing his face with one hand. Memories of their past began to flood her mind. She wept, and then smiled, reminiscing about all that Yushan had done for her, feeling a mix of emotions, both touched and amused. But as her smile lingered, a sudden wave of guilt washed over her. Bowing her head, she murmured, I'm sorry. Yushan, these years, I truly have wronged you. It was never my intention. I merely wish for you to be more confident. There is truly nothing between Langchen and me. I was only using him. Please don't misunderstand. I don't want a divorce. I genuinely don't. That day at the company, the things I said about your brother, I admit I was rather excessive. I thought your brother was at fault, but only today did I realize it was I who was mistaken. I shouldn't have treated him like a scoundrel from the very first meeting, slapping him without an apology. I shouldn't have misjudged him at Rua's birthday party. Nor should I have uttered such words. I'm sorry. Your brother is a good person. He is not a scoundrel, Yushan. Can you hear me? In that moment, Gao Yushuang wept loudly, shattering her long-held pride. It was only when Yu Feng sought justice for Yushan at the Dong family banquet that she truly comprehended her folly. She felt like a mere joke. The very person she had deemed a scoundrel, Yu Feng, had rescued their daughter Rua twice, yet she hadn't even expressed her gratitude. Furthermore, Yu Feng had clashed with Meng Hai's son for the sake of justice, while she had condemned him based solely on rumors, even plotting against him. Additionally, at the Dong family banquet, she had naively believed Lang Chen's slanderous words and had slapped Yu Feng twice. Yet, what had Yu Feng done? He had repaid malice with kindness. He did not retaliate against her. Instead, he sought justice for Yushan in his own way. In comparison to him, she was merely a self-righteous, prideful, and foolish woman. She had come to a profound realization of her mistakes. She had apologized. Just moments after her words fell silent, Yushan's hand suddenly stirred. Then, a cacophony of thunderous winds filled his ears. He awoke. He had heard the words of his wife, Gao Yushuang. And at that moment, a faint smile crept upon his lips, a genuine expression of joy gracing his face. Wife, Gao Yushuang. She widened her eyes in astonishment, staring at Yushan, overwhelmed with joy and longing. I told you, my brother is a good person, isn't that right? Yushan expended the last vestiges of his strength to raise a thumb in acknowledgement towards Gao Yushuang. She nodded vigorously, wiping away her tears as she did so. Without a hint of contradiction, her head continuing to bob in agreement. Soon, the hospital doctors received the news and rushed into the ward to conduct a thorough examination of Yushan. This marked yet another miracle following Dong Xing's recovery of his legs. At 10 o'clock that night, at Jiang City Airport, all flights destined for distant locales were grounded due to a phone call from the capital, causing significant delays. Dozens of aircraft remained orderly at the boarding gates, hesitant to move. Outside the airport, all roads within a 3-kilometer radius were cordoned off with barriers, completely sealed off. Only 5 luxurious Lincoln limousines were permitted entry, leaving no room for private vehicles. Half an hour later, upon hearing the news, the influential figures of Jiang City hurriedly dressed and had cars sent to the airport to greet the esteemed visitor. They stopped at the barrier 3 kilometers away and proceeded on foot. Even if they had to crawl, they would reach that destination, for the esteemed elder had arrived. Onlookers at the airport collectively gasped at the sight. Was there an eminent person visiting today? These powerful figures, typically only seen on television, had come in person, and on foot no less. Whispering amongst themselves, they noted the heavily armed soldiers stationed below, speculating that the visitor must be of considerable importance. An hour later, a private jet from the capital descended gracefully upon the runway. Shortly thereafter, an elderly gentleman clad in a Zhongshan suit, exuding an aura of authority, emerged from a special passageway, flanked by a cadre of suited bodyguards. As he stepped out, the influential figures on either side of the barricade bowed in deference, greeting him with respect. Patriarch Ji, auspicious. It was indeed the esteemed elder Ji of the Ji family making a personal appearance. 10 minutes later, within a Lincoln stretch limousine, Elder Ji sat upon a leather sofa, casting a stern gaze at Elder Dong. Despite being the patriarch of one of Jiang City's premier families, he appeared as insignificant as an ant in the presence of Elder Ji. After receiving a report from Ing, Elder Ji narrowed his eyes. So, the command I entrusted to you is merely a trifle in your eyes? You allowed my only grandson to be lured away by a group of dangerous elements? The single, succinct statement was laden with the invisible pressure of authority. Elder Dong's face blanched, and he felt an overwhelming discomfort as if engulfed in flames. Elder Ji, I am truly sorry. I did not anticipate that the young man who disrupted the banquet was your grandson. Had I known, I would have ensured that not even my own family dared to lay a hand on young Master Ji. I assure you, it was not my intention. Please, I implore you, enough. Old Master Ji, disinterested in idle chatter, immediately arranged for a plane upon receiving news from the Eagle and hastened to his destination. Eagle, what is the current situation? He inquired. The Eagle continued his report to the head of the family. It has been confirmed that after the young master was sent out of Beijing, he was rescued by a formidable individual and subsequently adopted by the Yu family in Jiacheng. In other words, the brother of Yushan, the son-in-law of the third-rate Gao family in Jiacheng, is none other than Prince Sun. Is this confirmed? Indeed. The photograph of Prince Sun in the records was shown to the hospital nurse for verification, and it matched perfectly. However, there are some peculiarities in Prince Sun's file. At this point, the Eagle deliberately paused, casting a furtive glance at Old Master Dong. Recognizing the cue, Old Master Dong promptly stated, Old Ji, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Rest assured, I will dispatch all members of the Dong family to search for news of Prince Sun. With that, he discreetly departed. Speak. Old Master Ji furrowed his brow. Yes. The Eagle gestured towards a document in his hand, saying, the records from Prince Sun's age 17 to 25 are entirely blank, with no information available. Even with the highest authority of the Secret Intelligence Bureau, we cannot uncover anything. I suspect Prince Sun may have been involved with the Dragon Arrow. What? Dragon Arrow? The name of Dragon Arrow reverberated with renown. Old Master Ji's expression grew grave, before he suddenly erupted into laughter. Truly worthy of the bloodline of the Ji family, to have been part of Dragon Arrow. The offspring of the capital's noble families are but ants in comparison. He was acutely aware of the extraordinary individuals within Dragon Arrow. It is no exaggeration to say that among 1,000,000 youths, it is exceedingly rare to find one qualified to enter Dragon Arrow. It is a sanctuary for prodigies from all corners of the world, computer geniuses, espionage experts, and young talents with unique gifts from various fields, all hidden within its ranks. Every individual who enters is enshrined in absolute confidentiality, beyond even the purview of the Secret Intelligence Bureau. Yet, this complicates matters. For obtaining information regarding Yufeng over the years would prove exceedingly difficult. After a moment of contemplation, Old Master Ji queried, "As for the records, since we lack the qualifications to access them, there is no need to pursue them further. We need only to ascertain that he is indeed my grandson." "What follows?" The eagle replied, "By the time we tracked down the abandoned car factory, Prince Sun had already eliminated the majority of the foreign mercenaries, leaving only Wang Ning's, who was left crippled. I inquired with Zhang Shitao and Jia Cheng, but he claimed we lacked the authority to inquire further. It seems that an elder must know Prince Sun's whereabouts and has ordered that no one disclose it." "Elder? I am familiar with those old men residing in Jiangqing. Yet they appear to have no connection to Dragon Arrow. Investigate and ascertain which factions are also probing into Yushan and my grandson." "Understood, head of the family. Please grant me 3 minutes. While Yufeng's records may be elusive, this investigation remains feasible. In Jiacheng, only a handful possess the special resources necessary for inquiry, and soon." The results were forthcoming. The eagle gazed at the messages from the Secret Service on his phone, his expression turning grave. "Master, we found them, but it may be somewhat complicated." "Speak." "Today, we investigated several individuals associated with the poisoning incident at the foot of the mountain involving Prince Sun and Lung Chun. They include the head of the Long family, the young master of the Dong family, Old Master Dong, and another individual, Secretary Wang from that peculiar villa." "Secretary Wang?" Upon hearing the identities of the first few individuals, Old Master Ji dismissed them, but the mention of Secretary Wang conjured a vivid image in his mind. That prodigy with 3 postdoctoral degrees. "I recall that 5 years ago, a confidential elder resided in that special villa?" Old Master Ji inquired. "Indeed, Master. The elder's surname is Liu, but the information provided is rather vague, hence it was not recorded by the Secret Service," the eagle responded. "Liu?" Old Master Ji's expression darkened. "An elder with the surname Liu? A retiree, accompanied by a Secretary Wang? Closely connected to Long Jian? Could it be Liu Moshing? Damn it. That old scoundrel is hiding here. Go, find him for me." In the night, by the lotus pond, the blossoms bloomed abundantly, and the air was filled with the sounds of croaking frogs, as heavy rain pelted the water's surface, reminiscent of machine guns on a battlefield. At such moments, the retired Liu Mosheng would don a raincoat and hood, wielding a fishing rod, sitting quietly by the pond he had dug beside the villa, listening to the rain, inhaling the scent of thunder. Secretary Wang approached with an umbrella in hand. "Old Liu, Yufeng has arrived at the train station. The vehicle we were asked to investigate has also returned to Ning City. Should we look into the owner of that vehicle?" Liu Mosheng shook his head. "No need. He is a wolf, the king among wolves. Wherever he chooses to go, however he wishes to tread, he requires no interference from anyone. That is a form of respect for him." "Understood, Old Liu. However, there is something I wish to report to you." "Speak." Secretary Wang's tone was gravely serious. "Tonight, in addition to our investigation into the incident involving Brother Yufeng, the Secret Service in the capital is also conducting an inquiry. And the individuals involved are core members of the Secret Service. Their identities are not simple." "The Secret Service?" "The Ji family." Liu Mosheng immediately connected this to the prominent and prosperous family. "What business does the Ji family have investigating him? Hasn't Yufeng's file been sealed away for years?" "Yes, it is puzzling," Secretary Wang acknowledged, but at that moment, a series of car horns echoed around the villa, and glaring headlights illuminated the darkness. The entire villa was surrounded. Liu Mosheng narrowed his eyes. Secretary Wang's expression changed dramatically. "How outrageous! Who has the audacity to come to such a place? I shall call for help immediately." With that, she hurried to the villa's entrance, but upon opening the door, she found an elder in a Zhongshan suit, hands clasped behind his back, standing at the threshold. That hunchback, that imposing demeanor, the aura of an authority figure, commanding respect without uttering a word. There are still those familiar faces. "Old Master Ji." Secretary Wang was slightly taken aback and took a step back. "Indeed, it is you. It seems that old rascal Liu Mosheng is hiding here. Go, summon him for me. It has been 5 years of silence. And yet he dares to obstruct my search for Yufeng. Old Master Ji, in a fit of rage, pointed at Secretary Wang and scolded him. Secretary Wang promptly closed the door. I shall go at once. After saying this, he returned to Lu Mashin's side. Old Lu, Old Master Ji has arrived. He is looking for you. Lu Mashin's gaze fixed intently on the fishing hook. No matter how deeply one hides, the truth will eventually surface. The fish is hooked. He swiftly lifted the fishing rod, revealing a golden carp leaping lively in the air. Not here, he coldly replied. In a time long past, he shared a bond of life and death with the elder of the Ji family, their friendship deep as the ocean, akin to that of brothers. However, after Lu Mashing made that decision 5 years ago, the elder was so enraged that he retired in a huff, severing all ties, resulting in a 5-year estrangement. The reason for this distance was Lu Mashing's reluctance to meet, fearing the elder's reproach for disregarding their brotherly bond by retiring without inviting him along. Ultimately, it was a matter of pride. Secretary Wang found himself in a predicament, unable to do anything but convey the message to Old Master Ji. What do you mean? Not seeing him? The elder erupted in fury. This old scoundrel, hiding in silence is one thing, but now he dares to refuse me? Does he not consider me a brother? I shall go find him. Old Master Ji, please. Secretary Wang attempted to intervene, but the elder's resolve was unwavering. He pushed past Wang and made his way toward the pond, disregarding the people behind him holding umbrellas, running through the rain. Upon reaching the pond and witnessing Lu Mashing leisurely fishing, Old Master Ji approached and kicked him. Bam! You old scoundrel, why won't you see me? Is playing hide and seek amusing at your age? How childish! Old Master Ji exclaimed in exasperation. Lu Mashing innocently twisted his rear. You come with a fierce demeanor, bringing a crowd and sending people to investigate my affairs. How can I see you? Your people? Old Master Ji glared fiercely. Your people? Do you have any idea what you are delaying? Lu Mashing shrugged. I am safeguarding his safety. He is my subordinate. Even though I do not know what you are investigating him for. You old scoundrel, that Yufeng is not just your subordinate. He is my grandson. Lu Mashing's eyes widened in shock. Utterly astonished. When he emerged from the villa, it was already midnight. Old Master Ji received only one piece of information. Yufeng has gone to Ningxing. As for the rest, he kept silent, for it concerned the highest secrets. Old Master Ji understood the dilemma. As he had predicted that over the past 2 decades, Yufeng might have entered the Dragon Arrow, or even the organization considered a taboo among mercenaries. Matters of such magnitude were beyond Old Master Ji's reach. He stood beneath the torrential rain, gazing into the dark night with a sense of melancholy. After much effort to obtain news of his grandson, he had mobilized all resources of the Ji family to uncover his whereabouts, only to miss him once again due to a lack of timely pursuit. Was this fate decreed by the heavens? He inhaled deeply. The eagle of the Secret Service stepped forward. Master, I shall immediately dispatch someone to Ning City. Elder Ji sighed. And what of it? How will you search without a clue? Shall we turn Ning City upside down? First, ascertain the true identity of the person my grandson risked his life to save tonight. Moreover, is old Yang nearing discharge? Indeed. Old Yang, whose real name is Yang Jinhua, is an old steward of the Ji family. He was hospitalized due to an injury some time ago. Approaching 80 years of age, it is time he returns home to enjoy the blessings of his children. If I recall correctly, he is also from Ning City. Take Feng Er's photograph to him, and after his retirement, have him discreetly search for my grandson without alarming him. Following this search operation, Elder Ji realized that his actions had become too conspicuous. Anyone with a modicum of influence could discern what he was investigating. This not only hindered the swift recovery of Yufeng, but, conversely, could attract unnecessary troubles for him. For there are countless individuals in this world who wish to see the Ji family fall. Many cannot bear to see a male heir arise from the 3rd generation of the Ji family. Before recovering Yufeng, his safety must be assured. Understood, Master. I shall proceed at once. By the way, would you like to meet the eldest brother of the Yu family? I have just received word that he has awakened. Presumably rescued by young Master after being poisoned by that boy from the Long family. The eagle inquired further. Yu family? Yu Shan. The one who fortuitously adopted the heir of the Ji family and raised the sole grandson of the Ji clan. Elder Ji pondered for a long while. If I were to meet him, countless eyes would be fixed upon Yu Shan and the Gao family. Never mind. I believe what my grandson desires most is their safety. I trust he made proper arrangements before departing. Let us go. Yes, Master. The night passed quietly in an atmosphere of calm. To outsiders, Yufeng appeared doomed this night. However, under the veil of certain forces. He had seemingly vanished without a trace. It was as if he had never returned since chasing after that van. Had he perished? No. Zhang Shidao had not disclosed the existence of other bodies aside from those of the mercenaries. Furthermore, early the next morning, the news of Lang Qin's sentencing spread throughout Jiang City via certain channels, astonishing everyone in an instant. The one who had brazenly displayed his audacity at the Dong family banquet, disregarding the law and breaking Lang Qin's arms, had vanished without a trace. Yet it was the victim who faced sentencing. A singular question arose in the hearts of all. Indeed, this marks the unprecedented instance of a criminal case where a sentence is passed even before the perpetrator has fully regained consciousness. This is not solely due to the heinous nature of the crime. It is also propelled by the formidable pressure exerted by several nefarious factions. The Dong family demands an explanation from the Ji family, unbeknownst to Dong Sheng, who remains oblivious to Yu Feng's true identity. He seeks to align himself with this prodigious talent through this incident. Lu Maxing intends to convey to Yu Feng that he need not worry about his family's safety in Jiangqing. No one shall dare to lay a finger on them. Should anyone attempt such a folly, they would face a fate of unimaginable torment, descending into the abyss. This is the assurance Lu Maxing wishes to extend to Yu Feng. Meanwhile, as various individuals in Jiangqing expressed divergent opinions regarding the elusive Yu Feng, in room 502 of Jiangqing First Hospital, Yu Shan has fully awakened. He lies on the hospital bed, listening intently as Gao Yushuang recounts the events of the previous night. Upon hearing that Yu Feng left with a mysterious vehicle and has since vanished without a trace, he is immediately engulfed by panic. Yushuang, are you saying my younger brother is missing? Please remain calm. Gao Yushuang, noticing Yu Shan's rising agitation, quickly pours him a glass of water. It's merely reported that there is no news. It does not imply he is met with a fatal accident. I have just sent someone to inquire. And it turns out that the person who lured Yu Feng away last night was a fugitive from Ningxing named Wang Ning, who has since been apprehended. No trace of Yu Feng was found at the scene, so I believe he has escaped danger and will return to us shortly. Is that truly the case? After hearing this, Yu Shan's demeanor softens slightly, his expression grave as he fixates on the glass of water in his hand. He must be unharmed. Nothing must happen to him, or all my previous efforts will be in vain. Yushuang, do you understand? My younger brother is genuinely a good person. Allow me to share a rather amusing anecdote. When we were young, I was bullied by seniors at school while eating breakfast. Upon hearing this, my younger brother took a brick and confronted them in their classroom. So, Yushuang, I implore you to understand my position. I truly do not wish for any misfortune to befall him. He has only just been released from prison, and I desire for him to enjoy a peaceful life. All right. Gao Yushuang nodded with a smile. I understand. I am fully aware. It was my previous misunderstanding of your younger brother. When he returns, I shall arrange for him a comfortable position within the corporation. He has assisted us immensely, and I must repay him. Following the events of last night, Gao Yushuang has undergone a transformation. Upon realizing that her own foolishness nearly cost Yushan his life and deprived Ruoro of her father, she has changed her perspective. Yu Feng is far from the scoundrel she once perceived him to be. On the contrary, he is an individual of exceptional caliber, surpassing the majority of men in this world. However, at that moment, a phone call suddenly interrupts. Beep, beep, beep. Gao Yushuang retrieves her phone. Hello? This is Gao Yushuang. Yes, it's me, Gao Xiong. Uncle? Gao Yushuang furrows her brow. Is there something you need, uncle? Do you still have the audacity to inquire whether I need anything? Gao Yushuang, are you aware that due to your husband's brother, the Long family has commenced a comprehensive blockade against us? All our overseas collaborations have collapsed, and we are now facing a compensation demand of 500 million. In addition, most of our domestic partners have severed ties with us. The Gao family is doomed. Do you realize that? What? Gao Yushuang immediately rose, proclaiming, I shall return to the group at once. No need, Gao Xiong replied, lounging in the chairman's seat with his legs crossed. This morning, our patriarch called me. From this moment forth, the position of chairman is no longer yours. The board has decided to expel you from the group to quell the anger of the Lung family. Furthermore, the patriarch has issued a statement declaring that you, Gao Yushuang, are no longer a member of the Gao family. An hour ago, your name was erased from the family tree. If you doubt this, feel free to call the patriarch. However, you must understand that the patriarch's actions are all for the sake of the Gao family. Had it not been for your decision to allow that useless Yushan to become a son-in-law, the Gao family would not be in this predicament today. The rest is for you to figure out. I will send someone to reclaim that villa. You have one day to vacate the premises with your belongings and that useless individual. The Gao family will not tolerate your presence any longer. What? In the next instant, her phone clattered to the floor. She had been expelled from the Gao family? Expelled from the Gao family. The call ended without a return. The patriarch's decision to banish her from the Gao family would not be rescinded. In that moment, Yushan felt a pang of guilt and self-reproach. I'm sorry, Yushuang. I've implicated you. Yushan bit his lip, never anticipating that the Lung family would retaliate so fiercely against the Gao family in the business realm. And with such swiftness, this was something no one had foreseen. Gao Yushuang felt a few crystalline tears escape her eyes as she lowered her head, picked up her phone, and tucked it into her pocket. It's all right. I don't blame you, nor do I blame you, phone. My little brother did nothing wrong. If blame is to be assigned, it should rest upon me, Gao Yushuang, for being inadequate. She clenched her phone tightly, gritting her teeth, unwilling to let go. Yushuang, I'm sorry. What is this about being sorry? If you remember, then you must treat me doubly well from now on. However, perhaps after today, our lives will no longer be as privileged. Will you resent me? Gao Yushuang wiped her tear-streaked eyes and asked. Never. Yushan declared firmly. We no longer have a villa. Yushan raised 5 fingers in assurance. I'll earn money to buy you one. We no longer have luxury cars. I'll earn money to buy one. Gao Yushuang cried and laughed simultaneously, her eyes reddening, and suddenly she embraced Yushan tightly. Fortunately, I still have you. Hey. Be gentle, I can't breathe. Yushan feigned distress, making a comical face, but inside, he felt immense joy. As if they had returned to their carefree days as university sweethearts, playfully bickering without a care in the world. It was then that Yushan reached out to embrace Gao Yushuang, and as he did, his legs moved slightly. Just that one movement. Yet it reverberated through the hospital room like thunder. Gao Yushuang's cry ceased abruptly as Yushan's eyes widened, and he threw back the covers. He had wiggled his big toe. Upon casting a glance at Gao Yushuang, astonishment filled her gaze. A slight movement of her little toe caused her pupils to dilate in surprise. Gao Yushuang rose to her feet, exclaiming, Yushan, your legs. They can move. In that instant, she suddenly recalled the title bestowed upon Feng by the Dong family's prince last night, benefactor. The princess' legs had indeed been healed by Yufeng. And now, before his departure, Yufeng had also restored her elder brother Yushan's legs. The words a lonely child nurtured by kindness one day will return the favor when success is achieved surged silently within Yushan's heart. Tears brimmed in his eyes as he gazed out the window, whispering, Little brother, you must return safely to your elder brother. Thunder rumbled as a green train rolled into Ning City after a grueling 24-hour journey. Due to Yufeng departing late last night, he could only procure tickets that traversed multiple cities upon arriving at the station. As the train came to a halt, Yufeng, burdened with his luggage, stepped into the unfamiliar city under the cloak of night. Unbeknownst to him, a significant upheaval had just transpired in Jiang City because of his actions. He had no time to concern himself with that. With Lu Maxing present, he was confident that his elder brother would remain unharmed, and that knowledge sufficed. Now, he needed to locate young Liru. Yet, in this vast expanse, finding a single person proved daunting. Anxious, Yufeng decided it was crucial to find a place to stay for the night before anything else. As he stepped towards the exit of the station, he suddenly collided with another individual who had stumbled forward. Bang! The two collided. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to. The person scrambled to their feet, quickly donning an apologetic smile. The stranger's immediate apology eased Yufeng's annoyance. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, No worries. Just be careful. Thank you so much. The individual replied before hastily departing, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Yufeng didn't dwell on it. Making his way towards the door, it was still raining outside. He decided to hail a cab. As he reached into his pocket to retrieve his phone, he suddenly realized his pocket was empty. His phone had been stolen. Along with it vanished his wallet containing 100,000 yuan in bank cards. This was bad. It was that person from earlier. The image of the individual who had bumped into him flashed in his mind. Damn it, he had encountered a pickpocket. He quickened his pace, retracing his steps, searching every exit, only to be met with disappointment. The thief had fled. Yufeng cursed under his breath. His wallet was gone. His phone was gone, and this night had rendered him immobilized, clenching his fists in frustration, just as he felt like a headless chicken unsure of how to proceed. A voice suddenly called from behind. Yufeng? Yufeng's expression tightened at the sound of that familiar voice. He turned around. Zhao Lily stood before a woman, resplendent in her flamboyant attire, clad in ultra-short denim shorts that accentuated her slender figure, exuding a striking allure. Her features were exceptionally beautiful. fulfilling all the criteria of a social media influencer. However, the moment she laid eyes on Yufeng, an inexplicable emotion flickered in her gaze. I initially thought the silhouette was familiar. It turned out to be you, the insufferable loser. It has been 8 years since we last met, old classmate. And it appears your circumstances have not improved much. She was Yufeng's high school classmate, Zhao Lily. Furthermore, they shared another layer of identity, former lovers. To be precise, Zhao Lily had coerced Yufeng into becoming her boyfriend. Following an accidental glimpse during a bath, Zhao Lily threatened him that if he refused to comply, she would report him to the authorities. With no other choice, Yufeng reluctantly acquiesced. Yet, their relationship was devoid of genuine affection. It was predominantly one of master and servant. Yufeng let out a bitter laugh, never expecting fate to play such tricks on him, presenting this individual when he was at his most vulnerable. Long time no see, he replied succinctly. Indeed, it has been quite a while, Zhao Lily said, arrogantly tilting her chin as she circled around Yufeng, scrutinizing him. She then glanced down, exclaiming, "Oh, why are your shoes still tattered, resembling those of a beggar? With so much mud? I mean, Yufeng, your family may be impoverished, but surely they can afford a decent pair of slippers." In the face of her derision, Yufeng remained composed. "Do you have something to discuss? If not, I shall take my leave. Come now, where do you think you can go? Without me, you are nothing but a worthless piece of trash. I just saw a pickpocket steal your phone and wallet. I was wondering who the unfortunate fool was. Turns out it was you. Someone stole your wallet, and you simply laughed it off. That's quite amusing." Zhao Lily had evidently been watching closely, aware of Yufeng's current predicament. "Without further ado, farewell," Yufeng declared, turning to depart. Just then, Zhao Lily called out, "Oh, the loser still has a temper. Where did that arrogance go when you kneeled and berated yourself 50 times for wanting to break up with me? Who knew that after 8 years of wandering, you would still be in such a sorry state? Never mind, today I shall pity you for being my ex-boyfriend. Come with me." Yufeng remained motionless. "Go on. Don't be shy. Humph, whether you come or go is of no consequence to me." Zhao Lily spat coldly, leading the way. Yufeng turned, gazing at her receding figure, contemplating the almost 70 to 80 kilometers to the city center, ultimately swallowing his pride and following her. At 7 in the evening, in a luxurious European-style villa within the Yang family estate in Ningxing, several plates of cold food lay abandoned under the dim light of the first floor. Yang Shan, the head of the Yang family, entered with a stern expression, casting a glance at the uneaten meals before letting out a cold snort at Yang Jian, who trailed behind him. "Look at this. This is the good sister you've spoiled since childhood, wasting food." Yang Jian rubbed his nose, his eyes darting toward the maid nearby. "Miss, have you not eaten all day?" The servant, hands clasped before him, bowed respectfully and replied, "Since returning last night, she has not consumed anything, secluding herself in her room." Ah, such a temper. Does she not realize she narrowly escaped the clutches of a demon? "Go, summon her down," Yang Shan shouted, pointing at the door of Yang Liru's room upstairs. The servant's expression was complex. However, the command was difficult to defy. So he reluctantly ascended the stairs. Before long, a roar echoed from above. "Get out. Leave me be. I refuse to see anyone. Go away, all of you." The tumult continued. "Close the door behind you. Don't bother me about food. I have no appetite." The servant hurriedly returned downstairs, his face a mask of grievance, unsure of what to say before Yang Shan. Outside the villa, around 50 bodyguards were stationed at various exits to prevent Yang Liru from escaping. Yang Shan had gone to great lengths for her safety, but his good intentions were met with ingratitude. Yang Shan's face reddened with fury, nearly reaching a boiling point. "Dad, should I go up and persuade her?" Yang Jian quickly suggested. Yang Shan nodded, turning to leave the villa, but suddenly paused at the door to add, "Tell her that Dad brought her back for her own good. As for others, I shall not concern myself. Should she choose not to understand, then she can remain here for eternity, refusing to eat, barred from leaving." With that, he departed, flanked by a throng of bodyguards. Hearing this, Yang Jian felt a profound sense of distress. Sighing, he ascended the stairs to Yang Liru's room, knocking gently on the door. "Sister, dear sister, I've brought some delicious food. Let us eat." He pressed his face against the door, speaking with utmost kindness. Bang! In the next moment, the sound of a glass shattering on the threshold resonated sharply. Yang Jian recoiled, a bitter smile crossing his face. Shaking his head, he retrieved his spare key and unlocked the door, only to find the room strewn with shattered antiques and torn paintings. By the floor-to-ceiling window, Yang Liru lay beneath a blanket, facing the air conditioning, her pallid visage gazing out at the torrential rain. "Leave," she shouted, fixing a glare upon Yang Jian. No, let us talk." Yang Jian sidestepped, chuckling nervously as nothing else was hurled his way. He set the food aside, turned off the air conditioning with the remote, and sat beside the window. "Speak your mind, and be swift about it," Yang Liru demanded, her tone devoid of warmth. After a brief moment of contemplation, Yang Jian began slowly. "All right, I understand your feelings. That day, the guard who failed to rescue you, and instead brought you back unconscious. If I were in his position, I too would be unwilling to abandon someone who risked their life for mine. Any person of conscience would feel guilt. Yet, sister, that was yesterday's occurrence. Had I been that guard, I would not have made the same choice. Your life holds greater significance for us. Do you understand? Do you?" As thoughts of the uncertain fate of Yufeng flooded her mind, tears welled up in Yang Liru's eyes. "So, is my uncle's life worthless? He risked everything to save me, didn't he? Yang Jian, do you even consider yourself a human being? Do you remember the day I was first kidnapped? Who was it that single-handedly held back 50 men? Have you forgotten all of this?" "I did not mean it that way," Yang Jian retorted. "I merely meant that in that particular situation, saving you was of utmost importance." Yang Liru lifted her chin and shouted, "What if my uncle had died because of me yesterday? Have you ever considered my feelings? You know I care for him. You are well aware that I have been unable to sleep these past few nights waiting for him. Just when I finally received a response from him, I realized I had become a burden, bringing him danger instead. Moreover, I desperately urged the guards to rescue him yesterday, but he simply refused to listen. If my uncle were to die, what kind of torment would I endure for the rest of my life? Do you understand?" Her three cries were filled with concern for Yufeng. She was terrified that he might have lost his life because of her. She could still remember the malicious words spoken by Wang Ning. She was truly frightened. Yang Jian, upon hearing her outburst, paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. "So, you were worried about his safety. Don't fret, dear sister. I called our brothers in Jiangxing this morning. The only casualties at the abandoned car factory last night were mercenaries. The leader, Wang Ning, has been incapacitated and imprisoned. As for Yufeng, he is alive." "Really?" Upon hearing that Yufeng was safe, Yang Liru's spirits lifted. "Is what you say true?" Yang Jian nodded. "Indeed, brother would never deceive you. However, there is a truth you must accept. Yufeng is destined to have no connection with you. Even if he were to seek you out, it would be impossible. Besides, how could he find you? You are in Ningxing. He wouldn't know where to look. I can call him," Yang Liru exclaimed, pulling out her phone to dial Yufeng's number. Yet, upon doing so, she was met with the disheartening message. "The phone is powered off." "See?" Yang Jian shrugged. Yang Liru lowered her head. "Come now, don't be so downcast. It's not the end of the world. Let us go. Brother will take you out to a bar for some fun." Yang Liru remained silent. "Come on, just a little outing at the bar to unwind. Life must go on. We cannot remain cooped up at home forever, or we shall grow unattractive." Unable to resist Yang Jian's infectious enthusiasm, Yang Liru acquiesced. Knowing that Yufeng was unharmed alleviated much of her frustration. After having a meal, she followed Yang Jian out of the house, but due to her father's orders, several bodyguards accompanied them. Half an hour later, they arrived at the entrance of a bar. As they stepped out of the car and approached the entrance, Yang Liru took out her phone to check for any message from Yufeng. Just then, a young man wearing a hat stumbled out of the bar and collided directly with her. A familiar scene unfolded. Ah, bang! In the blink of an eye, several bodyguards trailing behind her, sensing danger, rushed forward. Just as the young man's hand grazed Yang Liru's pocket, he was immediately apprehended and subdued to the ground. "How audacious! A pickpocket on my territory. You're the first." Yang Jian's brows furrowed with fury as he delivered a punch to the young man's face and proceeded to search him thoroughly. Just as he extracted a wallet from the pocket, intending to present it as evidence to the authorities, an identification card slipped into Yang Liru's line of sight. "Wait, what is this?" Yang Liru exclaimed, pointing at the concealed ID within the wallet, drawing in a sharp breath. Yang Jian, upon noticing, pulled it out for a closer inspection, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Dad, brother!" Yang Liru cried out in ecstatic joy. He is here. I knew he wouldn't abandon me, Dad. He has come." Yang Jian. Upon arriving in Ning City, the news reached Yang Li, transforming her entire being. She was overwhelmed with joy. As if every piece of information over the past few days had finally found its answer, the man had come. His mere presence was sufficient. There was no need for a plethora of words. Yang Jian was equally astonished that Yufeng had traveled all the way from Jiang City to Ning City. It had not been long since he had emerged from the abandoned car factory, and it seemed he had not even taken a moment to rest before setting off to Ning City. Narrowing his eyes, he pondered whether Yufeng truly harbored feelings for his sister. The thought seemed incredulous. After all, that man had only interacted with Li Ru a handful of times. He had risked his life to save her and then journeyed vast distances to reach her side. As a seasoned player in the realm of romance, Yang Jian had never subscribed to the fairy tale notion of love at first sight. With his gaze fixed on the young man pinned to the ground by the bodyguards, he coldly inquired, "Now, tell me, where did you obtain these items?" The pickpocket, a lad in his early 20s, appeared skilled, indicating he was likely part of an organized group. His eyes darted nervously as he stammered, I forgot. Forgot? Yang Jian replied with a chilling smile. It seems a beating is necessary to jog your memory. Just as the pickpocket began to protest, one of the bodyguards swiftly struck him. Several blows later, the pickpocket's face was red and swollen, resembling a dumpling. I'll tell you. He finally managed to say. Speak quickly, Yang Jian urged, sensing the pickpocket had understood the gravity of his predicament. The young man, now terrified, confessed. It was at the train station 2 hours ago. What did he look like? Yang Jian pressed further. The pickpocket described, he stands around 176 to 180 meters tall, not overweight but muscular, carrying a tattered backpack, dressed in a thin shirt and long pants, with dark skin, sharp eyebrows, and short hair. It was indeed the uncle. Upon hearing the description of Yufeng, Yang Li felt an unwavering conviction that the man emerging from the station was none other than him. Yang Jian forced an awkward smile. This fellow stole the uncle's wallet and phone. What shall we do now? Without money or a phone, and with the train station so far from the city center, brother, you must send someone to find him quickly. I understand. Rest assured, I will definitely help you find him. Why don't you go home for now? I will inform you as soon as I locate him, Yang Jian reassured her. All right. Please ensure you find him, Yang Li implored, her face etched with worry. I know, he affirmed. After speaking, he instructed the 2 bodyguards to escort Yang Li home and ordered others to take the pickpocket into the vehicle, directing them to head to the train station in search of the man. Standing before the car, he approached the driver's seat, gestured for the window to be lowered, and made a sign for quiet attention. Sir, do you have instructions? Yang Jian nodded and said, locate the individual on the ID. If he is present, instruct him to return to Jiang City and never come back. If he refuses, then incapacitate him and send him back. It is imperative that the young lady does not see him. Do you understand? The driver was momentarily taken aback, filled with astonishment. But didn't the young lady say to ensure that fellow's safety and bring him back? Are you following her orders or mine? Yang Jian's piercing gaze silenced him instantly. Within the Yang family, Yang Jian was destined to be the successor, while Yang Liru was merely a wealthy heiress, destined to marry and fade into obscurity. The subordinates were well aware of who held greater significance. I understand, young master. However, what if that fellow is not at the station? Not there? Yang Jian shrugged. If it were you, without a phone or wallet, where could you possibly go? The station at this hour has very few staff. I doubt Yufeng could magically appear in the city center. Indeed, young master is astute. Enough with the idle chatter. Proceed as I instructed and go find him. Understood. Minutes later, a group headed towards the station. Yang Jian gazed at the expansive road and sighed deeply. Yufeng, oh Yufeng. You neglect the path to heaven and instead venture to hell. You saved Li Ru, and I am grateful, but if you wish to be with her, I'm afraid that is impossible. Your identity will forever preclude any outcome with Li Ru. Abandon this pursuit for your own good. If my father discovers you are in Ning City, you will surely face dire consequences. Remain at the station and wait to return, he murmured, deep down not believing Yufeng would appear in Jiang City. Yet, fate had a way of playing tricks. What he was certain of was, in fact, erroneous. At that moment, Yufeng accompanied Zhao Lili as they entered a Maserati, arriving at a boxing gym. The gym was vast, comparable to a premier sports arena. Zhao Lili removed the car key and glanced at the rearview mirror. Why are you dawdling? Get out. Yufeng opened the car door and stepped out, saying, Thank you for bringing me from the station. I must take my leave. Wait. Zhao Lili's expression shifted, her complex emotions morphing into longing, for reasons unknown. Upon hearing Yufeng's intention to depart, she felt a pang of heartache. 8 years had passed since she last saw the boy she once admired. Only to find him in a state less fortunate than a beggar. Her feelings were indescribable. Is there something else? You Feng. Zhao Lily bit her lip. Leaving me and encountering the present me, do you regret it? Yu Feng turned back, momentarily at a loss for words. I'm sorry. He contemplated and uttered the phrase. Unexpectedly, Zhao Lily burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. You pathetic loser, do you still think I have feelings for you? Saying sorry with such depth? Yu Feng's expression darkened, his fists clenched. This apology is for the embarrassment I caused you back then, not for any regrets. Enough already. Desiring to maintain one's dignity often leads to suffering. Do you think I am unaware of your innermost thoughts? However, even if you regret your actions, it is of no consequence, for I am already wed, and my husband is none other than the esteemed heir of this city, Ning. Zhao Lily spoke with an air of arrogance, continuing, do not say that my old classmate has not afforded you any courtesy. Our boxing gym is currently seeking new recruits, and the owner happens to be a friend of my husband. I have already sent him a message to arrange a sparring role for you. No identification is required. And the monthly salary is 8,000, with meals and accommodation provided. Once you receive your salary and purchase a new phone, you can return to obtain a new ID. At that juncture, the choice to stay or leave will be entirely yours. Having said this, she turned and returned to her car, starting the engine and driving away. The cold wind mingled with the rain, brushing against Yu Feng's face. The night was eerily quiet. Standing at the entrance of the boxing gym, Yu Feng gazed up at the sign of the Sea Boxing Gym. His wallet had been stolen. His phone had been taken. It seemed this was the only course of action available to him. With this thought, Yu Feng made a decision. In order to locate Li Ru, what was a little patience worth? He stepped inside the gym, where, despite the late hour, the lights remained bright. Many were engaged in intense training. The Sea Boxing Gym was renowned in Ning City, encompassing various martial arts styles along with some of the finest international boxing techniques. Among those present were enthusiasts, professional fighters, and individuals reluctantly participating in underground boxing. Within the gym, aside from the head instructor, there were numerous students, but most notably, sparring partners. To clarify, a sparring partner is simply someone who takes a beating. Each month, the gym would cycle through a new batch of sparring partners, not due to financial abundance, but because these newcomers would often leave battered and bruised, some even facing lifelong disabilities. Upon entering, the gym manager approached Yu Feng. You must be Yu Feng. Manager Wang assessed him with a scrutinizing gaze, nodding, yes, your physical condition appears quite commendable. You possess a robust physique, well suited for enduring punishment. It seems Lily has referred a promising candidate this time. When can I start working? Yu Feng inquired. Oh, are you so eager? Wang paused, surprised. Are you in dire need of money? Yu Feng retorted, that is none of your concern. Very well, since you are so impatient. We shall first take you to your accommodation, and you can commence work tomorrow. In the morning, I will provide you with a brief training session to teach you the fundamentals of boxing. All right, Yu Feng acquiesced. Wang said no more, thinking to himself that a person destined to leave after a month was of little consequence. As he led Yu Feng to the dormitory, the fighters training within the gym observed Yu Feng being personally escorted by Wang, their expressions turning grave. Who is this guy? Why does he look like a beggar? When did our gym become a shelter for the homeless? I am aware. Just a moment ago, while I was at the restroom, I overheard Manager Wang on a phone call with a woman regarding the matter of recruiting that beggar. Can you guess who that woman is? Who? This inquiry immediately piqued everyone's curiosity. They had long grown weary of their monotonous lives, practicing boxing day in and day out. It turns out to be Zhao Lily, the little mistress of the second young master of the Han family, Han Lu. What? It is actually Zhao Lily. My goodness, this beggar must have some substantial connections. For even Zhao Lily personally called Manager Wang on his behalf. Could it be that this beggar is also? As they speculated, their imaginations began to run wild. The so-called husband mentioned by Zhao Lily is none other than Han Lu. However, due to her humble status, she is not deemed worthy to enter high society, relegating her to a lifetime as a mere mistress in Ningqing. Han Lu, an amateur boxing enthusiast, is well known among the boxing gym's patrons. The sight of an unfamiliar beggar gaining entry to Han Lu's frequent gym through Zhao Lily's introduction could not help but stir curiosity. Keep your voice down. Don't forget that a certain little tyrant in our gym also harbors feelings for Zhao Lily. If he hears this, that beggar might end up severely beaten. All right. He is merely here as a sparring partner. Isn't that just a role to endure blows? Besides, how would the little tyrant even catch wind of this? That makes sense. Come on, let us continue our gossip. The group chattered animatedly, unaware that their conversation had already been overheard by Li Da, who was lurking by the wall. The thought of Zhao Lily being involved with a beggar made him seethe with rage. Crack. The sound of his watch shattering echoed in the silence. A filthy beggar, worthy of my Lily? Hanlu may be tolerable, given his backing from the Han family, wielding power and influence that I cannot contend with. But you, a mere beggar, how dare you? A sparring partner, you say? Lida muttered under his breath, his fierce visage contorting with malice. Tomorrow, I shall ensure you are rendered a cripple. At midnight, Yang Li was still in anticipation, while Yang Jian sat in the living room, awaiting news from the bodyguards. 10 minutes later, the bodyguards returned. One of them rushed into the hall and leaned close to Yang Jian's ear, saying, "Young master, we searched the entire station, but there is no sign of that fellow." "What?" Yang Jian was taken aback. "No trace of your phone? How could that be? In the dead of night, where could he possibly have gone? Without an ID or a wallet, and considering the train station is over 100 kilometers from the city center, he couldn't have vanished that swiftly. How could it be that he cannot be found? Did you overlook something?" Yang Jian inquired, his voice low and tense. The bodyguard assured him, "No, absolutely not. We have scoured every nook and cranny, even meticulously checking every restroom, yet there is still no sign of him. That pickpocket is confirmed to have stolen at the station. What shall we do now?" At this, Yang Jian began to feel a sense of unease creeping over him. If he is not at the station, it seems he has already departed. This caused him some distress. If Yufeng were truly to go mad searching for Li Ru and his father discovered it, it would spell disaster. Others may not understand why his father had brought Yang Li Ru back, but he was well aware. Ostensibly, it was for Yang Li Ru's safety. Yet in reality, it was all about the potential union with the Han family. Rumor had it that the Han family's second young master, Han Lu, had risen to prominence in recent years, his reputation growing to the point of rivaling the four talents of yore. Was this not precisely what his father desired? Yufeng. Oh, Yufeng, why can't you simply remain at the station? What business do you have in the city? The Han family is ruthless. If they discover you are searching for Li Ru, will you even survive? Brother. At that moment, Yang Li Ru's voice echoed from upstairs. She descended the staircase, adorned in a flowing gown. Brother, is it true that the bodyguards have returned? I heard their vehicle. Where is uncle? Where is he? Yang Jian's lips twitched slightly. This was troublesome. The bodyguard bowed his head and exited the villa. Brother? They didn't find him. After a moment's contemplation, Yang Jian deemed it necessary to share this news with her. Concealing it served no purpose. Not found? Yang Li Ru's complexion paled. How could that be? It is indeed true. He may have already arrived in Ningqing, but his whereabouts are unknown. Little sister, I will send more people to search for him in the coming days. Do not worry. Brother, you must find uncle. He must not come to harm. Yang Li Ru stamped her foot in frustration. Understood, sister. Rest assured, I will take care of it. Sleep early. I must take my leave now. With that, Yang Jian rose and departed, commanding all bodyguards outside to intensify their search for Yufeng. Just as he was about to return to his villa for some rest, his phone suddenly buzzed with a message. Head of the Yang family, tomorrow at noon, your grandfather will be returning from the capital. Dress appropriately and accompany me to meet him. What? Grandfather is coming back? Yang Jian's memories of his grandfather were rooted in his childhood. According to his father, had it not been for his grandfather, the Yang family would not have achieved its current stature over the centuries. Furthermore, due to his grandfather's presence, even though the Yang family was a second-rate family, they enjoyed the privileges of first-rate families, and even the patriarchs of those first-rate families dared not confront his father directly. All of this was thanks to his grandfather's connections in that prestigious household in the capital. It was hard to fathom that merely serving as a steward for a powerful family could endow one with the capability to establish a top-tier family in a first-tier city. Thus, whenever his grandfather returned home, Yang Jian could not help but inquire about the origins of that family and its name. Yet, his grandfather would remain tight-lipped, his eyes filled with reverence. That night, Yang Jian endured a restless vigil, riddled with apprehension. The following morning, he rose early, washed up, and after a hearty breakfast, donned a clean outfit before accompanying Yang Shan to Ningqing Airport. At noon, a private jet descended gracefully from the skies. Half an hour later, an elderly man, his hair white but his form robust, emerged from a special passageway, flanked by several young escorts. Father, grandfather. Upon sighting the elder, Yang Shan and Yang Jian swiftly approached with their companions. Yang Jianhua responded succinctly, halting in place before turning to address the young men. He bowed slightly in gratitude, saying, I am deeply appreciative of your escort during my retirement. The kindness of the old master is a debt I shall never be able to repay in this lifetime. Please convey my regards to Mr. Ing, and assure him that the matters entrusted to me by the old master will be fulfilled with my very existence. The phrase with my very existence stirred a tempest within Yang Jian's heart. This was none other than the true patriarch of the Yang family, Yang Jinhua. What sort of command could warrant such a solemn commitment? Moreover, what was the status of these young men, that his grandfather displayed such humility in their presence? One young man nodded in acknowledgement. Uncle Yang, we entrust this matter to you. Please keep a vigilant eye on it, and if there is any news, do inform us immediately. Understood. I shall spare no effort in pursuing any lead, I promise. Yang Jinhua replied earnestly. Very well, we shall take our leave now, Uncle Yang. Please take care. After exchanging a few courteous words, the young men departed through a designated passage. Yang Shan stepped forward, offering his support to Yang Jinhua. Father, you have finally returned. It has been 7 or 8 years since we last met. How is your health? With a serious demeanor, Yang Jinhua remarked. Let us dispense with pleasantries. This time, I shall not return. Is that true? Yang Shan inhaled deeply. Indeed. The old master has seen fit to grant me a favorable span of life, recognizing my advancing years. Shashan. Remember this. If any troubles arise from that clan in the capital, regardless of others' indifference, our young family cannot remain idle, even if it costs us our very existence. We must act. Understand who has bestowed this present standing upon the Yang family, and who has granted you, Yang Shan, your wealth and status. Do you comprehend? Yang Jinhua struck the ground emphatically with his cane, his tone exceedingly grave. Understood, understood. Yang Shan nodded repeatedly, feeling diminutive before Yang Jinhua, the head of the family. He recognized that, despite his authority in Ningxing, it was the clan in the capital that conferred such esteem. Having said this, Yang Jinhua turned his gaze to Yang Jian, his serious expression softening with a hint of kindness. Little Jian, how you have grown in these years. Yang Shan stared wide-eyed. What are you dawdling for? Oh. Yang Jian quickly grasped the situation and greeted, Hello, grandfather. You. Father, I haven't raised this boy properly, and now you see the result. Yang Shan confessed with a hint of embarrassment. Enough. At your age, you were far less mature than he is. Yang Jinhua retorted playfully. By the way, Li Ru, where is my beloved granddaughter? It has been a few years since I arranged her marriage. It must be time for the wedding, no? Yang Jinhua inquired. The union orchestrated by the Han family was initiated at his behest. Being a member of the Ji family, particularly one who oversees the clandestine operations of the mighty division, he possessed an innate advantage in being privy to significant events earlier than the average individual. On one occasion, he overheard commendations from the mighty division regarding the Han family of Ning City, prompting him to promptly contact Yang Shan, urging him to arrange a union between his granddaughter, Yang Liru, and the Han family. Upon hearing this, Yang Shan's expression flickered. Father, a few years ago, when we were about to announce the engagement, Li Ru ran away. She has been living in Jiang City these past few years, and I only managed to bring her back just the night before last. Jiang City. In an instant. Yang Jinhua's pupils constricted sharply. The sole grandson of the Ji family, the young prince, resided in Jiang City. The timing seemed almost serendipitous. Yang Liru had just returned the previous night, and it was also the same night the young prince mysteriously vanished. Could it be that the individual the elder spoke of, whom the young prince sought, was? With a sudden clap, Yang Jinhua smacked the back of his own head. How audacious and reckless. Such a thought was utterly disrespectful. How could this be possible? Deep down, Yang Jinhua perceived himself merely as a servant of the Ji family, with the Yang family being an inconspicuous subordinate clan beneath them. The young prince held a status unparalleled, a figure reigning above all, the most esteemed among the younger generation. How could he possibly jeopardize himself in search of a mere heiress from an insignificant family? Fate could not be so whimsically orchestrated. Father, what's wrong? Yang Shan inquired anxiously, presuming Yang Jinhua was upset over the matter. It's nothing. Since she is back, let us proceed with the preparations for the union. The second young master of the Han family, Han Lu, is a commendable young man. I believe he is quite suitable for Li Ru. Indeed, I have already made arrangements. We are merely awaiting to finalize a meeting time, Yang Shan replied with a smile. Very well. Let us return home for dinner. With that, Yang Jinhua quickened his pace towards the exit. Upon returning to the Yang residence and having had lunch, Yang Jinhua retreated to his chamber, discreetly summoning his personally trained bodyguard, Li Yun, along with the 10 most capable bodyguards of the Yang family. Old Master, Li Yun, clad in black, knelt expressionlessly before Yang Jinhua, accompanied by the bodyguards. Concurrently, Yang Jian approached the door, intending to inquire with his grandfather about certain matters. Upon witnessing the scene inside, he quickly concealed himself, eavesdropping from outside. Yang Jinhua produced a photograph from his pocket. I shall not elaborate further. This mission is classified and pertains to the absolute interests of the Yang family. Locate the individual in this photograph. Upon any intelligence, return immediately to report. No independent actions are permitted, nor may you divulge this to anyone, and certainly do not alert the target. Understood, old master. Upon his command, the group rose and exited. Seeing this, Yang Jian hastily departed, feigning a casual stroll as he silently followed one of the bodyguards to an uninhabited garden. He then quickened his pace to block the bodyguard's path. Young master. The bodyguard was taken aback. Who is the person your grandfather instructed you to find? Yang Jian whispered. This. Young master. Please don't put us in a difficult position. The old master has given strict orders, and we cannot disclose that. The bodyguard's expression was one of distress. Yang Jian chuckled softly. Well, if you choose not to speak, I shall inform your wife about your affair with the young lady selling tofu next door. No, please. Young master, don't. The bodyguard, without a moment's hesitation, produced a photograph and handed it over. Yang Jian, filled with curiosity, accepted it. Aware that this matter pertained to the absolute interests of the Yang family, he was eager to discover the identity of this influential individual. However, upon gazing at the figure in the photo, his pupils constricted sharply, shock rendering him momentarily speechless. A ripple of realization washed over him as he murmured, It's Yufeng. How could it be Yufeng? The person my grandfather discreetly commissioned for investigation is him? Could it be that grandfather is already aware of Yufeng's connection with my sister? This matter of utmost significance to the Yang family referred to the impending union between the Yang and Han families. Grandfather intends to eliminate Yufeng. In that instant, Yang Jian grasped why his father had asserted that the Yang family's continued prominence hinged solely on their grandfather's prowess. The capacity for intelligence gathering was astonishing. They had only discovered Yufeng's pursuit to Ning City yesterday. Today, upon his grandfather's return, he was already aware of Yufeng and had ordered a covert mission to locate him. If they were to truly find Yufeng, would he have any chance of survival? Yufeng, oh Yufeng, this time, you are truly doomed. If only you had stayed at the train station last night and allowed my people to escort you home, it would have been far better. Yang Jian was deeply troubled, contemplating how devastated his sister would be upon receiving the dreadful news of their grandfather's intentions toward Yufeng. He must find Yufeng first and ensure his safe departure. Clenching his fists, he resolved to leave the estate and utilize his various resources to secretly seek information regarding Yufeng. At that moment, Yufeng had just awakened from the dormitory of the Sihai boxing gym. After freshening up in the restroom and donning the training attire designated for sparring partners, he made his way into the gym. The establishment was now officially open for business, with all the professionally trained fighters engaged in intense training. While the sparring partners donned protective gear, ready to take the hits. Noticing Yufeng's arrival, Wang Shi, who had been waiting eagerly, approached him. You're awake. Good. Let us get to work. Just so happens we are short on sparring partners today. With that, Wang Shi called over a nearby fighter. Shaoli, come here. A burly man, clad in a white training uniform, strode over confidently. Manager. This is the new sparring partner. Teach him the ropes, and then you can train together. I trust one need not elaborate on what is expected, Wang Shi instructed, considering that Yufeng had been referred by Zhao Lili, and felt it prudent to impart some guidelines to avoid any embarrassment for Zhao Lili's sake. Understood, manager, Shaoli replied, concealing the ferocity in his gaze. Unbeknownst to him, the moment his gaze fell upon Yufeng, a hint of ill intent flickered in the depths of his eyes. Very well, practice as you wish. I shall take my leave for breakfast, declared Wang Shi as he exited the boxing gym. Yufeng remained composed, approaching the equipment cabinet to select protective gear. He was no novice. His past at Wolf Fong had rendered him well-versed in various disciplines. He had dedicated an entire year to boxing, engaging in vigorous daily bouts against the strongest fighters, even dueling top-tier boxers without rules. Such scenes epitomize true boxing, unlike the constrained performances witnessed within the confines of a ring. However, just as he was about to don his protective gear, a cold voice interrupted from behind. Wait. Yufeng halted, turning to inquire, what is it? At this, Li Donning's call drew the attention of the surrounding boxers, all pausing their training to witness the unfolding drama. Look. The little tyrant and that beggar are about to clash. This should be entertaining. Let us take a break and see who falls first, someone exclaimed. It's obvious. The beggar doesn't stand a chance. He is just a pretty boy relying on Zhao Lily for work. How could he possibly be a boxing expert? The onlookers displayed expressions of anticipation, as if they had already foreseen Yu Feng's imminent defeat. Li Dan uncrossed his arms, casting a condescending glance at Yu Feng. Does he even deserve Zhao Lily? He scoffed. Let us be real. You're nothing here. With a grave tone, he declared, a sparring partner does not require protective gear. At these words, Yu Feng narrowed his eyes. The implication of malice directed towards him was unmistakable. If memory served him correctly, he was unacquainted with any of these individuals. Why? He inquired. Why? You, a mere sparring partner, dare to question? You think you're here to play the master? We are the champions of this gym, the treasures of this establishment. You, a mere sparring partner, are akin to a punching bag, only obedient compliance is expected. If you're dissatisfied, you are free to leave. He gestured toward the open door, his demeanor exuding a desire for Yu Feng to vacate. Yu Feng's brow furrowed at the notion of being dismissed. When had he ever found himself in such a predicament? Enough. For Li Rue's sake, I shall endure. Fine, I want to wear it. He acquiesced, then assumed a boxing stance. Li Danning smirked derisively, thinking to himself, what a pathetic leech. Even subjected to such humiliation, he refuses to leave. However, upon witnessing Yu Feng's boxing posture, his expression shifted to one of seriousness. This is practiced. Others around him mirrored his astonishment. How familiar is this stance? I remember now. Isn't this the signature move of a foreign boxing champion? My heavens, what does this mean? Is a sparring partner challenging a professional fighter? Li Daneng rubbed his neck, producing a series of cracking sounds, before a sardonic smile crept across his face. What is the meaning of this? Are you challenging me? Accompanying practice. Yu Feng uttered softly. What? Accompanying practice? Is this what you call it? Are you trying to make me laugh to death? Li Danning erupted into laughter, completely disregarding Yu Feng. Then what do you consider accompanying practice? Yu Feng inquired. The next moment, he was met with Li Danning's enormous fist. That fist, as large as a watermelon, swelled with veins, striking with tremendous force, accompanied by a powerful gust of wind that slammed into Yu Feng's chest. Caught completely off guard. Not a moment of preparation. Not a hint of mercy. Without even a word of warning, the punch came crashing down. The force of the blow splattered like blood on the surface of water, a sudden pang of pain radiating throughout Yu Feng's body. Bang! Yu Feng collapsed onto the ground. Despite having once saved his older brother with his prowess in Jiang City, he was now but a mere mortal, unable to withstand such a blow. His eyes reddened. Veins bursting with fury, he fixed a fierce glare upon Li Danning. Li Danning shook his fist and mocked. Oh, what's this? Not satisfied? You can't even handle a single punch? Still wish to be a sparring partner? Do you understand now? For someone like you, being a sparring partner means being the one who takes the hits. I can hit you, and you are not allowed to retaliate. If you dare to strike back, I'll make you leave. Remember your place. A pretty boy like you should know the consequences of taking a beating. Not every woman in this world is someone you can touch. Understood? With that, Li Danning raised his fist again, preparing to deliver a final blow to Yu Feng's head. But just as his fist was about to descend, a large hand, as solid as Mount Tai, firmly grasped his fist. Yu Feng's eyes glinted with ferocity. What did you say? I didn't hear you. Suddenly, everyone gasped in astonishment. In their eyes, Yu Feng merely sat on the ground, raising one hand to seize Li Danning's fist. There was not a hint of struggle in his demeanor. It seemed that the previous punch had only caused a fleeting pain, not an internal injury at all. How could Yu Feng possess such strength? In this moment, Yu Feng's performance astonished everyone. Even Li Danning's expression changed. He could feel the immense control emanating from the hand grasping his fist. No matter how hard he tried, his fist could not budge an inch. Panic began to set in. Amidst his rising alarm, Yu Feng held onto his fist, straightened his back, and stood up from the ground, causing Li Danning to stumble backward uncontrollably, a piercing pain radiating from his fist. With wide eyes, he exclaimed, "You worthless fool, let go of me." Yu Feng remained unfazed, coldly staring at Li Danning, his grip still unyielding. "You bastard," Li Danning barked. "I warned you, in the boxing gym, sparring partners who strike fighters will be expelled. Do you want to be expelled? Strike?" Yu Feng's gaze turned frigid. Everyone is born equal. Who says a sparring partner is only meant to take punches? He had come here merely to seek Li Ru, and this was a choice he had to make, not to chase some dream of becoming a fighter. He was willing to be a sparring partner. However, engaging in a mere punching bag exercise is simply out of the question. Yu Feng possesses a pride that is distinctly his own. Even when subjugated, he would never stoop to be a wretched dog that grovels on its knees. He is a wolf. A proud wolf. He inquired, you claim that I assaulted you? Pray tell, which of your eyes bore witness to my hand striking you? You. Li Daneng was instantly rendered speechless. Yu Feng pressed on, could my fist have landed upon your head? Could it have left you incapacitated? Is there any mark upon your body that testifies to my violence? Huh? Speak. With each probing question, he advanced, causing Li Daneng to retreat uncontrollably. He wished to retract his fist, yet found himself utterly unable to do so. What manner of creature is this? Why does Zhao Lili know him? Li Daneng was bewildered. Yu Feng had not struck him. He merely held his fist, rendering Li Daneng's attempts to fight back futile. To onlookers, he appeared as a trapped beast, a source of amusement. Good heavens, have my eyes deceived me? Li Daneng has been toyed with by this lad. What is the meaning of this? Why does he merely grip his fist without retaliating? Can't you see? He is toying with Li Daneng. In an instant, every mouth in the vicinity gaped in astonishment. Li Daneng, known as the little tyrant of the Sihai boxing gym, was being outmaneuvered by a mere sparring partner. The next moment, unable to contain himself, Li Daneng lifted his other fist and swung it towards Yu Feng's head. Boom. That punch was effortlessly neutralized. Yu Feng, employing the same technique, seized Li Daneng's other fist, his expression betraying no hint of change. As for speed, Yu Feng, renowned as the king of speed in Wolf Fang, is a top-tier marksman known for his swiftness. In terms of strength, the weapon he carried in Wolf Fang weighed nearly 50 pounds, and he trained for a minimum of 10 hours each day. How could someone who merely strikes a punching bag compare? As for reflexes, that goes without saying. Li Daneng was utterly astounded, shouting, Bastard, let me go. Release me at once. Yu Feng remained unfazed. Just as Li Daneng exerted all his strength to break free, Yu Feng relaxed his grip. Bang! A resounding crash echoed. Li Daneng, unable to temper his force, was sent sprawling backward as if kicked, landing squarely on his back, akin to a turtle greeting the new year. He fell in a most undignified manner. Ha-ha-ha. Laughter erupted from the crowd. For this was the first time they had witnessed Li Daneng make such a fool of himself. Yu Feng stood calmly in place. Li Daneng hastily scrambled to his feet, his face a canvas of shifting hues, utterly unsightly. Gritting his teeth, he glared fiercely at Yu Feng. You bastard, how dare you toy with me? Yu Feng replied nonchalantly. This is merely sparring. If your fists cannot reach me, is it my fault that you feel mocked? Blame not the earth for lacking gravity. Pht. Ha-ha. Once more, the crowd erupted into fits of laughter, thoroughly amused. The echoes of laughter seemed to mock Li Daneng's ineptitude, causing his face to flush with indignation. He felt profoundly humiliated. After all, he was a small tyrant within this boxing gym, yet he had been ridiculed by a mere newcomer. Unable to endure it any longer, he muttered, You coward, if you have the guts, don't run today. If I don't teach you a lesson, I shall no longer bear the surname Li. With that, he stormed out of the gym, unable to face his peers any further. Being toyed with by a novice in front of everyone had stripped him of his dignity as a fighter. Simultaneously, he recognized that this Yu Feng was no ordinary opponent. Continuing to spar with him would only lead to further humiliation. Nonetheless, this did not signify that he would let Yu Feng off the hook. As Li Daneng exited, Yu Feng remained silent, and at that moment, Wang Shi hurried back after finishing his meal. His expression tightened when he realized Li Daneng was no longer by Yu Feng's side, instantly turning serious. A fellow boxer approached him and whispered the events that had just transpired, causing Wang Shi's countenance to alter drastically. What? He left? Panic surged through Wang Shi. He rushed to Yu Feng, exclaiming, You troublemaker. On your first day, you create such a ruckus. Do you have any idea what calamity you've unleashed? Yu Feng shook his head. I was merely defending my dignity. Everyone witnessed it. He prevented me from wearing protective gear and struck me first. Is that my fault? If Manager Wang insists on attributing the blame to me, then perhaps I should not remain in such a place. If one cannot even uphold their dignity while alive, what is the point of existence? Wang Shi's expression grew grave. This is not a matter of right or wrong. You have stirred up significant trouble. Even if I were to expel you, you would not be free from the consequences. What do you mean? Yu Feng questioned, sensing the gravity of the situation. Wang Shi elaborated. Li Daneng is no ordinary fighter. His brother is a renowned master in the boxing community, infamous for his fierce protection of his own. Provoking him is akin to courting death. Moreover, his brother happens to be visiting Ning City, and it is likely he will come looking for you soon. Even our gym's director would be powerless in this situation. Oh, what a predicament. Wang Shi was at a loss for how to proceed. Initially, he had offered Yu Feng this sparring position as a favor to Zhao Lili, never anticipating that he would provoke Li Daneng. After all, His reputation as a small tyrant was not without merit. At that moment, Yufeng's words astonished Wang Shi profoundly. If this truly is a trouble, then let each person bear their own burdens without dragging the gym into it. However, I, Yufeng, am not a mere soft target to be trampled upon. If he dares to come, let him come. Let us see whose fists are stronger. Wang Shi gasped in disbelief. Stronger fists? He scrutinized Yufeng's physique. While he had some muscle, he was not particularly imposing, and in terms of height, there were plenty of fighters around who towered over him. Even the professional boxers at the Sihai boxing gym would not dare to utter such words. What gave him such confidence? Yufeng, are you certain? Wang Shi inquired heavily. If that were indeed the case, he found himself less troubled. His true fear lay in Yufeng absconding, and Li Daneng bringing his brother to the gym to cause him trouble, pressuring him to reveal Yufeng's whereabouts. That would complicate matters with Zhao Lili. However, with Yufeng choosing to act independently, much of the burden was alleviated. As for the ultimate outcome, he remained indifferent. For it would be Yufeng who bore the consequences, not himself. Indeed, Yufeng nodded. Very well, I shall close the gym today. Once I have resolved this matter, I will ensure your salary for this month is disbursed in advance. Whether you choose to stay or leave is entirely up to you. After Li Daneng departed, he promptly called his elder brother, who was enjoying breakfast at a tea house, and rushed over. Upon arriving at the tea house, he found it bustling with local elders. He ascended to the second floor and soon spotted Lu Sanpao seated in the middle. Brother. Ah, little brother, come, come. Lu Sanpao greeted him with a smile and a wave. The two were siblings, although they bore different surnames due to family circumstances at birth. Following the recent incident at the Longxiang gym, Lu Sanpao had feared that the information he provided to Long Qin regarding exotic toxic plants might be uncovered, prompting him to close the gym that very day and retreat to Ning City for some respite. Why the fluster early in the day? Has someone crossed you? Enough, brother. A wretch has truly vexed me. Li Daneng exclaimed as he poured himself a cup of tea and gulped it down. A wretch? Pray tell. Who dares to provoke my brother? Surely he seeks his own demise. Does he not realize that I am the illustrious Lu of Jiangcheng? Lu Sanpao slammed the table. Embodying the camaraderie held dear among those of the underworld, nothing was more paramount than loyalty and face. Brother, he knows not. In this day and age, how can there be so many pretty boys? Just last night, Zhao Lili personally called Wang Shi to arrange a sparring job for a wretch clad like a beggar. This morning, while I was training, the manager summoned me to instruct that pretty boy. I thought, why not? But guess what? Not only did he disregard my guidance, but he also landed a punch when I least expected it. I intended to retaliate, but considering he was introduced by Zhao Lili, striking him would be akin to striking Zhao Lili herself. You know her, brother. She is the paramour of Han Lu, the second scion of the Han family in Ning City. I dared not. Hence, I have come to seek your assistance. What? Upon hearing this, Lu Sanpao was immediately incensed. What audacity! A pretty boy, reliant on a woman for employment, presumes to act so arrogantly? Where did he strike you? Li Daneng extended his fists. Brother, look. Both my hands bear scratches from his blows, like a fool. By heavens! Lu Sanpao's anger surged. He truly knows not the heights of heaven nor the depths of earth. Relying on Zhao Lili as his backing, he acts with complete impunity. How dare a mere sparring partner lay hands on a fighter? Such lack of decorum. Not a chance. Let us go settle the score. Lu Sanpao rose decisively. Li Daneng, with a note of concern in his voice, interjected, No, brother, what if he calls Zhao Lili? What is there to fear? Lu Sanpao retorted coldly. Isn't he just a second-rate scion of the Han family? You should know my circle of friends. I am acquainted with several heirs from the top families in the capital. I fear him not. Let us go. With that, Lu Sanpao rolled up his sleeves and strode down the stairs, indifferent to anything else. Li Daneng, trailing behind, couldn't he help but smirk slightly. He was aware that his brother would not stand by him if he discovered that Li Daneng was seeking trouble with that scoundrel out of jealousy for Zhao Lili, and would instead berate him for his folly. In any case, that scoundrel named Yufeng was destined for misfortune. They made their way to the boxing gym, and from a distance, it was evident that Li Daneng was accompanied by a middle-aged man, exuding an intimidating aura. Behind this man followed a dozen spirited young men, each stepping with a confidence that betrayed their martial prowess. This is trouble. A boxer hurried into the gym to relay the news. Here they come. Li Daneng has brought someone back to cause trouble. What? So soon? This should be entertaining. That pretty boy 1T escaped this time. All eyes turned toward the ring, where they gazed out at Yufeng, their expressions akin to those witnessing a corpse. Each of them understood the stature of Li Daneng's brother, a well-known figure in the boxing world, famously known as Lu Yi in Jiang City. with Li Danning bringing his brother along. Yu Feng would undoubtedly have to face the consequences of earlier events. Yet, Yu Feng remained composed, unflinching even as a mountain might tremble before him. He had long since grown accustomed to such scenarios. 5 years ago, he had faced a dozen elite mercenaries without a trace of trepidation. Though those glorious days were behind him, he was far from a fallen tiger, bullied in the valley. He was a man of principle. Respect begets respect. If one refuses to engage with me reasonably, then they must not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Bang! The gym doors echoed with a heavy thud as Li Danning kicked them open, his voice booming. You, where the hell are you? Get out here. Wang Shi, seated nearby engrossed in a game, jolted at the sudden uproar, nearly dropping his phone. He awkwardly glanced at Li Danning and said, Danning, could you do me a favor? Or else. The manager, Li Danning interrupted, I didn't call more people out of respect for you. I'm only here for the one named you. Where is he? Li Danning strode further inside, scanning the room. Lu Sanpao followed suit. Among the crowd, several individuals raised their hands. Pointing towards the window where Yu Feng sat, turned away from them. Well done, you've got some guts for not running away. You. Today you will kneel and call me grandfather 3 times, and slap yourself 100 times. Then we can consider this matter settled. Otherwise, I will break your legs today. You decide. Li Danning approached Yu Feng from behind, his anger palpable as he shouted. Yu Feng responded calmly, a wild dog barks. Leading a pack of wild dogs to join in the cacophony? How very noisy. You. This guy actually calls himself a wild dog. You scoundrel. Li Danning's face twisted in fury. Lu Sanpao, with a stern expression, added, You insolent brat. Speak recklessly and you may meet a swift demise. I hear you've been troubling my younger brother? In the 4 regions of Ningxiang, have you inquired about my name? Who do you think you are? Daring to provoke my brother? You must be tired of living. Is that so? Yu Feng uncrossed his legs, stood up, and slowly turned to face Lu Sanpao. You say I'm tired of living? Yes, it's you. What? Are you not satisfied? Li Danning shouted with bravado, but before he could finish, a dull thud echoed from behind. Bang! Li Danning was momentarily taken aback and immediately turned around. The expressions of everyone present turned pale, as if they had just consumed a bitter herb. In the next moment, Li Danning was stunned. Wang Shi was equally bewildered. Everyone was in shock. In that scene, Lu Sanpao, upon seeing Yu Feng's face, immediately knelt down. He swallowed hard, his eyes filled with intense fear as he looked at Yu Feng and stammered, Sir. How is it you? Have you eaten yet? Li Danning, Wang Shi, everyone in the gym. At that moment, Li Danning felt as if his ears were stuffed with countless tons of history. His worldview was on the brink of collapse. His elder brother, who had never even exchanged a word with this disgraceful fellow, was kneeling before him. Why exactly? Not only he, but even Wang Shi, the manager responsible for the gym's daily operations, was utterly astonished. Just who was Yu Feng? Where did he come from? Was he truly the old classmate from Hubei that Zhao Lily spoke of? Someone who was not doing well? Not doing well. Could it possibly be like this? Unbeknownst to them, Yu Feng had previously crossed paths with Lu Sanpao. That day at Longxiang Gym, the fear Yu Feng instilled in Lu Sanpao was far more terrifying than any earthquake or tsunami. Alone, he had trampled over Lu Sanpao's 50 or so disciples as if they were mere ants. He had nearly been crippled in an attempt to ambush Yu Feng, whose martial prowess could only belong to the legendary warriors. Opposing a warrior was tantamount to courting death. Yet, he never anticipated that the very person he wished to avoid would be inexplicably embroiled by his own younger brother. Having witnessed treachery towards sons, he had never seen such betrayal towards a brother. Brother. Li Danning felt as though he was losing all his dignity. Wasn't he here to settle scores? They hadn't he even engaged in combat, and yet he found himself kneeling? Just as he opened his mouth to speak, Yu Feng, arms crossed, remarked nonchalantly, So, you are his brother. No wonder, like father, like son. You scoundrel, if you dare to. Slap. His words remained unfinished when Lu Sanpao struck him on the head with a resounding slap. Brother you. Li Danning's expression shifted in shock. Silence. Apologize to Mr. You at once. Lu Sanpao stood up, bowing respectfully to Yu Feng, then turned to Li Danning with a serious demeanor, showing no intention of backing down. Apologize? Li Danning looked as if he had heard a falsehood, his face frozen in disbelief. Brother, what are you saying? You want me to apologize to this scoundrel? Have you lost your mind? He humiliated me, he struck me. Brother, you promised to stand up for me. His face was a canvas of confusion. In his mind, bringing Lu Sanpao back meant that even if they couldn't force Yu Feng out of the boxing gym, the sheer number of people would surely leave him severely beaten, making him understand that he was not to be trifled with, and that he should wisely distance himself from Zhao Lily. However, he had not anticipated that plans could be so easily disrupted. Lu Sanpao had arrived, ready to assist, but not in support of him. Rather, he was aiding this pretty boy who had an unclear relationship with Zhao Lily. Why would he do that? He wouldn't assist his own brother, but would help a stranger? Upon hearing Yu Feng's words, he immediately narrowed his eyes. I struck you? Huh. Do you think the surveillance here is merely decorative? You know perfectly well who landed a punch while I was unguarded. You shamelessly insult me and, unable to cope with it like a child. Now you bring others to slander me? What? Lu Sanpao's face turned ashen. He had already felt terrified from provoking Yu Feng. Asking Li Danning to apologize was meant to mitigate the situation, to suppress it and avoid further antagonizing Yu Feng, lest it backfire on him. Little did he expect that this brat would go so far as to deceive him. Lu Sanpao coldly interrogated, Danning, what on earth is happening? Li Danning clenched his fists. Facing his own brother, he dared not be reckless. Brother, that bastard he. Lu Sanpao, connecting the dots to Zhao Lily, immediately grasped the situation. Oh, so you're jealous over Zhao Lily? You dare to lie to me? Have you grown bolder? Apologize to Mr. Yu immediately, now. The onlookers displayed a myriad of expressions. Bringing his own brother to the scene only to be forced into an apology? What kind of absurd drama was unfolding here? One sure, taken aback. Hesitated for a moment before donning a friendly smile and playing peacemaker. Lu, the gym is still in training. Perhaps we should let this matter go. After all, one doesn't truly get to know another without a fight. Apologies aren't necessary. A handshake would suffice. What do you think? Absolutely not. Lu Sanpao flatly refused. A handshake? He dared not entertain such an idea, for he was petrified of Yu Feng. Li Danning, if you regard me as your brother, then apologize to Mr. Yu. Li Danning was adamant, glaring fiercely at Yu Feng before snarling. Why should I apologize to this guy? A pretty boy who lives off women? He doesn't deserve it. Slap. In the next moment, another resounding slap echoed. Apologize. Brother, are you hitting me? Li Danning exclaimed, clutching his face in terror. To strike one's own kin over an unrelated outsider? I am doing this for your own good. Apologize at once, or we shall cease all contact henceforth. Lu Sanpao trembled with fury, his eyes darting furtively towards Yu Feng, only to find him remarkably composed, seemingly unfazed by the commotion. It was this indifference that heightened Lu Sanpao's unease. Li Danning felt utterly helpless. What could he do in the face of his own brother? Apologize? Apologize. He clenched his jaw, his cold gaze filled with animosity directed at Yu Feng. Hurry up and apologize. Lu Sanpao's voice echoed again. Yu Feng remained steadfast before the window, slowly realizing that this pugilist harbored feelings for Zhao Lily, mistakenly believing there was a close bond between her and Yu Feng, thus igniting the conflict. After a moment's contemplation, he spoke. Let it go. What? Let it go? The atmosphere instantly grew intricate. How could one simply let it go? Forcing the local tyrant of the gym to bow in apology would ensure that nobody would dare to confront him in the future. How could he refuse such treatment? Master Yu. Lu Sanpao began to comprehend, urging Li Danning. Why are you dawdling? Master Yu is magnanimous and forgiving. Express your gratitude quickly. No need to apologize. Li Danning sighed with relief, thinking as a man that an apology would utterly strip him of his dignity. However, upon hearing his brother's words, he steeled himself and approached Yu Feng, hesitating for an extended moment before finally uttering, Thank you. There is no need for gratitude. It is merely for your brother's sake, and your hostility towards me is entirely unwarranted. My relationship with Zhao Lily is nothing but that of old classmates. You have overthought this. What? At this revelation, Li Danning's expression shifted dramatically. The hostility in his gaze towards Yu Feng dissipated instantly. He scratched the back of his head, a smile breaking forth. Oh, I see now, my apologies. I thought. He swallowed the words that followed, quickly pivoting, Brother, I am truly sorry. This was a complete misunderstanding. Since we have yet to engage in conflict, allow me to treat you tonight as a gesture of apology. I sincerely apologize. Lu Sanpao. Wang Shi. Everyone. Just moments ago, he refused to apologize vehemently. Now, upon clarification, he took the initiative to express regret. Huh. A man indeed. Yu Feng smiled slightly, but the smile faded. Misunderstanding aside, that punch you threw at me is far from over. With a swift motion, he struck Li Danning squarely in the chest. Li Danning staggered back several steps before collapsing onto the ground, staring up at Yu Feng in shock. Everyone stood in stunned silence. One punch had sent Li Danning reeling so far. Yet, to Li Danning, while the punch was powerful, it bore no real force. He felt no pain. This Yufeng. He had not used his full strength, nor had he aimed to harm. With a clear sense of justice and a broad-minded disposition, he possesses the discernment to distinguish right from wrong. He will not allow himself to be taken advantage of. Yet he is far from being a petty individual who quibbles over trifles. He is indeed a person worthy of deep friendship. Subsequently, Li Danning raised his eyes with reverence. Gazing at Yufeng, he stood up, clasped his hands together, and declared, "Master Yu, I, Li Danning, acknowledge you as my elder brother." In Jiang City, the torrential rain finally ceased in the afternoon. The roads resembled a scene of both drought and flood, with water inundating the landscape. Fortunately, being a coastal city, Jiang City boasted an exceptionally advanced drainage system, thereby preventing any significant damage. It was on this day that Yushan was to be discharged from the hospital. Gao Yushuang had risen early to pack her belongings and complete the discharge formalities. Following the news of Lung Qin's incarceration, the events of the Dong family banquet had gradually faded into the annals of history. However, matters were far from reaching a simple conclusion. The retribution from the Lung family was still ongoing. "My dear," Yushan grasped Gao Yushuang's hand tightly. She smiled gently. "I'm here. Let us go home." Indeed, they traveled by car to their doorstep, only to be met with an unexpected sight akin to a refuse heap. At the entrance of the villa, a pile of clothes lay haphazardly beside a trash bin, which was filled to the brim with furniture ruined by the downpour. In that moment, Gao Yushuang stood frozen, her expression one of disbelief, unable to process the reality before her. Their home was truly gone. The day before, upon receiving the call from Gao Xiong, informing them of their expulsion from the Gao family, they had braced themselves for this outcome. In the intervening days, to ascertain Yushan's recovery, the hospital had conducted extensive examinations, leaving Gao Yushuang no time to tidy up their living space. Little did they anticipate that upon their return, the sanctuary they once called home had transformed into a graveyard of memories, suffocating in its chaos. After being expelled from the Gao family, they had truly been stripped of all dignity. "Oh, is this not the son-in-law who has come to call? What brings you here post-discharge?" At that moment, a blue Lamborghini sped into view, halting at the entrance of the villa. From the vehicle emerged a young man clad in a casual suit, his countenance strikingly refined. "Gao Yushao." Gao Yushuang squinted her eyes. "What do you want?" "Gao Yushuang, do not forget your current standing. You are no longer a member of the Gao family. Speak to me with courtesy, lest I ensure you regret it." Previously, Gao Yushuang had been favored by the elder, having ascended to the position of chairman at a tender age. He had never dared to provoke this individual. However, now, the tables had turned. Due to her brother Yushan, Gao Yushuang had entirely lost the elder's trust, and even her parents' standing within the elder's estate was perilously unstable. To safeguard the Gao family's future, the elder had unceremoniously expelled Gao Yushuang. Now, not only was she powerless to defend herself, but she could only watch as Yushan was mercilessly tormented before her eyes. Yushuang. Yushan clutched Gao Yushuang's hand, repressing the turmoil within. He understood that engaging in conflict with Gao Yunxiao would only provide him with an opportunity to target them. "Why are you holding on to me?" Gao Yushuang exclaimed, her eyes fixed on the villa that was once her home, now reduced to a ghastly state. Before her stood a brash member of the Gao family's collateral line. Someone who had previously dared not utter a word, now brazenly flaunting his arrogance. She felt a deep-seated hatred. She was unwilling to accept this humiliation. "How dare you?" "Gao Yushuang, do you intend to strike me?" "Go ahead, try." Gao Yunxiao deliberately leaned forward, playfully tapping his cheek, exuding an air of insolence that was utterly infuriating. Yet he remained unchecked, solely because she, Gao Yushuang, was no longer a member of the Gao family. "Listen, Gao Yushuang, you're not as foolish as you appear. Being ousted from the Gao family, how can you still maintain such a temper? Do you really think you're still the former chairman of the group? You ought to take a page from your useless husband's book. Cowardice should be met with a cowardess demeanor. Trash should recognize its own worth. Oh, and by the way, I must inform you that this villa has been under my name since yesterday. Your clothes and furniture? I've had them thrown out. If you want them, feel free to take them. I consider myself rather generous. Furthermore, your bank cards and various assets have been reclaimed by grandfather. And as for Rua, she has been taken away by grandfather's men for her upbringing. I suppose there is no need for me to elaborate further. Rua. The mere mention of his precious daughter sent Yushan into a frenzy. Where's Rua? Who took her? Useless, have you got insects in your ears? Didn't you hear me? Gao Yushao retorted, feigning nonchalance as he dug at his ears. But just as his words fell, Yushan lunged forward. Gripping Gao Yunshao's collar with hands as firm as iron, his eyes blazing with fury. In an instant, Gao Yushao felt as though he were suffocating. Suspended like a chick in midair, his feet lifted from the ground. He was bewildered. When did Yushan acquire such strength? Moments ago, he had been cowardly. Now transformed into a raging bull at the mere mention of Ruarua. What do you intend to do? Useless, if you dare lay a hand on me. I assure you that your daughter will receive no favorable treatment in the Gao family. Gao Yushao hastily threatened. You dare. Yushan shot back. His eyes locked on Gao Yunshao. Tell me, who took Ruarua? Damn it. Gao Yunshao cursed. Didn't I say to put me down immediately? Are you seeking death? A resounding slap answered his foul language. Damn. Slap. After the blow, Gao Yushuang was left in shock. Gao Yunshao was equally stunned. This useless man, he actually dared to strike someone. Perhaps influenced by his brother Yufeng, Yushan had inadvertently changed. Even he himself was taken aback as he stared at his own hand. Suddenly, a furious voice echoed in his ears. All right, Yushan, you are finished. I tell you, you are done. I want you. Before he could finish his sentence, Yushan decisively seized him by the neck and brought him to the edge of a cliff halfway up the mountain. The sheer abyss immediately drained the color from Gao Yunxiao's face. Yushan, you lunatic, you madman, put me down, hurry. Where's my daughter? Yushan continually repeated this question. Gao Yushuang, filled with shock, gazed at Yushan's back, never having anticipated that he would go to such lengths for his daughter. I'll talk. Just put me down first. You must speak first. Yushan remained unyielding. Reluctantly, Gao Yunxiao relented. Fine. I'm scared now. She was taken away by your family's butler, an order given directly from the old master, saying she should be kept close to avoid suffering alongside you. Only then did Yushan release Gao Yunxiao, allowing him to collapse onto the ground, gasping for breath. He shot a fierce glare at Yushan and coldly declared, You wait, you. If I don't find someone to teach you a lesson, I want to carry the Gao surname. With that, he strode back to his Lamborghini and drove away. Left behind were only Yushan and Gao Yushuang, feeling utterly abandoned. Yushan clenched his fists, lowering his head, his lips trembling. I'm sorry, I'm useless. I couldn't take care of Ruarua. It's all right. As long as you're here, we'll work hard together. Gao Yushuang embraced Yushan, and amidst the cliffs, they clung to each other. Suddenly feeling the path ahead was bleak and uncertain, Yushan raised his head, gazing at the misty and desolate sky, his thoughts drifting to the missing Yufeng. And his gaze suddenly became resolute. As a son, he had become a son-in-law, bringing shame to his parents, and had left this world. As an elder brother, he had failed to protect his only younger brother, leading to his disappearance. As a father, he could no longer afford to be weak. Let us go. We must retrieve Ruarua. Half an hour later, Gao Yunxiao angrily returned to the estate where the old master of the Gao family resided. Gao Feng, the patriarch of the Gao family and the founder of the Gao Corporation, was one of the most respected elders within the family. Although Gao Yushao was a distant relative, among the third generation of the Gao family's youth, he was considered to have prospects, and even if he could not compare to the accomplished Gao Yushuang, he was still one of Gao Feng's favored descendants. Upon arriving at the estate, Gao Yunxiao rushed to the courtyard where the old master was leisurely fishing. Old master, you must stand up for me. As he entered, Gao Yunxiao shouted like a petulant child. The old master, sitting by the water's edge, furrowed his white brows slightly and slowly inquired, What has happened? Why the commotion? Have you forgotten all sense of propriety? Gao Yushao, with a face full of grievance, exclaimed. What further rules are needed? It's simply outrageous. Old man, you must stand up for me this time. That worthless Yushan actually slapped me and dragged me to the edge of a cliff, nearly tossing me over. What? In an instant, an invisible wave of anger surged across the elder Gao's visage. He narrowed his eyes, fixating on the tranquil pond, and suddenly let out a cold snort. How dare a son-in-law raise a hand against a member of the Gao family? Yushan truly thinks that just because he has a capable brother, he can act with impunity. After years of cowardice in the Gao household, he has suddenly grown a spine. As he spoke, a trace of disdain appeared at the corner of Gao Feng's eye. He was already aware of the events at the Dong family banquet, where the chaos ensued, leaving the young master of the Long family crippled, nearly provoking the president of the city's foremost bank, Meng Hai. The central figure in each incident was none other than the madman named Yufeng, and his elder brother, of course, was the renowned son-in-law of the Gao family. Yushan, It was precisely because of this identity that the Long family vented their fury upon the Gao family. Now, in a bid for self-preservation, he had taken the initiative to expel Yushan along with his beloved granddaughter from the Gao family. He had hoped that, out of blood ties, he could utilize the Gao family's resources to raise their daughter as compensation. Yet, unexpectedly, this Yushan proved to be utterly ungrateful. Indeed, old man, that Yushan is intolerably ignorant. Without teaching him a lesson, he truly believes himself to be something special. Gao Yunxiao fanned the flames of discontent. Just then, the elderly steward of the estate hurriedly approached, respectfully bowing behind Gao Feng and saying, "Master, the young lady has arrived with Yushan and is waiting outside the estate. She insists on taking Miss Ruo away." "Take Ruo away." Gao Feng's pupils constricted, and his fishing rod trembled violently in his grasp. How could one so worthless be worthy of such a task? "Master, what is your command?" "Drive him away. If he refuses to listen, use force, but be careful not to harm Yushuang." "Yes, it's high time to teach that scoundrel a lesson." Upon hearing this, Gao Yunxiao grinned widely, brandishing his fists. "Understood, master." With that, the steward turned to leave, and Gao Yunxiao hurriedly followed, eager to witness the unfolding drama. At the entrance of the estate, before the two stone lions, Yushan appeared gaunt and emaciated, yet his silhouette stood resolutely like a mountain. Gao Yushuang followed closely behind. Filled with concern, she had attempted to call her parents en route, but their phones were turned off. She had tried reaching her cousins, only to find the same. Finally, when she called her grandfather, she realized being expelled from the Gao family this time was no mere threat. To quell the Long family's wrath, she and Yushan had become necessary sacrifices. Under such circumstances, attempting to retrieve Ruo from the estate would be exceedingly difficult. She feared. Creak. At that moment, the two iron gates swung open. Gao Yunxiao's arrogant visage reappeared, accompanied by the estate's steward and a dozen guards wielding iron rods. In an instant, Gao Yushuang's expression grew grave as she stepped forward, tugging at Yushan's sleeve. "Yushan, rest assured." Yushan's gaze was resolute. The old steward approached, his voice low and commanding. "Let us go. The old master will not see you." Yushan clenched his fists tightly. "She is my daughter." "Your daughter?" Gao Yunxiao, standing nearby, scoffed coldly, retorting, "Does she bear the Gao surname, or the Yu? Do not forget, Gao Yurua's household registration is with our family, not yours. Who do you think you are, to come to the Gao family and demand her? I care not. She is my daughter, and today I shall take her with me." Yushan was resolute. He could no longer afford to lose another family member. Yushan, just as he prepared to take a step forward, disregarding all else, the old steward bellowed with fury. "Yushan, given your years as a son-in-law in our Gao family, I will warn you for the last time. This estate of the old master is not a place for your reckless antics. One more step forward, and you shall face the consequences." "The consequences?" Yushan's arms tensed with suppressed rage. "All I know is, if I cannot take Ruo today, my only consequence will be despair." Indeed, over the years, he had been a son-in-law of the Gao family. But let it not be forgotten, rain frost has already been cast out, and when you announce that news, I cease to be the so-called son-in-law. I, Yushan, am a man of integrity. I am a father. Now, a father comes to reclaim his daughter. Pray tell, what is wrong with that?" His words resonated with conviction, echoing with authority. In that moment, Gao Yushuang seemed to glimpse the shadow of Yufeng. The memory of that day when Yufeng stood before a dark curtain of rain, slamming a cold head to the ground, resurfaced vividly. The brothers shared the same strong character, deeply loyal and steadfast in their principles. Humph. Gao Yusha shrugged dismissively. "Steward, it seems there is no need to waste more breath on this waste of space. Let us act directly." The old steward hesitated, finally asking, "Yushan, do not cling to your delusions. The old master raises your daughter merely to honor Rainfrost." "Honor?" Yushan scoffed derisively. "The old man is simply feeling lonely and wishes for a grandchild to keep him company. There is no need for the Gao family to expend resources on this. I, Yushan, may lack great means, but I can certainly provide for my daughter." He paused, gazing at the magnificent estate beyond the gates, then continued to shout, "Therefore, I implore you to return Ruo to me." As his words fell, he charged into the estate like a mad bull. "Attack!" The old steward waved his hand, stepping aside, and a dozen guards surged forward, raising their clubs to strike at Yushan. Bang! "Yushan!" Gao Yushuang cried out in anguish. "Hurry! Take the young lady away." The old steward urged, and immediately someone blocked Gao Yushuang's path. "Strike! Strike with all your might." Gao Yunxiao laughed maniacally. stepping forward to kick Yushan in the back. How dare you provoke me? Come on, keep going. You think you're so tough? You worthless fool. Want your daughter? Not a chance. Bang. Pow. One punch. One club. One kick. None held back. It seemed that in their eyes, Yushan was merely a punching bag. In a matter of moments, he fell to the ground, bloodied and battered, his body riddled with wounds. The relentless blows continued to rain down upon him. Yet, despite being grievously injured, he pressed forward, determined to crawl onward. As a son, he had failed. As a brother, he was inadequate. Now, he aspired only to be a father. Though he considered himself incapable, for the sake of his daughter, he was willing to pay any price. Even if it meant subsisting on steamed buns, pickled vegetables, and cold water, ensuring that the best was reserved for Ruo. He crawled onward, albeit at an increasingly sluggish pace. The blood pooling beneath him grew thicker, yet the assault did not relent. Gao Yushuang, tears streaming down her face, implored him. Enough. Enough, Yushan, please stop crawling. It's enough. Not enough. Yushan roared, far from enough. I want to be a father. A humble yet competent father. A simple man who accompanies his child as she grows. Suddenly, a thud echoed in the dusk. Yufeng's heart tightened as he gazed toward Jiang City, a pang of pain coursing through him. Elder brother. Within the boxing gym, Li Danning strode over, carrying 2 bowls of exquisitely packaged meals. A variety of 3 dishes and a soup, with 2 meat and 1 vegetable. Following the events of the day, Li Danning's attitude towards Feng had transformed entirely. He genuinely admired this newcomer, especially after witnessing that ethereal punch that commanded his respect. When he had escorted Lu Sampao away, he had learned from his elder brother that this Yu Feng was no ordinary fighter. A true warrior earns respect wherever they go. Yu Feng proved himself through his own principles. Elder Yu, the food is ready, eat while it's hot, Li Danning said, plopping down beside Yu Feng. In the twilight, Yu Feng was not particularly hungry. He accepted the meal, yet before he could open it, he observed Li Danning devouring his food as if he hadn't eaten in days. He chuckled and offered his meal. Here, take it. Eat more. I haven't exerted myself much today, so I'm not hungry. Li Danning was taken aback, but gratefully accepted. Thank you, Elder Yu. I want to be polite then. After a day of training, he was famished. In just a few bites, the bowl was nearly half empty. He took a few gulps of water, cleared his throat, and turned to Yu Feng, who was gazing at the sunset, asking, Elder Yu, what are you looking at? The sunset. What is so special about the sunset? Aren't beautiful women more captivating? Li Danning, a quintessential brute with a simple mind, remarked. Ah, you might not understand. But to quietly watch the sunset is a profound happiness, Yu Feng replied, filled with sentiment. Li Danning shook his head, indicating his lack of comprehension. After a few more bites, he suddenly recalled something and inquired, by the way, Elder Yu, I heard my brother mention you were in Jiang City. Why have you come to Ning City? That's quite a distance, almost crossing provinces. Are you here to find someone? Who? Li Danning felt a surge of curiosity. The person who could compel Yu Feng to traverse 1,000 miles was certainly not to be underestimated. A girl. I missed, he mused. Well, you're quite the rogue. Could you lend me your phone for a moment? I need to make a call. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Danning handed his mobile device to Yu Feng. Yu Feng took it, swiftly inputting the number from his previous phone. Time was of the essence. He had to locate the mobile that had been stolen by a pickpocket. The numbers contained within were of utmost importance, even involving a significant figure awaiting his release from prison. If anything went awry, it could lead to a serious breach of confidentiality. Thus, regardless of the cost, he was determined to retrieve the phone should he manage to connect. After entering the number, he pressed the call button. Beep. Meanwhile, in the Yang family villa, Yang Liru sat at her desk, lost in thought. The computer displayed a popular online game, yet she felt no inclination to engage. The room was cluttered with exquisitely packaged luxury items, gifts sent by various prominent families in Ningxing upon hearing of her return, all eager to arrange a meeting between her and their sons, including the Han family. However, Yang Liru had little interest in luxury goods. Her focus lay solely on the phone belonging to Yu Feng. Her eyes remained fixated on the device from morning until now. She scrolled endlessly, only to realize that the man she admired was, in truth, quite a simple individual. Suddenly, a smile spread across her face. This man, aside from the contact of the chairman of Huamei Group, had no other female numbers saved. Oh wait, there was mine. A sense of warmth enveloped her as she set her number as a priority contact, yearning to be the most significant person in his heart. She then logged into his WeChat, peeking at his contacts. only to find that his social circle was rather mundane, filled with images of fighter jets and tanks, sniper rifles and camouflage attire, all seemingly sourced from the internet. To her surprise, he was an aficionado of military affairs. It was no wonder he possessed such remarkable skills. Exuding masculinity. As she pondered, memories of Yufeng coming to her aid flooded her mind. The first time, he burst from the neighboring dormitory, braving the splashes from a ruptured pipe to confront the issue. The second time, he selflessly held back to secure her escape. The third time, he descended like a celestial being, delivering a decisive blow to her assailants and teaching those arrogant scions a harsh lesson. And the fourth time, he risked his life to save her. Yet, she had walked away while he fought. The realization that he had nearly lost his life because of her sent a chill through Yang Liru, her smile abruptly fading. Uncle, I am profoundly grateful for all that you have done for me. Rest assured, I shall wait for you. As long as you are in Ning City. Regardless of where you find yourself, the moment I receive word of you, I shall seek you out. No matter the opinions of my family, I am determined to be with you. Regardless of wealth or poverty, irrespective of the hardships life may present, and whatever sacrifices I must make. Uncle, you will undoubtedly protect me for a lifetime. You still harbor feelings for me, do you not? Exiting WeChat, Yang Liru gazed intently at the numerous messages she had sent for what felt like an eternity. Just then, a sudden knock echoed from outside the door. Sister, brother? Yang Liru hastily concealed her phone and opened the door. What is it, brother? There is something I need to discuss. Grandfather and Dad are waiting for you in the living room. Please come down, Yang Jian replied. What is it? Yang Jian was well aware but felt it best for grandfather to address the matter directly. It's quite important. Important. Has uncle been found? Is there news? Brother, Yang Liru exclaimed, filled with excitement. Yang Jian hesitated momentarily, offering no reply, and instead turned to descend the stairs. Yang Liru promptly followed, closing the door behind her and ensuring her phone was securely hidden before departing. However, just as she stepped out of her room, Yufeng's phone began to ring incessantly. A call has come in. Yufeng sat on the steps, the phone ringing for nearly 3 minutes. Yet no one on the other end answered. His expression turned grave as he sighed heavily, disconnecting the call and returning the phone to Li Danning. What's the matter? You? Couldn't he get through? Not exactly. Is it someone significant? Li Danning inquired further. Not particularly. Someone has stolen my phone. I was merely calling my own number to see if it would connect in hopes of retrieving it. Yufeng replied nonchalantly. What? Who dares to steal your phone? That is audacious. Rest assured, if that person dares to call back, I will make sure to give them a piece of my mind, and when I find them, I'll teach them a lesson, Li Danning declared, shaking his fists. Yufeng smiled faintly, patting his shoulder. Just focus on your meal. It's likely lost to me now. I'll have to wait until my salary comes through to return to Jiang City to reapply for my ID. And then I can replace the SIM card. As it stands, all he can do is wait. Little does he know, he has once again missed a significant opportunity. Fate often arrives and departs with serendipity. To miss a chance is merely to pave the way for a future reunion. Meanwhile, Yang Liru descended the stairs and found that the living room was not only occupied by her grandfather, Yang Jinhua, and her father, Yang Shan, but also by a young man clad in a suit. It was he, the much-anticipated heir of the Han family, the second young master, Han Lu.